Far away, the mountain stood tall under the night sky. Below, figures carrying torches moved along the mountain's terraces. After 15 days of suffering in Xinqing's heavenly mountain, someone had finally gotten their hands on it. Inside a stone chamber, So Wenhui knelt before a shelf filled with scrolls and books. Although the scroll was filled with bizarre words, So knew this was definitely the real thing. The scroll contained the Sword Immortal's secret record, left behind some 600 years ago. So wished he could take it with him, but there was no point since his Dantian was destroyed. He knew that if other martial artists discovered he had it, they would definitely steal it from him. So resolved to hide the scroll before anyone came. He quickly shoved the scroll into his mouth. So realized he should have brought some water. Suddenly, a voice called out, announcing that So was found. The speaker, addressing So as a blood cult spy, inquired if he had found the Sword Immortal's secret record. The Murim Alliance's Yellow Dragon Hall leader, Moyong Su, stood ready. Sir Moyong had found the Sword Immortal's secret record and hid it in a safe place. He would give it to them if they kept their promise. The Murim Alliance's 4 elders, led by Baek Wei Hyang, had heard about the promise on their way there. They wanted him to get rid of the blood parasite within his chest. There was indeed such a promise. But there was no need for that, since he didn't have a place to. He would not return even after the blood parasite was removed. Wasn't that so? So Wenhui was from Yang's So clan. After he experienced Qi deviation, his Dantian was destroyed, and he was abandoned by his clan. 10 years ago today, he was kidnapped by the blood cult, and they implanted the blood parasite in him. 10 years ago today, he was kidnapped by the blood cult, and they implanted the blood parasite in him. After that, he was manipulated by the blood cult into doing all sorts of things on their behalf. Did he think there was any place that could offer him freedom after such a long time? Am I wrong, So Wenhui? He knew everything about him? So Wenhui demanded to know what the hooded figure was implying. The hooded figure responded by demanding that he hand over the Sword Immortal's secret record first. The hooded figure continued, stating that if So Wenhui handed it over nicely, he would consider removing the blood parasite for him. The hooded figure stood firm. So Wenhui considered the demand, the reflection of the hooded figure visible in his blade. The hooded figure stated that the record was hidden in a place that only he could find. So Wenhui retorted that he wasn't expecting the Orthodox sect to make an exception and accept him or anything like that. The hooded figure remained silent. So Wenhui pleaded to be freed of the blood parasite and live like a normal person. The hooded figure insisted that he be rid of the blood parasite first, chuckling at So Wenhui's desperation. He added that if he did that, he would gladly hand over the Sword Immortal's secret record. The hooded figure watched So Wenhui closely. The hooded figure remarked that it looked like So Wenhui had thought a lot about this. So Wenhui's face was covered in blood. The hooded figure stated that it was obvious what a small-time spy like So Wenhui would come up with. The hooded figure accused So Wenhui of hiding the record within his body. So Wenhui realized that they intended on killing him from the start. The blade pierced through So Wenhui's side, eliciting a pained groan. His attacker told him not to hate them for what was about to happen. The hooded figure withdrew their blade, leaving Wenhui staggering backward. The hooded leader revealed that from the moment So became a spy, he was destined to die. Wenhui cursed his situation, frustrated by how his life had turned out. Another strike came down, the blade glowing with a blue light. The hooded leader watched as the blade connected. So's body fell to the ground. The mysterious subordinate realized that the Sword Immortal's secret record was inside So's body. The hooded leader questioned what was happening. They wondered why blue flames were surging from within him. So Wenhui felt the fire, but it wasn't hot. He thought to himself that it was all useless, though. He wished that there was a next life. Wenhui thought that he would be able to live a less pathetic life than his current one. He found himself submerged in water. Coughing, So heard someone laughing at him, mocking his miserable state in the cold. Confused, he wondered why his stomach felt fine and why he didn't have any burns. Then, he heard a familiar voice calling him Yulong County's good-for-nothing. 2 men stood over him, one declaring that they, the Hunan twin Swiftblade, had won the drinking bet. He recognized them as Song Juabek and Song Wuhyun, notorious blood cult martial masters, also known as the Black-White Twin Demons. So wondered why they looked so young, realizing he had just burned to death. One of the men asked what he was so surprised about. He wondered if he was seeing himself when he was young. One of the men demanded to know if he was sober yet. The other told him to get a grip and pay up. So groaned, noting how much it hurt. He questioned if the pain was real, even in a dream. So asked what day it was, prompting one of the men to question what nonsense he was talking about. So Wenhui, still held by the Hunan twin Swiftblade, promised to explain everything once they released him. He then repeated the date he had heard, the year of the dog, 9th day of the 9th month. Song Juabe questioned if that wasn't exactly 10 years from the day So died, and asked what year he thought it was, implying that he drank too much. The Hunan twin Swiftblade burst into laughter at So's confusion. Song Wuhyun gripped So's head tightly. Song Wuhyun cheerfully introduced Juabe to So, while So struggled to get free. So, in disbelief, thought to himself that it was exactly 10 years ago. He recalled that 10 years ago, on the year of the dog, 9th day of the 9th month, something significant happened. Elsewhere, under the night sky, a figure stood before a traditional building. A man, seemingly dozing off, wondered why so many people were still around so late. A group of masked figures stood ready, their swords gleaming in the moonlight, prepared to greet the customers. Another man yawned, announcing his arrival. Inside a room, someone frantically searched for something, cursing the mess. A man questioned what the person was doing, implying they might not have money. Someone warned them to leave quickly if they didn't want to die. The two men continued their conversation, one chiding the other for acting cheekily. He warned that they would only get their act together after a few punches. Meanwhile, Wenhui found what he was looking for. It was the only belonging his mother had left him, So's short sword. He regretted losing it in his previous life. He thought he should have brought it along with him, no matter how rushed he was. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the area. So felt a sharp pain. He wondered what that was, thinking his eardrums were about to burst. Elsewhere, someone screamed for help. The man in blue wondered if that scream had come from outside. The other man thought so, adding that it was too loud to have come from inside. So knew this wasn't the time to be thinking about it. Seeing as how there were screams, it had already started. The man in red asked his brother who those people were and what they should do. The man in the red robe told him to stand aside. He was going to take a look. Suddenly, another scream rang out. So Wenhui realized it was the blood cult bastards. It was the 9th day of the 9th month. This was the day he was kidnapped by the blood cult. Nearby, some wondered if the attackers were from the Green Forest, but others identified them as members of the blood cult. They were told that there was no time, and they should run away if they wanted to live. Some wondered if they were really from the blood cult, and if they hadn't disappeared after losing to the Murim Alliance. One of the men told the others to go ask them if they were from the blood cult, stating he was running away and they could do whatever they wanted. Another man asked if they should run too. The first man stated that he didn't have time to look after them now, since they became martial masters after getting kidnapped. He decided to forget them, stating he just needed to survive in this inn. He then heard something and was confused. Young Master Asong began to think there was another person with him back then. Asong realized that So Wenhui was with them as well. Asong realized that Wenhui was the only one from the So clan that took his side. The sound of something breaking echoed. Asong thought of Wenhui as his real brother, and that he couldn't simply leave him behind as he snored in his sleep. Asong yelled for Wenhui to get up, claiming he wasn't sleeping. Asong's companion breathed a sigh of relief, admitting that the young master had startled him. Suddenly, the companion grabbed Asong, insisting they had to escape. Startled, Asong questioned what was happening. The companion urged Asong to run, explaining that the blood cult bastards had charged into this place, and he would fill him in later. Asong was shocked to hear that the blood cult was attacking, recalling that they had been defeated by the Murim Alliance. The companion told Asong to be quiet and just believe him. He explained that the village had been surrounded and that they would definitely get caught if they tried to exit over there. Asong asked if they should just go back to the room and hide in the wardrobe, but the companion dismissed that as an easy hiding spot. The companion realized that the blood cult wasn't here to find sacrifices. They were here to capture people like them. Suddenly, a scream echoed as someone was attacked. The companion knew that they would check obvious places like wardrobes. The blood cult members were already dragging people away. He knew that people would be caught instantly in wine vats. Asong wondered if they would die after getting caught like this. Asong's companion told him not to say something so ominous. The companion insisted that they needed to hide in a place the blood cult wouldn't think of looking. He continued, saying they needed a place people wouldn't hide even if they thought about it. The night was dark, with a few clouds in the sky. The companion asked if this was the place Asong had been talking about, and Asong confirmed that it was. Asong stated that no one would imagine anyone hiding in this place. They approached a dark opening in the ground. The injured swordsman protested, exclaiming that he couldn't hide in a shithole. The companion asked if they had a choice right now. The companion told the injured swordsman that he would let him hide in the only shithole there, so he should be thankful. The companion told the injured swordsman that if he liked it so much, he could go himself. The injured swordsman yelled at the companion to wait up and not push him. Asong thought that the blood cult bastards probably wouldn't think of searching this place. He had intended to hide himself here, but they didn't have a choice now. Asong realized he must find another place to hide before the blood cult bastards came. Asong seemed relieved, thinking he would live. Under the cover of night, a horse gallops away from a traditional building. Below, a makeshift platform extends over the water. Asong, concealed beneath the platform, thought the hiding place wasn't too bad. He reasoned that the blood cult would likely search for the horse first, rather than looking through the hay. However, he knew that a skilled martial artist could sense him through his chi. Just in case, Asong held onto his weapon. Suddenly, the sword spirit complained about being touched with wet hands and how dirty it was. Asong, still hidden, wondered what that sound was. The sword spirit demanded that Asong wipe his hands, questioning if he was looking down on a short sword that speaks. Asong wondered if the sword was possessed by a ghost. The sword spirit scoffed at the idea of being a ghost. The sword declared that it was So's short sword, left behind by his mother. The sword spirit was shocked that a human had replied to it. The sword spirit wondered if Asong could hear its voice and see its form, questioning what on earth was happening. The sword spirit's sudden outburst startled Asong, who wondered if he was hallucinating. He thought it must be a ghost, but the spirit called him a brat, frustrated that he couldn't hear or see her. She insisted that he could hear and see her, explaining that when swords connect with humans, they can read their minds. So Wonhui, nearby, clutched his head, overwhelmed. He exclaimed that he could really hear the sword spirit speaking and see her. Startled, Asong told So to wait a minute and keep quiet, wondering what was happening. So asked if Asong was acting this way because of that fellow. The sword spirit reassured Asong that he was probably the only one who could hear her. The sword spirit admitted that she had never spoken to a human before either. Annoyed, the hooded follower told him to stop talking, saying it was distracting him. His eyes narrowed behind his mask. The hooded follower paused, kneeling on the ground. He gripped his sword tightly. The hooded follower stood in front of a platform. The sword spirit wondered if Asong was going to stab the hooded follower if he found him. So considered what she was saying, putting aside whether he was strong enough. The hooded follower asked if they had the guts to do so, telling them to listen to their own heart. The hooded follower smirked, thinking that they were totally scared. The hooded follower's attack was swift and brutal, his blade aimed with deadly precision. The force of the blow reverberated through the air. The intensity of the moment was etched on his face. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, the battle was about to begin. The clash echoed through the night as the attack landed. The force of the impact sent shock waves rippling outwards. A pained cry pierced the air. Despite the pain, So questioned if he was scared, but quickly dismissed the thought, declaring he was excited. So vowed to do whatever it takes to survive. The sword spirit, impressed, thought that So Wonhui's swordsmanship was pretty good. The corpse of the man So killed lay in a pile of hay. He had thought So was just an idiot since he drank with the Song brothers every day, but now he was seeing him in a different light. Annoyed, So Wonhui asked where she had learned to do something like that, telling her to keep quiet because she was distracting him. The sword spirit scoffed, saying she was just trying to make conversation. So sighed, deciding he would ignore her for now, even though he could hear her. The situation had become a lot worse. So continued to hide the body. He knew that the group members of the guy that he killed would soon come here. So knew that while he had already hidden the corpse, it was only a matter of time till they found it. He realized that if he got caught in a situation like that, he would be killed right away without any hesitation. He knew he needed to finish up hiding him and get out of here. So heard the sword spirit call out to him. The sword spirit asked what it was again, requesting that So please leave her alone so she could do what was needed. She thought to herself that she wanted to do that too. But there was a blood cult warrior. Behind him, the sword spirit spoke, letting So Wonhui know she was there. She asked if she was interrupting, but told him to ignore her and continue. So Wonhui ignored her. The blood cult warrior stood on the roof. The sword spirit continued to pester So, asking if he was going to stop. So wondered how long the warrior had been standing there. The sword spirit continued to pester him. More importantly, So noticed the warrior's waistband. It was brown, meaning he was an intermediate grade warrior. So realized he should have moved faster. He knew he had no chance against an intermediate grade warrior right now. The sword spirit asked if he was going to fight and offered to help, but So told her to not distract him. So thought to himself that she sure made things tough. So Wonhui moved. While it didn't look like he knew martial arts, it was pretty. The masked warrior complimented So Wonhui on defeating a basic grade warrior through an ambush. He mused that So was probably around basic intermediate grade. The masked warrior then offered to let So live if he surrendered. Meanwhile, So decided to provoke him. The masked warrior considered that if So wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have mentioned something like him being a basic intermediate grade. He also thought that So wanted to capture him, but was scared he might get killed like the guy over there if they fought. The sword spirit asked So if he was crazy and why he would provoke him. So responded that he had something in mind. The masked warrior thought that So wanted to appear like he's an arrogant brat, so that he'll get him to drop his guard. So laughed, remarking that the masked warrior was a gutsy one. The masked warrior readied his sword. So stated that it'd be a pity to kill him, since he's pretty smart too. The masked warrior realized that So was more cautious than he thought. So observed that the masked warrior seemed like he wanted to avoid fighting no matter what. So asked if they should see if he's as capable as his mouth. The masked warrior prepared to attack. So Wonhui acknowledged his limitations, admitting he might be a third-rate martial artist with a destroyed dantian. Meanwhile, the hooded leader stood his ground, his sword at the ready. The masked warrior gripped his blade tightly. He pressed his attack, attempting to overwhelm So Wonhui. So noted that the masked warrior seemed to have good eyes, but his reflexes were slow. The hooded leader continued his advance. He offered So an ultimatum. He would turn a blind eye to So killing the basic grade warrior if So followed him quietly. The hooded leader also admitted that So's attack from before was still pretty sharp. The hooded leader gripped his sword's hilt. So Wonhui refused, declaring he didn't stand chance. He thought to himself that his plan had worked. The hooded leader, surprised, cursed So, realizing that So had stabbed him at close range, yet he still managed to dodge it. The hooded leader called So a brat. The two warriors clashed. So grunted as he was struck. He was sent flying. The force of the blow sent So Wonhui hurtling through the air. As he fell, So realized he had been too optimistic, not expecting the hooded leader to dodge at such a distance. Despite the setback, Wonhui steeled himself. He knew he had no choice but to fight. Suddenly, the sword spirit appeared, offering her aid, insisting that Wonhui couldn't win without her. He wondered what he could possibly do in this situation. The sword spirit questioned his stubbornness, asking what he intended to do now. The hooded leader observed that while the cut he sustained wasn't deep, it would hinder his use of his left eye, so he would continue to target that side. Cursing, the hooded leader lamented that he wanted to kill him right then and there. The mysterious subordinate, holding a talisman, remarked that the brat looked like he was rushing to his death. He had intended to teach him a small lesson and bring him back to the cult. But he had changed his mind. He vowed to rip him into a million shreds. The hooded leader prepared to strike. So Wonhui realized what was happening. The hooded leader unleashed the blood cult's basic sword technique, the evil blood sword technique. The speed of the hooded leader's attack was overwhelming. So Wonhui realized he couldn't read the hooded leader's attacks. He cursed, realizing that the hooded leader's attacks were intentionally avoiding fatal areas. The hooded leader asked if So Wonhui understood what he had just done, intending to toy with him until he was content before killing him. The hooded leader declared that it was too late for regrets. The hooded leader pressed his attack. He declared that So Wonhui would surely die today. So Wonhui was struck by the hooded leader's attack. So Wonhui wondered if the hooded leader was putting in feints while fighting someone like him. He questioned what he should do, wondering if he should just attack blindly. The sword spirit instructed him to stab from the front. So Wonhui followed the sword spirit's advice. The hooded leader was surprised. The clash between the two warriors sent shockwaves through the forest. So Wonhui was shocked, wondering if he had just blocked that attack. The sword spirit expressed her disbelief that So Wonhui had managed to block the attack, adding that he would have died if she hadn't helped. The sword spirit questioned if that was So's voice from just now and if he was able to see the attack. So Wonhui confidently confirmed that he had seen the attack. The sword spirit remarked that the attacks of a third-rate weakling like the hooded leader were obvious. She then asked So what he wanted to do now, wondering if he should just keep quiet. So apologized for ignoring the sword spirit twice. The sword spirit admitted that she had been really patient, stating that she couldn't have let the first rare species that could talk to her after 47 years of her life just die. So asked if the sword spirit could read the hooded leader's attacks and if she had a way of attacking him. He admitted that he was thinking about it, but it was hard for him to deal with the hooded leader in his current state. So realized that the hooded leader had experienced a counterattack from him once before. So thought that the hooded leader probably wouldn't come close enough for him to attack again with the short sword. The sword spirit observed that the hooded leader had a really cautious personality, but if they could get him to act rashly, then they would have a chance. Meanwhile, a masked figure stood silently in the night. The masked figure wondered what had happened back there. The figure refused to believe that So Wonhui had seen through his sword technique. The masked figure reasoned that So probably just got lucky, as there was no way a weakling like him would be able to see it. The hooded leader declared that he would make sure to kill So Wonhui this time. Meanwhile, the sword spirit suggested that they should get started by blocking his attacks and dragging out the fight. So Wonhui affirmed that he was prepared and just needed the sword spirit to tell him where his sword was going. The hooded leader unleashed a flurry of attacks. The sword spirit called out that the next attack would target his right shoulder. So Wonhui managed to block the incoming strikes. The hooded leader was shocked that So Wonhui had blocked all of his attacks. The hooded leader noticed that he was bleeding, and the sword spirit advised So Wonhui that if he went into the enemy's blind spot, he would start to feel rushed. The sword spirit explained that counterattacks launched in his blind spot would be accurate and faster. She added that he would definitely slash horizontally, and that So Wonhui should enter one step slower. The hooded leader cursed, calling So Wonhui a rat bastard. So Wonhui prepared to strike. So Wonhui thought to himself that he had to act right now. So Wonhui moved to strike. The hooded leader thought that was what he would say, while surprised. The hooded leader descended rapidly, his sword aimed at So Wonhui. The force of the hooded leader's descent stirred the water below. So Wonhui grimaced, feeling the strain of the impending impact. Above, a masked follower plummeted towards the fray. So coughed, staggering under the force of the hooded leader's attack. The hooded leader mocked him, questioning if his arm had broken. He continued his taunt, stating that while So was smart to try and use his blind spot, he was still just a third-rate martial artist. The masked follower descended, yelling at So to go to hell. The force of the impact sent ripples through the water. So struggled to maintain his grip on his sword. The hooded leader pressed his attack, his sword a blur of motion. So was sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The hooded leader's eyes widened in disbelief. He denied something, his expression one of shock. The hooded leader was struck by an unseen force. With a fierce cry, the attacker lunged forward, his fist crackling with energy. The force of the blow ripped through the air. So Wonhui was sent flying, blood spraying from the impact. A voice called out, asking if he was all right and if he could get up. So lay prone on the ground, his sword beside him. So responded that he was all right, as the sword spirit recalled the impressive acting and how it wouldn't have worked if he had fought more cautiously. The sword spirit complimented So on the last part, how he sprang out, turned, and slashed his neck, but So corrected her, saying it was only possible because she helped and thanked So's short sword. The sword spirit seemed flustered, stammering that she was indeed So's short sword. So asked why she was so flustered. She denied being flustered, claiming she was just a little surprised, and told So that if he was that thankful to her, then he should wipe the blood off the sword properly. The sword spirit insisted that she was not angry, and that So should clean off the rust too, as he had been too negligent in taking care of his mother's keepsake. Suddenly, the sword spirit shouted at So Wonhui to lower his head. Another attack was incoming. So was struck again, sending him crashing to the ground. The masked leader raises his fist into the air, seemingly commanding the battlefield. An explosion erupts, shaking the ground. The leader's expression hardens as he realizes some of his forces are missing. He questions how they could lose to a young kid. The scene shifts to Wonhui, his face bloodied and bruised. He lies on the ground, defeated. The hooded figures declared that all must submit to the blood demon, so that blood may rule the world. So Wonhui kneeled before them. The hooded leader approached. So thought to himself that he had survived until now, but he was still headed helplessly to the blood cult again. The hooded leader loomed over So, offering to grant him one wish. The leader stated that it was fate for them to find a descendant of their cult. The hooded leader welcomed him. So was surprised by this turn of events. So wondered if the leader was testing him to see how he would reply. He realized that since it was hard for him to determine the leader's intentions, he would have to answer carefully. So stated that in that case, he would like to take back the short sword, as it was his mother's keepsake for him. The hooded follower questioned what the fourth Bloodstar had done with the short sword. The hooded follower firmly states that he will not repeat himself. Meanwhile, the hooded leader is presented with a sheathed sword. The hooded leader unsheathes the blade, observing that while it is old, it is a good short sword. He believes that it needs to pay the price for spilling the blood of their members. The hooded leader hopes that So will be more careful the next time he wields this sword. The sword is thrown. The sword lands near the injured swordsman. The injured swordsman is shocked by the force behind the throw, even though the hooded leader simply threw the sword with his fingers. He thinks to himself that the hooded leader is horrifyingly strong and probably did it to warn him. The injured swordsman remains on his knees. The hooded follower tells him to get up, asking how long he intends to sit there. The injured swordsman replies that he will pick up the sword quickly, relieved to be lucky enough to get back the short sword. So short sword is already reacting. The sword spirit is upset about her hair and demands to know what will be done about it, but is told to calm down as she will be fixed up at a blacksmith later on. The injured swordsman thinks that if only he could move by himself, he would shave that jerk's head bald, to which the spirit guide replies that he would love to see that too. The spirit guide, floating beside So Wonhui, heard him ask if he was really from the blood cult, and wondered why she hadn't known that. So explained that what he said wasn't exactly a lie, but it wasn't exactly true either, adding that he thought it was all right for him to tell her the whole truth. The sword spirit, visibly surprised, asked what was happening. So asked why she was suddenly being so serious, and if she would believe him if he told her that he came back from 10 years in the future. The sword spirit wondered if he had a screw loose. Meanwhile, the hooded leader instructed someone to go to Yulong County and investigate So Wonhui's maternal side. The hooded leader emphasized the importance of the order. The mysterious subordinate acknowledged the order. The hooded follower asked if the mysterious subordinate felt it too. The mysterious subordinate stated that it didn't matter if what So Wonhui said was true or not. The mysterious subordinate observed that So Wonhui was observing all of his movements. The mysterious subordinate noted that So Wonhui was trying to find out what his intentions were, as if he was a trained spy, adding that no matter which side he was on, he knew too much about the blood cult, and that they should make sure to pay attention to him. So Wonhui stood among the group. So Wonhui's sword spirit began to summarize what she understood of his past. She stated that he had lived as a blood cult spy for 10 years, and then woke up in the present after being unfairly killed. The sword spirit continued, noting that not only did he return to 10 years ago, but he was able to speak with her after coming back. Because of this, she realized that he was not as foolish as the So Wonhui she once knew. She then asked if he was truly from the blood cult, and he thought to himself that she considered him stupid. The sword spirit remarked that he was unlucky after going through all of that. She added that he had finally managed to return 10 years ago, only to end up being kidnapped by the blood cult again. She then questioned if it would have been easier if he had just abandoned Asong. So Wonhui stated that he could not do that. He thought back to Asong, remembering that he was the only one who had treated him like a human in his previous life. He recalled Asong's smiling face and remembered that in his previous life, Asong had lost his life while protecting him. So Wonhui reflected that while he was in the blood cult, he always felt indebted to Asong, and that he simply repaid that debt today. He resolved that it was all in the past, and that he needed to worry about his own life now. The sword spirit remarked that he was still being a pushover despite having been used for 10 years. The sword spirit stated that he now knew all the misfortunes that would befall him, and that he could avoid them. She wondered if he could also turn them into something that would benefit him. So considered the spirit's words. That was true. So wondered why he would try to simply survive when he had 10 years worth of information. Meanwhile, the sword spirit chided him, saying he couldn't keep living like a loser. She told him to lower his voice, lest people think he was talking to himself, admitting she got a little too excited in the moment. So realized there would be tons of opportunities from now on. He thought he might actually be able to learn martial arts again. The sword spirit questioned how someone with a destroyed dantian could learn martial arts, but then dismissed the thought, since the information wasn't certain. She said that even if it was correct, it was something that would happen much later, so they should ignore it for now, complaining that it was so boring. So looked at her, listening intently. She asked if he knew that if he was able to accumulate internal energy again, did he want her to teach him martial arts? The sword spirit exclaimed that it would be her, explaining that it was a short sword technique that only her former master knew how to use, and she was probably the only one who knew it now. So wondered if she wanted him to learn martial arts from a sword. He told her it was all right, and no such thing would happen. The sword spirit retorted, asking if he hadn't heard of the proverb that goes, "The sparrow nearest school sings the primer," adding that she probably knew way more than he did. The sword spirit began to explain how things would be done from now on. So Wonhui acknowledged that he heard her. Suddenly, blue flames erupted around So Wonhui. Confused, So wondered what was happening and where the blue flames were coming from. He found himself standing in a vast expanse of stars. So questioned where he was and what was going on. He looked around, trying to understand his surroundings. The sword spirit's voice echoed, stating that now that he had obtained a sword mind, his future would be opened. So realized that it was the sword spirit's voice. That's when he noticed the sword spirit. Suddenly, So gasped, unsure of what was happening to him. He gasped again as the blue flames intensified. So found himself back in the room, wondering what had just happened, but more importantly, where he was. The sword spirit scolded So, asking where his mind had wandered off to, complaining that she had put so much effort into telling him the steps. The sword spirit asked So if he could see what was happening. She pointed towards something, urging a closer look and asking what was there. The sword spirit noted that there were dots that seemed to form the Big Dipper on the back of someone's hand. Dismissing the notion of the Big Dipper, she retorted that all she saw was a useless hand, and then questioned if he had fallen asleep while she was teaching him martial arts. Someone, seemingly frustrated, declared they wouldn't say anything more and not to look for them until they arrived. So Wonhui apologized, asking if the other person would be all right, and noted that it would take 15 days before they arrived. Someone, claiming to be tired, relented, saying, all right. So Wonhui wondered what that was just now, and questioned if he was the only one who could see it. A hand glowed with an ethereal blue light. He was pretty sure it was related to the Sword Immortal's secret records, seeing as how they were the same blue flames he saw before he returned back to the past. In the distance, a caravan of horse-drawn carriages made its way through a rugged landscape. Inside one of the carriages, So Wonhui lay sprawled, muttering to himself about his sword not manifesting. He wondered how to make it appear again. Suddenly, So's eyes snapped open. He realized the carriage had stopped. With a forceful shove, So pushed open the carriage door. A voice barked out, demanding that the brats wake up. The speaker loomed over the carriages, questioning how long they intended to enjoy their lives. The voice continued, ordering them to get on their feet and exit the carriages, warning that any funny business would be met with immediate death. So's eyes widened as he took in the scene. Another voice urged them to move faster, expressing annoyance. From above, the scene revealed a large gathering of people in carriages, with orders being shouted to gather at the front. Sword Spirit 1 yawned, commenting on the noise and questioning their location, so realized they were in Six Blood Valley. It was revealed that Six Blood Valley was one of the blood cult's bases, a place where they trained and educated kidnapped children to become blood cult warriors. The narration continued, stating that all of these kids were kidnapped. It was revealed that the man standing on the platform was Gu Sangwung, the overseer of training within the Six Blood Valley and the Destruction Blood Squad captain. Among the crowd of kidnapped children, one was addressed as Yulong County's good-for-nothing. The speaker was surprised to hear a familiar voice. The voice belonged to a man who remarked that the other had still been caught in the end. The man was revealed to be Song Juabake, accompanied by Song Wuhyun. So when we thought they had gotten away, as he hadn't seen them. So was, however, glad to see someone familiar. Juabake noticed that So wasn't tied up and questioned why. So responded that it was a little complicated, prompting Juabake to ask for an explanation. Suddenly, a voice boomed, demanding everyone stop talking and pay attention. The speaker asked if they could see the platform behind him. He declared that he would count to 5, starting now. Someone suggested they run over there, reasoning that if they wanted them to run, they should at least untie them. The speaker questioned who would do that in such a situation. So wondered aloud what they were doing and if they were really going to run. The man in the blue robe declared that they must follow his lead if they wished to survive. Suddenly, Song Jwabaek's voice echoed, calling out to So Wonhui. The shout was followed by the sight of Song Jwabaek leaping down from above, his descent a blur of motion. One of the men demanded to know what was happening. The friendly young man questioned the situation with a serious tone, urging for an explanation. The masked figure watched intently. Panic began to spread among the group, with one suggesting they flee. Screams erupted as chaos unfolded. A woman screamed in terror. The sounds of battle intensified. Someone shouted for their brother to look behind him. A figure was knocked to the ground. Someone cursed at the unfolding madness. The man in the blue robe realized that this was happening again. Another man exclaimed that events were unfolding as Wonhui had predicted, urging Song Woo-hyun to follow his lead. As the chaos subsided, some of the men agreed that they needed to follow Wonhui no matter what. The group continued to move forward. The hooded follower 1 seemed surprised by the sight of the kneeling crowd. He remarked that this had never happened before. The crowd remained kneeling. One of the masked men expressed disbelief that some knew to kneel even before being taught. He guessed that this was the kid that Captain O reported. The group continued to kneel before the hooded leader 1. The sword spirit 1 observed that Wonhui was acting without instructions, like a full-fledged blood cult member. She recalled that someone had reported that he insisted he was a descendant who had inherited the blood of their cult member. Wonhui thought that, as a descendant, he ought to do this much to avoid any suspicions. He knew that if he didn't, they'd probably beat him up and use him as an example to show the rest. The sword spirit 1 remarked that this was definitely not good. The hooded leader 1 addressed the crowd. He told them to be glad, for they had all been chosen. The hooded leader 1 declared that the will of the great blood demon had led them. The crowd reacted in shock, questioning if this was the blood cult. One man shouted for them to stop bullshitting, questioning how this was being chosen when all they did was kill and kidnap people. The sword spirit 1 noted that the man was right, wondering if it was okay for him to act like that. Another man responded that, of course, he'd be made an example of. She seemed taken aback by the implications of the hooded leader 1's words, questioning if he meant that someone had been made an example of. The hooded follower 1 confirmed her suspicions. The hooded follower 1 continued, explaining that the others might not have seen what happened because they were running earlier. He warned that if the Murim Alliance knew of their actions, they would all be in danger. The hooded leader 1 declared that the blood cult had no qualms about killing weaklings. The sword spirit 1 expressed her shock at the ruthlessness of the blood cult, realizing that they would kill those they had gone to great lengths to bring there. She understood that they instilled fear and enforced loyalty, finding it quite effective. The hooded follower 1 urged the crowd to speak like the hooded leader 1 if they wanted to become like him. The sword spirit 1 wondered how So Wonhui had survived this in his previous life. So admitted that he wasn't proud of it, but he had submitted to them like a dog and survived for 10 years. The hooded leader 1 announced that they would now begin the cult admission ceremony. The hooded follower 1 stated that they would begin, then paused. The hooded follower 1 pointed to someone in the front of the crowd. The hooded follower 1 asked if they knew what was inside the box, revealing that it contained the blood parasite. The man who was pointed out confirmed that it was the blood parasite. The hooded follower 1 instructed the man to explain what a blood parasite was to his comrades behind him. The man began to explain about the blood parasite. He described the blood parasite as a type of poisonous insect that would take its spot deep within one's chest and ensure that new cult members wouldn't waver in their loyalty to the cult. One of the hooded followers explained that they must eat the blood cult's life pill every 24 hours. So Wonhui looked on in shock. He wondered how they knew all of this. The hooded leader stated that was perfect. Nearby, the friendly young man was shocked to learn that So was a descendant and that he was the blood. Sword Spirit teased So, saying that he was caught and that he was really a blood cult spy in his previous life. So told her to stop teasing him, admitting that he honestly didn't know how he was going to deal with this situation. The hooded leader announced that he had an offer. He would give them the chance to show their loyalty to their cult and prove that they were a descendant of their cult. So realized that he had no way to avoid consuming it. He never thought they'd pay so much attention to him, unlike his previous life. So knew there was nothing much he could do now, and that he must survive even if it meant he had to swallow the blood parasite. The hooded leader held out his hand, offering the blood parasite. The mysterious subordinate was grateful that he'd be given that honor first. The hooded follower thought that Captain Gu Sangwon had taken a liking to that brat. He added that it's not like that kid's confirmed to be a true blood cult member yet, but they'll soon know the results. So Wonhui was told to wait. Meanwhile, a hooded follower declared that all should submit to the blood demon, hoping that blood would rule the world, and thanking the hooded leader for the chance. It was indeed a spirit befitting of a descendant that inherited their cult's blood. The hooded follower asked if everyone had seen what they needed to do. The hooded leader announced that, starting from the front, each of them would come up and receive the blood parasite. The spirit guide noted that So Wonhui had lived for 10 years with that blood parasite in his chest in his previous life, which So found disgusting. So stated that he was back to that disgusting feeling in just 15 days. Suddenly, So exclaimed that something was wrong. So's chest hurt so much and felt hot, as if everything was on fire. The spirit guide asked what was happening to So's chest, but So didn't know. While the pain felt different, So realized that the location was definitely where the blood parasite was. So wondered why the blood parasite would rampage without a reason. Captain Gu Sangwon wondered if that fellow had done something. Something suddenly happened. The hooded leader asked what the problem was as So collapsed. Captain Gu Sangwon thought that for someone who said that he was a descendant of their cult, to be in so much pain from receiving the blood parasite in such a sacred ceremony was amusing. So Wenhui, covered in blood, curses his opponent. He then wonders what the man did to the blood parasite inside him. The fight continued. The clash of their weapons echoed through the area. The swordsman grunted as he was struck. The masked figure declared that the swordsman must have a death wish, questioning if his grandfather served under his father. The swordsman's face contorted in pain. He recalled training in the Blood Wolf squad from the bottom and remembering the names of all the warriors who served under his father. The sword spirit exclaimed that he got caught right away, demanding that he pull her out now and questioning if he could do this alone. The swordsman thought to himself that if he pulled her out now, the situation would only worsen, resolving to talk to the hooded leader first. Below, the swordsman braced himself. He moved to strike. The swordsman grinned as he unleashed a powerful blow. He felt like his back was going to break, wondering how anyone could be so fast. He resolved that if he couldn't get him to talk to him, then the swordsman struck the hooded follower. The swordsman cursed under his breath, realizing he couldn't hold on for much longer. The force of the blow sent him crashing into the cavern wall. Wenhui's head snapped back from the impact. He heard a voice urging him to wake up, but he was losing consciousness. He realized that his ruthless personality was still the same. Sodom called out to Wenhui, asking if he was all right. Wenhui assured Sodom that he was okay, stating that the kick didn't have a lot of strength behind it. Sodom urged Wenhui to look forward and pull himself together, warning him that the enemy was coming. Wenhui felt dizzy and his vision blurred. Sodom asked him what he had said. Sodom cursed. She told Wenhui that she thought he had hit the back of his head and instructed him to defend by moving according to her instructions. Sodom warned of a horizontal slash coming from the right side of his neck. She commanded him to act now. Wenhui moved to defend himself. The attack came. The blade struck. A figure looms over Wenhui, their intentions unclear. Recovering from the blow, Wenhui cursed, realizing he almost died and thanking Sodom for the assistance. He noticed his sword had flown far away. The impact of the blow continues to resonate. Wenhui cries out in pain. The force of the attack sends him sprawling. Nearby, the hooded follower watches Wenhui struggle. The hooded follower considered the situation, relieved that he was being considered for interrogation, seeing it as an opportunity. He then questioned if the captain wanted to find his younger sister. The captain, surprised by this revelation, acknowledged that the hooded follower had dug up a lot of information about him. Wenhui, still struggling, heard the captain say that it seemed he didn't know that his sister had died. The captain then declared that no Sewa was alive. The captain continued, revealing that on the day Wenhui's father was murdered, she was kidnapped. He questioned why her body was the only one that got burned. The captain revealed that the corpse was a fake and that she was still alive. The captain offered to make a deal if Wenhui wanted to hear more about it. The scene shifts to a wider view of the cavern. The hooded follower stood over Wenhui, his massive sword planted in the ground. The hooded follower scoffed, surprised that Wenhui would even know No Sewa's name. The masked man gripped his sword tightly. Wenhui realized that the hooded follower wasn't bluffing. The force of the blow sent Wenhui crashing to the ground. Despite his injuries, Wenhui agreed to listen to what the hooded follower had to say. The hooded follower stated that he would decide whether to make a deal after Wenhui had listened to him. The hooded follower revealed that the Flower Moon Merchant Association was involved. Elsewhere, a man stood before a stone monument, also questioning the Flower Moon Merchant Association. The man realized that the Flower Moon Merchant Association belonged to the solitary blood saint, and that the person behind his father's death was connected. Back in the cave, Wenhui realized the truth of the hooded follower's words. The hooded follower confirmed that the person who wanted to ignite Wenhui's desire for revenge and control the Blood Wolf squad was the solitary blood saint. The solitary blood saint, Zhang Riyong, was revealed. The man from before found it ridiculous that Zhang Riyong was behind his father's death. He demanded to know if the hooded follower had seen it himself. The hooded follower confirmed that they were the ones who confirmed the sword wounds on his father's body and recovered it, as well as being part of the Flower Moon Merchant Association. The hooded follower watched as So Wenhui struggled to stand. He realized that the man was wavering and that he needed to do one more thing to secure his loyalty. He revealed that Wenhui's sister was at the Flower Moon Merchant Association's Zhujiang's Jinhai County branch. The hooded follower suggested that since people would be able to confirm this information, Wenhui should send people he trusted to do so. Weakly, So asked who the masked man was. The hooded follower pressed him, asking if their deal was still on. So requested that the hooded follower help him when he needed it next time, if what he said was true. The hooded follower stated that he had already swallowed the blood parasite, so why would he lie? He vowed to personally cut So's head off himself, no matter where he was. The hooded follower hoped that So would find his sister quickly, but admitted that he still didn't completely trust So Wonhui. So remained kneeling on the ground. The hooded follower stated that if what So had said was true, he would treat him as his benefactor for life. So thanked him, saying that he was truly just as magnanimous as he'd heard. He thought that this was why he was able to trust and follow him in his previous life. So narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself. So looked down at his hand. He noticed that he was holding a middle-rank plaque. The hooded follower remarked that So deserved the plaque if he managed to block his attacks twice. So realized that this wasn't. The hooded follower reminded So Wonhui that he was only cooperating because of their deal and questioned if he had heard about his personality from his grandfather. So asked if the hooded follower would believe him if he said yes. The hooded follower considered that he could play along. The hooded follower admitted he didn't know if So was smart or just stupid. The mysterious subordinate pointed out that So had never even mentioned his grandfather's name. The hooded follower agreed, noting that when he had pushed So for answers, he had simply spilled everything. So realized that the hooded follower was right and conceded that he had been caught. The mysterious subordinate admitted he didn't know what So was planning. The hooded follower stated that he would trust So Wonhui this once. So breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he thought he would be in deep trouble the moment he got flung away. So thought to himself that he had gotten really lucky. So continued walking. The mysterious subordinate remarked on what a strange fellow So was. The hooded follower observed that So seemed very mature, seeing as how he was able to keep his calm even in that situation, and that his movement just now was. Even if So Wonhui was struck, he managed to block the attack. The hooded leader noted that So had blocked his first attack, and even blocked his second attack with his eyes closed. The hooded leader observed that So's movements were a little slower than they should be if he was tracking his presence. The hooded leader struggled to articulate what he was sensing, admitting it sounded ridiculous, but it was as if. Meanwhile, So Wonhui was receiving assistance from an unseen force. The mysterious subordinate thought it was a crazy idea, wondering if he had met So before, but strangely, he didn't dislike him. A voice commanded them to move quickly. The hooded follower instructed the others to line up according to their rank plaques. The hooded follower told those with the middle rank plaque to come with him. One of the warriors was shocked, unable to believe that someone like So Wonhui had a middle rank plaque. Another warrior questioned how So got the middle rank plaque, warning him not to mess with him. In the distance, a group of martial artists made their way along a mountain path. The air crackled with unseen energy as the group continued their journey. Song Juabek, however, was struggling to understand something. He voiced his confusion, questioning how someone like So Wonhui, who lacked an energy core, could receive an intermediate rank plaque. Juabek's frustration was evident. Juabek demanded to know if Wonhui had received special privileges due to his connection to the blood cult. Juabek vowed to defeat him in the next test. So found Juabek's competitiveness bothersome, noting that he felt like he was being attacked from all sides. Sword Spirit 1 questioned if the attacks were coming from all sides. Sword Spirit 1 remarked that Captain was also present, and that Wonhui had emerged unscathed even after meeting No Sangu. The hooded leader observed that Wonhui should be clean, but something still felt off about him. The hooded follower 1 speculated that Juabek was angry because he lost the excuse to pick on So, thanks to the Blood Wolf Squad captain guaranteeing his identity. He also noted that So was definitely a descendant of their cult, though he found it hard to believe. Sword Spirit 1 mocked Juabek, saying that he gave it to him good, like his fart, and told him to stop with the fart already. So Wonhui, looking annoyed, questioned what they were doing. He wondered what he should do next, deciding that he needed to find an opportunity to fix his energy core. The spirit guide questioned his plan to fix his energy core. The spirit guide asked how he intended to do that, considering how difficult it was to fix an energy core. So Wonhui responded that he had his ways. The spirit guide wondered if the divine physician could help. The spirit guide asked about the all-healing divine physician, noting that he was known for being able to cure everything. The divine physician would heal him, but only if he paid the price. Based on what he had heard, the divine physician had also healed a broken energy core before. 10 days later, the all-healing divine physician would be coming to Six Blood Valley. The spirit guide told So that he just needed to pay the price and get cured, but then asked if he hadn't left all his money at the inn. The spirit guide stated that So was all he had. The spirit guide accused So of intending to sell him for the healing fee, calling him an ungrateful bastard. So denied the accusation, asking what the spirit guide was talking about. The spirit guide wondered if he needed to do as So did. So stated that he was going to find a herb and use that as the fee. The spirit guide asked about a herb. So explained that 10 days later, the all-healing divine physician would ask for a certain herb, and he knew the location since he was a regressor. The spirit guide realized that So was really good and had already planned it all out. Nearby, a man lay dead on the ground. In the distance, the hooded leader and his followers approached the scene of the carnage. He ordered his group to stop and wait a minute. One of the hooded followers expressed his shock at what had happened there. Another one of the hooded followers demanded to know who was responsible. The hooded leader was surprised by the scene. The hooded follower in the tiger pelt declared that everyone was useless. He then demanded to know who was behind them. The hooded follower glared in the direction of the newcomers. The hooded leader chuckled, noting that new bastards had arrived. The hooded follower in the tiger pelt charged forward. The hooded leader turned to face the newcomers. The hooded follower in the tiger pelt readied his fist. The hooded follower in the tiger pelt told them that they were in his way and to get lost. The hooded follower in the tiger pelt launched his attack. The hooded follower in the tiger pelt roared as he leaped into the air, his attack aimed at the newcomers. But before his strike could land, a figure moved with blinding speed. The figure struck, the force of the blow echoing through the air. One of the onlookers was stunned. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The hooded follower had been defeated with a single strike. The friendly young man found the outcome ridiculous. The mysterious subordinate realized that if the captain, a first-rate martial master, was taken down in one hit, the commander wouldn't be a match either. The friendly young man admitted that he hadn't heard about such a powerful martial master in his previous life. The hooded follower in the tiger pelt felt incredible pressure and wondered who his attacker was. The mysterious subordinate told the others to stand down, confirming that the captain was not dead. The hooded follower in the tiger pelt was struck down. All that the attacker did was clap his hands. The friendly young man was shocked by the wind pressure created by the clapping. He was stunned by the force. The friendly young man cried out in pain. The friendly young man's cry of pain echoes across the battlefield as the defeated hooded follower in the tiger pelt lies prone on the steps. Meanwhile, the commander with short, dark hair remains unseen, but he is clearly unimpressed. The commander scratches his beard, seemingly unconcerned by the turn of events. Elsewhere, So Wenhui is being called out to by Sword Spirit One, but he can't hear her. His ears are ringing, and he feels as though they have been torn. The ringing intensifies, and So feels dizzy and nauseous. He is confused by what is happening to him. Suddenly, So feels a hot energy in his chest. Sword Spirit One explains that the feeling is not within his chest, but that it happened with the blood parasite just now. So realizes that the ringing in his ears has stopped, and his wounds have recovered. So, now recovered, shouts for his enemies to bring it on. The injured swordsman One, still on the ground, tells So that if they're going to kill them, then they should try it, and that he will not let them lay a single finger on his younger brother. The commander with short, dark hair stands over the injured swordsman One. The injured swordsman One lies prone on the ground. Song Juabake and Song Wuhyun are breathing heavily. The commander wonders if the hooded follower in the tiger pelt endured the clap just now, and that it would have been better if he had just stayed down. The commander chuckles, stating that the hooded follower in the tiger pelt can pass. The force of the attack sends the hooded figure flying backwards. The hooded figure crashes to the ground, defeated. Around him, other bodies litter the courtyard. One of the fighters cries out for their brother. So Wenhui, still recovering, is asked by the Sword Spirit One if he can move. He replies that if he stays any longer, he doesn't know what will become of him. So realizes there is another enemy approaching. He turns to face the new threat. The hooded follower One lunges towards So. The hooded follower One attempts a kick. So prepares to defend himself. His expression is one of intense focus. A voice calls out for Captain O. The voice urges Captain O to open his eyes. Captain O lies on the ground, seemingly defeated. Another figure addresses Commander Gu Sangwon. The figure explains that they came to look for Captain O because he didn't appear at the designated time. The commander's men were in disarray, trying to make sense of the recent events. One of the masked men apologized, explaining that a barbarian had appeared. The masked man admitted that the barbarian was strong enough to defeat Captain O in a single blow. The subordinate described the barbarian as having scruffy hair, a large build, and wearing a tiger skin as a top. The commander listened intently. The masked man confirmed that the barbarian was indeed wearing tiger skin. The commander's subordinate affirmed the description. Another one of the men suggested that this was the same person who had attacked them and kidnapped the children. The commander asked if they knew Elder Hei Action of the Four Supremes. The masked man seemed surprised to hear the name Hei Action, adding that Captain O might not have known him since he was on a dispatch mission. The landscape loomed in the background. The masked man continued, explaining that Hei Action had been staying near the Sixth Blood Valley until recently and that he was one of the four absolute beings. A depiction of the four supremes of the blood cult was shown. It was said that among the four, Hei Action had the most eccentric personality. A close-up of Hei Action's face revealed his menacing gaze. A hand presents a short sword, inquiring if anyone was looking for it. Meanwhile, So Wenhui expressed his surprise that a new cadet would possess such a weapon, even one that appeared worn. Elsewhere, Hei Action chuckled, finding it hard to believe that a mere brat with a destroyed energy core could withstand his attack. Back in the room, an unknown figure declared that So was the first to awaken. The mysterious figure grinned, remarking that things were about to become very interesting. The hulking elder Hei Action began to lecture So Wenhui, asking if he knew what an essence was. As the elder spoke, So listened intently. Hey Action explained that understanding essence was something one learned the moment they began learning martial arts. He continued, stating that essence was required for all martial arts and was also known as the energy core. The elder elaborated that essence was known as internal energy when it was accumulated within one's energy core. Hey Action then posed a question, wondering what's so new about his energy core. So Wonhui wondered why the elder was saying things that all martial artists knew. Hey Action continued, explaining that what remained were two things, energy and the physical body. So began to feel uneasy, not liking where this conversation was going. The elder scoffed, saying that So had only learned some half-assed stuff and that origin energy wasn't wrong. Hey Action stated that the real name of the thing sitting right in the center of one's chest was something else. The elder continued, explaining that the innate core energy was something one was born with and couldn't be accumulated. Hey Action stated that it was said to have twice the power of the internal energy that's accumulated via one's energy core. The elder concluded by saying that, in that sense, So was lucky. Hey Action had told So Wonhui that he was lucky because the words written in the area would teach him how to control his innate core energy. The sword spirit exclaimed that So had struck the jackpot. She added that with this, he would be able to learn martial arts too. The spirit guide sighed, questioning why So didn't look happy and asking if he intended to waste such a precious opportunity. He reminded So that innate core energy was a vital energy that equated to one's life. The guide explained that there was only one situation when a martial artist used their innate core energy, and that was when they were trying to die together with their enemy. The sword spirit noted that innate core energy couldn't be recovered, and if So kept using it, he wouldn't be able to live for long either. In that case, the sword spirit agreed with the spirit guide. Hey Action overheard and wondered if So would learn this and keep using his origin energy. So realized that he wouldn't have much time to live. So thought to himself that Hey Action must think he would be happy and jump at this chance, but he wouldn't do it. Hey Action stood with his arms crossed, watching So. So thought that there was something that he couldn't understand with his foolish mind. He recalled that he lost his energy core after he experienced energy deviation because of his lack of talent while training in martial arts. So remembered that people had told him that he was talentless the whole time when he was in his clan and asked the spirit guide to reconsider teaching him. Hey Action scoffed, saying that he went through all that trouble to help So train his body, but he was talentless. The spirit guide noted that So's face didn't change even a little when he was lying, and Hey Action asked if it worked. Hey Action chuckled, remarking that So Wonhui must know some martial arts due to his clan's background. He then questioned if So was avoiding learning a technique because he knew it would consume his origin energy. So admitted he didn't know. So continued to deny knowing what Hey Action was talking about. Hey Action remarked that So was indeed someone who wasn't good with words. Hey Action stated that he would need to help So understand that he must do this properly. Hey Action warned that if So didn't learn this, he would be useless to him. Hey Action declared that he would let So choose. Hey Action asked if So wanted his neck snapped and to die there. Hey Action followed up by asking if So wanted to learn this and die slowly. The sword spirit urged Wonhui to just tell him he would learn it. She warned that if he didn't, things would go according to his plan. So asked Hey Action to just kill him then, prompting the sword spirit to question if he was crazy. Hey Action asked if So didn't care about his life. Hey Action questioned who would blame him for killing So. He wondered with what confidence a guy with a destroyed energy core would never. So thought to himself that he needed to pluck up some courage. He reasoned that if he wanted to become more than just a third-rate spy, he needed to do this. So asked if Hey Action was not going to kill him. He knew he needed to discern when to risk his life for a gamble. Hey Action admitted he was scared. Hey Action continued, stating that it would be as So said and that he would just be made use of for life. A dark figure loomed. Elsewhere, a figure fell, defeated, while another stood over them, sword in hand, ready to end the fight. So realized that Hey Action already had the blood parasite inside him. Hey Action told him to die now, then live like that. Hai Achun long hit maniacally. The swordsman moved towards Hey Action. Hey Action scoffed, not believing that So was still trying to lie to him in that situation, and that he guessed he was not brainless. So coughed, thinking to himself that he was lying to him. So asked what Hey Action meant by that. Hey Action stated that he already knew what condition So's body was in, and that he knew it from the moment he decided to bring him along with him. Hey Action warned that it would be best for So if he did not play any tricks from now on. So asked that if Hey Action knew that, why didn't he do anything about it? Hey Action continued, stating that something other than the blood parasite mattered more to him. So when we realized that was how it was. So reasoned that if Hey Action had wanted to kill him from the start, he would have done so when he found out he no longer had the blood parasite. Hey Action thought to himself that So definitely wanted something from him. Hey Action mused that while he didn't know what it was related to him teaching So. Hey Action agreed, stating that he would make So an offer that he would be interested in. Hey Action offered to turn a blind eye to So, and not having the blood parasite as the price for So doing what he told him to do. So considered that it was nothing difficult after what he'd been through. Hei Action stated that So just had to fight the twins. So questioned who would be teaching him martial arts, to which Hei Action responded with what? Sword Spirit 1 exclaimed that if Hei Action had said that from the start, they would have worked with him earlier, calling him a darn old geezer. So wondered why he would work with Hei Action, but Sword Spirit 1 found it interesting. So stated that he understood, but questioned why. Hei Action warned So not to ask unnecessary questions, as he had already given him some leeway, adding that he was finally getting some words through So's head. Hei Action stated that he would assume that So would follow his word. Hei Action spoke, telling So Wonhui that if he could feel the innate core energy, he should return to his place. One of Hei Action's subordinates responded affirmatively to an unheard command. Hei Action warned that if So got caught, there would be consequences. Meanwhile, Sword Spirit 1 remarked that this was just her instinct, but she believed that the old man liked So. So Wonhui thought to himself that he shouldn't say such a horrifying thing, as he had no intentions of getting closer to a crazy old man like Hei Action. He needed to first take a look at the details of this martial art since he would need to learn it. Sword Spirit 1 asked if he did not intend to use it. So responded that he would use it if it was required, but what was more important was if he could learn it or not. Elsewhere, Hei Action soared through the air. He used it on top of having a lot of guys, so was not a fool. It was a pity that if those words were complete, it'd have been a great thing for him. Hei Action thought that, of course, if that were the case, he'd have looked for someone else that's more suitable. He continued to think that because while it uses up innate core energy, that martial art, Hei Action realized that it was a secret technique that all martial artists would love to know about, deeming it impossible. Hei Action's words echoed in So's mind, the implications of learning the martial art becoming clearer. Sword Spirit 1 questioned what the problem was, and So explained that if he learned it completely, he could prevent the consumption of his innate core energy. Sword Spirit 1 seemed surprised by this revelation. She then stated that there was no chance she would die because her innate core energy was depleted. So was excited, thinking this was a jackpot, but Sword Spirit 1 cautioned him not to celebrate yet since he hadn't finished reading it. She explained that the technique used internal energy destruction to destroy one's energy core. The instructions detailed how to locate the origin energy, and lastly, Sword Spirit 1 realized that the last part was missing, the part that was supposed to teach him how to maintain the innate core energy. So lamented that Hei Action should have at least written that down. Sword Spirit 1 questioned why the skeleton died before finishing this, calling him a stupid skeleton. So paused, realizing something based on what Hei Action had just said. Meanwhile, Hei Action threatened to snap someone's neck if they wanted to die there. He asked if they wanted to learn this and die slowly. So realized that Hei Action knew this wasn't complete and wondered what the old man wanted him to do with an incomplete instruction. Hei Action asked why the rascal was so sensitive and how he would know that. Sodom questioned what So was talking about. So clarified that he was referring to the sword, which had reacted strongly to being called a skeleton. So's expression shifted, a hint of annoyance flickering across his face. Raising his voice, So retorted that he wasn't talking about the skeleton, but the sword itself, this iron sword. Sword Spirit 1, seemingly taken aback, wondered aloud why So didn't just talk to the sword himself. The Sword Spirit questioned if So Wonhui was talking to the iron sword as if it were a human. Wonhui simply hummed in response. The Sword Spirit retorted that the iron sword and she were not talking like humans. She declared that So was special, the only one able to hear the voices of swords. So realized that the voices of swords were what the sword mind meant in the Sword Immortal's secret record. So considered himself special. So recalled that secret martial art manuals usually had vague instructions, which was why it was described as sword mind. He wondered what kind of powers he would get after the rest was made available. The Sword Spirit told So to stop dreaming and talk to the sword. She guessed that the sword was also fascinated by the fact that he could hear them. So reached out and touched the iron sword. The sword responded, saying all right, and that it hadn't felt the touch of a human in a long time. The sword continued to laugh. The sword told So not to make strange noises. The sword apologized for that. The sword acknowledged that So could really hear its voice. It introduced itself as Southern Heaven Iron Sword. The sword explained that it was the name that its master, Southern Heaven swordsman Ho Zhongde, gave it. So Wonhui is surprised to hear the sword spirit mention the Southern Heaven swordsman, Ho Zhongde. The spirit asks why he is so surprised. The spirit explains that there was a time when the Southern Heaven swordsman was known for turning the whole of Yunnan province upside down with a single sword. The spirit continues, saying that if Ho Zhongde hadn't suddenly disappeared, he would have been one of the top Central Plains martial masters by now. There were even rumors. The spirit wonders how someone like the Southern Heaven swordsman ended up in a nameless mountain peak in Guangdong province. And dead. So wonders if that crazy bastard, Hei Action, was responsible for the swordsman's death. The sword spirit denies it, stating that it was someone else. She adds that Hei Action has never won against her master, the Southern Heaven swordsman, even once. So realizes that Hei Action, one of the blood cult's four supremes, never won against the Southern Heaven swordsman. But The spirit wonders who was able to kill such a high-level swordsman that even Hei Action couldn't win against. The sword spirit tells so that she will tell him about that later, and asks if he doesn't have something more important to do right now. She asks if he's not going to tell her now. So says that he does know what's happening because he was listening to them. He realizes he needs to learn this technique, innate energy cultivation technique, and fight with Hei Action's twins. The sword spirit says that she will teach So the cultivation technique. The sword spirit's sudden agreement surprised So Wonoi. She floated beside him, her ethereal form glowing softly. She explained that the matter involved the honor of her master, the Southern Heaven swordsman. She continued, stating that if So were to lose because he didn't learn her master's martial arts properly, it would be a disgrace. The sword spirit emphasized that her master's honor would be sullied if So failed. She hoped that her master's martial arts could be passed down to the next generation, as that was her desire. So thanked the Southern Heaven Iron Sword, expressing his hope that they would work well together. So was taken aback when the sword spirit proposed they negotiate. The sword spirit declared that So should become her new master. The sword spirit explained that since she was a sword herself, what was most important to her was not losing the purpose of her existence. She confessed that she had been really lonely this whole time, sighing as she expressed her desire for him to become her new master. The sword spirit continued, suggesting that he touch her sword sheath every day and touch her sword body, before being abruptly cut off by So. So, clearly annoyed, told her that she was making all swords look weird. So wondered if he should just give up on the cultivation technique. The words absolute sword sense appeared. The sword spirit declared that she would like to become So's new master. However, she warned So against acting like a pervert and flaring his nostrils at her. She continued, stating that if he made strange requests to touch her, she would give up on teaching him the cultivation technique. So, after clearing his throat, said it was a pity, but agreed to start learning the cultivation technique now. The sword spirit explained that the place people usually call the energy core is the essence below the stomach, and that the lower energy core and the innate core energy are in different areas. She instructed him that he needed to feel the innate core energy with his chest. The sword spirit then mentioned that her previous master called the center of his chest the middle energy core, something So was hearing for the first time. So wondered if there was a lower and middle energy core, then there must be a higher energy core as well. The sword spirit stated that the upper side in the middle of the forehead is the upper energy core, which is said to be the area of mind enlightenment. She told So that what's important now is to feel the innate core energy within the middle energy core. The sword spirit assured him that it's nothing difficult, and he just needed to feel the origin energy of life. So asked how to feel the energy of life. The sword spirit responded that if it's hard for him to feel it by imagining it, experiencing it with his 5 senses might be faster. So considered the energy of life. The sword spirit explained that the energy of life is most easily noticed in extreme situations or when your life is in danger. She added that he would gain strength that he didn't have or feel a strong heat energy surging from his chest. That was the sensation of the innate core energy. That wasn't just to train his body. He was trying to help him learn what innate core energy felt like. The sword spirit considered that it was probably not it. She recalled that So also beat up the Song brothers like crazy, and there was even one guy that went bald. So realized that the sword spirit was right. O espírito da espada pensou que só era realmente enigma, aquele esquisito. Ela admitiu que não sabia o que tinha acontecido com ele, mas parecia que ele já havia sentido a sensação da energia essencial, inata antes. Só achava que já havia sentido isso antes. In that case, the sword spirit told him to try remembering the sensation, the situation, emotions, and sensation that he experienced at that time. He needed to remember the moment when his desire to live was the strongest. So recalled the moment when his desire to live was the strongest when he asked to be killed. He remembered thinking that if he lived as a third-rate martial artist, he'd just get made use of and die eventually. Hei Action asked if he had a death wish as So's eardrums felt like they were going to burst. So's chest hurt so much. He couldn't endure this with his body. A warrior asked that he be spared, offering to do whatever he wanted. The warrior wouldn't even qualify to become a basic rank, so the man was told to get rid of him, threatening to rip him up painfully. He was told to lower his head. In this life, no matter what he did, from the point he became a spy, his fate was bound for death. So vowed that he would survive it. He wondered if this was the innate core energy. This lump of hot energy. He recalled that he had said something similar before. He remembered when he swallowed the blood parasite and his eardrums burst, his chest had felt hot. The sword spirit floated beside him, and So realized that was right. The purple spirit remarked that it was surprising, as his previous master struggled for several months just to feel his innate core energy. He added that So was amazing for being able to do it in 4 hours. So considered that the high-level martial master, Southern Heaven swordsman, took a few months. He guessed that he could feel it better since he died and came back to life, musing that it was an impressive metaphor. The purple spirit corrected him, stating that he really died and came back to life. The sword spirit told So to try focusing on the innate core energy now, and he would feel the small lump of innate core energy, the size of a fingernail, in his middle energy core. So wondered if it was the size of a fingernail. The purple spirit asked if he couldn't feel it, but assured him it was okay. If he learned the innate energy cultivation technique, he would be able to grow that essence. The purple spirit clarified that that was not what he meant. So was confused, thinking that it was not possible, and how strange it was. The purple spirit told so that he must have been mistaken. Using the accumulate gate, he would be able to flow core energy through the pericardium meridian and control the innate core energy. The purple spirit told so to try punching that stone pillar in that state. So prepared to punch the stone pillar. The purple spirit said that it was okay even if his hand was crushed because the innate core energy would help him recover. The sword spirit added that there was no guarantee that would happen, but there was a good chance it would. The purple spirit told so that he was really amazing for being able to do it in 4 hours. So responded that they were saying it so easily because it wasn't their own fist. So wondered if he could meet their expectations. He thought that being able to use martial arts again was good enough for him already. With a determined step, he planted his foot firmly on the ground. He steeled himself, resolving to test the limits of his newfound strength. Focusing his energy, so clenched his fist, ready to strike. The air crackled with unseen power as he prepared to unleash his core energy. With a mighty blow, So struck the stone pillar. The sword spirit was amazed by the power of So's innate core energy. The sword spirit was left speechless. Meanwhile, one of the elders admitted that he had never seen anything like this before. The elders discussed the implications of So's power, noting that even their previous master's innate core energy paled in comparison. They realized that with such power, So could master mystic arts related to the cultivation technique 10 years faster than usual. They remarked that it was as if he had gone through life and death situations for a decade. The elders continued to observe So's progress with great interest. One of the elders wondered aloud if So Wunhui had truly reincarnated. So examined his hand, questioning if he was dreaming. He realized that the result was far better than he had imagined. So marveled at the outcome, still processing the reality of his enhanced abilities. The strength within him was palpable, a tangible force radiating from his very being. The landscape was a blur of blue and white. Hei Action stood firm, his expression unreadable. The elder Hei Action scoffed at the injured swordsman's attempt to escape, calling him a useless fool. Hei Action questioned if the swordsman dared to try and escape. The swordsman stammered, claiming it was a misunderstanding. The swordsman thought to himself that he had been climbing up and down cliffs for 2 months. He wondered how he, someone who didn't have any decent mobility arts, could escape. The swordsman knew he had to be able to come back on time, but Hei Action retorted that he should have moved faster. The swordsman realized that he would have reached on time if he had started to move half a day earlier. Hei Action asked if the swordsman felt his innate core energy. Hei Action demanded to know why the swordsman wasn't saying anything, repeating his question about the innate core energy. The swordsman began to speak, saying it was about that. The words absolute sword sense appeared. Hei Action stated that not only did the swordsman not feel his innate core energy, the injured swordsman remained kneeling, seemingly unfazed by Hei Action's earlier attack. He showed no reaction as he was asked if he felt anything at all. Hei Action chuckled, remarking that such a thing couldn't be felt in a day. The swordsman recalled the words of the spirit guide, who had questioned why he wasn't honest. The spirit had warned that whether in the Murim or anywhere else, it was always disadvantageous to show all one's cards. The swordsman realized he had been able to confirm something just now. He thought of the Southern Heaven Iron Sword's words, that one could not discover another's innate core energy unless they intentionally gathered it. The swordsman realized he had almost been deceived by Hei Action. Hei Action sat back, stating that he was almost deceived by the swordsman. Hei Action chuckled, observing that the swordsman seemed to be avoiding using his core energy to extend his lifespan. He added that he would have to help him realize he needed to take this seriously. Meanwhile, one of the hooded followers warned that if the swordsman lost the fight, he would hand him over to Captain O. The injured swordsman seemed surprised to hear the name Captain O. Hei Action simply responded, "Yeah." Hei Action revealed that after he brought the swordsman there, Captain O had come looking for him a few times. He added that he didn't really listen to what Captain O said, but it seemed he wanted the swordsman back. Hei Action stood tall, his arms crossed. The injured swordsman realized that Captain O was still onto him. Hei Action revealed that the twins told him that Captain O had his eye on the swordsman. The injured swordsman knew that if he revealed he didn't have the blood parasite, he would be a basic rank warrior for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, Hei Action recalled the swordsman's earlier question, realizing that what he had promised was different from what he was doing. Hei Action stated that was before the swordsman tried all sorts of tricks to avoid fighting properly. The spirit guide chuckled, asking if the swordsman didn't feel some motivation to learn how to feel his innate core energy now. The swordsman, hearing this, thought that Hei Action must have something prepared for him too. He reminded the elder that he had said he would kill him if he lost. The swordsman wondered if there wasn't any reward for winning. Hei Action chuckled, saying that the swordsman was gutsy, as usual. Hei Action said that if there needed to be something in order for the swordsman to feel motivated, then he would fulfill one of his requests, but only if he won. The spirit guide told the swordsman to read the books and get familiarized, as he would be learning these martial arts in the future. The spirit guide explained that one of the books was the Battle Chakram Warrior's Light Chakram Art. The swordsman wondered how he was going to fight when all he knew was the cultivation technique, guessing that this was how he would fight. He also thought that while he was unable to know the energy circulation technique that Skeleton used, he could use the light chakram. The spirit guide stated that the twins have always been taught this, so the swordsman shouldn't complain of any unfairness. He also thought that Hei Action was actually trying to help him fight in an even match as much as possible. The swordsman noticed the title of the other book, Luminous Star Sword Technique. The swordsman realized that the Luminous Star Sword Technique belonged to the skeleton. Hei Action pointed out that the swordsman's master used the same sword technique. The swordsman realized that the book contained the Southern Heaven Swordsman's sword technique. The Sword Spirit One found it strange that Hei Action would possess the Southern Heaven Swordsman's secret martial art manual. The swordsman wondered if Hei Action had searched through the corpse to obtain the technique. Hei Action asked why the swordsman had a sour face and if he was not happy. The swordsman explained that he had a question and asked why Hei Action had the secret martial art manual. Hei Action claimed someone gave it to him, but the Sword Spirit One thought that was a lie and wondered who it could have been. The Sword Spirit One realized that Hei Action must have stolen it and was the thief, as he had tried to use the Luminous Star Sword technique to defeat the swordsman's previous master in a fight. The swordsman wondered if Hei Action had stolen it. The Sword Spirit One remarked that Hei Action really wanted to win. The Sword Spirit One thought that Hei Action would show the swordsman how the Luminous Star Sword technique was done. The Sword Spirit One reasoned that if Hei Action was going to show it, then he must have completely memorized the sword technique and used its movements to complement his own martial arts. The Hooded Follower One stated that the twins would likely appear in the fight after learning the improved martial art. So Wonhui muttered that Hei Action was a cheap bastard. So Wonhui thought that Hei Action unexpectedly tried to make the fight and even won for him, but he guessed it couldn't be helped that there was a difference. So Wonhui considered Hei Action a strange bastard, wondering how the fact that he lost to the Southern Heaven Swordsman would change by doing this. Sword Spirit One remarked that Hei Action had never been normal before. Sword Spirit One stated that it was because her previous master, the Southern Heaven Swordsman, had died. Sword Spirit One exclaimed in realization. Hei Action declared that he would settle the score once and for all. The Hooded Follower One stated that now that his... So Wonhui questioned why the Hooded Follower One hadn't said that Hei Action was unable to win against Ho Zhongde even once when they first met. The Hooded Follower One responded that he meant that they drew the fight, adding that he didn't lie. So Wonhui thought that no matter what happens, this can only be settled when he loses. So Wonhui thought that since there's still time, he'll think about what to do, wondering about doing this. Sword Spirit One stated that if so, Wonhui loses the iron sword while fighting, then he should use the 8 lightning short sword technique to win. She added that if he uses the short sword, Hei Action would. The spirit guide dismissed the idea, stating that it probably didn't count. She then told Wonhui not to worry, as the Luminous Star Sword technique he stole was the version that his previous master hadn't improved. After his former master lost his secret manual, he improved his sword technique. That's how he improved his sword technique. Each of the existing sword techniques moves had shown several weaknesses in its movement. The moves had shown several weaknesses in its movement. While the old and new moves were exactly the same, the flow of each move was enhanced. And that's how it was improved. It was improved. So understood what she meant now after using the improved version. While it's similar to the sword technique written in the secret manual, there's definitely a difference. The spirit guide explained that if he hadn't stolen the secret manual, his previous master wouldn't have thought of improving it. So guessed it was a blessing in disguise. The spirit guide apologized for ruining the atmosphere. But the spirit guide wondered if that crazy old man, Hei Action, will be taken aback if he used the improved sword technique, adding that he'd probably question him on why he didn't do as he said. She considered the implications of So Wonhui using the improved sword technique, acknowledging that it would be difficult for someone with his limited experience to have improved upon it. So, overhearing her, questioned if she was trying to compare him to her previous master, implying that only someone with exceptional talent could improve the sword technique. He then pondered the dilemma he faced. Losing would mean remaining a basic rank warrior for life, but winning would lead to unwanted questions. So acknowledged the risks, stating that he knew why he must use it. The Sword Spirit One and the other spirit wondered what So was thinking of doing, but he simply stated that he had his ways. Elsewhere, someone wondered if things would really turn out well. So spirit companions noticed that he was talking to himself, but he dismissed it as nothing. So internally affirmed that no one would fall for the same trick twice, and that he needed to make use of that. Far away, 2 figures chuckled ominously. One of them declared that he would definitely get So Wonhui this time. The other figure admitted he didn't know how the first one got so lucky and became Elder Hei Action's servant. Hei Action stated that he brought someone that can replace him, and that So will never escape from him. Hei Action's command hung in the air, in order to eliminate So Wonhui. The subordinate responded with unwavering obedience. So Wonhui greeted the men before him, acknowledging that it had been a long time since they last met. The blood cult spy, identifying himself as an intermediate rank cadet, offered his respects to the captain. The captain told So to be at ease, remarking that he seemed to be doing well as the elder's slave. The sword spirit wondered if So was the captain they had spoken about previously. One of the men agreed, stating that So was totally out to get him. So realized that the supreme elder would be late. One of the men stated that So was there to supply rations, but only if he passed the rations to him. He then realized that So had suddenly used core energy on his body. The captain stated that he knew it, and that he thought there was something special about So since the supreme elder brought him away. It seemed that even if So used core energy on his body, he was unable to detect his innate core energy. One of the men stated that an advanced rank cadet would be able to serve the supreme elder much better than So could. So wondered how they had convinced the Blood Wolf squad captain. One of the men stated that there was no one that had ever seen So's grandfather in Yulong County. The captain told So that he needed him to come along with him to the Six Blood Valley to undergo an investigation. So Wonhui sighed, seemingly resigned to his fate. He thought to himself that the captain was seriously persistent, and that if he had practiced martial arts with such dedication, he would have achieved great success. So explained that there was a misunderstanding, and that his grandfather had to keep his connection to the Blood Wolf squad secret. Elsewhere, a man wondered how So could possibly show his face to anyone, especially the Supreme Elder. The man continued, stating that the Elder wouldn't be satisfied with just an advanced rank cadet, and questioned what was said. Another man, seemingly annoyed, thought that So was an arrogant bastard, but that this was great. He decided to take this chance to teach So a lesson in humility and also leave a good impression on the Supreme Elder. He ordered Du Hyun to teach him a good lesson, promising to take responsibility for it. Another man acknowledged the order. So sighed, lamenting that this was how things were turning out and that it had become troublesome. Du Hyun grabbed So by the neck, stating that while he didn't have any personal grudge against him, Du Hyun thought to himself that he couldn't let such a good opportunity slip by, and that So should bear with it even if it hurt a little. So, meanwhile, thought that Du Hyun totally thought he was weaker than him. Du Hyun attacked. So blocked the attack. Du Hyun was surprised. The man who gave the order was also surprised. The attacker's fist technique was identified as the basic 8-blood fist, a staple of blood cult warriors. His posture was perfect, as expected of an advanced rank cadet. But to the hooded leader, the cadet looked too slow. While the hooded leader had attained 2-star in the Luminous Stars Mystic Art, he hadn't expected an advanced rank cadet to be so weak compared to him. The hooded leader demanded to know how anyone dared try to kill his slave. The force of the hooded leader's strike was immense. The strike landed with a sickening crack. The captain paid his respects. The captain was sent flying. So looked on in shock. The captain coughed up blood. So's expression was grim. The captain, barely clinging to consciousness, asked who his attacker was. The hooded leader revealed that the captain was serving under the Destruction Blood Squad commander, and yet dared to make trouble in front of his abode. The captain tried to speak, but could only manage to say that wasn't it. To think that the captain was rendered immobile in an instant. So Wonhui mused that this was what being strong looked like. He knew it would be hard to become as strong as that crazy old man, even if he trained until he shat blood. So knew that he didn't need the sword spirit to spell things out for him. He was, after all, Yulong County's good for nothing. Meanwhile, some distance away, the friendly young man inquired if Song Juabek and Song Woohyun had been learning sword techniques recently, and if they were doing well. One of the men noticed someone approaching and asked if that wasn't Captain O. The men observed that it had only been a few days. It had been only a few days, but their bodies had gotten way stronger. They wondered just how harsh their training was. They also wondered what kind of suffering they went through. Elsewhere, Hei Action exclaimed in surprise at finding a corpse. A subordinate begged to be heard out. Hei Action stated that the origins of that bastard were unknown and refused to allow the subordinate to look into him, stating he was not interested. Hei Action reminded the subordinate that he had said he wasn't interested in his mumblings before, and yet he brought another person there. Hei Action's subordinate lay defeated before him. The man on the ground claimed that bringing someone to replace him must have struck a nerve with the elder. The scene shifts away from the defeated subordinate. Elsewhere, 2 subordinates stood over a corpse, questioning the situation. One of the subordinates sighed, remarking that the dead man had killed 2 of Captain O's subordinates, and wondered how someone without internal energy could accomplish such a feat. Hei Action stood over the corpse, stating that it was natural for the weak to die and that it was to be expected. One of the subordinates suggested that the corpse was a sore eye and that they should throw him off the cliff. He then asked if Hei Action wanted them to do it. Hei Action asked if they wanted him to do it himself. One of the subordinates quickly responded, telling Song Woohyun to bury the body in the forest. Elsewhere, So realized he was in a sticky situation. So thought that since he had been targeted by that kind of stray dog, The man with the scar considered that the strength of those kinds of stray dogs was that they never let go after they bite onto something, and that such an opportunity wouldn't come again. So believed that it would be any time soon, and saw it as an opportunity. Hey Action told Song Jwabek to go down together. Song Jwabek prepared to descend. Song Jwabek told Hey Action that he didn't mind, but asked if he could catch up, adding that if it looked like Hey Action might run out of strength in the middle, he would help him carry him. So paused, considering the situation. His eyes narrowed as he focused. Behind him, the sword spirit wondered what was up with Hey Action, noting that he was running on the cliff. Hey Action continued his descent down the cliff face. Song Jwabek mocked So's speed, suggesting he learn some Qigong. The sword spirit remarked that it would be great if So learned the Southern Heaven swordsman's Qigong, wondering if he would be able to run like him too. The spirit guide assured them that he would teach So his Qigong, urging him to get moving. The sword spirit observed that running like that on a cliff this steep was impossible unless one was using Hey Action's unique Qigong. The spirit guide coughed, admitting that even his former master was impressed with Hey Action's unique Qigong. So watched Hey Action, noting that he was definitely strong and that he could see that clearly. Hey Action continued his rapid descent. He dug his fingers into the cliff face to maintain his grip. Below, the mysterious subordinate waited. The mysterious subordinate considered that it would be all right if he threw him down here, wondering if he should finish him. Hey Action continued his descent, his movements precise and calculated. Meanwhile, the hooded follower questioned if they were finally there, reminding the elder that he wanted their help. The hooded leader remarked that the crazy old man was talking in circles. He thought to himself that he was in need of something to vent his anger on, and breaking Hey Action's legs would ensure his retirement. Suddenly, So appeared, demanding to know what they were doing. The hooded follower stated that So was mistaken about something, questioning if he thought the old man would simply stop at breaking his legs. So's eyes widened in disbelief. The hooded follower wondered if Hey Action wanted them to kill him, and questioned if Song Jwabek was feeling sorry for him. Hey Action landed heavily on the ground. The hooded leader told him to get lost, stating that if he couldn't do it, he would. The hooded follower was struck. So attacked. So, enraged, demanded to know what the bastard said, cursing under his breath. The hooded follower announced that Captain O woke up. The hooded leader realized that Song Jwabek must have blocked Captain O's acupoints on his way down. Hey Action, with a sinister grin, muses that this is how his opponent wishes to play. He vows to make them regret missing their chance to kill him and the So clan's So Wonhui. The hooded figure chuckled, confident in his strategy. Below, So Wonhui continued to fall. Nearby, one of the hooded figures remarked that Captain O still didn't know that Wonhui was able to use martial arts. The hooded figure resolved to end So in a single strike while he let his guard down. The hooded figure struck. But suddenly, a surge of power erupted from So. The force of the blast sent the hooded figure flying backwards. The hooded figure's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The hooded figure questioned how So was able to do that. So, now empowered, struck back with his sword. The hooded figure cried out in pain. His mask was sliced open. So stood victorious over the fallen hooded figure. Having landed the hit, So was confident in his advantage. The sword spirit remarked that it was impressive that Wonhui had infused internal energy into the attack. The sword spirit's eyes narrowed. She warned So not to let his guard down, reminding him that his opponent was a first-rate martial master and that the real fight was just beginning. The hooded follower was certain that So had no internal energy when he had checked him with his innate energy. He wondered how this was possible. The hooded follower was sent flying. The hooded follower's hair flowed wildly as he was sent crashing. He crashed into the ground. The hooded follower rolled across the ground, groaning in pain. He struggled to regain his footing. The hooded follower was struck again. He cursed, admitting that the attack was dangerous. The hooded follower couldn't believe he had been forced to use the lazy donkey roll while fighting a kid like So. He wondered how So was able to have so much power without an energy core, deciding that So was dangerous and needed to be killed. The hooded follower's face contorted with rage as he vowed to kill So. Elsewhere, the injured swordsman lay on the ground, stunned. From a distance, the Hunan twins' swift blades watched the scene unfold. One of the twins wondered when the captain had awoken. The other twin questioned how Wonhui was able to fight on par with her captain. So coughed, blood splattering from his mouth. The force of the blow had been immense. The impact reverberated through the air. The sword spirit asked if Wonhui was all right, noting that he had taken a hit. So replied that he was okay, and that he had luckily avoided internal injuries. The hooded follower wondered if this was what the skills of a first-rate martial master were like. The twins observed that he was on a totally different level compared to an intermediate rank warrior. The sword spirit warned that So wasn't in perfect condition, but the other spirit insisted that if they dragged out the fight, they would have the upper hand. The fight had been prolonged, but the hooded follower decided it was time to give it a try. Suddenly, Song Woohyun shouted for them to get away from there. Song Jwabek stepped forward, declaring that he would show them what he was capable of. The hooded follower complimented Jwabek for holding on without him. Jwabaek's foot slammed into the ground. Woo-hyun told someone that they were in the way. The attack landed. Woo-hyun told someone to wait for their turn quietly. Jwabaek told someone that they didn't need to rush to their death, as he was going to kill them right after he killed So Won-hui. The attack struck home. The recipient of the blow cursed. Young Master Ah-song observed that the attack looked pretty painful, and that it was incredible that the recipient would endure that pain and launch a counterattack. Hei Action scoffed, saying that compared to the Supreme Elder's fist, that punch was way too soft. Captain O told someone to brace themselves. Captain O vowed to pay someone back for humiliating him during the selection test. The injured swordsman, now on the ground, cursed his attackers. Song Jwabaek expressed his surprise at the swordsman's resilience. The hooded follower, Captain O, called the swordsman a persistent bastard. Captain O vowed to kill the swordsman. So Won-hui cursed, calling Captain O a fool. The swordsman was struck in the face. Captain O realized it was impossible to stop his attack and prepared to strike. The swordsman was sent flying through the air. So Won-hui resolved to bypass Song Jwabaek and dodge Captain O's attack. So Won-hui planned to use the moment where there was an opening to land a good hit. So Won-hui moved to strike. The attack landed. A sword was impaled into a tree. So Won-hui realized that his attack was not fatal. Captain O revealed that he had sealed So Won-hui's sword and right arm's movements. Captain O declared that he would crush So Won-hui's arm. Sodom then announced it was his turn. So Won-hui realized that the 8 lightning short sword technique could be used with either hand freely. He affirmed that he was correct. So Won-hui believed that with this he could definitely, but Captain O blocked it. He wondered how. The captain chuckled, remarking how unfortunate So Won-hui was. So Won-hui wondered if he still had that much energy left. So Won-hui cursed, realizing that this technique, having just reached 2 stars, wasn't enough to take him down yet. Captain O remarked that it seemed So Won-hui was out of tricks now. So Won-hui felt like his insides were being turned inside out because of his energy. He was told to grab the short sword. The fight continued. So Won-hui told them to wait a minute. Captain O demanded that So Won-hui let go and stop. The scene intensified. The battle raged on. The force of the blow sends blood spraying from the masked man's mouth as he falls to the ground. The impact of the strike echoes through the training grounds. Dust and debris explode outwards. Nearby, Song Jwabaek remarks that the fight would have been dangerous if not for his kick, declaring that it is over. Song Woo-hyun agrees that the fight would have ended differently if he had fought So Won-hui alone. Woo-hyun spits, annoyed that the captain dared cough blood in his face. Woo-hyun believes this should be So's first time killing someone. Jwabaek tells So that he owes him his life, but So doesn't seem bothered by it at all, thinking that a first-rate martial master was indeed strong. Woo-hyun tells So that he heard he's going to fight him later. So responds that while it's unfortunate for them, he'll be winning that fight, and only then can he become that crazy old man's disciple formally. Woo-hyun recalls that Hei Action offered that to him. Jwabaek tells So that he heard he requested to get something from him when he wins, asking if he thinks he did something unnecessary there. Woo-hyun asks if So is confident of backing that sentence up, like he's already won. He adds that if they both fight, does he think he'll be able to even land a scratch on him? Woo-hyun smirks. Jwabaek suggests they make a bet then. The terms of the bet were simple. The person who lost would become the winner's subordinate. So smirked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He declared that he was confident in himself, and asked if the other was as well. The Hunan twin, Swift Blade, scoffed, telling So to wait and see, as he was going up first. He told So to take care of all those below before going up, and bid him farewell. With that, the Hunan twin Swift Blade ascended the cliff. So mused that becoming the subordinate of the future black-white twin demons sounded tantalizing already. The sword spirit called out to So, asking if he needed something. She reminded him that he had said Hei Action Qinggong was better than Luminous Star Mystic Arts Qinggong, to which So confirmed. So thought to himself that when it came to Qinggong, Hei Action was indeed better at it. He considered this information. So wondered if he should go with that then. Hei Action declared his wish. Inside the cave, one of Hei Action's subordinates reported that he had completed the task. The subordinate seemed pleased with himself. Elsewhere, Captain was confident that he had arrived first because So Won-hui's Qinggong was quite slow, estimating that So should arrive in about 30 to 45 minutes. Captain scoffed, believing that So hadn't even learned Qinggong properly, so it would be impossible for him to catch up. Hei Action, looking at the subordinate's irregular breathing, noted that he seemed to have suffered internal injuries. He then asked who was responsible for the killing. The subordinate confirmed that he was the one who did it, adding that it seemed he landed the critical blow. The subordinate thought to himself that So Won-hui was right. Hei Action reminded him that he was up against a first-rate martial master, and that he only ended up with those injuries because there were 2 of them. The subordinate stated that So Won-hui must be in a mess. The subordinate confirmed that he had taken care of Captain O as instructed. So Won-hui was unharmed. Hei Action declared that training time will be increased from now on. The subordinate was shocked by this declaration. The The subordinate insisted it was a misunderstanding, claiming he was the one who did most of the fighting. So Wenhui pointed out that he simply threatened Captain O in his injured state, and that he thought the subordinate would get beaten less if he didn't make any excuses. So Wenhui told him to shut up. Now that So Wenhui thought about it, he realized the subordinate had suffered a lot too. Hei Action asked what So Wenhui was looking at, and told him to get lost if he was done with his reporting. So Wenhui responded that he'd like to talk about the wish he mentioned earlier. Hei Action asked if he was talking about that one thing he'd like to get if he won the fight, and told him to go ahead and say it. So Wenhui said it was nothing grand. He admitted he'd always admired Hei Action's skill in being able to go up and down the cliffs with ease. Hei Action responded that if So Wenhui really didn't want to, then it was okay, but he'd like to learn that skill of his. Hei Action asked if he was talking about his Qigong, and promised him that he would teach it. The subordinate thanked him, saying all should submit to the blood demon, and may blood rule the world. Sword Spirit 1 thought he was agreeing so easily, which was unexpected. That showed just how confident Hei Action was that they wouldn't lose in that fight. The fight would take place 3 months later. Even with Captain O's death, the disadvantage of losing the upcoming fight remained in effect. Hei Action told So Wenhui to train as if his life depended on it, and to return to his abode. He dismissed So. Hei Action acknowledged So's departure, but internally grumbled about having to train the two bums. Elsewhere, someone declared that the Qigong technique was now theirs. Absolute sword sense. The Sword Spirit asked So Wenhui how he felt about using the luminous star mystic art for the first time in battle. So Wenhui admitted that he somehow managed to kill Captain O, but that if he thought about it, the first attack landed too easily. The Sword Spirit explained that Captain O likely suffered internal injuries when Hei Action struck him unconscious. She stated that it was as he had said. So Wenhui realized that it wasn't a technique by itself, but one of the 18 basic sword movements, and that his previous master would have killed him. The image of his previous master flashed before his eyes. So realized that he was comparing himself to his previous master again. The Sword Spirit told So that in any case he won, and now that he's gotten rid of one troublesome fellow, he can just focus on his training. With 3 months remaining until the fight, So Wenhui affirmed his resolve. The training grounds lay silent. The Sword Spirit considered Song Juabake's fighting prowess, acknowledging that he would not be an easy opponent. She then inquired if they would continue training sword movements that day, receiving an affirmative response. So listened intently as the Sword Spirit spoke. So recalled his previous master's words. If one could not use the 18 basic sword movements naturally, their sword techniques would be nothing but a sword dance. Until the basics were ingrained, no advanced techniques would be taught. The Sword Spirit and So stood together in southern heaven. The Sword Spirit reassured So not to feel upset, explaining that he only wanted to learn because he had just started learning martial arts. So wondered if he appeared upset. The Sword Spirit responded that he did not seem upset. She clarified that Wenhui was technically the successor of the Southern Heaven swordsman. So considered that he might feel upset if he actually thought from that perspective. Even though Wenhui was inheriting his previous master's techniques, So knew he was not a replacement for his previous master. It was a natural thing for a martial artist to seek after strength in martial arts. Hei Action's eyes glowed with power. Energy crackled. So was struck by a powerful blow. The force of the blow sends So flying backwards, the impact jarring him. Hei Action watches him fall, dismissing him as a fool. Hei Action reminds the fallen So that he had already demonstrated the luminous star sword technique personally. The hooded leader questions where Hei Action's mind is, wondering if there was a need to go this far. From the ground, So insists that Hei Action is only dealing with him. Hei Action scoffs at So, calling him a fool. The hooded follower observes that So is going to be way slower compared to them. Hei Action's staff strikes So, eliciting a grunt of pain. The hooded leader calls So a pathetic fool. The hooded follower asks if the hooded leader has learned nothing from today's fight, noting that Wenhui is currently training by himself with just 2 secret martial art manuals. The hooded follower continues, stating that So suffered no internal injuries after the fight with Captain O, but yet he had. The hooded leader finds it impossible that So suffered no internal injuries. The hooded follower says that he saw So getting beat up a few times. The hooded leader asks if the hooded follower thinks he is unable to tell if So has suffered internal injuries, clarifying that that's not what he's getting at. Hei Action tells the hooded leader that he should know better since he fought alongside So at close range, asking if he did not find out what So is truly capable of because he underestimated him. Hei Action scoffed, remarking that Song Juabake had wasted the opportunity he'd been given. Frustrated, Song Juabake cursed under his breath, lamenting that he was constantly being compared to So Wenhui. He clenched his fist, resolving to win and make sure he did. Hei Action requested that Song Juabake demonstrate the technique again. Hei Action chuckled, questioning if Song Juabake still wanted to see it despite being beaten so many times. Song Juabake declared that this level of training was nothing to him. Song Juabake vowed to show that he was in a totally different league compared to someone like So Wenhui. He insisted that Hei Action wait and see, for he would definitely defeat So Wonhui in the fight. Song Jwabaek, interrupted, demanded that Hei Action hold up, insisting he was talking. Hei Action responded that if Song Jwabaek was truly resolved to give it his best shot, he should use actions and not words to show it. Song Jwabaek agreed that he would definitely do that, now that they were over the training of showing his technique. He declared that he would teach. Song Jwabaek wondered if that meant that Hei Action had already chosen him to be his disciple. He vowed to work himself to death for his master. Hei Action questioned who said he was taking Song Jwabaek in as his disciple. Hei Action declared that blood may rule the world. Destruction Blood Squad Commander Gu Sangwon paid his respects to the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder stated that he had just left the rations at the entrance of his abode. Elsewhere, a subordinate asked if Captain O and a cadet had visited that day. The man speaking said he just wanted to ask. Hei Action responded that he did not know who that was and ordered them to leave. The subordinate apologized for bothering him over just a mere squad leader. The subordinate continued, saying that Captain O had said that he'd visit him today, Destruction Blood Squad Commander. After that, the Destruction Blood Squad Commander never came by again to ask about Captain O or Cadet Du Hyun that disappeared. The scene shifted to a snowy mountain range. The camera moved down the mountain to a frozen waterfall. At the base of the waterfall, injured swordsman one sat in meditation on a rock. The swordsman's eyes were closed as he meditated. He sat with his hands in a meditative position. The frozen waterfall loomed behind him. The camera panned up from the swordsman to the top of the frozen waterfall. The swordsman strained, bearing the weight of an enormous block of ice above him. The ice began to crack under the pressure. The ice shattered into pieces. He spun, his movements fluid as he slashed through the remaining ice shards. The swordsman landed gracefully, ice scattering around him. More ice cracked nearby. Sword Spirit 1 observed that his posture was still not good enough and remained unstable from time to time, but Friendly Young Man thought it looked good enough. Friendly Young Man told Sword Spirit 1 to stop squabbling, saying that being cold-hearted was needed when it came to training. Injured Swordsman 1 agreed, stating that it was all right then. Friendly Young Man urged him to get going. The landscape was dominated by snow-capped mountains. Southern Heaven asked So Wonhui to be honest about the level of his sword techniques. So admitted they were still not good enough. Southern Heaven retorted that he could only do about half of what his previous master could do. Southern Heaven then admitted that it was pretty incredible growth, considering it was done in 3 months, and that So did great. So Wonhui acknowledged that it was all thanks to Southern Heaven's guidance. Southern Heaven asked what about her, and So Wonhui acknowledged her as well. The Sword Spirit was shocked that So Wonhui replied to her so dryly, calling him trash. Sodom was annoyed that she was putting insults in front of people's names now. Southern Heaven told So Wonhui to burn into his mind that even though he was using the Luminous Star Sword technique to fight this time around, Southern Heaven continued, telling him to burn into his mind that all the battles he'd fought until now. The Sword Spirit interrupted, exclaiming that killing 3 people was done by her. Sodom thought that the fight this time around was a spar, and it was not for So Wonhui to kill his opponent. Southern Heaven asked if Sodom thought she didn't know that, telling her to stop with the useless talk. Southern Heaven asked So Wonhui how he could really win, since he only learned 3 sword techniques in the last 3 months. He was told not to worry, that while he might not be at his previous master's level yet, he had almost perfected his sword techniques. The Sword Spirit advised him that it was better to focus on just 3 techniques rather than making a half-hearted attempt at learning every single one. Reassured, Wonhui was told that he was definitely strong enough. The Sword Spirit urged Wonhui to be confident, declaring that she would not forgive him. He expressed his gratitude. Hei Action remarked that someone was here early. He stated that he would give praise for not running away. Hei Action asked if he was ready. Wonhui responded that they would only know after they fought. Young Master Asong told the others to look at that. The Sword Spirit looked on. Song Woohyun commented that something felt different about them. Song Jwabaek was present. The Blood Cult warriors observed Hei Action, noting that his muscles had grown even bulkier. They wondered if this was a result of his unique martial arts. The warriors questioned what kind of training Hei Action had endured to achieve such a physique. They also remarked that his bald head was even shinier than before, again wondering if it was an effect of his martial arts. The warriors continued to speculate about the intense training Hei Action must have undergone. Meanwhile, Song Woohyun remarked to Song Jwabaek that the twins also appeared stronger. Song Jwabaek dismissed this, believing there was more to it than met the eye. Hei Action declared that the rules were simple. There would be no surrender, and they would fight until one side could no longer continue. He added that it didn't matter if they died in the middle of the fight, to which So Wonhui responded with a resolute, all right. Hei Action then asked who he would be fighting, and the Sword Spirit declared that it would be her. The Sword Spirit noted that, fortunately, it wasn't a 2-versus-1 fight. Hei Action questioned what So Wonhui was staring at. He stated that it wouldn't be fair if he fought barehanded while So Wonhui used a sword, adding that it was nothing serious. The sword spirit remarked that Elder Hei Action seemed to have used this when he was young, while So Wonhui agreed. So Wonhui prepared to fight. He readied his sword, recognizing it seemed to be quite decent. So Wonhui thought that even though Elder Hei Action's unique martial art, Black Iron Breakthrough Fist, increased one's physical abilities, it was still necessary for a fair fight. The sword spirit observed that Hei Action was subtly looking down on his opponent's martial arts. Hei Action roared, looking down on So's swordsmanship. His face contorted in a furious yell. So announced that he was going to attack. The sword spirit remarked on how simple So's swordsmanship was. So knew that if he was charging in first, he had to make use of the distance advantage he had as a swordsman. He knew the moment Hei Action entered into his attack range. So prepared to use the Luminous Star sword technique, first technique. He unleashed the Tiger Force sword. The attack was swift. The blade cut through the air. Hei Action was struck by the attack. Hei Action scoffed at the Tiger Force sword, but realized that So had been practicing hard based on how he was using it. So knew that Hei Action wouldn't be able to win at that level though. Hei Action realized he'd been caught. Hei Action, now realizing the gravity of his situation, is struck by a barrage of blows. The force of the attacks sends shockwaves through the air. So taunts him, asking if he is reminded of the past. The onslaught continues, each strike carrying immense power. Hei Action grits his teeth, enduring the relentless assault. The ground cracks under the force of the ongoing battle. Hei Action cries out as another blow lands. So continues his relentless assault. So realizes he has barely gained some distance, using this chance. He prepares for another strike. So continues his assault on Hei Action. The impact of their battle shakes the surroundings. So continues to press his advantage. Hei Action wonders how a swordsman could be so cheap and use his legs. Hei Action is struck again. The man before him noted that So Wonhui's internal energy had increased significantly compared to 3 months prior. Hei Action asked if he had consumed some kind of elixir, but So dismissed the notion. Action complimented So on learning his martial arts, but noted that his eyes were trembling, indicating he was lying. So admitted that he had forgotten the reason for their fight for a short while. It was said that 10 years later, along with his twin brother, Action would become one of the black-white twin demons, the strongest within the blood cult. It was foretold that he would become one of the black-white twin demons, the strongest within the blood cult. So thought that Action might look like a fool now. Action realized that the blood cult must have invested both material and mental support in So. Action realized that not only martial arts, but everything else was also disadvantageous for him. What? You were wrong? Are you intending to? Action declared that he would go all out now. Action prepared to fight. The fight continued. So an Action clashed. The force of the blow is immense. The attack leaves Hei Action reeling, utterly shocked by the power he faces. He can only stammer in disbelief. The force of the attack is so great that it leaves Action wondering what is happening. Meanwhile, So continues his assault, moving with such speed that Action can't even see him. The sound of the impact echoes through the air. Hei Action tries to maintain a facade of composure, but his true feelings are betrayed by his stiffening expression. So's attack continues, and he taunts Action, telling him that it's too early to be surprised. The force of So's attack is immense. The training continued. Again and again, Hei Action struck. Song Juabe coughed up blood from the force of the blows. Hei Action mocked him, asking if he still didn't understand. Hei Action explained that to fight against a sword with a fist, one must get closer every time the opponent moves with their sword to deflect it. Song Juabe acknowledged that he knew this already. Hei Action retorted that Song Juabe's attacks were too fast to even see. He threatened to beat him until he could see them. Hei Action continued his relentless assault. Lying on the ground, Song Juabe thought to himself that he knew this already, since he had been beaten by the Luminous Star sword technique so many times. He realized that the attack he had just received was the Void Flow Slash, and that it was on the same level as Elder Actions. Song Juabe wondered how So Wonhui had become so strong without anyone teaching him. So Wonhui taunted Song Juabe, asking why he wasn't getting up and if he had given up. Song Juabe cursed So Wonhui, furious that a good-for-nothing dared mock him. He recalled that he was trained by Supreme Elder Action himself and had experienced the Luminous Star sword technique every single day. Song Juabe trained relentlessly, pushing himself to the brink. He successfully inherited Hei Action's martial arts. Determined, Song Juabe vowed not to let his guard down again, promising to fight with his full strength. He challenged the opponent, telling him to bring it on. Hei Action grinned, ready to continue the brutal training. Nearby, the sword spirit wondered how So Wonhui could be so indestructible, questioning how an attack could only leave a scratch. In light of this, the sword spirit realized that Wonhui could only follow the plan. The clash between So Wonhui and Song Juabe intensified. The two warriors continued their fierce exchange. So Wonhui knew that once the energy was gathered, it would soon roar, recognizing the luminous star sword technique, first technique. So Wenhui unleashed the Black Force Sword. Having unleashed the Black Force Sword, Song Juabek acknowledged that while it was difficult to see the trajectory of the attacks, he could block them if he knew what kind of moves they would be. Despite taking a few hits, Song Juabek noted that they were only scratches and he could still move just fine. Meanwhile, So Wenhui knew that even if he went all out, Song Juabek already knew his moves and could easily block them. He also acknowledged that Song Juabek had done a great job learning Hei action Qinggong. So Wenhui realized that it wasn't easy to shake Song Juabek off and wondered if he should just focus on attacking instead. The clash between the two warriors continued. Song Juabek prepared to use the Tiger Force Sword again. It was said that the Tiger Force Sword used a fierce pressure to subdue its opponent. But in between moves, So Wenhui saw parts that allowed him to close in the distance. So Wenhui thought to himself that he would slowly get closer. Song Juabek then launched a flurry of punches. So Wenhui knew that the time to flip the tables was near, and that this was the Luminous Star Sword technique, third technique. So Wenhui unleashed the Void Flow Slash. It was said that the Void Flow Slash used unpredictable lightweight attacks to confuse its opponent. Instead of deflecting the attacks one by one, So Wenhui decided to go in head-on and stick close to Song Juabek. Song Juabek realized that it worked. So Wenhui attempted to gain distance from Song Juabek, but the latter saw through the obvious maneuver. Using his other hand and a horse stance, Song Juabek prepared the second technique of the Luminous Star Sword. The technique was the Hidden Toad Slash, designed to absorb an enemy's attack and counter in a burst. However, the Hidden Toad Slash was useless if the user couldn't predict the enemy's attack trajectory. Song Juabek realized that So's balance had collapsed, and now was his chance to strike. With a yell, Song Juabek prepared to strike. He moved with speed and precision. The attack landed. The destruction of the Luminous Star Sword technique was complete. Song Juabek questioned what So would do now. So knew all the weaknesses of the Luminous Star Sword technique, so it wouldn't work against him. The Sword Spirit 1 praised Wenhui's job, noting that although he had a harder time than expected, the plan was pretty much a success at this point. She then suggested they start the counterattack. Injured Swordsman 1 declared that he was the one who needed to get beat up and fight. While Song Juabek braced himself for the attack, it still hurt like crazy. The Sword Spirit 1 told Injured Swordsman 1 not to worry about it. The Sword Spirit assured young Master Asong that there was nothing to worry about. Despite the outward confidence, So Wenhui felt the pain of the exchange. Regardless, So prepared to continue the fight. So realized that he had shown his opponent that the Luminous Star Sword technique, as written in the secret manual, had been defeated. He knew that if he continued to use the technique as it was, he would be an idiot, even if he used the improved version. So declared that he could just say he made it up on the spot because of the current disadvantageous situation, and they wouldn't be able to find faults with it. Song Juabek urged him to go ahead and try to attack again, even if he tried attacking again. Song Juabek was shocked. The Void Flow Slash's movements had become even sharper. The attack landed. Hei Action noticed that the moves had changed, and Song Juabek was stunned. Song Juabek demanded to know what So had just done. So revealed that he had changed the Luminous Star Sword technique a little since Song managed to block it so well. The idea that he could change his moves on the spot seemed impossible. But Song Juabek couldn't deny what he was seeing. Wenhui's eyes glowed with an intense light as he prepared his next move. The modified Luminous Star Sword technique clashed against Song Juabek's attack. Song Juabek thought that it didn't matter, because there would be moments he could close the distance when Wenhui tried to deploy the Tiger Force Sword consecutively. He resolved to close the distance at that time. Wenhui knew now was the time. He struck. Song Wuhyun realized what was happening. Wenhui balanced himself by sticking out his left hand while gaining the distance. His eyes focused intently. He took on the enemy's attack with the Luminous Star Sword technique, second technique. Second technique, Hidden Toad Slash. The attack landed. The force of the blow exploded outward. The Hidden Toad Slash connected perfectly, but something was clearly wrong. Song Juabek wondered why his hands had taken damage from the blow. It felt as if he had struck a lump of iron. His eyes narrowed as he muttered Song Juabek's name. Juabek questioned what was up with Wenhui's form. The title card proclaims, Absolute Sword Sense. The battle was far from over. The hooded figure observed, So Wenhui removing his guard, questioning what he was doing. The sword spirit realized that the strange-looking thing was the golden blood body. The hooded figure noted that now that So Wenhui had used that technique, this fight would be very different from the one he just had, ordering his subordinate to get away from him. So Wenhui was called out. So Wenhui's opponent asked where he was looking. So Wenhui was incredibly fast. It was noted that he was already very fast because of the exceptional Qinggong he had. So Wenhui realized that the punch just now was just a warning. So Wenhui realized that if his opponent used an actual fist technique, he wouldn't be able to dodge it, thinking he didn't think he'd go through such a tough time. So Wenhui knew he needed to end this now. The opponent's fist was coated in a golden aura. So Wenhui prepared to strike. The spirit's sword descends, ready to strike. The attack comes in a flurry of blows. Hei Action scoffs at the sight of the sword spirit's attack. He believes the Tiger Force sword is useless against him. The elder's fist collides with the spirit sword's attack. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the area. Debris and dust explode outwards. Wenhui coughs, feeling the force of the blow. The spirit sword is knocked back, and the spirit guide marvels at Hei Action's incredible power, realizing he has become even stronger. Hei Action's fist continues its trajectory. So Wenhui braces for the incoming attack. Hei Action roars as his fist connects. The force of the blow is immense. Wenhui is sent flying backwards from the impact. Despite the force of the blow, Wenhui realizes he managed to block it. He acknowledges that he was barely able to create an opening for a counterattack, and the spirit sword prepares to strike with the luminous star sword. Hei Action unleashed the hidden toad slash, a technique of immense power. The force of the attack sent him flying backwards. The impact cratered the ground. Hei Action realized he was running out of time. He thought that so Wenhui used the hidden toad slash whenever he got too close, but in that case, Hei Action wondered how So Wenhui would deal with this. So Wenhui prepared to counter. It looked like a desperate move. Hei Action's eyes glowed with power. He realized that So was coming in quick. So Wenhui's sword moved with blinding speed. Song Juabake wondered if someone was okay. Hei Action was shocked. So Wenhui asked if Hei Action was worried about him. So Wenhui told Hei Action not to act like he was better than him, the good-for-nothing of Yulong County. The sword spirit warned Wenhui that things would get dangerous if he continued at this rate, urging him to find a way to deal with Hei Action. Wenhui knew he couldn't last much longer either. The sword spirit clarified that she wasn't referring to Wenhui, but rather Song Juabake. She explained that she had seen Hei Action's golden blood body a few times with her previous master. But she noted that Hei Action's skin wasn't that swollen and it didn't fall apart in various places. She was certain that this was the side effect of using a martial art that's beyond what he can handle. If this continued, he might die. Wenhui understood what she was getting at. Even the Tiger Force sword and Void Flow slash isn't stopping him at all. It's possible for him to win by just dragging out the fight, but then he might actually die. Wenhui realized he needed to win while making sure Hei Action survives. Hei Action unleashes a powerful blast of energy. Caught off guard, Wenhui is surprised by the sudden attack. The force of the blast leaves Hei Action's body covered in blood. Hei Action, despite his injuries, acknowledges that if he had hesitated, Wenhui would have cut through his chest. Hei Action grunts in pain. Wenhui realizes he needs to act quickly. Hei Action continues to fight through the pain. Wenhui remembers how to deal with the situation. He prepares to execute his plan. Energy crackles around Wenhui's sword. He grips the sword tightly, focusing his energy. Hei Action seems confused by Wenhui's actions. His eyes narrow in suspicion. Two observers note that a swordsman shouldn't be getting close to someone who uses fists, and that he is trying to resolve the situation using an energy battle. One of the observers realizes that Wenhui is trying to resolve the situation using an energy battle. He's intentionally matching Juabake's energy with his own core energy. The goal is to get him to release his golden blood body. Nearby, one of the spectators wonders if it's okay for him to use his innate core energy like that. It looks like suicide. The energy clash intensifies. Hey, Southern Heaven. Wenhui's getting pushed back. Another notes their expressions. While it looks like Juabake is having the upper hand at a glance, it's certain that he'll be tired first. Someone comments that it's impressive, and that it looks like he's determined to kill Wenhui. Juabake grunts. Wenhui isn't just stronger in martial arts. He remembers to be chivalrous as well. If this goes on, it'll be Wenhui's perfect victory. The battle raged on, the intensity escalating as the fighters tapped into their inner reserves. The question hung in the air. Was this a fight with internal energy? Hei Action, enraged by his opponent's tactics, demanded to know how they dared to play such tricks. His opponent, battered but unbowed, laughed, relishing the challenge. He urged Hei Action to bring it on. The golden blood body was being released, pushing the fighters closer to their limits. The clash of power shook the very ground beneath them. Hei Action stood firm, bracing himself against the onslaught. The force of the impact was immense, threatening to overwhelm him. The attack landed with a resounding crash. So Wenhui, watching the battle unfold, questioned why Elder Hei Action had suddenly gotten involved. Hei Action, with a sinister grin, revealed that he had saved So from depleting his innate core energy, and that was what he had to say. The Elder declared that since no one had won yet, he would intervene. Hei Action announced that the match would be a draw. Absolute sword sense. So questioned if it would be a draw. The woman questioned why he hadn't used the sword techniques according to the secret manual she had given him. The topic of the secret manual had clearly been brought up before. Hei Action scoffed, stating that he wasn't foolish. The woman knew that Hei Action was fully capable of using the sword techniques within the secret manual. The intensity of the situation was palpable. Hei Action stated that because he knew the sword techniques, he also knew how he would use them and their weaknesses. He then asked if that was why So changed the sword techniques. Hei Action stood with his arms crossed, listening to the woman. Elsewhere, two figures wondered who dared to enter their territory. Hei Action scoffed, saying that he guessed that was all So was capable of, and that he could see all of his weaknesses. Hei Action revealed that he intentionally made a few mistakes in case So picked on him more, and then asked if he knew this. Hei Action wondered if So thought the original owner would have neglected improving the very sword techniques that he knew so well. Hei Action wondered if the original owner wouldn't have improved it even more. Hei Action declared that in any case, it was a draw. Hei Action stated that he would have won if they. Action stood over the fallen warrior, his arms crossed. He questioned if So could not tell from a man's current state that he fought until the end. No one knew that. So retorted that Action was really too much. So questioned if Action really thought the fight was a fair one, urging him to think about it. So realized he only had half the cultivation technique. He also knew that the man who inherited Action's martial arts knew the weakness of his sword techniques. The man knew the weakness of So's sword techniques. He also consumed elixirs to increase his internal energy. The man even wore a rare and precious gauntlet. He wore a rare and precious gauntlet. So wondered what he had done in this situation. He had won in a fight. So realized that the fight was set up for him to lose, and if Action didn't intend to acknowledge his win, was he just asking him to die? So continued to question Action. So asked if he was just a chess piece to Action, and if Action thought the man would be a match for him if their fight was a fair one. Action watches as the man he struck lies on the ground. The force of the blow echoes through the area. Action laughs, amused by the situation. The force of the impact sends debris flying. Action demands to know who gave the man permission to use that. Action states that he was certain the man wouldn't be able to handle it. Action says it doesn't matter and asks if he gave the man elixirs, wondering if the pills he gave him every night were elixirs. The man laughs, asking if Action calls that an elixir. He calls Action a fool, saying if he had that many elixirs, why would he have given them to him? Action asks if the man knows why he taught them his martial arts, even though he's never done so before. Action explains that it's because they have a body that's perfect for learning the golden blood body. Action continues, stating that the blood circulation of these two is faster than any other human. Action explains that their body type enables them to accumulate internal energy quickly. The man wonders what about those pills. Action explains that if their blood circulates too quickly before they completely learn the golden blood body, then it'll become poisonous for their body. If left alone, their lives will be shortened, which is why he used those pills. Action says that he used the pills to help them control that circulation while they trained, and asks if the man is seriously asking about the weapon while not. Action stands over the man. The sword, though old, contained cold iron. It was an artisan sword, far superior to most. Meanwhile, the sword spirit considered Action's words. What he said finally made sense. Action chuckled, noting that they were still at a disadvantage. He continued, stating that the fight was rigged so that he would win no matter what. Action added that they were merely chess pieces. He declared that the fight was void and the deal was off. Action decided to take the one-time used chess piece as his disciple. He believed it would be a waste to throw away the swordsman's potential. There were people who were exceptional in martial arts. They were known as martial art geniuses, learning more on their own than when taught. The swordsman stood ready. Action stated that people like the swordsman would be hard to find, and that he had decided to take him in as his disciple. The swordsman was flattered, guessing that the power he got thanks to Sodom and Southern Heaven was seen as talent in Action's eyes. The sword spirit wondered if others in the world could hear what they said. He expressed his gratitude to those who had acknowledged him. However, he knew it was too early to relax, as he still had one last question to ask. The swordsman asked if the golden blood body could only be learned by becoming Action's disciple. Action confirmed that the golden blood body could only be learned by those with fast blood circulation, like the twins. Action told the injured swordsman to be thankful, stating that he would not teach him fist techniques, but instead help him complete his sword techniques. Action asked if the swordsman knew that the sword technique he had learned was the martial art of the Southern Heaven swordsman, his arch-rival who used to rule over Yunnan province. The swordsman was surprised, questioning if the skeleton was the Southern Heaven swordsman. The sword spirit wondered if the sword had also been used by him. The sword spirit remarked that she hadn't told him about her former master and his martial arts, but that he was just acting. Since it was the first time he was hearing about this from Hei Action, he needed to act like it. Action told the swordsman that he should get used to seeing that, because he would be doing that from time to time. Action stated that after the Southern Heaven swordsman died, he was the only one who knew the luminous star sword technique best. Action told the swordsman that he would help him complete the luminous star sword technique. The swordsman thought to himself that he didn't really need Action's help since he got Southern Heaven. Action added that he was also thinking of fixing the swordsman's broken energy core, asking what he would do and what he would become. Action saw this as a prime opportunity, suggesting that they could always turn the tables later. The elder then declared that So Wonhui, an intermediate rank cadet, was paying his respects to his master. The declaration was made with such force that the ground cracked beneath them. Meanwhile, a voice echoed, referring to someone as the Supreme Elder. Action then asked what about the two of them. Action mused that while they were clumsy, he couldn't just chase away someone who had learned his martial arts, admitting he didn't like this. One of Action's disciples responded with disbelief. Action commanded Song Juabake and Wu Hyun, intermediate rank cadets, to quickly repeat after him, paying their respects to their master. One of the disciples argued that they should say their own name and questioned why the other had said the last part as well, calling him Baldy. The other disciple was then congratulated as a junior brother. One of the disciples expressed disbelief at having two junior brothers so quickly. One of the disciples exclaimed that they were the ones who inherited Action's martial arts and questioned whether it was wrong for them to acknowledge the new disciple as their senior brother. A loud laugh erupted. Action asked Jongdae if he saw this. Action declared that their predecessor had become his disciple, proclaiming it practically his victory now. Action, with a disciple in tow, continued his ascent up the snowy mountain. Elsewhere, the sword spirit sighed, acknowledging that Action truly excelled in terms of his mindset. The sword spirit took back what she had said, warning Wenhui that if he truly became Action's disciple, she would no longer help him. The mountain loomed, its peak shrouded in mist and snow. Water cascaded down the mountainside. Meanwhile, Jongdae knelt before Action. Action, seated and leaning against a large shield, declared that with Jongdae's help, he could finally get over someone. But there was one last thing. Action commanded Jongdae to speak to him. Jongdae remained kneeling. Jongdae wondered who had killed him. The challenge letter that injured swordsman received was different from the usual ones. The letter specified the location, time, and even included a flower. At that time, even though injured swordsman's former master usually received numerous challenges, that particular letter made him very nervous as he went to the location. Injured swordsman still had no idea who his master fought that day, only that he was a man with one golden eye. Even though it looked like that man took a lot of hits, injured swordsman's former master's fight with that man ended with his master's death. The fight ended within 40 moves. The man who rivaled the top 8 martial masters in the world. This is all injured swordsman knew about the man who drove his former master towards his death. The ruler of Yunnan province, the Southern Heaven swordsman, had lost just like that. He defeated the Southern Heaven. The injured swordsman considered the words of the sword spirit. She spoke of the Southern Heaven swordsman, who defeated the top 8 martial masters in 40 moves, and yet she sensed something was amiss. So Wenhui cautioned her to mind her words, reminding her that the Southern Heaven swordsman's defeat didn't mean he was weak, but that his opponent was strong. The sword spirit admitted she never thought he was weak. It was just. So dismissed the conversation, stating that it was getting late and they should just sleep. He wished them good night and sweet dreams, but the sword spirit wondered if swords could even sleep. Somehow, the conversation took a turn. The topic shifted to someone on the level of the top 8 martial masters. Looking at Southern Heaven's reaction, So thought he might be hiding something. Based on what he said, it didn't explain why the ruler of Yunnan province, the Southern Heaven swordsman's corpse, was in Guangdong province. So wondered if the Southern Heaven swordsman could have taken so much damage in 40 moves. If their abilities were that great, then it should have ended earlier than 40 moves. This was what the Southern Heaven Iron Sword said. The man who drove my former master towards his death, which could also mean someone else killed him. That meant that the Southern Heaven swordsman was likely still alive after the fight, and he had come to this place to recover. Then, someone appeared before him. The question remained, was the person who appeared the one who had supposedly killed the Southern Heaven swordsman? Or had the Golden Eye Man returned to find him? Or was it someone else entirely who had watched their fight? Whoever it was, their objective was clear. The Southern Heaven swordsman had once told the Southern Heaven Iron Sword, I wanted a successor, but I've got no luck with people. So, if that person stole the Southern Heaven swordsman's martial arts and killed him, they would become the only person who knew the luminous star sword technique. The killer had destroyed his chin so that he couldn't talk. They broke his arms so he couldn't write, and broke his legs so that he couldn't run away. There was only one reason for him to go so far. He wanted to be the sole user of the Southern Heaven swordsman's martial arts. Maybe it wasn't that the Southern Heaven swordsman didn't finish writing the details of the innate energy cultivation technique. Maybe that person had erased it, so that he becomes the only person who uses the innate energy cultivation technique. Even though I'm not his official disciple, I have succeeded him and learned his martial arts, and I'm infuriated. How much more angry would Southern Heaven be for being unable to help his master just because he was a sword, while seeing all that madness happen in front of him? When he first met him, he avoided talking about it. Sodom stated that he would tell him about it later, questioning if he didn't have something more important to do now. The swordsman spirit wondered if he wasn't going to tell him. He guessed that it was probably because it was too horrific, until he decided to tell him about it. So Wenhui needed to be careful not to talk about it again. The spirit guide thought that was the best he could do for him after all. He added that it must have been really tough for him and wondered who the true culprit was. Sodom said that he would tell him later on, thanking him for understanding. Sodom stated that there was no need to be so formal among swords. The sword spirit told him not to worry. Sodom said that he would change the topic if that clueless Wunhui asked him about the death of the Southern Heaven swordsman again. The sword spirit wondered how he needed that, as Sodom stated that understanding each other didn't necessarily need to be via words. Sodom thought that was the bond of a sword and his master for this whole time. The sword spirit thought he was being ridiculous. The sword spirit questioned how he dared act like he knew everything about him, even though he came in later than him for a few months, adding that he killed 3 more people than he did. Sodom stated that he needed to be taught a lesson and that it was time to settle the hierarchy here. So when we wondered why it was so noisy, the air crackled with tension as Hei Action's presence loomed over his new disciples. Before him, the disciples stood, awaiting their master's next command, though one corrected himself, calling him Supreme Elder. Hei Action, however, was not pleased with their apparent lack of enthusiasm, berating them as weaklings. One of the disciples looked on in terror. The disciple apologized, while another thought to himself that Hei Action didn't even ask them to wait. The air grew heavy with anticipation. One of the disciples wondered how they could do nothing on this day, especially since it was the first time Hei Action had taken disciples. Hei Action prepared a large pot. The disciples watched with trepidation. Hei Action declared that he wouldn't let them sleep until they had finished everything. He then asked who wanted to receive the first cup. 2 disciples immediately volunteered, eager to be the first. Hei Action told the disciples to take turns. One of the disciples yawned. It was snowing, as so Wunhui made his way through the mountain pass. The snow fell even harder than the day before. Hei Action, bandaged and wrapped in furs, asked what Wunhui was doing up so early. Wunhui greeted Song Juabek, noting that he was already awake. Juabek asked if Wunhui thought his injuries were all right, then sarcastically questioned if he looked all right. Wunhui thought to himself that the old geezer, Hei Action, couldn't even circulate energy to get rid of his drunkenness, and even went crazy. He also thought that Juabek should have figured out that wasn't the right time to laugh. The others wondered if Hei Action was joking about being rejected by a woman. Juabek questioned why Wunhui kept talking to him casually, even though he was his senior brother. Wunhui retorted, asking who said Juabek was his senior brother, stating that they were simply peers and that Juabek owed him his life. Juabek recalled the events that had transpired. The person who loses becomes the winner's subordinate. Wunhui stated that he was confident and asked Juabek if he remembered the bet they made that day. Wunhui asked how Juabek wanted to do this. Wunhui asked if Juabek wanted to call him senior brother or call him his lord based on their bet, and if he didn't want either, then they should fight again. Juabek reluctantly called Wunhui senior. Juabek questioned if his ears were failing him recently, so he didn't hear that clearly, then called Wunhui his senior brother. Wunhui's sword spirit thought to herself that Juabek definitely matched Wunhui's energy so that he wouldn't get injured. She was sure he knew, but he's just prideful and not stupid after all. The injured swordsman regained consciousness, finding himself in the presence of Hei Action. The elder remarked on his good fortune, while the swordsman weakly called out to his master. Hei Action declared that they would leave. The swordsman, still disoriented, questioned what he meant. The swordsman screamed in pain. Meanwhile, the sword spirit questioned when they would stop flying around like this. Hei Action continued to carry the swordsman. Hei Action noted that he had learned Qigong as well, but it would take too long to reach the 6 Blood Valley with the sword spirit's Qigong speed. The destination was the 6 Blood Valley main building. Elsewhere, a man with gray hair sat at a table, commenting that the pulse reading finished earlier than he thought it would. He confirmed that the current prescription was the best option. An explosion occurred. Debris flew through the air. Someone shouted, asking if the all-healing divine physician was present. Hei Action stood before the man with gray hair. Hei Action demanded that the man cure the injured swordsman. The injured swordsman pleaded to be saved. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room, demanding they stop. Hei Action stood firm, his gaze fixed on someone approaching from the doorway. The 6th Blood Star, Han Bika, questioned if Hei Action had ever seen the person before. Han Bika, the Blood Hand Witch, stood tall. So Wunhui, kneeling on the floor, was being held down by one of the blood cult members. So, struggling against his captor, declared that all must submit to the blood demon and that blood may rule the world. Hei Action questioned how his disciple could kneel before him. Hei Action decided that he must see the divine physician. Hei Action greeted the divine physician, noting that it had been a while since they last met, and commented on how big and strong he still was, offering him some tea. The divine physician declined, stating that Hei Action was the noble one and should drink more instead. Sword Spirit 1 remarked that the old man had already sold his class a long time ago. The divine physician looked completely different from what Hei Action had imagined. Hei Action stated that he would get straight to the point, requesting that the divine physician treat his disciple, as he had a problem with his energy core, and offered his name tag in return. The divine physician declined. The divine physician explained that he had too many name tags from treating people around the Central District. Displayed before him were several name tags. The tags represented the Wudong sect's leader, his subordinates, and more, including the Central District's most notorious murderer, the Four Evils, desperate to kill. Elder Hei Action's name tag, he explained, stood no chance against the name tags of the Four Evils and the Central District's 8 masters, individuals who were supposed to have reached transcendence. The divine physician added that if it was an issue regarding the energy core, it was not a matter of life or death. He stated that he had no time to look after Hei Action's pupil when there were patients in serious conditions under his care. With that, the divine physician told him to come back later if he understood. The sword spirit wondered if So Wunhui was the important patient. Hei Action scoffed, declaring that it was not a matter of life or death. He warned that if the divine physician would not heal the child, then he would only be able to use internal energy, and Hei Action would have to kill him. Hei Action demanded to know if the divine physician would heal him or leave him to die, questioning if he, as a physician, would let someone die. The sword spirit remarked on Hei Action's clever way of going about it, adding that the divine physician could even fix broken skulls if he wanted to. Hei Action wondered what the divine physician was talking about, and if he should break something. The divine physician replied that it was a shame, as he had heard that So Wunhui was Hei Action's first pupil. The divine physician told Hei Action that if he was going to kill him, he should do it outside, as he was busy. The air crackled with tension. The atmosphere grew heavy as the conflict escalated. Hei Action was enraged by the divine physician's refusal. He couldn't believe the physician dared to reject him. Hei Action clenched his fists, his frustration mounting. He thought to himself that if the kid inside was gone, the divine physician wouldn't be busy anymore. The blood-feud demoness urged Hei Action to remove himself from the premises. Hei Action questioned her audacity to block his path, stating that her reaction only made him more curious about who was inside. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. Inside, the divine physician was taken aback by the sudden shift in atmosphere. The injured swordsman also noticed the change in the atmosphere. The blood-feud demoness sensed that the 6th blood star's neck was subtly vibrating, realizing that they were communicating through vibrations. The injured swordsman told the others to wait outside. The divine physician apologized, but the injured swordsman told everyone except for the blood-feud demoness to get out. The divine physician wondered who the person was that the injured swordsman was acting like that towards. Hei Action pressed the blood-feud demoness, asking if what she just said was true. Hei Action warned her that if she lied to try and avoid danger for herself. Hei Action's gaze remains fixed, his expression unreadable. The blood-feud demoness assures him not to worry. She insists that there is only truth to her words. Elsewhere, the injured swordsman clutches his stomach, feeling unwell. He overhears others commenting on how important the patient must be if even Hei Action can't do anything, and wonders when they will be done talking. The spirit guide asks if he has any idea who it could be. He admits he's not sure, stating that since the blood cult leader is dead, he doesn't have any idea. Suddenly, the spirit guide is sent flying backwards. The swordsman assumes it's Wunhui's first time dealing with this kind of situation, and asks if this is trust, adding that he sometimes talks as if Wunhui knows the future. The spirit guide states that he died in the future and regressed. The swordsman is shocked. He realizes that when the spirit guide said Wunhui came back to life after dying, that wasn't a metaphor. The spirit guide insists that he wasn't lying, and that the swordsman didn't believe him at first either. The swordsman tells him to shut up and asks how he dares interrupt their conversation, apologizing profusely. Following the injured swordsman, the sword spirit inquired where they were headed. The swordsman continued onward, explaining that he wanted some water and to find the food storage. The sword spirit complained that the alcohol was messing up her insides and that humans lived an uncomfortable life. The swordsman recalled that this should be the food storage. He approached the building. The swordsman paused, hearing a noise from inside. He wondered who was inside. The swordsman wondered if she had noticed him come in, thinking that she was really gluttonous. He watched as a woman ate. The swordsman chuckled. The woman continued to eat. Suddenly, the woman noticed the swordsman and called out for him to wait, identifying him as the disciple of the Four Supremes' elder. The woman asked him to forget what he just saw, claiming she was on a diet. The swordsman wondered how he could forget that. The swordsman remarked that the jerky she was just eating was part of her diet. The woman explained that she was only eating a little bit because she couldn't hold back the hunger anymore, insisting that she hadn't eaten anything all day. She looked like she was going to eat half the storage. The woman asked him to keep it a secret, offering something in return. The woman offered the injured swordsman something. He thought she was a weird person, wondering why she gave him silver coins when she could have just left it at that. Meanwhile, Hei Action called out to So Wunhui, telling him to come over. Hei Action roared at So to run over to him. The woman eating called out for them to wait. Hei Action told so that he should have waited like a good boy in front of the main temple. Hei Action stood over the woman and So wondered what they were doing there, explaining that he just wanted some water and was going to the food storage. So realized that the woman was using the frequency whispering technique. The woman's power flared, but she couldn't find it. The woman asked if the food storage was right behind him, calling him an idiot, and insisted that she didn't eat a lot. Hei Action remarked that the two seemed to be very close. It was a blessing of the main sect for a Four Supremes elder to take in a disciple. So wondered what he was looking at, noticing the sixth Bloodstar's eyes, which gave him a chill and made him dizzy. The surge of energy erupted around So Wonhui as he struggled against the unseen force. Hei Action warned him not to look into the woman's eyes, stating that he was too immature to resist her deception. So wondered if the dizziness he felt was her doing, and questioned why his innate core energy activated automatically. Hei Action warned the woman not to try anything. The woman scoffed, stating that she would never act with the Four Supreme Elders present. The woman then bid farewell to the Four Supreme Elders. As the woman departed, Hei Action remained wary. Hei Action admitted that things had become complicated and that they needed to find some herb called Clear Summer's Recovery Herb in order to treat so. The Clear Summer's Recovery Herb was shown. Hei Action realized that Clear Summer's Recovery Herb was the herb that the all-healing divine physician in his past life was looking for. Hei Action recalled that he would bestow a name tag that gives the privilege of treatment at any time to the one to find that herb first, and wondered how they were supposed to find an herb in the middle of winter. Hei Action revealed that he knew where that herb was, so wondered what would have happened if the mist didn't get involved. Hei Action remembered someone being in the back of the physician's room. Hei Action realized that the person was the past patriarch's granddaughter. Hei Action was shocked by the revelation. The blood demon's bloodline still existed? This was special great information that he didn't even know in his past life. The name echoes Blood Demon. The Blood Demon was a figure who united unorthodox sects and evil martial artists, creating the Blood Cult. In the past, orthodox sects formed an alliance to defeat them. The Single Star, considered the strongest force of that era, joined the political battle. All of this, it was said, happened because of the Blood Demon. After a fierce battle, the Blood Demon lost his life to countless masters. The Martial Arts Alliance and the Single Star ensured that all of his kin were killed to prevent the Blood Cult from ever rising again. That's what So Wonhui knew until now. So thinks that he would see the Blood Demon's kin from so close up. That's why that crazy old geezer accepted the all-healing divine physician's offer. So Wonhui reflects that Hei Action was even looking into his past life with his disciples. So realizes this is a chance to become a savior to someone who might be the next leader, but wonders if that would be enough. So Wonhui thinks that if he doesn't become stronger, he will be under the control of someone stronger, even if he were to grasp a better chance than this. Sword Spirit 1 asks, so if he's going to look for that herb or not. So states that he will look for it, wondering why he would let go of such a good opportunity, agreeing that good connections are important. Sword Spirit 1 asks, so why he's relaxing now, questioning what if someone else finds the herb first, and if he won't be upset. So thinks that he can't find it right now anyway. It had taken all 4 days for the healing divine physician to find the herb, a task made more difficult by the fact that he hadn't known what he was looking for. With the herb secured, the others had departed, leaving the path clear to begin the search. Meanwhile, Wonhui reflected on his past, recalling how jealous he used to be of the Qinggong that everyone used. The Sword Spirit informed Wonhui that everyone had gone back, a fact he already knew. As they continued, Wonhui realized someone was chasing him. He glanced back, confirming his suspicions. The Sword Spirit was amazed, recognizing the pursuer as the fat woman they had seen earlier. She was almost as fast as Wonhui. Wonhui questioned how that was possible, realizing that even if she trained her skills really hard, she shouldn't be able to run for long with that body. Knowing they might be able to lose her if they stalled for time, Wonhui decided to drop the snow pile on her. The woman's expression was one of intense focus. As her vision was blocked, she wondered what was happening. Wonhui decided to go up the tree. So Wonhui declared that he would speed up and not lose her. He thought that even if she found him later, there would be plenty of distance between them. Young Master Asong shouted to Wonhui that she was above him. The fat woman commanded him to stop right there. She descended rapidly. So looked up. The fat woman repeated her demand. So was confused. She attacked. So shouted for her to wait. He demanded to know why she was attacking him. He thought to himself that she was a problem. He realized that she was better than him. He noticed that she was using Qinggong just fine. The fat woman continued her assault. The woman's attack continued, a flurry of red energy. So Wonhui wondered what kind of technique she was using. It was a martial art that painted the tips of her fingers red, a technique of the blood-feud demoness. So Wonhui prepared to defend himself. He knew that the longer this went on, the more unfair it would be to him. It would be impossible to win against her, so he would have to try to resolve this with words. He braced himself. A blast of energy erupted. The force of the attack sent So Wonhui flying backwards. The energy dissipated. The woman eating noted that this much force was missed on purpose. She asked why So Wonhui had chased her, saying that he scared her, and apologized for attacking him. She explained that he was leaving somewhere in a hurry in the night, so she followed him. So Wonhui questioned why it mattered to her, where he was going, and why she attacked him for it, adding that she wouldn't stop when he told her to either. The woman eating stated that of course it mattered, because he knew where the herb was. So Wenhui wondered how she knew that he knew where the herb was. So Wenhui questions what the woman is talking about, asking if he would be looking for it through the night if he knew where it was. The woman responds that she is actually a friend of the person who needs it. The woman states that she wasn't certain, but had an inkling of an idea, and that she won't be able to go today. She then accuses So of running away and asks him to take her with him. So Wenhui thinks to himself that he'll give her all of the healing divine physician's tablets and such. So thinks to himself that she wants all of it, and questions why he is hesitating if it's a good thing. The woman tells him hold on. The woman thinks to herself that considering she's offering such a big amount from the start, she doesn't know how to bargain at all. She also thinks that she's got an impatient personality considering the silver coin from earlier too. The woman thinks to herself that it might be more advantageous to her if she plays hard to get. The woman tells So just in case, but don't even think about running away, because she is faster than him. The woman asks why they don't do this, and suggests adding another reward to that in order to further solidify their trust. The woman asks what So means by trust. The woman asks So to teach her how he did that gliding movement earlier, calling it a down payment. The woman questions what So is talking about. The woman tells So that he knows how rude it is to request another martial artist technique, right? She says that she knows, and if he doesn't want to, then she'll get going, but that he'll teach her because that's the kind of person he is. The woman eating agreed to teach So Wenhui, but only on one condition. She warned him that the technique should only be used on those he had already decided to kill. It was clear that she was forcing herself to agree, despite not wanting to teach him the technique. Meanwhile, the sword spirit one observed that friendship must be important to her. So thought to himself that it might not be friendship, but a good trade. He then asked if they should go. So Wenhui recalled what the sword spirit one had said about Qin Gong with innate core energy, and that he might die doing it. The sword spirit one warned him that he'd better not do it unless he wanted to die from using up all of his origin energy. So countered that he didn't have an energy core, so this was the only way. So Wenhui asked how she knew that he knew where the herb was. She responded by demanding his whereabouts first. She explained that all of the 6 Blood Valley members had been searching for 6 hours that day. She had met the Supremes multiple times during the search, but hadn't seen him even once. She stated that this was what made her certain. She explained that she felt this while chasing him, but he was running like someone with a destination. She added that he didn't look around at all, only forward, and that she was smart, so there'd be no point in making excuses. So Wenhui confirmed that his name was So Wenhui. He told her that she seemed to be older than him and could just refer to him casually. After the fat woman's condition, So Wenhui was taken aback by her words, especially the implication that he was old. The woman eating, however, seemed relieved. The woman eating pointed out that the herb was down below and asked if So had spoken about what happened earlier to anyone. So contemplated whether to say something, as he didn't get his silver coins. However, he decided he got something better instead, so he would erase the memory. The woman eating questioned if he meant it, and stated that it wasn't just a question, but that it was important to her. So promised he hadn't, but asked if she was chasing him just to ask that question. The herb, bathed in a purple glow, stood before them. So realized that this was it. He reached out and plucked the herb. The woman eating sighed in relief, glad that they had found it. She told So to take it and go, happy as expected. She then told Wenhui to jump forward. As So jumped forward, the woman eating was attacked by an unseen assailant. The attack landed, the sound echoing through the cavern. So didn't feel any presence, though. The woman eating realized that So didn't notice either, despite being better than her, and that these people were strong. The hooded figure declared that they had made the right choice in following. The hooded figure stated that he had the herb and ordered his subordinates to take them down. One of the subordinates questioned who they were before being struck down. The subordinate was struck with great force. So Wenhui's sword cut through the air as he apologized, identifying himself as a disciple of the 4 Supremes. So prepared to strike. So Wenhui was struck from behind. The force of the blow sent So Wenhui crashing to the ground. The woman eating called out to So. She called out So Wenhui's name in alarm. The woman stood over So Wenhui's prone body. A voice declared that they would be back soon. The woman eating watched as the hooded figures made their escape. Suddenly, a voice boomed, commanding them to halt. The hooded leader mused that she seemed to avoid being attacked because she was better than him, but he was relieved nonetheless. So Wenhui's eyes narrowed. He realized she could have relieved his pressure points before leaving. Absolute sword sense. So Wenhui felt something. He realized his pressure points were being relieved, and Sword Spirit 1 asked if he was okay, noting that his innate core energy seemed to be the cause. So Wenhui looked up, surprised. He confirmed that he was okay, acknowledging that his innate core energy seemed to have a lot of unknown benefits. Sword Spirit 1 was furious that the woman eating had abandoned someone who had helped her. Sword Spirit 1 insisted that a person was more important than an herb, questioning if the herb was that important. The Spirit Guide 1 urged So Wenhui to chase after them, or he would lose the herb. So Wenhui wondered if he really needed to, thinking this might actually be a good thing. Sword Spirit 1 was shocked that it wasn't a fully grown Clear Summer's recovery herb anyway. It was noted that the little marbles inside the Clear Summer's recovery herb change as it grows. Once fully matured, the 7 marbles of the herb glow green. Sodom realized that they stole the herb. The spirit guide noted that the herb had 5 yellow marbles, and that there were plenty of immature herbs around. But the spirit guide dismissed them as worthless. The narrator explained that the real Clear Summer's recovery herb was discovered behind the frozen waterfall. The spirit guide considered that they would have taken this too if they had ambushed them any later. So notice something. When we found it, and thanks Sodom, the herb had 7 lightly glowing green marbles. The spirit guide stated that there were only 2, but they're the real deal. It was a sacred herb that only flowers in the winter nights, and Wenhui's palms felt frozen even though he hadn't even touched it yet. Wenhui knew to be careful so as to not hurt the roots. Wenhui felt cold, noting that this must feel nice in the summer. Sodom told Wenhui that the broken blade over there was saying something. The spirit guide told Wenhui to wait, as they were almost done. Sodom continued to try and understand what the broken blade was saying, but it was difficult to make out. The sword spirit strained to hear, explaining that she couldn't really hear because Sodom's core was broken. Her focus sharpened. Suddenly, Wenhui yelled at Sodom to run, warning him not to say anything, just run. It was too late, however, as a massive, serpentine creature with glowing purple eyes emerged from the shadows. Wenhui urged Sodom to quickly get out his Southern Heaven Iron Sword. With a shout, Wenhui was sent flying. The sword spirit wondered what that was, admitting that she had never seen anything like it before. Wenhui yelled that it was too dark, as the sword spirit noted that it looked really gross. Damn it. Wenhui realized he couldn't do anything because he couldn't see. Meanwhile, Sodom thought to himself that he had the herb and just needed to get out of here. The serpentine creature continued its advance. It moved closer. The creature's glowing eyes were visible in the darkness. The massive creature stared down at Sodom with its glowing purple eyes. The serpentine creature roared, its massive form filling the cavern. The cavern shook as the monster moved. Debris rained down from the ceiling. Nearby, Sodom realized it was too late to run. The creature lunged. Wenhui knew he had to dodge and strike with his blade. The monster loomed over them. Wenhui wasn't sure if his attack would work against such a monster, but he resolved to use its own attack against it. He prepared to use the Luminous Star Sword Technique, second technique. He unleashed the Hidden Toad Slash. The attack was difficult, but there were definitely soft spots. The monster wondered what it was facing, realizing that it wasn't impossible to win. The creature roared in pain and fury. The serpentine creature, now more cautious, seemed to sense the shift in the battle's momentum. Wenhui, with Sword Spirit 1 floating behind him, prepared for his next move. Wenhui heard Sword Spirit 1's encouragement, urging him to seize the opportunity. Sword Spirit 1 watched with concern as Wenhui faced the monster. Wenhui acknowledged her words, his resolve hardening. He steeled himself, vowing to defeat the creature at any cost. With renewed determination, Wenhui prepared to strike. He focused his energy, ready to unleash his strongest power. The blade of So's sword glowed intensely. Wenhui prepared to execute the first technique of the Luminous Star Sword Technique. The attack connected, the blade piercing the serpentine creature. The Tiger Force Sword Technique struck true. Wenhui exclaimed in triumph, realizing the attack had worked. Sword Spirit 1 looked on, amazed by the turn of events. The sight of the creature falling filled Wenhui with relief. Sword Spirit 1 was impressed, commenting that the attack wasn't even that strong. She watched as Wenhui struggled against the venom's effects. The force of the venom sent him crashing to the ground. Wenhui, weakened, knelt on the ground. The sword spirit called out to him, asking if he was all right. She continued to call out to him, wondering what had happened. The venom continued to spread through Wenhui's body. He could feel the venom's hot energy rising up his ankle. Wenhui's innate core energy was resisting the venom, but the pain was not subsiding. The venom was so strong that it felt like his body was burning up. The pain was setting his body on fire, even his throat felt hot. Wenhui couldn't think clearly from the heat, but he knew he needed a way to calm it down. He spotted the Clear Summer's recovery herb. He thought it might help, since it was a sacred herb that possessed cold air. Wenhui swallowed the herb. The coldness began falling down his throat. It was unbelievably cold. The heat and the cold collided within Wenhui's body. The sword spirit urged Wenhui to get himself together and control the energy inside him. She questioned if he had regressed just to die like this, demanding that he get it together. Meanwhile, Sodom thought to himself that she was right, realizing he had gotten another chance by dying. Wenhui knew that if he couldn't make it through pain like this, then he wouldn't be any better than he was in his past life. He managed to stabilize his mind. His expression hardened as he focused. Wenhui thanked Sodom, resolving to live no matter what. Energy began to emanate from his hands. He seemed surprised by this development. The Big Dipper was shining on his hand again. With So Wunhui now able to hear the swords, a voice declared that Merak may be opened. The voice echoed in So's mind, one he recognized from when he was with the blue flower. So realized he was losing focus. As he struggled, he could feel the energies clashing and fighting each other. The energies within him continued to clash, each trying to harm him. They were fighting each other in order to harm him. The voice urged So to keep circulating his energy and his innate core energy. The voice identified itself as the Southern Heaven Iron Sword, warning So that he mustn't be swept away by the two energies. The Southern Heaven Iron Sword told him not to forcefully suppress them, but to use the core energy's flow to guide them, asking if he would guide them with the flow. So decided he would give it a try. He thought of the innate core energy as a quiet lake, even when lightning and thunder strikes. It was a lake that remained quiet and calm. No matter how rampant two sides of strong currents that have lost their flow lash around, it was still a lake. Turbulent energies swirled, hinting at a hidden path. The energies converged, forming a pool of shimmering light. A voice echoed, warning that those who failed would fade into nothingness. The voice urged caution and precision. The pool of light pulsed, resonating with an unknown power. So's eyes narrowed, sensing the shift in energy. He realized that the two fierce energies had finally quietened down. So sat in a meditative pose, feeling as though he was enjoying a very strong liquor, his insides now becoming comfortable. The sword spirit asked if he was awake and if the poison energy had calmed down. So confirmed that he was able to attain equilibrium thanks to her and the Southern Heaven's help. The sword spirit questioned if the poison energy had truly calmed down, wondering what So was talking about. The sword spirit looked up at So, awaiting his explanation. So noted that Southern Heaven was over there, though it was at least 10 meters away. A voice, seemingly not the sword spirit's, echoed in So's mind, questioning if he was sure he heard her voice, and stating that since he was able to hear swords, Merak may be opened. So confirmed that he heard it clearly. He realized that after hearing the voice inside the blue flower, he heard Southern Heaven's voice. The sword spirit asked if blue flower was something he had said previously, and if it was the power of the Sword Immortal's secret record. The sword spirit considered the blade's power, noting that it seemed to grow stronger each time the color of the dots changed. Meanwhile, Asong found their ability to hear voices from a distance fascinating. He knew that if he got a chance to escape the Six Blood Valley, he would need to find the Sword Immortal's secret record. So, however, was more immediately concerned with the grotesque monster before him. He wondered if the man who had gone to retrieve the immortal snow herb in his previous life had also encountered this creature. From the looks of it, Asong doubted that it was a mystical creature. He reasoned that if it were, it would vomit out its inner elixir. So urged them to leave, but before he could finish his thought, something caught his attention. An unknown force suddenly erupted. The force exploded outwards. The force sent So flying. Asong asked if he was okay, questioning why he had pushed himself off the cliff. So insisted that he hadn't done it on purpose, explaining that he had only exerted a little strength and jumped, but his body had simply flown away. Wenhui used an innate energy cultivation technique to scan the inside of his body. So was confused. He realized that his innate core energy had almost doubled, becoming an essence worth 30 years. The spirit guide explained that So's innate core energy was directly connected to his origin energy, which could be considered his life force. He added that he had told him this before. As well, the guide continued, innate core energy was most prominent when facing an extreme situation or a life crisis. He elaborated that while it was hard to expand through elixirs, it was stimulated more when facing extreme situations. The powerful yang energy of the monster's poison and the bitter cold energy of the herb probably stimulated the growth of So's innate core energy. The swordsman considered the spirit guide's words, realizing that the more he learned about innate core energy, the more he realized it was totally different from internal energy. The spirit guide exclaimed that whatever it was, So was able to obtain the opportunity to gain internal energy that could easily overwhelm a first-rate martial master, adding that it was amazing. The spirit guide continued, explaining that So would get stronger after enduring pain that made him feel like he was dying. He then declared that he just got a great idea. The spirit guide asked So if he didn't have one more immortal snow herb. Now that So knew the method to control the poison and cold energy, the spirit guide wondered how about doing it once more. Now that So knew the method to control the poison and cold energy, the spirit guide wondered how about doing it once more. The spirit guide stated that So's innate core energy would double again. The spirit guide chuckled, saying he was just kidding and asking if he couldn't joke around a little. He then asked where So was going, stating that he knew that So could hear his voice because of the ability he'd obtained this time around. The spirit guide realized that So was not thinking. The spirit guide apologized, admitting he was wrong and that it was cold. He asked So to bring him along and keep him in his clothes, rather than becoming an unfilial son by abandoning his mother's keepsake. Below, a figure moved with haste. One of the hooded figures believed their target was slowing down, noting that they could no longer see her. Another hooded figure surmised that her stamina was poor because she was plump. The first hooded figure acknowledged that they were lucky to have found so. The second hooded figure admitted to still having questions for Sahayan. He wondered how someone with a destroyed energy core could use Qigong. The first hooded figure stated that they only needed to care about getting the herb and getting out of the Sixth Blood Valley. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted. The energy struck one of the hooded figures. The figure being attacked demanded that they return the immortal snow herb. The attacker declared that the herb was theirs, adding that despite their plump size, they still had good martial arts and Qigong since they were a subordinate of the Blood Hand Demoness. The hooded figure stated that things would be different in a face-to-face battle. The attacker unleashed another wave of energy. The energy struck the hooded figure once more. The masked figure, identified as the Sixth Blood Star, struggles to speak. The woman eating stands tall, her expression unreadable. The immortal snow herb glows with a soft, purple light. The woman eating holds the herb, her hand stained with blood. She questions if they know who they ambushed. The woman eating looks down at the immortal snow herb in her hands, pleading. Meanwhile, the hooded leader is relieved that the woman eating is all right. The hooded leader confirms that she holds the immortal snow herb that they stole. The woman eating declares that they found it. The woman eating states that now that they have safely retrieved the herb, they should return. The hooded follower urges his master to head back. The woman eating subordinate is confused by the hooded follower's request. Elsewhere, So continues his climb. He continues to ascend. So realizes he is now able to climb such heights without even getting out of breath. So understands that the innate core energy is the power of life, and that all of his physical abilities have become stronger. He then notices Lady Heian approaching from afar. So, along with the sword spirit, watched as the woman returned. He couldn't even see her, but he guessed that her eyesight and hearing had improved to the next level as well. The hooded follower wondered if she had returned after chasing those guys down. The follower mused that she must consume a lot more stamina than others when she's running, and that she has really strong mental power. The sword spirit remarked that her abilities only work on people weaker than So realized that he was starting to enjoy getting stronger as he experienced such changes to his body. Lady Heian approached, and So expressed his relief that she was safe. Heian, catching her breath, asked if he was okay, apologizing for not releasing his pressure points first. She admitted that she should have released his pressure points first before going after them. So replied that it was okay, and that the situation was urgent. He was relieved that her pressure points released themselves, guessing they didn't manage to block them properly. Heian asked if he was injured, So assured her that he was okay, just scratched a little. More importantly, he asked if she recovered the immortal snow herb. Heian confirmed that she was able to catch them thanks to her master's help. She added that she'd like to apologize to him first. Just in case anything unexpected happens again, Heian had asked her master to take the snow herb back to the divine physician first. Heian asked So not to misunderstand her, assuring him that she'll still give him the tablet. So wondered how he was supposed to believe that her master will hand over the tablet, just because her disciple tells her to. Heian told him not to worry, that she'll definitely hand it over, but that she'll hand it to Elder Hei. So thought that she'll request something in return for the tablet, wondering why they're giving it so easily. So realized that changes things a little then. Heian reiterated that if he were to help her with her request, she would hand over the divine physicians. Elder Hei action stated that he had already told her that he did not wish to be involved in the matter. Heian responded that he already knew it, and that he only had two options regardless of his wants. She asked him to please work with them. She questioned how he dared use the tablet, too. The figure with the conical hat stood overlooking a village. The figure asked if they were not thinking of the other option. The woman with dark blue hair questioned if Hei Action knew he would have to make this decision eventually. Hei Action confirmed that he was sure. Hei Action huffed, stating that he just needed to give up on that brat. He added that it couldn't be helped, and in that case, he didn't think he'd be able to hand over the tablet to her. The woman sighed, wondering if Hei Action was just bluffing or if he was serious. Meanwhile, a swordsman announced his return to his master. Hei Action scoffed, declaring that the swordsman was too late and wouldn't be able to fix his energy core forever. Hei Action remarked what a pity it was for the Sixth Blood Star, adding that he would need. The woman eating asked Hei Action what he meant. She stated that this wasn't a fully grown herb. She explained that it didn't have any healing properties and that a fully grown immortal snow herb would have 7 green beads within the petals. The woman eating continued, noting that this herb only had 5 beads and was therefore a young herb. She laughed, calling it a pity. Hei Action listened intently. It seemed they would have to look for the herb again. Hei Action's disciple stated that there was no need to interrupt him, because he had returned with the fully grown immortal snow herb. At that moment, someone noted the coincidence of 2 people finding herbs at similar times. The swordsman held up the herb, noting that it had 7 beads within the petals, confirming it was fully grown. Hei Action laughed, stating that it was expected of his disciple. Nearby, the woman eating questioned what had just happened. She demanded to know why she hadn't been told about this, accusing someone of deception. So Wenhui thought to himself that she was the one who went back on the promise of finding the herb together first. He wanted to learn the frequency whispering technique in the future, but he didn't know how to use it. Hei Action's disciple asked if he could ask one question. Hei Action was asked if a blood star was going to hand over the tablet to him. Hei Action questioned what nonsense they were talking about. He asked when he had ever threatened her. The woman eating was taken aback. She remained silent. The woman eating stood silently. The matter settled, Hei Action's disciple confirmed that everything was in order. However, so Wenhui didn't seem convinced. The woman eating stated that nothing could be done, as a bet was a bet. A while ago, before Hei Yan and Wenhui returned to the Six Blood Valley, the woman eating was shocked. She questioned how anyone could trust Hei Action. Hei Action wondered why she still didn't trust him, even after he taught her his Qigong technique. The woman eating asked if he'd been scammed by a lot of people in his previous life. She stated that she trusted him, but wasn't certain that the Sixth Blood Star would hand over the tablet. She considered that if her master didn't live up to whatever he told her, she'd have no choice but to follow his words. Hei Action assured her that he would keep his promise, but she questioned if he was certain. So when we looked on, the woman eating was shocked, wondering how there could be a disciple who doubted their own master. Hei Action laughed, asking if they should make a bet then. The woman eating stated that it was simple. Hei Action stated that she could continue to trust her master, and he'd trust his own judgment. He added that since her master had taken the immortal snow herb, it was a done deal. So Wenhui questioned if it wasn't already too late for either of them to say that they were the ones who found it. The woman eating apologized. Since she had lost the opportunity to obtain the tablet, a new negotiation began. The woman eating suggested that there should be compensation for the lost opportunity, but Hei Action accused her of sounding like a crook. He then asked what she wanted to bet on, before letting her ask him a question. The woman eating reminded Hei Action that he had said he was acquainted with the important person. She declared that if she lost, she would not only persuade Elder Hei to give up, but also give up on the divine physician's tablet that his master would have received. Hei Action asked if she would give up the tablet. Hei Action noted that she was risking a lot. She declared that she wanted that person's tablet. Hei Action was surprised by her request. The scene shifted to Han Bika, who appeared to be apologizing. Someone nearby was shocked by what they were seeing. Han Bika stated that she had cut off her own fingers and apologized to Elder Hei. Hei Action responded that cutting off an arm wasn't even enough to compensate for getting on his nerves. He hoped that she would be generous and take into consideration that he was on a mission to escort an important person. Hei Action remarked that she was as shrewd as ever. Hei Action declared that he would accept the apology only if it was backed by loyalty. The woman eating thanked him for accepting her apology. The hooded follower one remarked on the unsightly behavior being displayed before a physician. Hei Action chuckled, reminding the woman eating that she needed to keep her promise. Hei Action confirmed that the tablet had to be given to her disciple and not to her. Hei Action chuckled, stating that it didn't matter. The hooded follower one stated that they were going to ask the same thing of her. The woman eating was instructed to have Elder Hei's disciple return the next day at noon. So Wenhui noted that since he had some extra time, he would take a look at his condition first. The next day at noon, so Wenhui arrived at Six Blood Valley. He moved with incredible speed. It was noted that Hei Action's Qigong technique was most effective when used among rocky mountains. Sword Spirit 1 told Wenhui that she had been thinking about it and found it strange that everyone seemed wary of how Hei Yan reacted. It was the same thing when the divine physician suddenly changed his words, and the blood hand demoness also changed her attitude after glancing at Hei Yan. The narrator noted that the woman eating was just observing like a bystander when her master cut off her own finger. The figure appeared to be of higher rank than the blood hand demoness. He speculated that she was probably higher ranked. If he was right, she wasn't just the blood hand demoness disciple. He wondered what she was then, perhaps her daughter? It was revealed that she was the granddaughter of the blood cult leader. No one would have suspected that a glutton like her would be the granddaughter of the leader of a scary and powerful place like the blood cult. It was hard to gain weight just so she could hide her identity. She told herself not to tell anyone that her sickness was one that caused her to gain weight. If she was the only grandchild of the blood cult leader, then it was almost certain that she would become the next cult leader, even if she didn't look imposing with that shape. That was a fatal sickness for both women and martial artists. Someone wondered who the woman standing behind the curtain was. It was probably a substitute. Since there were tons of people who were after the granddaughter of the blood cult leader, there was still one thing that was suspicious. Again, when we wondered what it was, this was the territory of the blood cult, and while wanting to look imposing was understandable, when we questioned if there was really a need for her to hide her identity to the extent where there was a substitute. He realized he might have been mistaken. Why had he assumed the blood cult leader would only have one granddaughter? The thought lingered. The possibility opened up a new line of inquiry. What if the blood cult leader had several granddaughters, all vying to take his place? Who were they, and did such individuals truly exist within the Six Blood Valley? A cacophony of voices echoed in his mind, each demanding blood and violence. The voices urged him to fight, to draw his weapon without hesitation. The chorus of sword voices grew louder, overwhelming him with their bloodlust. He realized this was a side effect of the ability he had recently acquired. A voice cut through the noise, telling Wonhui to ignore the clamor. It reminded him that he shouldn't pay attention to everything everyone around him was saying. But the voices were too loud, too insistent, resonating within his very mind. How could he possibly ignore them? The sword spirit suggested circulating his innate core energy. As Wonhui circulated his core energy, the voices began to soften. He noticed a group of people in conical hats. The sounds of battle echoed in the distance. Someone demanded to know how he had gotten in. Wonhui realized he had been too slow to avoid the sword voices. He identified himself as a trainee, but his opponent dismissed him as too slow. The woman's attack landed with devastating force. She seemed surprised that a trainee could withstand her power. The force of the blow caused Wonhui to stumble. He wondered why she called him slow without giving him a chance to respond. He realized that her attack was incredibly powerful. The woman mused that she had gained confidence in her abilities after having 30 years' worth of innate core energy, and yet a trainee managed to withstand her attack. Despite withstanding the attack, Wonhui felt a pain as though all his insides had twisted. The woman smiled, holding her sword. She found the situation interesting. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, demanding a halt. The shout echoes across the courtyard, where Wonhui and his group stand facing the imposing structure. The speaker reveals herself to be a woman with striking purple eyes and dark blue hair, adorned with golden ornaments. She declares that So is not merely a trainee, but Elder Hei Action's disciple. So Wonhui, under his straw hat, wonders if he truly heard correctly. A disciple of Elder Hei? The woman's words cause confusion among the blood cult warriors, one of whom questions if Hei Action has taken in a disciple. The woman, unfazed, tells So that he should have revealed his status from the start, as she almost killed him for nothing. She then asks if she scared him. So reflects on her strange behavior, realizing that she intended to kill him with a single strike from the beginning. He acknowledges that her master must have raised a great disciple. The woman states that it is the first time someone around her age has managed to block her attack. So wonders if her master is doing well, noting that she takes a lot of pride in her abilities. She speaks about her master as if she's of a higher position, and that no one has seen him much for a few years, like with the second blood star. So thinks to himself that to be able to speak of blood stars and supremes like they're nothing, she looks strangely similar to Lady Heian. The woman tells So to leave quickly, stating that she won't be able to send him. She warns that people might think he is the owner of the Sixth Blood Valley with that tone of his. So retorts that he will go when he wants to, and tells her to stop rushing him. So found the woman's words irritating. Suddenly, the woman and her companion vanished. Realizing he should have arrived later, So regretted his timing. So glanced up at the building. He recognized the voice. The divine physician had arrived. The woman clicked her tongue in annoyance. Annoyed, the woman declared she was leaving, stating that So had spoiled her fun. Before departing, she told So to send her regards to his master. The woman stated that they should fight next time they meet. A question mark appeared next to the woman. The sword spirit questioned what So would do, noting that she was asking for a duel. The spirit recalled that her former master had warned her to be careful of such women. So admitted that she gave him goosebumps. So wondered what she did with that sword for it to be suffering so much. The friendly young man asked if So was okay and questioned who that person was. A voice informed the woman with dark blue hair that a physician was looking for her. The woman remained silent. She seemed to have heard everything that was said, intentionally cutting off the speaker and making it clear she didn't want to be asked any further questions. The woman with dark blue hair admitted to having a good guess about something, but insisted it wasn't her business to interfere just because she was Elder Hei's disciple. So found the situation bizarre. Meanwhile, the physician pressed on So's back. The physician asked how So ended up eating an immortal snow herb, wondering how he knew about it. He explained that So had accumulated a lot more cold energy within his body. The physician assured So that he wouldn't speak to anyone about anything regarding a patient, so he could rest assured and tell him the details. The physician added that Wonhui was someone trustworthy, since numerous skilled martial masters had handed over their tablets to him, suggesting that telling him might help him get cured. The physician stated that he was looking for the fully grown immortal snow herb. The physician explained that the immortal snow herb ended up going behind a waterfall, and that in that place, So saw a monster with 4 purple eyes and a human-like face. The physician expressed disbelief that So met the human-faced purple-eyed viper, calling it a truly rare experience. The physician continued, saying that the strange-looking snake hides in the darkness and devours humans when it can, stating that it's more like a demon than a monster. The physician added that it hates anything bright, so it'd be almost impossible to see it if you had even a torch with you. The physician remarked that So got really unlucky. The physician stated that there was something he didn't understand. The immortal snow herb doesn't have purification abilities. In any case, that's why So ate the herb. He added that he didn't just see cold energy in all of So's vessels. So was told that the person who sought the herb previously carried a torch. The physician also noted that he was seeing hot yang energy. The physician felt a sense of relief as he confirmed the absence of poison. He wondered if the poison was purged due to So's innate core energy. It seemed the innate core energy had the ability to dispel toxins, as was the case with the blood parasite too. So asked if having yang energy and cold energy in his body was alright and if it would cause any problems. The physician stated that it would only cause problems if only one of the energies remained in his body. The physician explained that the cold and yang energy were balancing each other and slowly melting within So's vessels. The physician stated that this was as good as eating elixirs and accumulating energy afterward. So asked if it was the same as eating an elixir and if that meant he could quickly accumulate internal energy as long as his energy core was cured. The physician responded that it would depend on how hard he worked to accumulate the energy. The physician added that if So was able to properly absorb the melted energy from both of the energies in his vessels in a balanced manner, he would be able to accumulate internal energy quicker than others. The physician presented the tablet that he promised. So was seen taking the tablet, and the physician wondered what he was doing. The physician thought that there was no need for So to give him his tablet since he was going to treat his energy core, and he wondered what So was planning. The physician looked on as So took the tablet. The physician wondered what there was for him to cure when So was perfectly fine. So Wonhui, visibly shocked, questioned if his energy core had truly recovered on its own. The physician responded that it seemed So didn't know, and that was likely why he had been asked to treat it. The physician explained that if So moved his energy around, he would feel small, insect-like things, which were fragments from when his energy core was damaged. He continued, saying that among the extinguished fires, there were small essences that were like sparks brought back to life. So considered the physician's words, repeating that it was rare for an energy core to recover by itself. The physician confirmed that it was an extremely rare occurrence. He added that it was hard to see such an occurrence, as most people would give up once their energy core deteriorated. The physician then stated that since he wouldn't be treating So, the tablet was indeed his. So thanked the physician, who waved it off, saying there was no need for thanks since he hadn't done anything. The spirit guide exclaimed that this was like getting 2 divine physician's tablets. So stated that he would be able to put it to good use because even if he had gotten 2, he would have used one to treat his energy core. The spirit guide asked if So's energy core had recovered, and So replied that he thought he had an inkling. So recalled how his leg's wound had recovered after he killed the human-faced purple-eyed viper and circulated energy. He realized that his body's recovery rate had improved so much that it could regenerate new flesh in a short period of time. So, still recovering, listened to the spirit guide. He surmised that if the spirit guide was correct, he should be thankful to the human-faced purple-eyed viper. The spirit guide remained silent, but he was concerned about the recovery of So's energy core. Southern Heaven, who had been silent, was reminded by the spirit guide that the first line of the innate energy cultivation technique was to destroy one's own internal energy. The spirit guide agreed, wondering if the middle and lower energy cores could coexist. Southern Heaven stated that it would be best to pay more attention to it. The spirit guide warned that if one tried to hold everything at once, they might lose even what they already held. Hey Action grumbled about how troublesome things had become, remarking on the strange occurrences. Southern Heaven remarked that So would meet not just one, but both of them. The spirit guide clarified that Southern Heaven was likely referring to the fatso and the redhead. It seemed that both of them were the granddaughters of the blood cult leader. So asked what Southern Heaven meant by him having met both of them. He realized that the woman was right, and he would have to make a decision. So was talking to himself again, probably thinking about who among the two he should support. There was a time when the cult leader was so strong that he was known as the apex of the unorthodox sects and not just the blood cult. He ran into everything without hesitation like a fierce storm. With that man, there had been a belief that uniting the entire Jianghu would be more than just a dream. But no matter how strong he was, defeat was inevitable when many people combined their strength together. After going through all that, everything felt meaningless. Others wanted them to rebuild or destroy others to try and revive their cult. They tried to increase their forces in all sorts of manners, but all of that was meaningless. That's why, after washing his hands of everything, he traveled around doing useless things. He thought he should just use the time he had to accomplish the things that he couldn't in his life. He's probably talking about the revenge match that Southern Heaven talked about. He was just a strange and crazy old man, but he guessed he had his own circumstances as well. Two distinct eyes watched on. The seeds that were left behind by him struggled to grow from being a weed to a flower. Hey Action asked what So would do during a time like that. Based on the look in his eyes, it seemed Hey Action had already decided. Hey Action wondered if So was testing him by asking him this question. If he was going to stand by and watch a flower bloom, then it'd be right to leave them alone, as he had said. But if that isn't the case, shouldn't he prepare fertilizers so that he can help the flower bloom? So thought it'll probably be best for him to say what he truly thinks. Based on his previous life, Hey Action didn't choose either side, so he doubted his answer will influence him in any way. They'll need more forces. So listened as he was told that no matter which flower he chose, he would need to have fertilizers to use. He questioned what was said and was told that they would have a lot to do from now on. Meanwhile, Hei Action chuckled, stating that there were about 6 months left. He was told that he needed to become a captain by then. The narrator observed that Hei Action wanted to grow their forces, a simple statement that meant a lot. It was noted that he, different from the other 4 Supremes and 7 stars, was eccentric and alone, meaning he was going to grow his personal forces. This meant that the history of the Hei Action that was known would change. A future that was totally different from his previous life was in the making. Even those closest to the situation admitted they didn't know everything about Hei Action. The man was a force to be reckoned with. However, certain facts were known. After the blood cult began to mobilize, instructions were issued from the higher echelons. But Hei Action made his own decisions and acted upon them. He had fought with Jin Q, the Heat Tyrant King, one of the 8 strongest martial masters in the Central District. Hei Action took a critical blow, losing his right arm in the process. That event would occur 6 years from the present. The Sword Spirit considered that the future could change. So Wonhui sat in meditation. He realized that Hei Action possibly didn't foster his own forces back then after all, and that a lot had changed even now. Originally, So was supposed to be a low-ranked trainee. But he became a disciple of the 4 Supremes and also formed some kind of relationship with the bloodlines of the blood cult executives. So knew that each of his actions were changing the future that he once knew, and that he might need to take into account such variables in the future. He wondered if that meant the present could be an opportunity as well, and that if Hei Action built his own forces, then being his disciple could become. So considered his path, seeing each challenge as a stepping stone to rise up, but he knew that becoming a captain was essential. He was certain now, after circulating his energy, that innate core energy and internal energy couldn't be used at the same time, but they could coexist together. So acknowledged that the So clan cultivation technique was lacking. He knew that unless he absorbed the yin and yang energy in his vessels, his growth would inevitably be slow. He wondered if Southern Heaven knew of any incredible cultivation techniques. The Sword Spirit responded that she didn't know the relevant cultivation techniques that So's former master used when he destroyed his lower energy core very well. To begin with, vessels were paths where blood and energy flowed, and things could be different if they were talking about causing blood to circulate faster. So consider the idea of circulating blood faster. The Sword Spirit remarked that So's companions came up with ideas that he would never be able to think of from time to time. Young Master Asong declared that there was actually a perfect cultivation technique that he knew of. It was the absolute sword sense. Asong asked if So wanted him to teach him the cultivation technique of the golden blood body. Hei Action refused, stating that would never happen. Hei Action recalled that his master told him to never teach that to anyone. Hei Action sighed, admitting he guessed he saw that coming. He only asked So because he didn't know when his master would come back. Asong noted that his master had indeed been busy and away lately. Asong continued, stating that So learned energy circulation techniques from him and that there was no need to care about hierarchy. Suddenly, So called out for him to wait. The twins stopped in their tracks. Wu Hyun stated that since they were all disciples, he was sure their master would understand. He then asked Jwabaek if he didn't think so. Jwabaek thought that Asong was still just a kid. Asong declared that So was his equal, adding that since So wasn't even 20 years old, he didn't know what was truly important in life. He mused that if he could learn a cultivation technique just by changing the way they addressed each other, that would be a mega plus for him. He then reminded So that they were from the same hometown. 3 days later, Asong noted that there were definitely effects from this, as he was accumulating internal energy several times faster. He explained that whenever he circulated his energy along with his blood, the yang energy and cold energy circulated into his energy core together and came back out. So felt his blood surging upward like when he was hung upside down at the cliff. Asong wondered if Hei Action and the twins used this while fighting, stating that he now understood why they said that if one didn't have a certain kind, he had no choice but to alternate between this and the So clan cultivation technique. He sensed the presence of a human. So turned to see a woman approaching. The woman asked if she could have some of his time, revealing that the 6th blood star sent her. So realized that the 6th blood star was looking for him. Around the 6 Blood Valley's main hall, in front of the 6th blood star's residence, So knew the 6th blood star was looking for him. The woman sent by the 6th blood star held a tablet, remarking that she couldn't believe someone would ask for Miss Tablet in a bet. The woman stated that she didn't know where So got his bravery from, addressing him as Lady Heian. She informed him that he couldn't meet her right now, prompting So to wonder why. So recalled that Heian had cut off both her index and middle finger. The Sword Spirit wondered if the divine physician had reattached it for her. The woman mused that although it was said that he could cure all things except bringing back the dead, she wondered if he'd be able to reattach detached fingers. The Sword Spirit found this fascinating, wondering if he could reattach a detached head, stating that one would die if their head got cut. Han Bika's internal energy began entering So's body via his wrist. So thought that it was a mysterious grass technique that he couldn't even respond to. He realized that Han Bika's internal energy was entering his body via his wrist. So thought that it'd be best for him to keep his mouth shut. The woman stated that it seemed he didn't use as much core energy as they had worried. She told him to take those herbs with him when he leaves, prompting So to ask for a pardon. The woman stated that they'll help him in recovering his core energy. So mused that Lady Heian must have prepared the herbs, commenting on her generous nature. He hoped that the woman sent by the Sixth Blood Star would not use the herbs for anything. Regardless, So had gleaned some useful information. Even a martial master at the level of the Sixth Blood Star was unable to detect his innate core energy. The woman stated that she would be taking her leave. So asked if she would like to make a bet with him. She responded that if he was concerned she might take away what the lady gave him, there was no need to worry. She clarified that she would like to seek some revenge for her as her master. So considered that it was even more suspicious if she had no intentions of taking away the tablet. The woman responded that she wouldn't dare to make a bet with him, asking him to take back his request, but then added, if you win. The Sixth Blood Star stated that she would teach him something, even though it so thought that she may not be as good as his master. The Sixth Blood Star apologized, saying that she couldn't possibly greed over his technique, but then added, if I win. The Sixth Blood Star thought that So was cutting her sentences off again. The Sixth Blood Star told someone to ask Hei Action to reconsider the proposal that she made to him. She realized that this was what she was after, and that she would do whatever it takes to convince Hei Action. The woman eating was told that the deal had no disadvantages for her. Nearby, the sword spirit listened intently. Speaking wasn't hard, the woman was told. She thought the deal was indeed pretty good, but it still depended on what they were going to do for the bet. Elsewhere, a subordinate asked what they would be doing, stating that they had something in mind. The hooded leader instructed them to step forward. Meanwhile, the mysterious subordinate noted that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, mentioning that this was their first time meeting ever since they joined the blood cult. The woman eating stated that she had become the disciple of the Sixth Blood Star. The Sixth Blood Star listened intently. So remained silent. The woman eating asked if So knew her. She then exclaimed that he was so mean. She recalled that they had been traveling the whole time together, wondering how he could not know her. So remembered her now, stating that it had been a long time. He thought to himself that he was so busy trying to survive, wondering why he would care about others. The woman eating stated that she couldn't believe they had met before, commenting that fate was such a strange thing. So was shocked to hear the woman eating mention the name Iwa. He admitted that he didn't know what she looked like, but he had heard her name many times. Before that test, she had become a Sixth Blood Star's disciple as a basic rank trainee. She quickly became a hot topic among the trainees. But looking at her right now, she seemed like just a young child. The Sixth Blood Star stated that he intended to groom her into an advanced warrior. The Sixth Blood Star wanted to make her into a first-rate martial master in half a year, showing how confident he was in her abilities. That was definitely a very conceited view. Was this why people who wanted to learn martial arts did whatever they could to be under an exceptional master? Because an exceptional master could unleash the dormant talent that one has. So recalled that Hei Action didn't just do that for him. He had even commanded him to become a captain. The Sixth Blood Star stated that they would be betting on who would become an advanced warrior between the two of them. So was shocked by this. The woman eating looked on. The Sixth Blood Star asked what would happen if both of them became an advanced warrior or failed to become one together. In that case, the Sixth Blood Star stated that both of them would fight to decide the winner. So thought that was a very martial artsy way of thinking. So realized that the Sixth Blood Star's proposal might be risky, but it could become a motivating factor for him, since he had to become a captain no matter what. So resolved to do just that. If he won the bet, he would be able to learn a skill from one of the blood cult's top martial masters. Of course, if he lost, then Hei Action might see him as someone who'd been recruited over to Beck Ryona's side. Seeing as how the crimson-eyed woman spoke in a different tone compared to Beck Ryona's people, and how she was also really confident about her standing in the blood cult, it probably meant that she had the upper hand against Beck Ryonha within the blood cult. Something So learned while living the life of spy was to not bet on something that's not certain. It was too dangerous to stand on either side right now without any situation awareness or power. One would definitely die in this world. So he would definitely become stronger in this life. So accepted the bet, agreeing to see her in 6 months. Nearby, one of the subordinates noted that he accepted. The other confirmed. It seemed the Fourth Supreme was in a rush, considering how they were going to all the places where energies were located and consuming all the elixirs. Just like she said, the subordinate didn't think he was really smart. If they won this bet and used that child to persuade the Fourth Supreme, the whole process would become much easier. Han Bika wasn't sure about that, but stated that she believed in Yewa. One of the subordinates stated that So didn't look like the type who'd make a bet if there's a chance he'd lose. Han Bika told them not to worry, because with Yewa's level of talent, there's no way she'd lose. Han Bika asked them to please leave. Han Bika asked Yewa if she could do well, to which Yewa responded that she could, of course. 6 months had passed, and the scene shifted to 6 Blood Valleys Plaza, where a promotion test was underway. The fight was swift and brutal. The squad commander observed the fight and remarked with pity that the cadet had passed out in a single move. It was announced that the total number of confirmed intermediate warriors would now be 37, which was deemed not too bad. The squad commander recalled that there were 6 people among the advanced trainee cadets who would be taking the advanced warrior promotion test. A cadet, kneeling before the squad commander, begged for another chance. He continued to beg. The squad commander ordered him to stop, identifying him as a squad commander. The squad commander told the cadet that he had watched his test and reminded him that promotion tests were done within their cult. All trainee cadets were to train in the Blood Demon Fist, the basic combat technique of the Blood Cult. Then, they would try the 6-men, 12-men, and 36-men formations. If they managed to do all of that, they would receive the title of a basic warrior. Among the basic rank warriors that passed, those who were skilled enough would take the intermediate warrior test. Intermediate warriors were second-rate warriors, meaning the test was on their ability to use internal energy. They would need to accumulate at least 10 years of internal energy before their abilities could be acknowledged. The easiest way to check that would be to use the World Stone. Only when one uses internal energy on it would they be able to leave a mark on the stone. To leave a mark on the stone meant they earned the right to take the test. However, the real test would be a duel with an intermediate warrior. If they could last for more than 30 moves in the duel, they would receive the title of intermediate warrior. That was the only way the Blood Cult evaluated one's abilities. The leader of the Blood Cult stated that they provided equal opportunities to everyone and made no exceptions for anyone. He then asked what he should do about the 3 people who got disqualified from the duel like the man before him, if he gave him a chance. The leader considered what to do about the 8 people who failed at making a mark on the World Stone. The leader understood how they felt, but he hoped they could use the frustrations and anger they had to motivate themselves to train harder and try again next time. The subordinates stood by as the leader addressed the warriors. One of the subordinates bowed before the leader. One of the subordinates asked if they should punish Captain Hay Action. The leader told them not to worry about Hay Action. He announced that they would start the test for advanced warriors. The warriors wondered who the barbarian was and who the people standing in front of him were, questioning if there were such people in the Six Blood Valley. The warriors stood in anticipation. The leader watched with a piercing gaze. The warriors exclaimed in shock at the appearance of the Fourth Supreme. The title card appears, declaring the current arc as Absolute Sword Sense. One of the men states that the Blood Cult's test evaluates simply by one's results. The man in the tiger pelt assures the other that his disciple will easily pass at least the intermediate warrior test. Hay Action tells him to stop beating around the bush and speak to the point. The other man wonders if it can be done or not. So Wenhui's sword spirit wonders why they are acting like that. It is said that there's no way people will like others who join the test without following any proper procedures. So Wenhui looks on. It is said that among them, more than half are judged as basic warriors. It is said that everyone will definitely be unhappy. The sword spirit tells them to stop, while the hooded leader asks what they are staring at and tells them to become the Fourth Supreme's disciple if they are unhappy. One of the men tells the hooded leader that there are a lot of people watching them talk right now. Hay Action asks what he needs to care about. It is said that there are squad commanders here who are under the other elders or the 7 blood stars, not just the opinions of trainee cadets. The hooded leader walks away. It is said that they're watching the tests in order to select and recruit people. The hooded leader considered the suggestion. His eyes narrowed in thought. He wondered if his disciples were even qualified to take the test. Meanwhile, one of the Fourth Supremes agreed that the squad commander's words made sense. Another member of the Blood Cult believed that the hooded leader was simply trying to observe the rules as the Valley Master of the Six Blood Valley. Another suggested that they should just do what he was suggesting first. Elsewhere, the woman with dark blue hair wondered why the sword spirit wasn't around, only to realize she was nearby. She guessed that the sword spirit was thinking of doing the same thing as them. Hay Action scoffed, saying that they made it sound real good, but questioned if they were also there, so they could go straight for the advanced warrior test. The woman eating denied it with a laugh. She then asked Squad Commander Gu what they needed to do to get them qualified. The hooded follower stated that if they were able to prove that they had the right to take the advanced warrior test. The hooded follower continued, saying that no one would be able to object even if they forego all proper procedures. The woman eating stated that they would have to do at least this much to save them some face. The woman with dark blue hair thought that in just 6 months, she no longer looked naive, but full of confidence. The woman with dark blue hair was curious as to how much stronger she had become. The woman with dark blue hair approached a large stone monument, her footsteps echoing in the courtyard. As she neared the monument, a surge of energy emanated from her, her eyes glowing with power. Suddenly, she unleashed a burst of energy. The energy manifested as a powerful force. Nearby, members of the Blood Cult observed the display. One remarked that she was the 6 Blood Stars disciple, noting that she had only been a basic warrior 6 months prior. Another cultist marveled at how quickly she had reached this level. The cultists realized that she wanted to take the advanced warrior test. Elsewhere, Hay Action stood with others, stating that he was embarrassed but had done his best. One of the figures questioned if this proved that she was qualified to take the test. Meanwhile, So Wonhui, cloaked in purple energy, was asked if he intended to use internal energy for this time's test. He confirmed that he did. Nearby, young Master Asong chuckled, asking if So had seen that. Asong declared that innate core energy was his ultimate secret weapon and that there was no need to show it here. The woman-eating thought to herself that she had gotten way stronger in 6 months and would definitely win this bet. She resolved to show how much she had grown with just internal energy. Asong admitted that he didn't know how much energy he had to use to show this level of results. Asong was shocked that So ignored him, resolving that So would brace himself if he dared to cause Asong to lose face. The woman with dark blue hair had made her intentions clear, but others were also preparing. So Wonhui considered the upcoming test, knowing he must surpass Yewa's performance. Thanks to the light chakram art and light chakram cultivation technique, So had drastically improved his internal energy in a short time. He had been able to grow his internal energy at an incredible speed in 6 months. So knew that if he tried to hold back his strength, he might not even impact the World Stone at all. So decided he would go with 80% of his power. So prepared to strike. His eyes narrowed as he focused. He struck the World Stone. So realized it wasn't as tough as he thought it would be. His fist broke into the World Stone. Nearby, the hooded follower too observed that it wasn't just leaving a mark. The friendly young man was surprised that So got that strong in just a year. Song Jwabek, struggling to remove his fist, remarked that So didn't get a good grasp of how much strength to use. He added that So could have just broken it, and told him to take a good look at how he does it. The friendly young man thought that Song Jwabek was getting unnecessarily enthusiastic again. Song Jwabek declared that they should look carefully at just how strong he was. The hooded follower, too, wondered why Song Jwabek was using Golden Blood Body just for a simple test. He observed that the World Stone was being broken bit by bit. The friendly young man noted that fragments of the World Stone were flying out. He thought that Song Jwabek simply broke the surface, which didn't help much. He added that he was taking it easy because he was afraid he'd hurt his hand. Song Jwabek continued to attack the World Stone, as the hooded follower too watched in disbelief. The onlookers were stunned as they witnessed the World Stone split in two. The force behind the strike was undeniable, leaving a lasting impression on everyone present. Whispers rippled through the crowd, with one person questioning if Song Jwabek's head was made of enhanced steel. Nearby, the friendly young man mused on Song Jwabek's sudden increase in strength, while young Master Asong seemed to bask in the attention. However, a stern voice corrected Asong, clarifying that the attention was directed towards Song Woohyun, not him. Hey Action erupted in laughter, declaring that this was the minimum level of result they should show. All three of them. The hooded leader's subordinate remarked that their disciples were truly talented, suggesting that all of them may prepare to take the advanced warrior test. The commander Dark Hair expressed his doubts, believing that the subordinate was mistaken about something. He stated that they were not there to take the advanced warrior test. Nearby, So Wonhui and the injured swordsman expressed their desire to take the test to become a captain. The test to become an advanced warrior was about to begin. It was said that one needed to endure 12 moves from a first-rate martial master to be considered an advanced warrior. The spirit guide observed that the advanced warriors were indeed holding back, possessing a totally different level of martial prowess compared to intermediate warriors. Hey Action remarked that if they really wanted to defeat the trainee cadets, they could probably do it in 3 moves, adding that they were preserving about 60% of their strength. The reason why Hey Action didn't want them to proceed with the captain test right away was because they wanted to see what the martial masters were capable of first. Suddenly, So Wonhui found himself addressed directly. Hey Action loomed over So, his large hand reaching out. Wonhui realized that the blood hand demoness had gulped. So realized he hadn't expected to be talking about the bet here. The sword spirit observed how shrewd the blood hand demoness was, wondering if she had done this just so she could get an advantage in a bet, but also noting that it wasn't all, and that it was true that she made the first move to get an advantage. It was also to plant a seed of suspicion in Hey Action, making him think that she was having secret rendezvous meetings with him. So wondered why they were together, but realized there was something that she didn't know. Hey Action stated that he had already told him everything. Hey Action chided that So was always trying to grab on any opportunities that he saw, threatening to break both of his legs if he ever dared have any funny ideas again. Hey Action chuckled, admitting that So Wonhui had made an interesting bet. He then ordered someone to make the woman teach So her skill. He commanded them to go and show it to her. The narrator explained that there were 3 methods to become a captain, starting with becoming an advanced warrior of the blood cult. The first method involved accumulating achievements, working one's way up to vice captain and then captain. The second was to accomplish an achievement so significant that it could earn a promotion. The third method was to fight 2 advanced warriors with real weapons. The narrator continued, stating that the warrior must defeat them in 100 moves. The narrator noted that this was incomparably tougher compared to the advanced warrior test, and that it seemed the 4th Supreme taught his disciples well. So wondered what sword technique the 4th Supreme had taught. So understood Captain Gu's point of view, realizing that it was no surprise that he was jealous, as So was their masterpiece. The sword spirit urged him to show them just how powerful the luminous star sword technique was. So realized that if he was only there because of the Fourth Supreme's orders, there was no need to push himself to take the position of a captain, because he still had a lot of chances. Dae-young thought that the Fourth Supreme's disciple was using a sword, while Ho-yoon requested to learn from him with a humble mind. So thought that they all sounded like they were worried via frequency whispering, but they had a hostile attitude and hoped for a good match. With the command to start, the match began. So moved with incredible speed. The combined attack of his opponents was swift, but So was ready. One of the twins yelled for the other to end the fight. So recognized the sound of a sword coming from behind him. The twins were shocked. One of the twins wondered how So was able to do that without looking back. The twin fell to the ground. So stood over his defeated opponent. The other twin wondered if So was showing his back on purpose, and considered how he was able to react to their combined attack without being flustered. It seemed to the twin that So had a lot of fighting experience. It was no wonder that So was taking the captain test. The sword spirit one remarked that So had trained so hard for 4 whole months and had done more than 100 mock training sessions with Hei Action and the twins. So only remembered getting beat up and that this kind of reaction was from her. The twins were not even anything serious yet. Song Woo-hyun fell to the ground defeated. His opponent stood over him, sword in hand, ready for the next challenge. From a distance, the sword spirit one watched the fight unfold. The sword spirit one noticed that the twins were changing formations. Meanwhile, the hooded follower one prepared to strike. The hooded follower one and So Won-hui clashed, their swords meeting in a shower of sparks. The sword spirit one observed that the masked warriors were beginning to use proper sword techniques. So Won-hui continued to fight, his movements precise and powerful. The hooded follower one wondered if So Won-hui was using a soft sword technique. So Won-hui unleashed a flurry of attacks. The hooded follower one admitted that So Won-hui was impressive, but the hooded follower one thought that So Won-hui was still just a kid. So Won-hui's attack landed. The mysterious subordinate was surprised. The hooded follower one cried out as he was struck. So Won-hui stood victorious over the hooded follower one. Without any hesitation, So Won-hui prepares to strike. The technique is known as Rising Dragon Slash. The force of the blow sends the mysterious subordinate flying. The mysterious subordinate curses. He realizes that he can't see what's in front of him, so prepares to use the fifth technique. It is the luminous star sword technique, fifth technique. The mysterious subordinate curses again. He prepares to block the attack. The technique is known as Meteor Strike Cleave. The force of the blow is immense. The mysterious subordinate is hit by the full force of the attack. The force of the blow sends him crashing into a nearby building. The mysterious subordinate is severely injured. A woman asks him to stop bleeding so that he could take out his dagger. The figure remained still. Meanwhile, one of the masked figures sighed, admitting they had lost. Elsewhere, onlookers expressed their excitement, believing someone was more than qualified to become a captain. The crowd marveled at how someone had stopped their sword right before their opponent's face, declaring that they had won big time. The hooded follower sighed, admitting that what he had just witnessed was completely beyond his expectations. It was said that Hei Action was famous for fighting with fists, which was why, when So Won-hui said he would be using a sword, someone thought this was a golden opportunity for them. It had only been half a year since his energy core recovered after being treated by the all-healing divine physician. It was hard to withstand combined attacks of first-rate martial masters with just 6 months of training. A woman declared that there was no way that was true. His exclusive martial arts were just to increase one's energy capacity and maximizing external and internal arts. But the sword techniques that So Won-hui used were filled with advanced martial arts concepts. It wasn't a martial art that was made by the Fourth Supreme. The man with the dark beard chuckled, acknowledging the display he had just witnessed. He thought to himself that the swordsman was indeed quite skilled. Meanwhile, the hooded leader mused that the swordsman reminded him of the Southern Heaven swordsman. Elsewhere, Jong Dae was wished to have been present to witness the events. Nearby, one of the women declared that she would take the captain test as well, determined to obtain the right to become a captain. In the last 6 months, the woman with short hair had grown tremendously, thanks to her master. Dam Yewa expressed her belief in her master's teachings and her own hard work. She vowed to protect her master's pride and ensure that she won the bet. But, unfortunately, she lost. Unfortunately, she returned with a failure. Dam Yewa was devastated by her loss. A voice echoed out, calling someone a fool. Hei Action looked on, a question forming in his mind. The elder Hei Action questioned if that was good enough of an excuse. The man before Hei Action was already more than 60 moves in. Those watching thought that young Master Asong might be the true successor of Hei Action. The man with brown hair thought that he was really unlucky. Because of the pressure to end this quickly, the purple-haired man wasn't able to unleash his original abilities properly. Hei Action asked if he was being mocked. The woman with dark hair said of course not. Not anyone can learn his exclusive martial arts after all. But she was more interested in that sword technique. The woman with dark hair was learning for the first time that an expert of fist techniques like Hei Action was also knowledgeable in sword techniques. Hei Action told her to stop trying to change the topic. He accused her of trying to say that it doesn't feel like it's his sword technique, huh? Hei Action said that she sure had gotten less observant to think she would think that. The woman with dark hair couldn't recognize the sword technique of the Southern Heaven swordsman. The woman with dark hair stood with a crowd of people. The woman with dark hair thought about the sword technique. The woman eating considers the implications of what she's heard. The Southern Heaven swordsman? Displayed is a manual. The narrator explains that this is the secret manual of the Southern Heaven swordsman's sword techniques. Elsewhere, a group of masked men congratulate the hooded leader, who stands over a fallen figure. They ask if he killed him. Hei Action is furious, wondering if his chance to kill him is being stolen by someone else. The woman eating is surprised that Hei Action would reveal the truth, thinking unexpected since he could have said that he killed him. Hei Action states that he got the manual from someone, taking back what he just said. Hei Action then declares that this isn't a complete manual. Hei Action continues, saying that he has fought with him a lot, and that there's probably no one who knows him better than he does. The woman eating wonders what that means. The focus shifts back to the woman eating. Hei Action states that you can say that he's the successor of both him and the Southern Heaven swordsman. The woman eating sighs, thinking that Hei Action is a shrewd old man by saying this. She realizes that Hei Action is not only saying that he's created a successor so that the Southern Heaven swordsman's legacy can continue, but that he's also saying that he's someone who's capable of fixing even his arch-rival, Southern Heaven swordsman's sword techniques, and that with this, if someone within the blood cult. The woman eating considered Hei Action's words. He had stated that to learn the Southern Heaven swordsman's sword techniques, no one could raise objections. She thought this was a good thing, because of the fact that her master's legacy would have been lost if it weren't for him. He had also mentioned that she was a successor of the Southern Heaven swordsman, and she was thankful to him for saying that. She was thankful to him just for saying that. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Southern Heaven swordsman's sword techniques were on display. The observers urged the fighters to stop. It was noted that the child was the one who succeeded the Fourth Supreme's exclusive martial arts. That guy just finished his test. The test had concluded. Song Jwabaek was breathing heavily, noting that he had a nosebleed. Song Jwabaek had passed the test to become a captain. For someone his size, Song Jwabaek was worse than So Wunhui, the previous examinee. That aside, he didn't look like someone who just won. Someone declared that Song Jwabaek was a useless fool and was embarrassing them. Another individual apologized. One of the fighters asked why they were being looked at. He thought to himself that if those bastards didn't use tag-team fighting tactics to keep running away, he'd have defeated them way faster than them. He wondered why he was using frequency whispering technique to explain himself to himself. The last examinee, Song Woohyun, was called forward. Hei Action stated that if Song Woohyun showed him the same lousy performance his brother did, he'd be starving for days after this. Hei Action warned Song Woohyun that if he showed him the same lousy performance his brother did, he'd be starving for days after this. Du Kyung and Kong Chaeji were ordered to take him on. The swordsman wondered about the strange expression he had just seen. More importantly, someone noted that there was a swordsman and fist martial artist mixed in this time around. Elsewhere, it seemed as if they didn't want the three of them to become captains. Someone speculated that they might only be putting one person who uses a weapon because they didn't want to get on Hei Action's nerves. The order was given to let the test start. The test began. One of the examinees surrendered. The results were surprising. Song Woohyun passed the test. Someone remarked that they must never let him starve. One of the examinees was glad that they only fought him in the past. Hei Action laughed as the captain qualification test results were announced. The results showed that So Wunhui, Song Jwabaek, and Song Woohyun all passed, while Damyewa failed. The rank of advanced warrior is given when you fulfill the requirements. After the test ended, the examinees walked away. The captain and executives made their way to the Six Blood Valley's main hall. Meanwhile, Sword Spirit One informed So Wunhui that one of the Blood Hand Demonist subordinates had been glancing at him. The subordinate wondered if there was another person besides Damyewa. The subordinate realized that it was Lady Heian, or rather, Baek Ryonha. She knew that although her illness seemed to have been cured by the immortal snow herb, she could still somehow tell it was her. The other subordinate wondered if she had gone through body reformation, noting that she basically shrunk in half. Despite the changes, the subordinate noticed that her round eyes and long eyebrows were still the same. So Wunhui told Sword Spirit One not to talk nonsense. One of Hei Action's subordinates asked why they were going to the main hall. Hei Action thought that what happens from now on is key. Hei Action stated that they needed to bring useful guys with them. The doors to the main hall were opened. Inside the main hall was a board with many names on it. Hei Action and his subordinates entered the main hall. The group walked down the hall. Hei Action and his subordinates stood before the board. From here on, the selection ceremony will begin. The blood cult spy questioned what the selection ceremony was, and the spirit guide explained that it was basically assigning new warriors their appointments. It was explained that the names of the warriors who passed the test would be written on the wooden tags. These warriors would be categorized into advanced, intermediate, and basic warrior candidates, and the captains of each Blood Star and Supreme would recruit those that they liked. The spirit guide asked so if that meant the Blood Wolf captain chose him in his previous life. It was explained that basic warriors don't get nominated and don't get to choose. The Valley Master will just assign them randomly to different places. It was more like a competition to get advanced and intermediate warrior candidates. Someone asked Hey Action if he was perhaps joining the selection ceremony. Hey Action scoffed, stating that since he didn't have any captains under him, shouldn't he be selecting them himself then? One of the subordinates stated that they were all just representatives, so they couldn't say anything to that. Another asked if it started from intermediate warriors or advanced warriors. It starts with intermediate warrior candidates. Hey Action stated that was great, and he would start first, asking if there were any objections. He then said he would take it that there were no objections and start selecting. Hey Action began selecting. Someone noted that he was pointing somewhere below the board and wondered if there was someone he already had in mind. It was wondered if he already had someone in mind. The wooden tags representing the warriors were violently cut. More tags fell to the ground. With a total of 37 warrior candidates, the selection process continued. Hey Action declared that he would cut off the last 10. The tags continued to fall. Elsewhere, the other leaders were shocked to hear that he was bringing all of them with him, all 27 of them. So one we thought that Hey Action would be doing something ridiculous, but he really didn't care about what others thought. Hey Action stated that since he had left 10 candidates, it would be fair to the others. He told them that they could discuss or do whatever they wanted, so they could each bring back one candidate. The Supreme was informed that he had selected too many candidates. He was surrounded by shelves filled with nameplates. Hey Action questioned what the speaker meant by that statement. Elsewhere, one of the subordinates reminded the woman eating that she had previously said it was too much work to have people under her at the Supreme Stars Assembly. She had also said she would operate alone back then. The subordinate continued, saying that if she chose this many candidates, it would not be possible to assign them fairly to everyone. The woman eating stated that she was glad they brought that up. She then asked the subordinate to repeat what they had said. Hey Action declared that he was going to try and grow a group of people himself. Questioning if that was the case, then he would have to have them under him. The Supreme stared intently. The subordinate stated that he was going to select everyone, but left her some candidates to save her some face. He wondered what reaction they'd have given if she selected all the candidates. The woman eating stated that if any of the squad commanders had complaints, they should feel free to go tell their superiors what happened there. Those who had a problem would come find her, or they could just settle it there themselves. Hey Action threatened to rip someone's mouth apart. The woman eating responded that if that's what he wanted, the subordinate realized that they didn't have any excuse to stop him anymore. It was only natural that the leader received all the warriors he desired. However, for one who had operated as a lone wolf, the declaration of wanting to grow his own force would shake the dynamics within the cult. It was also believed that the woman would definitely make her move once she knew this fact. Hey Action, who had been like a sleeping dragon, was awakening. It seemed the young Mrs. Future Path was becoming more and more dangerous. Sodom considered the situation, and the spirit guide asked if this wasn't actually a good opportunity for him. The spirit guide explained that now that it had come down to this, both sides would be trying to convince the old man to be on their side. The spirit guide continued, saying that the force dynamics of the cult would be revealed, and Sodom would be able to weigh out his options. Sodom wondered since when the spirit guide had become so smart. Sodom was shocked by what the spirit guide said. The spirit guide told Sodom to just be quiet, saying that he was capable of thinking of something like that. Sodom agreed. The selection of the advanced warrior candidates would begin then. The 6 candidates that passed the advanced warrior test were told to come forward. Before proceeding any further, each squad commander was asked to come forward. Sodom realized that things were different for the advanced warrior candidates. Sodom recalled that this was how things proceeded before he regressed as well. The advanced warrior candidates could choose which faction they wanted to go into. It was said that the events to come would hinge on the persuasiveness of the squad commanders. With that, one of the men declared that he would leave the task to them. The man clad in tiger skin stated that they must get all of them, suggesting that the other use his eloquence to persuade them. The other man questioned how he could possibly do it. He continued, stating that he was obviously not at the same rank as the squad commanders, and it would be better if the tiger skin man did it himself. The tiger skin man scoffed. He asked if he was being asked to toot his own horn. The other man looked away. He realized that the tiger skin man wanted him to make him sound great. The man with the tiger skin asked who they should start with then. Meanwhile, Captain So was asked if he would be doing it on behalf of the Fourth Supreme. So confirmed that he would. Another man stated that there was a hierarchy and that they should base it on seniority, to which another responded that it would make him the last. One of the men agreed that what Squad Commander Cha said made sense. Another man questioned if there was a need to quarrel over who goes first. With that, one of the men stated that they should do that then, while So thought to himself that these guys were no different from Hey Action. So overheard the conversation, realizing that the commanders were serious about not wanting to give him a chance in the first place. The others wondered if Squad Commander Song would have to go first. That thought made Song Jwabe competitive for some reason. Song Woohyun wondered what he should do to bring all 6 of the advanced warrior candidates to their side. It seemed the order had been decided, and each of them would come out one at a time to give their speech. Since they weren't choosing factions right away, it would probably be best if he went last and adjusted his speech accordingly after hearing what they had to say. Song Woohyun was surprised and wondered why he had let himself go last. It was not bad to go last, Song Woohyun thought, resolving to do his best. Hak Jungyeom thought to himself that he should be prepared for the worst if even one of them chose not to come to them. It was truly hard to meet the standards of crazy old man. Song Pilching introduced himself as the 5 Poison Squad commander, serving the 3rd Supreme, Blood Viper King, Gu Jiang. And so one by one, the 3rd Supreme treasures valued talents a lot. Hak Jungyeom introduced himself as the Destruction Squad commander that served the 2nd Supreme, Rampant Demon Blade Emperor. He told them that if they joined, they would have the chance to learn blade techniques from him personally. And so, one by one, all 9 squad commanders gave their speeches. Sword Spirit 1 found this boring, wondering how it was that all 9 of them were saying the same thing. They were just saying who they were serving and what martial arts they used. If they came to them, all their exclusive poison arts would be, well, since all of them still serve within the blood cult, there wasn't much difference in status, so the only thing they could boast of would be their martial arts. So notice that too. Despite the similar speeches, Jo Sungwon maintained a poker face throughout, so remembered his name. Even at a glance, it was clear that Sungwon was nearly a first-rate martial master, someone who could become a supreme peak martial master with just a bit of guidance. Even during the advanced warrior test, he was able to counterattack Go Jinchong within 16 moves. It was natural for the squad commanders to be paying attention to Sungwon. Sword Spirit 1 felt like she had heard Sungwon's name somewhere before. It wasn't like she remembered everything in her previous life like a written record, but she definitely remembered that name. Elsewhere, a figure greeted someone. Na Shimyung introduced himself as the White Blood Squad commander who served the 1st Blood Star, Lightning Bloodsword, Jang Ryong. The hooded leader 1 wondered what was happening, noting that Hei Action had never shown any interest so far. But now Hei Action was showing interest. Hei Action stated that he wouldn't talk about the 1st Blood Star. He added that it was just like what his seniors before him had already said. Hei Action explained that all the 4 Supremes and 7 Blood Stars were respected figures in their cult, so he didn't think there was a need to list everything out. Hei Action said that he would say this. He stated that they, along with the 1st Blood Star, had fought on Gi Peak. Hei Action declared that they had fought on Gi Peak, which could be said to be at the forefront thus far, and they would continue to do so. He showed reactions at the mention of Gi Peak. The woman wondered why that was so, realizing that it would be near the beggar site's base. She gasped. He remembered now. He had been wondering why he couldn't remember him well. It was because he's a spy from the beggar sect. So Wonhui was shocked to learn that he was a spy from the beggar sect and an orthodox martial artist, but that wasn't all. Half a year later, a man was found dead. He'll get caught for being a spy and get killed after being tracked down. The Sword Spirit asked if they should leave him alone to die a horrible death, then asked if So was going to help him. So wondered why he would do that, stating that he was only intending to join the 1st Blood Star. So Wonhui thought it was unfortunate, but he'd have to give up on him and made sure to bring that guy whom he just looked at. So Wonhui is taken aback by the revelation. The man wearing the tiger pelt muses that Wonhui probably thought the same thing, which is why he was looking at the injured swordsman. The man in the tiger pelt continues, noting that the injured swordsman was exceptional during the duels. Elsewhere, the Destruction Blood Squad commander was said to be from the Hao clan. The man in the tiger pelt emphasizes that they need to recruit him to their side. So wonders if the man in the tiger pelt knows that he's asking him to recruit a spy over to their side. Elsewhere, a voice requested a favor. Hei Action responded with a curt, "What?" The elder chuckled, believing So Wonhui was about to get an earful. Hei Action called for his twin, apologizing for something he didn't know he did. The twin demanded to know what he was talking about. Meanwhile, So Wonhui thought to himself that it was finally his turn. He knew that they had already made up their minds, and that he needed to differentiate himself by coming up with an original plan in order to move them. So Wonhui declared that he was the squad captain. He knew there were 6 in total, and that he would start with 5. So Wonhui reminded everyone that he was the disciple of elder eccentric Hei Action of the 4 Supremes, and that in some ways, he was luckier than them. Some wondered if he was just boasting, and asked what he was on about. So Wonhui thought that they would lose focus if he talked for too long. So he took one pause, and would now continue. He considered himself lucky, but as someone who came here as a disciple on his own, he could confidently. So Wonhui thought that he could relate to them better than anyone else, and that Jo Sungwon wasn't even listening to him. As the discussion continued, one of the men stated that he, too, thought it was pointless to talk about the master's accomplishments and stories. Hei Action, visibly annoyed, questioned why stories about him would be considered pointless. Another man countered, suggesting that the master's accomplishments were proof of something. Attention shifted to 2 figures, and it was noted that they had similarly entered as disciples and risen to become squad leaders. So Wonhui declared that it would only take 1 year. He clarified that this was an objective indicator, stating that 3 experts were created in just a year. Someone questioned if that was because the Fourth Supreme had taught them. It was pointed out that squad leader So was still talking. Sword Spirit 1 apologized for interrupting, furious that someone dared to interrupt So. So thought to himself that the interruption meant he was doing well, as the interrupter probably felt threatened. Another man believed it could also be because So was the Fourth Supreme, but there was something else. It was revealed that the master only had 3 disciples. So clarified that this included himself, and a man wondered if that was a good thing. Another man stated that So was just saying that his faction only had 4 people in total. So Wenhui's subordinate considered the situation, deeming it an unbelievable mistake. It would only be a few now, but soon, many would come under the wings of the master, and they could then be at the center of the foundation. Like the founder of the Murim Alliance. From below, 2 figures were seen. Another man stated that others were surely great, but wherever one goes, they will start at the bottom. He asked if they wanted to start at the dragon's head. The subordinate exclaimed in surprise, agreeing that it was an undeniable truth. The man asked if they wanted to start at the dragon's tail. Or did they? Lastly, as can be seen, since there were so few of them, they were family. Someone was shocked. A man with a large smile told his companions to smile so wide that it's enough to rip their mouths, or he would rip them himself. He declared that he loved his family. It was a wholesome master-disciple relationship. The man's thoughts were dismissive of the idea of family. He told himself to ignore his guilt. Absolute sword sense. Li Gu, an advanced warrior candidate, stated that he would like to be a part of So Wenhui's affiliation. He was welcomed. It was thought that the Fourth Supreme Elder would be happy and that this was a good start. He wondered how badly that crazy old man would have scolded him. The man wondered what would happen if the first candidate went under another squad. Hei Action was greatly amused. Someone asked if a decision had been made, and the response was affirmative. It was thought that the second one was coming to them too. Someone pleaded to be allowed to live. Someone responded with a simple Someone thought that they were too needy. It was squad leader So. Someone stated that they would like to be a part of So's affiliation too. An advanced warrior candidate, Ha Moon Shan, was introduced and a voice declared a welcome to hell. Hei Action, sporting his signature tiger pelt, exclaimed his approval. He admitted to delivering a good speech, but found it odd that 2 people had chosen them consecutively. The next candidate was about to be announced. Meanwhile, Commander Darkhair, observing from a distance, decided that the problem was So Wenhui. Elsewhere, So Wenhui continued his walk. He was aware that he could beat all the other 5, and that everyone wanted him, but he felt like an emperor's wine that had been poisoned. Others were trying to take him in using the frequency whispering technique, but that would be pointless for someone like So, who had clear goals. So's goal was clear, to go to the solitary blood saint. The friendly young man noted that Hei Action seemed to like So. Li Gu wondered if he should leave a fish with many bones alone or eat it, realizing that it was impossible for a beggar sex spy like So to be convinced by him. Hei Action continued to demand that they bring So to him. The hooded leader insisted that they could not let him go to anyone else. The friendly young man reiterated that Hei Action really liked him. Li Gu realized that Hei Action was just begging him to take So in, and that he had no choice then. The injured swordsman thought to himself that he couldn't let himself die to Hei Action. He also reflected on his 10 years as a spy, realizing that the most fearful situation for a spy was. Meanwhile, Zhou Sungwan was addressed as a beggar. The speaker approached him. Zhou Sungwan asked what they were talking about, stating that he was one. He considered that making that decision just because he'd be able to go near to Gi Peak was dangerous. The man with blue hair stood next to Zhou Sungwan. Zhou Sungwan asked what the man wanted. The man with gray hair welcomed Zhou Sungwan. He welcomed him as a candidate. The man with gray hair was sure the solitary blood saint would be. Elsewhere, Hei Action stood over a fallen foe. Hei Action stated that he would like to be part of there. Hei Action laughed, saying that was right, and wondered why things were going so well. Hei Action stood with his arms crossed. The man with reddish-brown hair reflected on his actions, realizing he had altered history. But, meanwhile, another man wondered if he had made the right choice. Elsewhere, it was stated that things are going to get harder from now on. Someone asked squad leader so what he had said to him, while another asked if he really planned on taking all the candidates, and yet another asked if he had any shame. The man with the reddish-brown hair thought about all these frequency whispering techniques, realizing it was already hard. The advanced warrior selection ceremony had come to an end. The final results for Hei Action were tallied. Li Gu, Ha Moon Shan, Zhou Sungwan, and Gong Hairia, totaling 4. Hei Action mused that only 60% of the persuasion skill he boasted about seemed to have worked. Nearby, the woman eating wondered aloud what they could do, while internally noting that Hei Action's words were like knives stabbing her chest. Hei Action thought to himself that he could have said 70%, but 60% sounded like he only got half of the people recruited. Hei Action, fist raised, asked what the other person was so happy about. So Wenhui stood silently, his back to Hei Action. So thought to himself that young master skills were still pretty amazing. Hei Action wondered who it was, noting that he didn't sense any presence. Hey Action realized that it seemed like So knew him, but he had never seen him act so friendly to anyone. So apologized, explaining that it was quite interesting, so he was just watching, and wondered if Hey Action was testing them by concealing his presence. Hey Action loomed over So. Hey Action stated that So was someone who used to serve him until 10 years ago, and then Jang Munwong, the Who's Zone squad commander, greeted the young masters. Jang Munwong stood with his arms crossed. Jang Munwong is greeted by So Wonhui and Song Juabek, who introduced themselves as disciples, while Song Wuhyun stand beside them. Having followed orders, the members of the Old Mountain County have been secured. Hey Action chuckles, admitting that he doesn't have the persuasion skills of young Master Asong. The Blood Cult's forces now consist of 20 basic rank, 13 intermediate rank, and 2 advanced members. So realizes that Old Mountain County is similar to the 6th Blood Valley, a place that trains new warriors for the Blood Cult. Hey Action listens intently. Hey Action believes this must be related to why Asong was absent 6 months ago. The Sword Spirit observes that Asong doesn't talk about it, but it seems like he's been getting ready to grow the faction. Hey Action, as expected of an elder of the Four Supremes, foresees further than others. The camera focuses on Hey Action's tiger pelt. Hey Action wonders what kind of great plans Asong has in store. One of the twins remarks that since they have more members now, they have to graduate from living in the cave. Hey Action instructs them to take a few guys with Wunhui and bring everything back. One of the twins is excited that they finally get to sleep somewhere other than the cave. The group seemed to be enjoying the change in environment. One of the men expressed his relief at no longer having to sleep on the ground with spiders and centipedes. However, one of the men wondered if he had made the wrong choice, but realized it was too late to turn back. The group discussed what items they should take, including the elders' personal belongings, if they wanted to take everything in one go. Seven was complimented on his ability to organize the group and was asked if he wanted to pick the items. Those skilled in Qigong were asked to raise their hands. One of the men commented that Seven was the type to do anything if you just praised him. Someone recalled their former master's warning to be wary of those who praise others a lot. They then wondered if their former master never dated a woman because he was too picky. Another man denied the claim, stating that he was just focused on his sword. Jo Sungwon was staring at someone in the group. The group was almost there, they just needed to go over the hill. The sky was blue with some clouds. A mountain loomed in the distance. Someone questioned if the man was an S-squad leader. One of the men wondered what was going on. Another man told him not to worry, he wouldn't die. Jo Sungwon watched as squad leader So Wonhui approached, stating that he wanted to talk about something. The man being watched thought to himself that So was being obvious about wanting to speak with him alone. The man being watched responded that he didn't know what it was about, but that they should catch up soon. Nearby, one of the men commented on how their master would react if they were late. The master called out for them to follow him, and his subordinates agreed. Someone commented on Hey Action's exclusive light body technique, saying it was amazing no matter how many times they witnessed it. Another person noted that Juabek's mountain climbing skills were probably top tier among his peers. The narration described So Wonhui as being from the Hunan province, Yulong County's Yiyang So clan. The narration continued, stating that So's mother was a child of a concubine, and that after his energy core got damaged because of energy deviation, he'd been referred to as the family's garbage. The hooded figure stated that this was what he knew about So. The hooded figure asked if So had gotten all the information about him, wondering how. The man being watched looked shocked. So was seen fighting. Someone was seen attacking. The hooded figure stated that So's stumbling footwork wasn't anything ordinary. So was seen attacking. He's already an expert. Someone shouts for Wonhui to dodge, identifying the incoming attack as one of the 18 techniques of the Descending Dragon. Wonhui wonders how he knows the 18 techniques of the Descending Dragon. It is said that the technique is supposed to be only for the leader of the Beggar's sect. Someone wonders how Hey Action knows such a technique. Hey Action prepares to strike. The attack is launched. The attack continues. Li Gu observes that it might have been a bit hard if he unsheathed his sword, but it's not impossible. The hooded figure asks if So is listening, stating that he is sure So now understands that he's no match for him, and demands that he answer his questions. The hooded figure tells So not to be mistaken. Hey Action scoffs at So. Hey Action states that he can easily deflect something like this. Hey Action deflects the attack. Hey Action prepares his next attack. Hey Action struggles to speak. So stands, surrounded by a blue aura, and wonders if Hey Action was hiding his true powers. So declares that Hey Action realized it a bit too late. So recalls that inner energy can only do so much. So thinks back to a month ago when he reached 4 stars in the Luminous Star Mystic Art and considers the current version of himself. Hey Action has surpassed the limitations of an expert. So sword clashes against Hey Action's hands. The force of the impact sends Hey Action flying backwards. The energy from the clash explodes outwards. Hey Action grunts in pain. Hey Action continues to struggle. So realizes that Hey Action managed to block by deflecting his blade, but in doing so, he's exposing his weakness. So sees an opening. Hei Action scoffs, believing he can see through such obvious attacks. So prepares to strike Hei Action. Hei Action was caught off guard by the sudden shift in power, questioning what was happening. So struck Hei Action with the flat of his blade. Hei Action could only watch as the attack came. The strike landed, and so declared it was over. Hei Action cried out as the attack landed. So stood over Hei Action, his sword held casually. Hei Action fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Hei Action, now on the ground, admitted he wasn't going easy on So. So struck Hei Action again. The blow left Hei Action coughing, as So explained that he would no longer be able to use his inner energy. Hei Action pleaded with So to wait and talk. So responded that was what he wanted to do. Hei Action thought that someone had started attacking out of nowhere. Hei Action apologized, but So told him not to. So reveals that he had a lot of pin-up anger because of Hei Action. Meanwhile, the defeated Hei Action sarcastically thanked So. The man found the experience of beating someone to a pulp surprisingly refreshing. He mused that he now understood why Hei Action enjoyed beating people up, as it felt like a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. The man with blue hair stated that he was careful not to use his internal energy, and that he beat the man to a pulp. But the man with blue hair had a lot of questions. Firstly, he felt that his identity was at risk of being exposed. He recalled that the man approached him right away and even attacked him. Secondly, regardless of the situation, it was important to prevent the leak of information. He thought that a trained spy would have killed himself. The man recalled that the other man begged him to spare him the entire time he was beating him up. He surmised that people are possibly bound to beg for their lives out of fear when they're actually in the face of death. Lastly, he thought about the 18 subduing dragon palms. He knew that only the sect leader of the beggar's sect and his direct bloodline are supposed to learn that martial arts technique. He recalled that before his regression, the successor of the beggar's sect was someone named Hong Jialgi, the master of the martial virtue hall. He then wondered what the relationship was between the man he beat up and young sect leader Hong Jialgi. The man with blue hair seemed to value his life quite a bit, so it would be better to just ask him. The man with reddish-brown hair asked if he was certain. The man with blue hair asked what he was talking about. To be honest, the man with reddish-brown hair wasn't sure if the current young leader of the beggar's sect is Hong Jialgi. He wondered if the man with blue hair really became the young sect leader, and he sounded really angry. The man in the green robes recalled that the man he had beaten was over 30 before his regression, meaning he had likely been chosen as the successor recently. He wondered if it was so bad if Hong Jialgi became the young sect leader. The man with blue hair, still recovering from his beating, cursed the old geezer. The man with blue hair continued to complain that Hong Jialgi couldn't even wait 1 year to become the leader, just because he was the old leader's grandson. The man with blue hair sniffled, lamenting that the old leader had made Hong Jialgi the successor when he couldn't even learn 10 of the 18 subduing dragon palms after 5 years of learning. So thought he could have mastered the entire technique within a much shorter duration. So he lost the competition among successors to someone of the direct bloodline. So when we asked if that was why the man with blue hair was playing spy to accomplish something for the sake of winning. So assumed the man with blue hair was going to dig out information regarding the blood cult or expose the base's location, because he was mad that he was losing to a direct descendant. So stated that the resurrection of the blood cult was even feared by the Murim Alliance, so the man with blue hair would probably have to do that much in order to be recognized for his efforts, but now the young sect leader has already been chosen. So asked how the man with blue hair was going to get recognized and become the successor now, and if he thought either the sect leader or young sect leader would just leave him be after what he's done. The man with blue hair asked what that was supposed to mean. The man with blue hair wondered what if the sect leader were to leak information about his espionage to others. So stated that would allow the sect leader to get rid of the man with blue hair without getting any blood on his own hands, then the accomplishments he achieved would have been for nothing. The man with blue hair said that maybe his accomplishments wouldn't be for nothing, and he might be remembered as some random spy. Although it'll. Now, reflecting on the past, the man with blue hair realized that Zhou Sungwan had been eliminated far too easily before his regression. Considering that he was a spy who had mastered the 18 subduing dragon palms, it seemed he had been abandoned by his sect. Gasping for air, the man with blue hair accepted his fate. He thought to himself that he was just a loser. Doing something great to be recognized as a deserving successor of the sect leader position was a ridiculous idea, he thought. Tears welled in his eyes. He wondered what he could have done differently, without hope that the promise would be kept. The scene shifted to the hooded leader and the injured swordsman. The hooded leader stated that he would have had nothing left. The injured swordsman thought to himself that the hooded leader was a bastard. Before he grasped the situation, he had only been trying to get information out of him. The injured swordsman wondered why he didn't have anything left, stating that he had his life. The hooded leader responded that if the injured swordsman was being abandoned by the beggar's sect, there was no need for him to hand him over to the blood cult. He offered the injured swordsman an opportunity. The hooded leader told the injured swordsman that he would give him an opportunity if he swore to serve him. The hooded leader stated that he would act as if this conversation never happened, and he would also help him achieve his goal. The hooded leader told the injured swordsman to make his decision right now. The hooded leader asked the injured swordsman if he would die as the nameless spy of the beggar's sect. The hooded leader asked if he would get revenge with him. The man with blue hair asked for a promise. He swore he would keep it. Suddenly, a voice declared that Jo Sungwon was from the beggar's sect, not the low-class sect. The man with blue hair was surprised. He questioned what he was hearing. Below, someone demanded to know what was happening. The man with blue hair was told that his solution was to expose him before the beggar's sect did. Someone was struck. Someone yelled no. It was true that he came here to devote himself to the school. To be exact, he was from the beggar's sect. But someone questioned how they knew that he was from the beggar's sect. The man in the tiger skin had seen him a few years ago in Yulon County. He didn't recognize him because he was younger then and looked messy and much more tanned at the Yang's So clan for business related to the alliance. But he was able to recognize him at the selection ceremony. Someone asked if they remembered Jo Sungwon trying to approach the solitary blood saint at first. Jo Sungwon's outburst revealed his inner turmoil. He admitted that he had approached them because he was contacted through the frequency whispering technique and was shocked to be recognized. Despite his anger, it seemed he was mixing truth with lies. The man revealed that Jo Sungwon had begged him not to expose the truth. The reason being, he feared being ostracized if his origins were discovered. Another man expressed his frustration, saying that he should have been informed ahead of time. He warned to act wisely to stay alive. The man's face contorted with anger as he listened. Another man acknowledged the elder's words. The elder cautioned against trusting Jo Sungwon just yet. The elder revealed that he knew the man had spoken with Jo Sungwon. He added that they needed to verify if Jo Sungwon was truly a spy or if he wanted to convert. The man admitted that Jo Sungwon wasn't trustworthy, given his year in the Six Blood Valley, but he had shared an interesting piece of information. The man revealed that Jo Sungwon had said the relations between the Murim Alliance and the unrivaled faction would soon sour. The man demanded to know what he had just said, warning him to hide his facial expressions. The man insisted that the information was true. The Murim Alliance and the unrivaled faction had been the two main forces of Murim, but the severance of their relationship created a power vacuum, giving the blood cult an opportunity to rise. Before his regression, this information had not mattered to Jo Sungwon. If what Jo Sungwon said was true, Hae Action knew they needed to start preparing now, because now that he was part of the blood cult, this information was of utmost importance. Hae Action chuckled, stating that if that was true, he should take him in. Hae Action remarked that Jo Sungwon seemed like he was much more useful than he expected. Li Yu seemed satisfied. The problem was resolved, or so it seemed. Too many things had happened in the last hour, and it felt hectic, but Jang Munwung definitely wouldn't have to worry about how the beggar sect leader would respond. But then Jang Munwung paused, realizing that now that he thought about it, the situation had flipped around now. Jang Munwung realized that if he or the blood cult were to expose information about him to the beggar's sect, he would not only become the beggar's sect's enemy, but also the orthodox sect's. Jang Munwung realized he'd become a traitor who sold information he didn't even know about to the blood cult. So when we asked if Jang Munwung could read minds, Li Yu told Jang Munwung that he sucked at being a spy and that it wasn't his power. Li Yu's revelation about Jang Munwung's knowledge source left, so Wenhui pondering the man's true nature. He wondered if Munwung was truly the trash of the Yang So clan, as he had heard. He realized that Munwung lied so seamlessly, without hesitation, regardless of the situation. Meanwhile, Jang Munwung continued his descent, unaware of the scrutiny he was under. So thought that he couldn't even tell if Munwung was really the garbage of the Yang So clan as he had heard. But instinct told so that Munwung was too dangerous to have as an enemy. Elsewhere, one of the hooded figures swore their utmost loyalty to someone. The figure was told to go help Song Jwabek. Acknowledging the order, the figure moved to comply. Observing the figure's movements, Sword Spirit 1 remarked that it was the beggar's sect's light body technique, noting how the figure used both hands and feet and ran like a dog. So admitted that he didn't really want to learn that technique either. As So continued onward, he heard someone call out to him. A messenger greeted So, identifying him as Squad Captain So, and stated that they came to relay a message from the 6th Blood Star. The messenger, D-Dam Yewa, seemed happy to see So. Yewa was happy that So remembered her. Yewa revealed that she was the only one to fail the exam in becoming a squad captain. Yewa was sure that it was much more impressive than when they entered here as disciples together. From afar, someone wondered if she was all right, while another voice declared that the 6th Blood Star would pay for the bet. So when we was asked to, it was midnight, and someone noted that she was late. So reasoned that she was probably discussing the information he revealed with her superiors. So greeted the. Someone else stated that they had just arrived. So had gotten there. Someone else noted that she had a lot of talents. So was sure the cult thought highly of him. Before he fulfilled their promise, he asked if she could look into his eyes. A strange energy swirled. So wondered what had just happened. His innate core energy was moving on its own. The Sword Spirit 1 told, so that he had stumbled for a second, but So questioned if he had stumbled. It was revealed that he had endured the illusionary eye twice, and it wasn't a coincidence after all. The illusionary eye stared intently. From below, a voice declared that they didn't know what it was, but it must be her doing. 20 years prior, the woman eating had learned this skill at a nameless ancestor's shrine she came across by chance. From within the shrine, a voice assured her that the skill would be of better use to her, given that she was a clever person. The woman eating recalled that people started calling her a witch because of this skill. Sword Spirit 1 questioned how old the woman eating was if she had learned the skill 20 years ago. The woman eating looked like she was in her mid-30s, but the skill's name was called Illusionary Eye. The woman eating stood tall, ready to teach the skill. She thought she'd teach it to him, explaining that illusionary eye was a kind of illusion. It was a technique that allowed one to put the opponent into a temporary state of oblivion, a human who's in a state of confusion or oblivion. The woman eating explained that one stimulates them in a certain way. So one would consider that if that was true, then it's a very scary skill. Miram was a place where a single moment could decide whether you live or die. The woman eating prepared to demonstrate the skill. But with this skill, you can render your opponent completely vulnerable. The woman eating prepared to demonstrate the skill. The woman eating chuckled, stating that she knew what So Wonhui was thinking, but cautioned him that it wasn't as easy as he might believe. Light physical contact, or even a soft sound, she explained, could easily awaken a person from the illusion. Furthermore, the woman eating continued. The technique didn't work well on those with strong mental states or origin energies, and the user needed a significant amount of concentration. These conditions, she stated, made it difficult. The woman eating explained that the illusionary eye was best used in chaotic situations or when it was a matter of life and death. The woman eating then asked if So Wonhui still wanted to learn the technique. He confirmed that he did. So Wonhui thought that its conditions were tricky, but it sounded pretty useful. He also considered that other people would be wary of him if he revealed that he could use it. So Wonhui realized that was probably why that old man had blocked him the other time. Hei Action thought it was a shame that a lot of people already knew about this skill, but he still thought it would be useful one day. The chronicler notes that over time, the Sixth Blood Star taught So Wonhui the crucial notes and methods of the illusionary eye through the frequency whispering technique. It was more like some kind of spell rather than a martial arts technique. In order to carry out her instructions, he had to concentrate quite a bit. After teaching him the methods, she also told him about its history. According to the text that contains the illusionary eye, there are a total of 4 levels to the skill. At the first level, one can confuse their opponent or make them lose consciousness by weakening their mental state. At the second level, one can control their opponent. The text explained that at the third level of the illusionary eye, one could carry out anything they wished. It continued, stating that one could display illusions before their opponent. Disappointingly, the explanation about the third level was cut off in the text. The text mentioned that a crucial note regarding the final level was to make the opponent hallucinate using all 5 of their senses. However, even the Sixth Blood Star was unsure of what that meant. The Sword Spirit one remarked that it was like the luminous star mystic art, with all the important parts left out. At least So Wonhui was learning it, and it had to be useful for something, even if it was frustrating. The woman eating stated that was all she knew, and asked why So didn't give it a try. So consider the suggestion. The woman eating seemed surprised. So Wonhui wondered why she brought her here. He guessed this was why, figuring she was the right choice since her other disciples were at a high level, and told him to try it. The woman eating wondered why she was there, and pleaded with So not to hurt her. She thought someone might think she was going to attack him. The woman eating apologized to young Master Asong. The Sword Spirit one found So's expression funny. So Wonhui thought this was more difficult than he thought, and the Sword Spirit one remarked that he looked like his eyeballs were going to fall out. The Sword Spirit one laughed at So, saying that he was not good at everything just because he was the 4th Supreme Elder's disciple. So thought he was being humiliated. He considered the possibility of using the second level of the illusionary eye, but the Sword Spirit, unimpressed, stated there was no need for such measures. The woman eating noted that the skill required intense concentration. Yewa seemed surprised by something. Suddenly, Yewa covered her face, exclaiming in shock. So, startled, asked if she was all right. The woman eating was confused, wondering what had just happened. She questioned how So had used the illusionary eye. So denied doing anything. The woman eating accused him of making her undress for no reason. Yewa exclaimed in surprise. A large question mark filled the air as Yewa screamed. So looked on in shock as Yewa covered herself. The Sword Spirit remarked on So's nature, as he thought to himself that he could embarrass her if he was capable of pulling off the second level. The Sword Spirit asked what So was imagining, as he thought it would be funny if she danced naked. The woman eating was now naked. Yewa's eyes widened as she heard the lecherous thought. She wondered what kind of thought it was. The woman eating realized that it was definitely the second level of the illusionary eye. She wondered how So Wonhui was able to learn it so quickly, when she couldn't do it even after 20 years of research. The woman eating questioned if So was trying to trick her, the very person who taught him that technique, and demanded to know how he did it. The friendly young man stuttered, saying that he didn't really know either and that he was just picturing things. Commander Darkhair asked if the friendly young man thought it'd be nice if Yewa undressed. The friendly young man denied it. The friendly young man told Yewa to look into his eyes and not to do it again. It seemed like the young master wasn't one to lie. The woman eating said, all right, she'll believe him, and that the promise was kept. Yewa realized that it was already late. Yewa stated that today was not a good day to talk, and wondered if the woman eating had something to tell her. Yewa said that she'll see the friendly young man next time. The woman eating thought that Yewa was a blood cult leader candidate and wouldn't change her mind just because of the friendly young man. Li Gu cursed, realizing he was screwed. Li Gu thought that it was okay, and there will be opportunities to clear up the misunderstanding and to cheer up. Li Gu realized that the problem was he didn't know when that would be. Inside the room, the bound men appeared to have left in a hurry. It was a coincidence, but Yewa had witnessed the second level of the illusionary eye herself. Just knowing that it was possible was probably a big clue for a master like her. Meanwhile, So Wonhui stirred from his sleep, wondering where the other man had gone. He dismissed it as nothing. Suddenly, Hei Action loomed over So, demanding to know why he was outside in the middle of the night. So thought to himself that this was annoying, wondering what he should say. Sword Spirit One appeared, questioning why So didn't just use the illusionary eye on him. So considered that he could figure out what happened if he tested it out on Hei Action, but he knew he would do something stupid. Hei Action glared at So, asking why he was being glared at like that. So realized it wasn't working and that he needed more training. He thought to himself that he would have to practice it more. Hai Akonten stipid on Yosumbon. Li Gu was still asleep. Hei Action continued to stand on Jo Sung Won. Hai Akonten kikith Yosumbon. The masked figure held his hand up to the other man's face, a glowing orb emanating from his palm. The force of the blow sent the man's head snapping back. As he was struck, Hei Action cried out, insisting that Wu Hyun was the one who was hit, not him. So Wonhui watched the scene unfold, a look of confusion on his face. Suddenly, the room shook as the technique took hold. Hei Action, now on the ground, wondered if it had worked. The conflict between the Murim Alliance and the unrivaled faction continued to escalate. The information that So Wonhui had brought up was causing greater consequences than he had expected. The scene shifts to the Jiangxi province, specifically High Rock Peak. Within a cavern, a voice wondered when the rumor had started, learning it was 9 days ago. The voice then questioned if the other branches knew. It was revealed that they were the fastest to know. It was estimated that in about 15 days, all the branches of the blood cult would hear about the news. The speaker mused that things were getting interesting. The figure remained kneeling. Someone asked what they meant, and the figure responded that it was about time they rose again. The figure's expression turned sinister as they spoke. The figure ordered for Jumwin and Eunjae to be brought over. They also instructed that preparations be made to leave for the Six Blood Valley immediately. Another voice questioned if they wanted the young masters to go too. The hooded leader declared that it was time, though he acknowledged that the cult remained unbalanced and divided. The subordinate with green hair stated that he would have to personally step up to make things right. He questioned the decision to leave for the Six Blood Valley, but knew he couldn't question the leader's decision. Up until now, the man had been patient. He had been considering Baek Haihyang romantically. It had been 4 days since the man learned the illusionary eye. Over the past few days, he practiced the illusionary eye and learned a lot about it. The first level of illusionary eye was just as the Sixth Blood Star described. He could now make people space out easily. But the second level was quite different. There were disparities, but he could control people for about 5 seconds. She probably would have stopped undressing on her own accord. Furthermore, someone who had been inflicted by the skill wouldn't be affected by it again. The man wondered why he always got beaten up, or rather, why he fought Song Woo-hyun whenever he saw him. He tried to test it again by using it on Song Jwabaek the day after he had already tried it on him, but it did not work. It was also not possible to extract information or memories. He was then told to tell them about the 18 subduing dragon palms. They only did what they were told to do. It was disappointing that he couldn't get information out of them. Or they had very strong mental states. On the ground, Hei Action heard a voice and opened his eyes. Meanwhile, the second level of the illusionary eye required innate core energy. The woman considered that this might be why the Sixth Blood Star could only master the first level. She wondered if she would be able to master the third level once her innate core energy was denser. Hei Action was struck. He was asked if he could only endure 3 seconds. He was told to be satisfied with just being a squad commander when he was someone's disciple. Ayakion ouviu que os três estavam trabalhando juntos, e no entanto, só conseguiam fazê-lo dar 4 passos. So Wonhui was sent flying. He was told that he should be ashamed. So Wonhui found the situation frustrating. He knew that it wouldn't make that much of a difference. It was said that Hei Action was a monster who had transcended the limit of humans. In order to fight Hei Action on equal grounds, So Wonhui would have to at least get to the 6-star level of the Luminous Star Mystic Art like the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. But even then, it wasn't certain. The Sword Spirit noted that Hei Action had gotten much stronger. During the time she hadn't seen him, he had become almost as strong, if not stronger, than her former owner. It had been 15 years ago when her former owner and Hei Action last fought. It was clear that Hei Action's martial arts had improved. The sword spirit considered that her former master might need to reach the 7-star level in the Luminous Star Mystic Art, a level he never achieved in his past life. Hei Action continued his assault. Nearby, Li Yu wondered what was wrong with Wenhui. Suddenly, the sword spirit called out to So Wenhui, urging him to look up. The spirit guide realized who was approaching. It was D_Yewa. So Wenhui muttered her name, Beck Ryona. The sword spirit recalled that she had avoided him each time after that night, and he had thought she would never want to talk to him again. So he wondered what she was doing here alone. D_Yewa called out to Wenhui. Li Yu confirmed that she had asked for him. Li Yu instructed So to go see her. D_Yewa stated that they could talk there. She addressed Li Yu as young master. D_Yewa asked if he knew why she had come. D_Yewa stated that the other person should know. The other person responded that that was not what they meant, and that D_Yewa seemed smarter than this. D_Yewa found it weird that they were still unaware of her identity. The other person asked if she really didn't know, explaining that she kept quiet about it because she went around hiding her identity. The woman with reddish-brown hair admitted that she did drop a lot of hints. She guessed she could let D_Yewa know that she knew who she was, adding that she had finally found her. Meanwhile, Jang Munwang approached So Wenhui. Jang Munwang remarked that he didn't even come across anyone whom he could get directions from. So Wenhui asked if Jang Munwang was from the Six Blood Valley. A toad spoke, surprised that a toad was talking. So Wenhui agreed that it was right. Jang Munwang asked if Li Yu could guide him after he took a rest, thinking to himself that Li Yu was talking down to him very casually. Li Yu asked who Jang Munwang might be. Jang Munwang stated that he had yet to introduce himself. Jang Munwang revealed that he was the second disciple of Elder Co Galma, the second supreme. So Wenhui recognized the name Eun-jae. He recalled that in 10 years, Eun-jae would become infamous, known as the frog-blooded swordsman. The moniker would come from his appearance and his merciless killing of anyone who dared to call him that. Meanwhile, Jo Sungwon was honored to meet the second disciple of the second supreme. Jo Sungwon thought that Eun-jae was someone he had feared in his past life, but not anymore. Jang Munwang declared that he was the fourth supreme's first disciple, So Wenhui. Eun-jae was confused, wondering why Jang Munwang was staring at him, as if he were some test subject. Eun-jae wondered if he was famous enough to warrant such a reaction. Jo Sungwon realized that it was So Wenhui. Yunji's master seemed to have worried for no reason. Jang Munwang scoffed, wondering how someone like Eun-jae could be the fourth supreme's disciple. Jo Sungwon expected Eun-jae to be strong since he was the second supreme's disciple, but he was much stronger than expected. Jo Sungwon realized that Eun-jae was not someone he could fight with just his lower energy core's internal energy. D_Yewa wondered what the meaning of this was. The man holding the dagger recognized the other as a disciple of the sixth blood star, wondering how he would be. Elsewhere, Hei Action remarked that he had heard there were a lot of beauties there. Meanwhile, So Wenhui realized that he couldn't hide his skills around Hei Action. Elsewhere, the hooded leader stated that he would take care of him. The man with the dagger questioned if the other was stepping up because she was a woman, stating that he would see how good he was then. So Wenhui and D_Yewa looked at each other, and she wondered why he was suddenly looking at her like that. Hei Action stated that it was well said. Hei Action told him to let him see his skills. Hei Action prepared to attack. Hei Action's claws extended. The attack was swift. So Wenhui blocked the attack with his sword. So Wenhui grunted. The two exchanged blows. So Wenhui was sent flying back from the force of the attack. Hyuk expressed his gratitude to his master. The air around them shimmered with residual energy. It was said that Go Eun-jae could convert the fist power in his body into palm force in an instant, and if Go Eun-jae called him master, then that person must be one of the four supremes. Second Supreme, Co Galma remarked that it had been a while. Hei Hyung. Co's name is spoken. Hei Action calls out to someone, addressing them as Hyung. Hei Action remarks that it has only been 4 years, questioning what brings the other person all the way here. The masked man asks if it is because of the letter. It was thought that they had a somewhat friendly relationship, but the tone they use towards each other is harsh. The masked man chuckles, stating that there seems to be a misunderstanding. The masked man stands silently. Hei Action scoffs, calling the idea of a misunderstanding bull. He accuses the masked man's disciple of attacking his own. The masked man states that had he not been there, his disciple would have suffered injuries. The masked man says that such things can happen among young friends. Hei Action asks if that is why the masked man's disciple insulted him. Hei Action is insulted. The masked man turns away. The masked man denies that he would insult a four supreme elder, questioning how he could do such a thing. So Wenhui realizes that the elder's disciple was insulting the elder by being so inferior in martial arts. He remarks that it is one way to insult someone. The masked man demanded to know where his disciple had learned such a thing. The force of the masked man's question caused the disciple to flinch. The masked man thought to himself that it was wrong to make excuses when the elder was present. The disciple cried out as the masked man grabbed him. Hey Action asked the masked man to excuse his hubby's rudeness. The masked man questioned the term hubby and stated that he was late to introduce himself. The masked man prepared to introduce himself. The masked man introduced himself as Ho Jungwon, the master's first disciple, prompting So Wonhui to wonder if he was also famous. Sword Spirit 1 stated that, from what she knew, Seo Galma only had one disciple, Go Eun-jae. Sword Spirit 1 wondered if Ho Jungwon was a hidden disciple. The masked man thought to himself that he wouldn't have introduced himself like that if he wasn't. The disciple thought that something must have happened during the 10 years, and that maybe he died. It was observed that even the Orthodox sect has conflicts between its disciples and successors. It was thought that the blood cult, which would be considered an unorthodox sect, would be worse. Ho Jungwon apologized to Hey Action for his disciple's rudeness. The man in the tiger pelt was told that it seemed like a lesson had been taught, so why not stop there? The man with the dark hair scoffed, thinking that this wouldn't have happened if they were strong enough to beat up that arrogant kid, as he had only been learning for a year, while the arrogant kid had been learning for much longer. Apologizing for disappointing, the man with the white hair stood tall. Changing the subject, the man with the white hair asked what brought the other man there with his disciples. The man with the tiger pelt looked at the man with the white hair. The man with the white hair was told that he could have sent someone or come alone. Clearing his throat, the man with the white hair said that he was there to do some matchmaking. He wanted to pair the young lady. The man with the white hair stood with his disciples. The man with the white hair's hand moved. The man with the white hair was talking about his disciples and Baek Ryonha. The hooded leader wondered what the hell he was talking about, and if she was listening. The woman with the blue hair was shocked. The woman with the blue hair was super shocked. Absolute sword sense. The scene unfolds within the Six Blood Valley Hall's meeting room. Before the assembled group, the hooded leader stands with several masked followers. Around the table, the other members of the valley sit in silence. An outburst breaks the tension as one of the members exclaims, "Are you kidding?" Hey Action slams his fist on the table, demanding to know what they are talking about. To avoid conflict, Jang Moonwong attempts to mediate. He explains that the young lady needs to give up her desire for the cult leader position. Dam Yewa states that she should prepare to bear an heir, noting that Jang Moonwong is more well-behaved than Hey Action, but he says things very directly. It is obvious from the expressions of the blood hand demoness and the disciples that they are barely holding in their emotions. The tension rises as someone questions how Jang Moonwong can say such a thing. Jang Moonwong asks if they are fully aware that the young lady is from a more recognized lineage. He proposes to marry the young lady to one of their disciples and promise to bear an heir in return for her protection. Hey Action retorts that Jang Moonwong is begging him to kill him. The intensity of the moment is palpable. The room fills with innate core energy, creating an intense sensation as if it's weighing down everyone's entire body. The intensity of Hey Action's core energy was palpable, making it difficult to breathe. His true power made it hard to breathe. Hey Action stated that he did not come to fight. It had been decided that the Blood Stars, including the First Supreme, had decided on Lady Haihyang as the cult leader. It was already the Third Supreme who had yet to officially announce it, but he had mentioned that he was leaning towards that direction. The Sixth Blood Star was then asked if he hadn't said that he was still undecided on whom to support. The Sixth Blood Star was asked a question. The question was posed: who had announced that they would support Lady Baek Ryonha? The tension in the room was palpable as the question hung in the air. The Sixth Blood Star wondered what would happen. He considered what would happen if he were to also come out and say that he supported Lady Haihyang. Someone accused him of blackmailing her. He thought to himself, blackmail, and sighed. The Chaos Blade Emperor, Seo Galma, was surrounded by a powerful aura. Seo Galma asked if he looked like someone who had harmed the leader's daughter. Hey Action. Hey Action and Seo Galma were confronted. Someone demanded to know what they were doing in front of the young lady. Seo Galma and Hey Action were addressed directly. The woman asked if she could call them by the name she used to back in the day. Hey Action responded, saying, "Of course." A voice reverberated throughout the room, prompting young Master Asong to wonder what was happening. It was explained that she was using the omnidirectional sound transmission technique, a more advanced skill than the frequency whispering technique, which hides the location of the speaker. The reason everyone turned around, it was said, was likely so they couldn't see whose throat was vibrating. The woman stood silently. Someone observed that her internal energy was far from ordinary, but to be capable of using the omnidirectional sound transmission technique meant she had become stronger than before. Seo Galma stated that he would address Uncle Seo first, and was told to go ahead. The woman questioned why Seo Galma had decided to support her sister in becoming the cult leader, yet was now telling her to get married. She added that she would also. She stated that she would like to support her if they were only considering one's lineage, but they needed a stronger heir at the moment as they faced. The woman's expression was serious. She thought to herself that her sister was stronger. Seo Galma apologized, stating that this was the solution he came up with to protect both her and the woman suggested that if Hei Action were to give up the leadership position for the sake of the cult's unification and barren air, it would solve many problems. The woman continued, stating that this would give him the power to stop Lady Haihyang's purge. The woman's words caused Hei Action to think that he was not wrong, and that it would be helpful for unification, and there would be a cause to protect Baek Ryonha. But Hei Action paused, considering the implications. Hei Action conceded that she might be right, but questioned why it had to be his disciples. Co Galma wondered if it was so that Hei Action could have more influence. Hei Action then asked who would be qualified. Hei Action was confused when the woman stated that to pick a candidate worthy of a young lady, it has to be from the Supremes. Co Galma added that the other Supremes are supporting Lady Baek Haihyang. The woman asked if the answer was a given. The room was filled with tension. One of the men wondered why he felt insulted. Hei Action laughed. The woman repeated her question, asking if the answer was a given. Hei Action asked if she thought that his rotten face was fitting for the young lady, and stated that his words were, Hei Action, tell someone to mind their own business. The man responds, questioning if someone who harasses the blood-hand demonist disciple could become the young lady's partner. Meanwhile, the sounds of struggle echo. Elsewhere, a woman appears surprised. She voices her confusion. Someone asks for forgiveness for their second disciple's immaturity, adding that their first disciple, Jumwon, is much more mature and not lacking as the young ladies. Another man calls out to Co Galma. He asks why it is only Co's disciple who is not lacking as the young lady's partner. Hei Action remarks that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Someone questions if this rascal is much better than the other's misbehaved disciples. The conversation continued, with one man questioning if the other truly believed his disciples were superior. The other man responded that he simply had excessive confidence in his own. The first man scoffed, asking if his statement seemed like overconfidence. The second man declared that the solution was simple. They could have their disciples fight to determine who was worthy of being the young lady's partner. The first man agreed, but insisted that the fight be fair. He reminded the other that his disciple had only been training for a year, so they should have a pure battle without internal energy. The second man warned that he would not regret this. He explained that his disciple may have learned the Southern Heaven Swordsman's sword technique, but that it required energy circulation. The woman with the dark blue hair stated that she did not understand. She was frustrated that they were deciding on their own without listening to her opinion, but acknowledged that this was the same for everyone. She thought that it would all be over if she simply said she didn't want to get married. She then stated that she would accept their suggestion, but she also had something to suggest. The first man stated that the duel would be with swords, and they should promise not to complain even if limbs were cut off. Another man interjected, saying that they shouldn't drag it out. He reminded them that the young lady hadn't even expressed her acceptance of the offer, and questioned how they could just proceed. The woman with the dark blue hair agreed. She stated that her spouse should be better than her, and that she would also fight. The first man appreciated her decision, but stated that he also had a condition. The second man agreed, stating that she was right. The hooded leader laughed, agreeing that the young lady's spouse should indeed be powerful. However, Elder Hei Action questioned what would happen if the person did not fulfill her condition. The young lady pointed out that they were having the two disciples fight without even hearing her opinion, and she asked if Uncle Co would listen to her suggestions even if she won. The hooded leader asked if she meant that they should do what she wanted if she won. She simply replied, yes. She then asked Uncle Co to promise and swear that he would support her if she won. Hei Action asked if Uncle Co couldn't accept it. Uncle Co relented, saying he would do as she wished. The sword spirit commented that she was smart. Sung thought that she was thinking of what she could gain from the situation and that she was pretty good. The young lady remained silent. It made sense why she would want to be the cult leader. Before the duel, they would talk about the conditions. The young lady stood silently. The second Supreme's disciple to participate would be Ho Jumwon, and the fourth Supreme's disciple to. The young lady finished naming the participants, declaring that So Wonhui would be one of them. She continued, stating that the duel would be without internal energy. For a fair duel, she added, each disciple would have their pressure points sealed by the other disciple's master. The young lady then declared that the duel would be with swords, and injuries or death would not matter. She asked if both sides agreed to these conditions. The two sides stared at each other, the tension palpable. Then, the young lady instructed them to walk towards the walls. The group began to move, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the room. Hei Action agreed to the conditions, but stated that Ho Jumwon was definitely a peak-level martial artist. So Wonhui realized that Hei Action could cripple or kill him right there. Hei Action scoffed, saying that Co Galma used his brain a bit and that this fight was unfair for So. He added that anyone would try to make things advantageous for them unless they were stupid. The spirit guide urged So to show off the skills he had been hiding. Hei Action asked what the spirit guide meant, then scoffed, telling him not to play dumb and that he thought he could fool his eyes. Hei Action continued, saying that it was just So's internal energy that was lacking right now, but his knowledge was far above first rate. Hei Action wondered if So wouldn't know after all this time, then stated that he could tell just from the traces So left behind with his sword. The spirit guide told So to fight with the determination to win. The spirit guide's words resonated within So Wonhui's mind. He was relieved that Hei Action hadn't mentioned the central energy core, but So realized that it wasn't easy to hide his skills. Hei Action had known all along. The elder suggested that So admit defeat if he couldn't do it. So wondered what Hei Action was talking about, realizing that the elder hated losing more than anything. He was essentially saying he didn't want So injured or dead. Hei Action warned So not to be mistaken, stating that he was only saying that because he didn't think So could win easily since he'd only trained for a year. So asked that Hei Action be more gentle with the frequency whispering technique. Hei Action told everyone to please distance themselves. Hei Action declared that he would not kill So, but that he should be prepared to lose an arm. He added that if So gave up now, he'd be able to keep his body in one piece. So stated that it was okay, and that he'd like to fight with no regrets. Hei Action declared that he would also spare So's life. Hei Action laughed, saying that So was as pompous as the fourth Supreme Elder. So prepared to fight. The tension between the two men was palpable. The fight was about to begin. The duel began. The clash of their blades sent a shockwave through the training grounds. The force of the blow was immense. Hei Action cried out in pain. So stood his ground, his expression unwavering as he stared down at his opponent. So asked if Hei Action admitted defeat. The crowd looked on in shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. One observer noted that he had done something just now. Hei Action was surrounded by a dark purple aura. So questioned how this could be considered a duel. The dark energy intensified around Hei Action. Someone accused him of using evil. So held his sword at the ready. The green energy swirled around them. It was noted that Ho Jumwon stumbled a bit when their eyes met. So Wonhui questioned Hei Action's use of evil arts, asking if he would make excuses when the duel was a matter of life and death. Purple energy crackled around Hei Action as he considered the accusation. Hei Action's body glowed with golden energy. The golden energy intensified around Hei Action. The two warriors clashed, their energies colliding in a burst of light. Hei Action laughed, declaring that it was all right. Hei Action challenged So to fight, saying it had been a while. So Wonhui prepared to attack, surrounded by purple energy. The blood cult spy readied his sword. Hei Action stood ready to meet the attack. Golden energy crackled around Hei Action's arm. Second Supreme declared that if anyone wanted to blame Hei Action's disciple, they should blame him first. Someone questioned what he meant, and it was revealed that the illusionary eye skill Hei Action used was something the Second Supreme had taught him. The Second Supreme watched the fight. Someone remarked that the illusionary eye looked familiar, realizing it was the Second Supreme's own. To confirm the nature of Hei Action's technique, one of the men states that they need to determine if he used internal energy. Another man responds, stating that he sealed Action's pressure points himself. The man explains that the illusionary eye only requires mental power and innate chi, making it independent of internal energy. Another voice questions if it uses innate core energy, but the man dismisses the question, saying that the person who asked has never advanced beyond the first level and wouldn't know. Regardless, the Sixth Blood Star's explanation resolved the situation. The man with reddish-brown hair and the older man stand in silence. The older man states that he cannot believe it without seeing it for himself. The Second Supreme tells him to stay where he is. Another man comments that not all unorthodox sect people are like the Han Demoness. He adds that Seo Hyung will only check Action's energy core. The Second Supreme states that it is how he has always been. Even as the Supreme of the Blood Cult, he has valued fairness more than any Orthodox sect member. It is revealed that Action's internal energy is sealed. The man who sealed Action's pressure points stands silently. It was declared that So Wonhui's disciple had lost the duel. As if speaking to himself, So Wonhui thought that if it weren't for his arm, he would have one. But he also considered Seo Galma's feelings. Someone questioned why he didn't use all the healing divine physician's plaque. The person continued, stating that their former owner told them that they should show kindness even to their enemies. So's sword spirit exclaimed about the divine physician's plaque, wondering what one could get with that. She thought that she needed to make him indebted to her when she had the chance, deciding it was a good idea. The sword spirit looked shocked, asking if they were serious. The elder seemed impressed by the other's wisdom. The man had predicted this. He hadn't thought the man would have thought so far ahead to get his support, as well as Hei Hyung's from the start. The man was told that they really have his blood, so seemed to think the man was mistaken, and that he couldn't even interfere because of how serious the atmosphere was. The tension in the room was palpable. The air crackled with anticipation. So realized that Hei Action had undone his pressure points. So wondered what this strange atmosphere was. The man thought it was strange for the Sixth Blood Star to step up and defend him. But it was to display Hei Action's support for her by revealing that he, his disciple, learned her skill. Hei Action guessed she wasn't making anything up. Usually, that crazy old man would have shouted in denial, but seeing how he's not saying anything, She must have already decided to support Baek Ryonha. He undid So's pressure points because he thought there wouldn't be another duel. Hei Action looks on, his expression unreadable. The woman with blue hair stands before him, and he remarks that she looks just like before. Elsewhere, the sword spirit wonders how someone could lie like that, noting that she is a whole different person and couldn't have had such a disease when she was a kid. The woman smiles, asking if he recognizes her. She holds out a tablet. Hei Action wonders if she is the young lady he once knew. She explains that it is a tablet from the divine physician, who came to visit yesterday for the final part of the treatment. Hei Action asks if she is giving him this precious thing. The woman hopes he will use it to treat his disciple. Hei Action is shocked. The sword spirit wonders why she has it, referring to the tablet from the all-healing divine physician. The woman stands tall. Hei Action tells someone to thank her right now. The woman says it is okay and not a waste as long as it helps his disciple regain faith toward the cult. She is revealed to be Co Galma, the second supreme. A figure kneels, declaring their intention to serve Baek Ryonha as their new lord. Baek Ryonha requests that she be accepted with open arms. Hei Action observes that even Master is about to kneel, and he feels like the final winner is going to be her. Someone asks Master to wait a moment. Hei Action declares that it's not over yet. The disciple of the fourth supreme looks on. Hei Action asks that they leave this to him. Baek Ryonha stands tall. She raises her hand. A voice booms, declaring that all must submit to the blood demon, and that blood may rule the world. The fourth supreme's disciple states that as the fourth supreme's disciple, he would like to Hei Action requests a duel. Baek Ryonha and another woman appear shocked. The words absolute sword sense appear. The declaration hung in the air. Hei Action was requesting a duel. Meanwhile, Baek Ryonha's companion questioned the meaning of this sudden challenge. Hei Action wondered aloud if he was not seen as husband-worthy. Baek Ryonha was taken aback by the elder's words. She gasped. Hei Action continued, stating that it was. Baek Ryonha was at a loss for words. She responded that it was not necessarily so, questioning what was happening. Hei Action stated that he was simply following what she had said earlier. He pressed her, saying that she would get what she wanted if she won against him, asking if there was a reason to hesitate. Baek Ryonha knew why she was hesitating. She had witnessed the previous duel. The memory was fresh in her mind. It was explained that she was hesitating because she could not guarantee that she would not be affected by the illusionary eye, but for someone in her position, she had no choice but to take responsibility for her words. Baek Ryonha declared that she would accept the duel. She demanded that he tell her what it was that he wanted. She realized his intentions. The sword spirit, however, didn't think that was the case. The group continued to move. They were told to have their pressure points sealed like before, as there was no time to waste. Hei Action wanted Baek Ryonha to exonerate his master and his disciples, including himself, with her name. Baek Ryonha listened intently. Hei Action explained that it was a way to clear themselves of any sins they might commit within the cult. He added that it might not be useful now, but it would be if she were to become the leader. Hei Action continued, saying it would be like cutting ties with the blood cult. Li Gu thought that was too much, and he would just give her and Uncle Hei the exoneration privileges. He asked if that was good enough, apologizing to the twins. Hei Action agreed. Li Gu then asked if he had the divine physician's tablet. Hei Action said that wasn't him, but his master. Baek Ryonha stated that the 6 blood stars said it wasn't mature, but she received it because she got the herb. She exclaimed, asking them not to misunderstand her, and that she would still give them the tablet, as her master would keep her promise. Li Gu thought that it was the tablet she promised to give him. Hei Action thought that since he was the one who found that immortal snow herb. Hei Action apologized, explaining that he mistakenly believed the tablet he had was able to replace the one he hid from her. Baek Ryonha responded that since she already gave it to someone else, he would have to make it up to her. Suddenly, the sound of a sword being drawn echoed through the room. Baek Ryonha declared that time was up, and they could talk later. Elsewhere, a man spoke So Wonhui's name. He warned that So went really hard and that if he dared to use evil arts or the illusionary eye against the young lady, even if his master tried to stop him, he would make sure to crack open So's skull. The threat hung in the air. Hai Action Diaklet. He asked if So liked her that much. So Wonhui remained silent. So thought that Hei Action surely knew what he was thinking. Hei Action stated that he would let So take charge and that he trusted his judgment. So Wonhui listened intently. The swordsman grips the hilt of his blade. His opponent declares the fight is about to begin. The swordsman is sent flying backwards. He wonders what is happening. His opponent closes her eyes. The swordsman wonders if she is protecting herself from the illusionary eye. The swordsman is struck again. He is shocked by the attack. He realizes how fast she is. He thinks that he would have lost if he had reacted any later, and that she will follow up with another attack. The swordsman and his opponent stand facing each other. They continue to face each other. The swordsman is sweating and appears to be in shock. The force of the blow reverberated through So Wonhui's body. The impact forced a gasp from him. He wondered what kind of strength his opponent possessed. So realized that because he felt pain from the attack, her external arts must be powerful. The force of the blow continued to affect him. His opponent pressed her advantage. She used her sword to rebalance herself in order to counterattack. So moved to meet her attack. The woman's hair flowed as she moved. She noted that he used his sword to rebalance himself. So complimented her wit, but she dismissed it as luck. So prepared himself. Elsewhere, someone observed that hate action was not holding back at all. They wondered how much he desired the young lady. A woman is seen with hearts in her eyes, as she recalls young master so wishing to see her naked the other night. Elsewhere, the woman is encouraged not to lose. The woman's opponent stands before her. The two clash. The woman's finger technique is met with a sword. The blood cult spy wonders if it is a finger technique. He notes that her index finger is rough with calluses. The blood cult spy recalls that finger techniques are harder to master than fist or palm techniques. So Wonhui continues to fight. The woman's finger technique has the risk of sealing meridians, and it is not the blood hand demonist martial art. The spirit guide one notes that he has never seen a finger technique that excellent. So wonders if it is the blood demon's martial art. The woman continues her finger technique. So Wonhui continues to fight. The woman continues her finger technique. The clash of steel and flesh continued, a dance of death under the dim light of the training hall. So Wonhui's sword met the woman's finger technique, each strike carrying the weight of their respective ambitions and secrets. The force of the impact sent sparks flying, the air thick with the scent of ozone and blood. Wonhui's movements were precise, honed by years of training, but the woman's technique was unpredictable, a whirlwind of controlled chaos. Each exchange was a gamble, a test of skill and resolve. The red glow of their energy illuminated their faces, highlighting the determination etched into their features. Meanwhile, a figure watched from the shadows, commenting on the use of a dagger at that moment. Back in the fray, the woman and So continued their deadly dance, each move calculated, each breath measured. The woman's expression remained serene, a stark contrast to the intensity of the battle. Her eyes gleamed with a strange mix of amusement and anticipation. So stated that he wanted to properly block her finger technique. He thought to himself that she should know what he meant if he said it like that. The woman smiled, thinking to herself that she jumped into this duel, knowing she'd lose. She just wanted to fight against someone who had learned the blood demon's martial arts, and that he was a very interesting person. The fight continued, the woman's movements fluid and graceful, yet deadly. The woman stated that it's no normal technique, and to be prepared. The sword spirit watched the battle with a knowing look. So sensed the intense pressure just from her opening stance. He thought to himself that he'll have to use Luminous Star sword technique. With a determined look, So prepared to unleash his technique. The blade came down with tremendous force. The strike was aimed to cleave him in two, but she ducked at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the blow. The sword continued its descent. The mysterious woman spun around, her own blade a blur of red. Her foot slammed into So Wonhui's face. The force of the blow sent him crashing to the ground. Baek Ryonha adjusted her stance. She thought to herself that Baek Ryonha's attack would be stopped, and that it was about time she ended it. She braced herself, thinking it was going to hurt. So Wonhui lay defeated. The battle concluded. The results of the duel: Baek Ryonha's win, So Wonhui's loss. The scene returned to the temple. The title card displays the name of the series, Absolute Sword Sense. It was dark. The room was dimly lit. So Wonhui wondered if it was already nighttime. Someone was lying next to him. That's... Ho Jungwon was there, lying in the bed next to So Wonhui. It looked like the all-healing divine physician had propped his arm back. So Wonhui groaned, his head throbbing. He thought the finger technique worked too well because it oppressed his innate core energy too. Wonhui heard someone calling out to him, asking if he was okay. It was Sodom from Southern Heaven. He could hear her, but he didn't know where she was. Sodom was upside down, looking at So Wonhui. So Wonhui realized Sodom was there. He wondered how long he had been out for, and then realized it had been almost over 12 hours. Li Gu watched the divine physician put all the veins back together. Li Gu thought it was really disgusting, putting all the veins back together. So Wonhui didn't care about that. He wanted to know what happened after he passed out. The subordinate reported that everything had gone as planned. Ilsa, hai akensver lealtu torstai daikaruna. From atop a building, Jang Munwang observed that things seemed to be resolved. He wondered if it was close to midnight. Nearby, Dam Yewa decided she should head to the guest house, but then paused, hearing something. She turned her head, looking in the direction of the noise. Someone was moving stealthily through the compound. Ho Jungwon peeked out from behind a door, calling out to Go Eun-jae, identifying him as Second Supreme Co Galma's second disciple. Eun-jae wondered what he was doing out so late at night, all alone. The disciple was avoiding all the guarded areas, as if he had learned stealth techniques. Eun-jae thought this was suspicious. The figure continued to move through the darkness. The figure gripped a dagger. The figure raised the dagger. Suddenly, the figure was confronted by someone asking what they were doing. The figure that was confronted is revealed to be someone familiar. Someone demands to know who it is. The individual is seen mid-air, sword drawn. With a flash, the sword is swung. Meanwhile, the figure with green hair stands still. The swordsman is identified as So Wonhui, and it's noted that he's scattered something. So looks forward, a determined expression on his face. It's the 1,000-mile pursuit scent. Someone asks what that is. It's explained that the scent diffuses far and wide, as its name implies. It's stated that if one spreads this scent around, it's explained that one can use a special item or a train tracking dog to find a location. Someone then wonders if he's a spy. It's not impossible. Someone asks if they've heard of the saying, curiosity kills the cat. They don't know, but they have heard the saying about how walking. The masked figure noted that So Wonhui seemed to be alone, considering he hadn't blocked the exit or attacked. He taunted So, questioning if he thought he could fight him on his own. He realized that So wasn't falling for his taunts, acknowledging that he wasn't that dumb. The masked figure deduced that So must have received proper spy training. That meant So dodged the attack easily, as expected of a peak-level martial artist. The masked figure stated that it wouldn't work just because he ambushed him, declaring that he was on a different level. He added that So must have learned that earlier today, resolving to change his strategy. He told So to put on his shoes correctly first. The masked figure mocked So, asking if he was trying to run away even without his shoe. He continued to laugh, stating that just because So won against Ho Junwen using evil arts, it didn't mean anything. The masked figure asked So if he thought he could take him on. So realized that the masked figure must have used evil arts on him. So recalled hearing that evil arts only work on those with lesser internal energy than the user, wondering what was happening. So thought that the masked figure talked a lot. He realized that he had followed him like an idiot just because of his... The masked figure yelled at So, calling him a bastard. The masked figure's energy surged, and he vowed to kill So. The clash of energy intensified. A surge of green energy erupted from the hooded follower's blade. In response, the injured swordsman countered with his own blue energy. The two energies collided, creating a vortex of power. The hooded follower's green energy surged forward. He pressed his attack, the green energy intensifying around him. The force of the impact reverberated outwards. The clash of energies continued to escalate. The hooded follower scoffed, declaring that his chi was superior. The injured swordsman remained silent, his expression unreadable. The hooded follower grinned, his eyes gleaming with malice as the injured swordsman's face contorted in pain. The injured swordsman refused to yield. The hooded follower taunted him, urging him to attack. The injured swordsman, with a surge of power, declared that he would show the gap between them, since he couldn't. The injured swordsman's face contorted in a display of intense focus, his eyes burning with determination. The hooded follower was visibly surprised by the swordsman's sudden surge of power. The swordsman prepared to unleash the luminous star sword technique. The technique manifested as a blinding display of light and energy. The Tiger Force sword technique was unleashed. The clash of techniques created a vortex of energy, the outcome uncertain. The hooded follower seemed impressed, acknowledging that the swordsman's skill was above first rate. The hooded follower realized that the swordsman had been concealing his true abilities. Meanwhile, So Wonhui stood with young Master Asong, a blue light emanating from his sword. So reminded Asong of the saying, to hide a third of your true abilities. So questioned if Asong even knew Murim's proverbs. Wonhui's expression was one of concern. The hooded leader observed that Wonhui was hiding half of his true abilities. The hooded leader prepared to strike. The hooded leader questioned if Wonhui was running away. The hooded leader descended, his movements swift and silent. Below, the injured swordsman parried the attack. The hooded follower pressed his assault, his blade crackling with green energy. The clash of their weapons sent shockwaves through the forest. The injured swordsman unleashed a torrent of blue energy, meeting the follower's attack head-on. Nearby, the sword spirit wondered what the injured swordsman was doing. The swordsman, however, believed it was pointless to resist. The sword spirit realized the follower was using a hidden weapon and urged the swordsman to dodge. The follower continued his relentless assault. The swordsman remained still. The follower's weapon struck the ground. The swordsman, however, was unharmed, now wielding a blade crackling with blue energy. He prepared to strike. The follower wondered why he didn't hear anything, questioning if his aim was precise. He looked up in disbelief. The injured swordsman's attack connects with a hooded follower. The hooded follower shouts for the injured swordsman to come at him. The hooded follower prepares to strike. The hooded follower thinks that thanks to the Sodom sword, he has the injured swordsman's exact location. The injured swordsman prepares to use the luminous star sword technique, 6th technique. The luminous star sword technique, 6th technique, is activated. The luminous star sword technique, 6th technique, is used. The injured swordsman uses sword culling. The injured swordsman continues to chase the hooded follower. The attack continues. The hooded follower is hit by the attack. The hooded follower is injured by the sword culling technique. The injured swordsman continues his attack. The hooded follower is hit again. The hooded follower is sent flying into the forest. The hooded follower is sent spiraling through the air, a trail of blue energy marking his path. The injured swordsman remains in his stance, his sword crackling with energy. The hooded follower, now on the ground, demands to know what the injured swordsman is. The injured swordsman replies that he has a third eye. The injured swordsman grips his sword tightly. The hooded follower realizes that he must attack first, lest the injured swordsman flee. The sword spirit shakes her head, disagreeing with the hooded follower's assessment. The injured swordsman thinks that he can tell what the hooded follower is thinking, since he used to be a spy too. The hooded follower clenches his fist, realizing that there are only two options for a spy: either run or commit suicide. The hooded follower states that he would rather throw away his blade than be defeated. He declares that he would throw away his blade rather than be defeated by the injured swordsman. The injured swordsman realizes that his technique might not work during the fight, but it will if the hooded follower is cornered. The hooded follower thinks that he can use his illusionary eye with just a moment of eye contact. The hooded follower prepares to attack the injured swordsman. The hooded follower's face contorts in pain as he struggles against an unseen force. The scene focuses on the hooded follower's sash. Focusing on his face, the hooded follower states that he has found it. The hooded follower's hand reaches into his mouth. Inside his mouth, the hooded follower retrieves a poison orb tied to a string, a common tool for spies. He expected this. The hooded follower recalls that there are two ways spies commit suicide, and they usually prefer to slit their own throats. He knows that if the poison orb melts into the body, all organs will melt away, resulting in a painful death. He wonders how. The hooded follower wonders if the injured swordsman would even understand if he explained it to him, given what he said earlier. He believes the injured swordsman is lost to someone like him, wielding an absolute sword. So Wenhui is shown. So wonders what that noise is. So realizes that something must have been noticed by the sentries in the Six Blood Valley. He believes it is probably because of him. Using the 1,000-mile pursuit scent meant that someone wanted to make their location known. The Six Blood Valley's location had been exposed in the past, but not now. Originally, Chaos Blade Emperor Seo Galma wouldn't have come here. It was probably because of the information that was leaked. Go Eun-jae also wouldn't have come and eventually been defeated. Ho Jung-won's fate had been altered in some ways. If the prediction was right, he would die by Go Eun-ji's hand no matter what. Too many things were changing fast. He had to hurry. The Six Blood Valley main hall was in sight. Elsewhere, orders were given to burn all the buildings down and get out of here. One subordinate couldn't find their master anywhere. Another wondered where he disappeared off to in the middle of getting treated. Another couldn't find young master Eun-jae either. The two had disappeared. Someone approached. Someone asked where he had been, and the response was an apology for being late. He would put him down. The injured swordsman, his face etched with urgency, declared that he didn't have much time to explain. He paused, steeling himself. First, the swordsman's body began to glow with a strange, pink light. Nearby, a woman reported that there were hundreds of armed forces near the mountain, and scouts not from their side. Elsewhere, the hooded leader ordered someone to stay put and explain where they had been and what they were doing in secret. The man was told that he disappeared when the bells rang, and that he brought the Second Supreme's disciple back just like that. He was told that they had no choice but to arrest him if he could not explain himself. The hooded follower ordered someone to rip open the Second Supreme's disciple's left shoe sole. The order was carried out. The man with the gray hair noticed something. He moved closer to investigate. He realized what it was. It was a small piece of paper. He examined it closely. The man with the gray hair realized it was the 1,000-mile pursuit scent, and that was why they were able to find their location. The woman asked the man what 1,000-mile pursuit scent was and what he knew about it. The man being accused of planting the 1,000-mile pursuit scent denies the accusation. Another man asks that they take a look at something. The focus shifts to the inside of someone's mouth. The hooded leader examines a small, red orb. Someone believes it is a poison orb. The man is sure there is one attached to his left molar tooth. An elder states that there is no way his disciple could have done this. Another man apologizes, but says that so is right. It is explained that when a poison orb is tied to a tooth for long, the gum underneath it gets dug into. There are traces of it in both Go Eun-ji's gum and tooth, and this kind of evidence cannot be faked. One of the men reveals that he was once a spy for half a year in the Murm Alliance. The elder did not expect Gu Sangwon to have experience being a spy, and wonders how this could be. Baek Ryonha asks that they trust her. She asks that they please lower their weapons. Gu Sangwon asks how she knows about this. The 1,000-mile pursuit scent, and so Wenhui thought to himself that it was time to lie, recalling that he woke up in the middle of dawn and was returning to the guest house. He remembered seeing Go Eun-jae leaving the guest house to go somewhere. So thought it suspicious that Go Eun-jae was avoiding all the guards, so he followed him. So spread, the 1,000-mile pursuit sent things some distance away. The injured swordsman asked why So didn't just shout for help using his internal energy, calling it rather rash. So Wenhui explained that Go Eunjae would have either ran away or killed him. So Wenhui sighed. The injured swordsman asked if So overpowered him, wondering if he could do that. So replied that it wouldn't make sense if he defeated someone stronger than him in a fair fight. So Wenhui stated that he couldn't think of a different option. Go Eunjae lay defeated. So Wenhui thought that he would have lost if he was in Go Eunji's shoes. So Wenhui admitted that he purposefully stabbed Go Eunjae with a dagger to fake evidence for this lie. The sword spirit remarked that So was really good at using his head for lying, calling him real thorough. So Wenhui was told that he could have lost his life. He might say that, but Hei Action's facial expression was much more relaxed than before. The hooded follower thought that Hei Action must be proud of Baek Ryeonha. The hooded follower continued, stating that if it weren't for her, they would have never found out who the spy was and would have had their escape route exposed. D-Dam Yewa thanked them, stating that she meant it. Hei Action chuckled, acknowledging that D-Dam Yewa had courage. D-Dam Yewa responded that she just did what she should have, adding that it was just a coincidence, but she had done something great. The hooded follower listened intently. The hooded follower thought that what happened was because he was judging D-Dam Yewa's character. D-Dam Yewa told the hooded follower that there was no time to blame him for anything right now. The hooded follower thought that they needed to hurry and find a way out, adding that it was not too late to discuss his responsibility after that. He understood. Baek Ryeonha announced that she was back, and Hei Action chuckled, saying all right. Hei Action told Baek Ryeonha that she did a great thing, stating that they could have escaped with the spy if it weren't for her. Baek Ryeonha asked if they were all waiting. Hei Action and Baek Ryeonha stood together. Purple energy swirled around the area. The energy intensified. Someone cried out, questioning what had been done to them, realizing their energy core had been destroyed. Another observed that this was done to display the disownment of a disciple. Baek Ryeonha believed she should be satisfied with that much, ordering the root veins on his arms and legs to be cut as well. It was said that she was surely of the blood demon bloodline. She even had her hands, feet, and blood. It was noted that the hand Demon's finger was cut off last time, but she's even more ruthless to a spy, demonstrating absolute sword sense. The area was engulfed in flames. Amidst the destruction, a group of figures stood on a cliff, observing the scene. Someone complained about preferring to sleep in the guest house. Once the spy was taken care of, they decided which route to escape through, seeming like they were already discussing it before So Wenhui arrived. Their plan was not to run away through one route, but to divide themselves into 3 paths. It was declared that Seo Galma would lead the elites and protect the all-healing divine physician. Han Bika and her forces would protect the fake Baek Ryeonha, hoping to confuse their enemies. Meanwhile, the blood cult commander's lower subordinate, the stealthiest and quickest with his Qinggong, had taken on the most dangerous mission. The mission required sacrifice, but there was no other way around it. Half of the 6 Blood Valley's forces were with them, but most were either lower-ranking escort warriors or intermediate-rank trainees. They were basically the only ones capable of real battle. He was covered in Go Eunji's 1,000-mile pursuit scent, and without luck, there was a high chance that he would die. It was a mission that required sacrifice, but there was no other way around it. If there was someone stronger than one of the Supremes, they would be at a disadvantage. The plan was to sacrifice some. Even if everyone here were to attack, they wouldn't be able to win. They could only hope that he would stall enough time until they got out of 6 Blood Valley. So Wenhui was determined. He was instructed to bring 2 squad leaders with him quietly. The question hung in the air. Would their pursuers truly follow them down this path? According to the information, there were some very skilled martial artists among those pursuing them. The scene shifted to a burning building. A voice taunted, asking if they were afraid and telling them to look at the place burning. It was observed that the enemy had noticed their approach and immediately set the place on fire to escape. They were dismissed as nothing more than second- or third-rate fighters. The group seemed to think they had worried for no reason. Someone noted that he had reached peak level. He was said to be powerful enough to be a candidate of the Central District's 8 great martial artists. He was also better than a hound when it came to sensing the presence of others. It was believed that only a great expert would be able to go undetected. It was near. Elsewhere, it was noted that if the 3 included Uncle Hei, Squad Commander Gu, and So, they were likely a small scout group. The woman eating considered that they were like a small scout group. She realized that it would be dangerous if any more time was stalled. The woman continued to eat. She wondered what kind of information was being leaked at that moment. She thought to herself that she wanted to eat too. Nearby, someone was told not to stare. The woman eating thought to herself that she was hungry too. She was told to hurry and come back. 2 men were on the move. One of the men was shocked that he was struck. The hooded follower struck the man. The hooded follower continued his assault. The injured swordsman grimaced, blood trickling from his mouth. The hooded follower demanded that he answer his questions truthfully. The follower's fist clenched. He stated that he would kill him as painlessly as possible. Elsewhere, So Wenhui, accompanied by Sword Spirit One, moved swiftly through the forest. So realized that there were too many enemies. He thought that it was more like a scout team. A few moments earlier, she sensed that there were at least 5 people considering the sword sounds. She added that if there were people using different weapons or were more skilled, there may be even more people. The hooded leader stated that there were 7 hiding under that hill to the right. He believed that one was a peak-level martial artist, and the rest were first or second rate. That meant there were 2 who were using different weapons. The hooded leader declared that he would take care of the peak-level and first-rate martial artists, and that the others should take care of the rest. The injured swordsman knew that they needed to be fast and that they couldn't stall any more time. He prepared to fight. The injured swordsman decided to go with the hooded follower, thinking that his martial arts were approximately that of a second rate. He realized that facing a single opponent like this would have been difficult prior to his regression. The hooded follower prepared to strike, his blade raised high above the injured swordsman. But the swordsman's spirit stirred, declaring that nothing was too difficult for him now. The spirit cried out, a desperate no. The spirit, Sword Spirit 1, had an idea, deciding to seal his pressure points first. She then asked if the injured swordsman could hear her. The injured swordsman, barely conscious, wondered how a human could talk to him. Sword Spirit 1 pressed him, asking what he meant and explaining that she was talking to him because she could hear him, confirming that it was real and assuming he didn't want his owner getting hurt. Young Master Asong pleaded with the spirit not to kill the injured swordsman, saying that she would lose her owner if he died, then demanded to know who her owner was and all of his companions' locations. Asong refused to tell him. The spirit reminded Asong that he was from the blood cult, stating that members of the blood cult were all cruel and evil and needed to be eliminated for the greater good of the Jianghu. The spirit concluded that she had no choice then. Suddenly, a dagger flew through the air, prompting Asong to cry out and question what was happening. The injured swordsman, lying on the ground, realized that the spirit had only severed his arm and that his throat was next. The spirit asked how about killing him with her blade. The injured swordsman begged her to stop, promising to tell her everything. The injured swordsman heard the spirit's words, and the spirit told him that was a bit cruel, but she didn't want to do it either. Meanwhile, Hei Action thought to himself that he was not in a situation where he could be generous to others right now. Elsewhere, the masked subordinates stood over the bodies of their fallen enemies. One of them thought that everyone would be in danger if he hesitated there. Hei Action stood over one of the fallen. Elsewhere, one of the masked subordinates was asked if he had discovered anything. He admitted that he had failed. Hei Action noted that the injured swordsman had bitten his own tongue, calling him a real, strong-willed one. One of the subordinates with him thought that was that then. Hei Action ordered them to hide the bodies amidst the tall grass and leave. One of the masked subordinates revealed that he had found out about them. Hei Action asked what he meant. The subordinate explained that they were martial artists from the Heavenly Earth sect and the Sea Lotus faction. Hei Action prepared to draw his sword. One of the masked subordinates revealed that they were also part of the Orthodox faction. The subordinate continued, saying that he thought Hei Action was hesitating because he couldn't kill him. Hei Action asked how he had found that out. The subordinate explained that he had questioned the injured swordsman. He added that the injured swordsman was going to die from blood loss at this rate, and that he was supposed to save his owner. The subordinate revealed that he had used a whispering technique in case the injured swordsman's allies were nearby. He had told him that there were hundreds of them, so if he wanted to save his... The subordinate revealed that the injured swordsman confessed everything he knew, but he admitted to himself that he couldn't keep the promise he made with his sword. Elsewhere, a figure mused that the injured swordsman was wise to confess. They admitted that they couldn't figure out much because he was a second-rate swordsman, but they discovered that there were 7 organizations on the move. The figure continued, explaining that the 7 organizations were on the move because of a request and that there were scouts lying in ambush nearby. The Abyss faction's patriarch stood among his men. He was searching the area with about 100 experts. The subordinate from Panel 1 thought they could have gotten out of there. Hei Action scoffed, declaring that they would just force their way through. One of Hei Action's subordinates thought that would be too dangerous, as the young lady's location might get exposed. He asked what they were supposed to do, suggesting they go back. The subordinate from Panel 1 clarified that that's not what he meant. He asked how about this. Squad Commander Yang Gil stood ready. Someone suggested they go down the valley's path by the cliff here. The subordinate from Panel 1 said no. He said both. Sides are steep cliffs. The group determined that moving forward or backward was too dangerous. It was also deemed too dangerous to jump into the water below, as the current was too fast and the water level too high. One of the men wondered if they could catch the enemy off guard, since the path was so dangerous. Another man countered that the enemy would never imagine they would take such a path. Squad Commander Yang was questioned about gambling with so many lives, including the young ladies. The man who spoke seemed very concerned. Another man agreed that Squad Commander Yang Gang's plan was dangerous. But they had very few options and had come too far to turn back. Hei Action stated that they could either force their way through or take the valley's path, but either way was dangerous. Suddenly, a whistle sounded. The sound echoed through the mountains. Baek Ryonha realized that the whistle sound was where Uncle Hei had gone. Someone wondered what had happened. It was clear that someone was still alive. Someone had made a mistake, making the situation even more urgent. Hey Action states that he must make a choice before the enemy's backup arrives. Nearby, someone notes that they have no choice now that the whistle has been blown, and Hey Action declares he will make the choice. The sound continues. The count begins. 1. The count continues. 14. The count continues. The count reaches 32. The count continues to climb. Someone realizes there are far more than there were earlier. The situation grows more dire. Hey Action urges the others to hurry to the valley. The enemies are closing in, and there's no time to think. The enemies are rushing toward them. In the distance, a young lady stands before a mountainous landscape. Hey Action believed they would have to split up. He was then asked what he meant by that. The woman with dark blue hair stood silently. Hey Action stated that there were many enemies after them. Hey Action thought he would need to bring half of the men with him and shake them off. He believed that there were considerably strong martial artists within the enemy. It was probably the patriarch of the Sea Lotus faction, someone suggested. The woman with dark blue hair was told that she must not die. Hey Action told her not to worry, as they would catch up to her after eliminating the enemy. Hey Action commanded that she be protected at all costs. It was important not to forget their rendezvous point, a base that whose Zone Squad commander, Jang Munwong, had sought out just in case. The swordsman stood beside Hey Action. Hey Action told So Wonhui that he must lead them well while he was away. He was speaking to So separately through the frequency whispering technique. Hey Action told So that he was the smartest out of them. The commander expressed his belief in Jang Munwong's ability to assist Commander Jang. So Wonhui wondered if he was being trusted because of his past accomplishments. The group continued to move. Interpersonal relationships seemed mysterious to Jang Munwong. Hey Action stood firm. Hey Action scoffed, telling someone to worry about themselves. He considered that, excluding the squad commander, the strongest individual would be So Wonhui. So Wonhui thought that it was him that they trusted to protect the path. The group continued their descent. They moved deeper into the ravine. The group approached a body of water. The group lamented that their forces had been seriously weakened with half of them gone. Someone stated that they should hurry, as squad commander Yang Gongil, and he led the group since he knew the path best. They made sure the formation they were in would protect Baek Ryeonha. It seemed like Hey Action was doing well, as no one was chasing after them. So Wonhui stated that he was hearing sword voices. So Wonhui realized the sound of swords clashing was growing closer. The source, he noted, was down the path they were currently traveling. Ahead, the group observed the landscape. They noted that the number of enemies appeared to be fewer than the group that had been chasing them. Considering only those wielding swords, one of the men declared that he would send a stop signal. The camera focuses on the lower half of a man's face and body. One of the men asked what was happening. Another responded that there were enemies in the area. The first man stated that he didn't sense any presence. Another man countered that it was impossible for the first to sense the presence of the enemy. The man continued, certain that they needed to have whose Zone Squad commander lead the group. The commander, it was decided, must protect the young lady. One of the men admitted he didn't know if the other was right, but if they were, they needed to be the ones to fight them. So thought to himself that he didn't expect the man to reject a suggestion like that. He then suggested that they at least prepare. Another man responded that he was sure they were careful, but he was right. So stated that he didn't have any weapons on him, so the other man should unsheath his sword and signal to the group. It was decided that even if Baek Ryeonha was their priority, they needed to prepare for a fight. As they continued through the narrow path, Jang Munwong warned that encountering enemies in such a confined space could be dangerous. He suggested that the strongest martial artist should take the lead. So Wonhui's name was called out. Hearing his name, So paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Meanwhile, Jang Munwong urged them to hurry. The group pressed on, aware that stalling could be dangerous. Suddenly, one of the men collapsed. He fell face first into the dirt. The fallen man gasped, alerting the others to something white on his sword sheath. He addressed the advanced warrior, asking if he could see it. Another man confirmed that he saw it. The man on the ground warned that if they didn't want to die, they should speak to him through the frequency whispering technique, demanding to know who they were. He was grabbed roughly. The man demanded to know why the 1,000-mile pursuit scent had been placed on him. He realized that when he raised the Southern Heaven Iron Sword, Southern Heaven noticed what Yang Gongil did and informed them. He realized that if it weren't for his ability to hear swords' voices, he would have never known. He understood that the Destruction Blood Squad commander and the Fourth Supreme were catching up to them. The masked man pressed his blade against the other's neck, demanding to know why he would have done it in secret. So Wonhui remained silent. Of course, So realized they could use different scents even if they were on the same side. He thought there must be clues. The man being held captive explained that they didn't have a choice because of the urgent situation, but now there were enemies on standby on this path. Hey Action realized he understood now. The whistle from earlier was because one of the enemies wasn't dead. So Wonhui was asked if that was his doing. The man was struck down. It was really an obstacle after another, and there was a trap ahead of them. Things weren't going smoothly, and so Wonhui guessed he had to lead everyone. Song Woo-hyun asked what it was. So Won-hui knew there were enemies waiting for them. Baek Ryon-ho wondered how they would have known and why Squad Commander Yang was killed. Squad Commander Yang Gon-gil was a spy. Baek Ryon-ho realized he was a spy. She had placed the 1,000-mile pursuit scent on her sword sheath. One of the men with her believed that even if they were walking into a trap, it would be hard for their enemies to hear them whispering if he couldn't detect them. He suggested they talk. The scent was different. He could differentiate the two scents since he was trained as a spy, but he wondered if Baek Ryon-ho was sensitive to smell. Now that was checked, the sword sheath was done for. They would have to throw it away since it had the 1,000-mile pursuit scent on it. The sword spirit exclaimed that they were together for so long, so thought he would get something similar later. There was no time. They had to hurry. So, Squad Commander Yang was not a spy, but he was. She was confused, wondering what she was saying. He's not a spy, but he is. That must have been confusing. She meant he's Uni. His presence. Someone was coming. They had to hurry. He told the young lady to center herself. The sword's voices were getting louder. The group braced themselves as they sensed the impending threat. The enemy approached, their numbers seemingly endless. The approaching figures were ready to strike. The enemy prepared to attack. Jang Munwang commanded his troops to stop immediately and defend their rear. Dian Kanyewa urged the young lady to the front. The warriors cried out that the enemy was coming. The warriors braced themselves for thrown spear attacks. The enemy was upon them. The water surged. The water continued to surge. One of the warriors stated that he was just following the young lady's orders, agreeing with the previous statement. Baek Ryon-ho and Ho Jungwon stood together. Baek Ryon-ho's robes were adorned with beads. Baek Ryon-ho demanded that Ho Jungwon stop with the nonsense and reveal his plan. The fourth Bloodstar stated that he and the other Bloodstars were supporting Ho Jungwon. However, the hooded figure noted that the only ones supporting Baek Ryon-ho were the third and sixth Bloodstars. The woman with red hair scoffed, believing that the others could be easily eliminated once the cult's reconstruction was complete. She conceded that he was right, but Baek Ryon-ho warned them not to leave even the smallest possibilities unchecked. The hooded figure confirmed that she was also someone of Ho Jungwon's blood. The fourth Bloodstar cautioned that even a small possibility could come back and hit them on the back of the head. He continued, saying that the second Supreme was friendly to them, but he might change his mind. Furthermore, if the fourth Supreme were to choose her side, there would be an equal number of supporters on both sides. Hei Action declared that they would make sure that didn't happen. Baek Ryon-ho wondered if that cranky old man would come to their side, just because she asked. The fourth Bloodstar stated that was the case when it was because the fourth Supreme had nothing to lose. Someone was struck down. The force of a spear strike sent shockwaves through the remaining blood cult warriors. The energy channeled into the spear was immense. So when we felt the ground tremble beneath him. A single toss of the spear had taken Squad Commander Jang Munwang and the other squad captains down. Defeating multiple first-rate martial artists with just one spear was a feat to behold. The blood cult warriors looked on in disbelief. His force was unbelievable. The masked warrior wondered if he had to risk his life for this. He knew that if he did, he might be able to stall for some time for Baek Ryon-ho to flee. So his expression hardened as he considered the situation. So knew he needed to prioritize himself over the cult, realizing that if he were to fall over the cliff in this situation, it would be the end. The fall would be so great that there is only a very small chance of surviving, but there is slight hope. The warriors wondered if Baek Ryon-ho was among them. One of the warriors asked if Baek Ryon-ho was present. The leader threatened to kill them all if she wasn't handed over. The leader demanded that if Baek Ryon-ho was present, she should be handed over, and then they would all be allowed to leave. One of the warriors remarked that, looking at their eyes, it seemed like they were right about Baek Ryon-ho being present. Another warrior confirmed that he was right. She was there. The leader demanded that they hand her over. The warriors prepared for battle. Squad Commander Jang Munwang prepared to fight. It seemed that Squad Commander Jang Munwang was prepared to fight to his death. Jang Munwang told the warrior to stall for time while he took the young lady and ran. Jang Munwang called out to young master. So Won-hui stood ready, his sword held loosely at his side. So thought to himself that it would be fine, and he would just fall off the cliff if things went wrong. Below, the blood cult warriors stood ready. The warriors prepared to attack. So observed that they didn't seem to be part of the Murim alliance. One of the warriors questioned if they were trying to persecute them, while another was confused. The warrior wondered if they were not part of the Murim alliance. The warrior asked why they would let them go if they handed Baek Ryon-ho over to them. Baek Ryon-ho thought to herself that it didn't make sense. So looked on confused. The hooded follower stated that only going after one person made no sense and that they were spouting nonsense. The mysterious subordinate agreed that they were spouting nonsense. One of the blood cult members stated that there were people in the alliance all over the mountain, questioning if they did not value their lives. The mysterious subordinate countered that they were on the same side, questioning why they wouldn't have time then. One of the blood cult members explained that one of their men strongly recommended they take this path. They realized the man was a spy, and he spread the 1,000-mile pursuit scent, but it was subtly different from the one used by the force inspecting this mountain. Baek Ryonha asked if that person was a spy sent by them. The mysterious subordinate scoffed, saying there was no reason to hide it, since they'd realized there was a spy among them. One of the blood cult members stated that they were sure they were well aware that they could find Baek Ryonha, adding that they were so thankful. The mysterious subordinate seemed surprised. Baek Ryonha thanked them for their consideration. The mysterious subordinate considered her words. Baek Ryonha stated that if there was a spy, they would have found her right away, and the spy would have told them through the frequency whispering technique, adding that she saw they were trying to stall for time. The mysterious subordinate responded that he would kill her first with that serpent-like tongue of hers. Baek Ryonha wondered if it was young Lady Baek Haihyang. She then asked if someone under her employed the mysterious subordinate. The mysterious subordinate seemed to be getting angry. The men wondered if young Lady Baek Haihyang was involved. They realized that these people were part of the blood cult and ordered them to kill So Won-hui. A blood cult warrior lunged forward, spear aimed at So. The spear hurtled towards him. So knew he could catch a spear toss like this using the innate core energy of the central energy core. He prepared to catch the spear. So declared that he would be returning it right back to them. The spear was now above So's head. The hooded follower yelled for everyone to run, stating that the only way to live now was for everyone to run for their lives. The hooded follower thought that So looked like he was just a first rate, but was able to catch his spear. The hooded follower admitted that So was pretty impressive, but now he really couldn't let him go alive. The hooded follower prepared to attack. A surge of crimson energy erupted, halting mere inches from its target. The sudden stop left So Won-hui in stunned silence. He cursed his hesitation, realizing he should have prioritized his own survival. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the source of the interruption. The energy had stopped directly in front of him. Young Master Asong remarked that Won-hui was doing well for a kid. So recognized the voice. Supreme Seo Galma expressed his surprise. One of the subordinates thanked young Master Asong. Baek Ryonha questioned why the others hadn't fled as instructed. Another subordinate thanked Asong, stating that they were able to confirm there were no other spies on their side. It was revealed that Bloodhand Demonis was also present, so realized that they had been hiding back there while deceiving their own allies. He thought he was going to die for real. One of the subordinates accused them of trickery, realizing that the plan to split into three had been a false one. The elder lamented that the second supreme would have chosen Baek Ryonha. Meanwhile, the hooded figure continued to move forward. One of the masked subordinates stated that their win was not guaranteed if a Bloodstar and a Supreme were on the other side. The masked subordinate declared that they would. Suddenly, a massive tiger-like creature appeared, demanding to know where they thought they were going. The tiger-like creature stood tall under the night sky. The ground trembled as the creature moved. The tiger-like creature towered over the group. The creature clenched its fist. The hooded figure and his group stood their ground. The tiger-like creature glared down at them. One of the masked subordinates thought it was strange. The tiger-like creature asked if they really thought they could stall for time with someone like him. The tiger-like creature prepared to strike. The tiger-like creature smirked. The tiger-like creature's massive form loomed over the group, his presence radiating raw power. The muscles in Hei-Action's arms and chest flexed as he prepared to strike. His eyes narrowed, a predatory glint in their depths. He warned them that they would have to risk losing their heads. The sound of Hei-Action's roar echoed through the cavern. The elder's raw power was evident as he gripped his blade. The injured swordsman watched in disbelief, questioning how Hei-Action could fight with his bare hands. Hei-Action struck down another swordsman. The elder laughed, reveling in the carnage. He relished the fight. Another swordsman fell before Hei-Action's might. The ground trembled with each strike. Another swordsman cried out as he was defeated. Hei-Action stood tall, a figure of immense strength. The swordsmen watched in terror. Despite the death of their comrade, not a single one of them considered stepping in. He was like a wild beast. Hei-Action's power radiated from him. The masked men ordered everyone to back off. Hei-Action stood, ready to fight. One of the masked men commented that Hei-Action truly lived up to his name. Another masked man admitted he never liked being compared to Hei-Action and declared that they should fight. Hei-Action unleashed a burst of energy. The energy gathered around his fist. The masked man remarked that Hei-Action was impatient. The masked man's fist glowed with a crimson light. Hei-Action's fist radiated a golden aura. Both fighters prepared to strike. The masked man launched himself forward. The ground cracked beneath them. The two forces collided in a burst of energy. The masked man coughed, admitting that Hei-Action was stronger than him. The hooded leader declared that there was a limit to how much one could reinforce their physical strength. The force of the leader's words seemed to manifest physically. Hei-Action braced himself against the incoming attack. The force continued to build. The air crackled with energy. Hei-Action skokfed. The ground trembled as the two fighters prepared to clash. Their fists met, a collision of immense power. Hei-Action's eyes glowed with fierce determination. He focused his energy. The impact of their blows sent shockwaves through the area. Hei Action and the hooded leader remained locked in combat. The hooded leader recognized Hei Action's fist technique. Hei Action pressed his attack. The force of the blow reverberated. The force of the blow reverberated through the battlefield. The impact was immense. It was noted that the hooded leader possessed very advanced martial arts techniques. Despite his skill, the masked man was being pushed back. Compared to Hei Action, he was falling behind. Hei Action grinned, taunting, asking if that was all his opponent had. So Wenhui watched the duel intently, remarking that the Southern Heaven swordsman was supposed to have never lost against anyone. The sword spirit considered the fight, admitting that at Hei Action's current level, her past owner might not have been able to win either. She realized that Hei Action's power contained ever-increasing mass. Co Galma observed that Hei Action had gotten stronger. It was noted that even Second Supreme Co Galma was praising him. So Wenhui recalled that Co Galma only praised him, wondering why. Hei Action wondered if he felt proud. The intensity of the battle continued to rise. The clash of power was palpable. The enemies seemed to be in a state of panic. Someone suggested that they would like to make a suggestion. The suggestion was followed by a swift attack. Meanwhile, one of the women stated that if Yuni was the one who sent them, then they must be one of them. She continued, saying that if they surrendered now and told them who employed them, she would guarantee that their lives would be spared. Another woman thought that suggesting surrender in this situation was unexpectedly clever, assuming that Baek Ryona herself had set up this trap. The sword spirit asked if she did. It was a trap to deceive even her allies. They had been in a hurry and were not aware who the spies were after all. She knew Baek Haihyang would do something like this, so she did it first. One of the women thought that the fox looked like someone who'd avoid mind games like this, and that she didn't really look smart. Another woman stated that it was exactly that. Someone was surely scheming things for her. Baek Ryonha was trying to figure out who that is. She considered that it would make more sense if the person she was trying to figure out wasn't of the same blood demon bloodline. The spirit guide seemed surprised by this revelation. The spirit guide complimented So Wenhui on figuring that out with just a given context, but So dismissed it. Meanwhile, Baek Ryonha issued her last warning and suggestion. She declared that the only fate that awaited them was death if they didn't surrender. From the shadows, a masked warrior declared that they underestimated them. The masked warrior's arrogance was met with a declaration to fight till the end. One of the blood cult warriors didn't think they would surrender. The blood cult leader suggested that they might as well get rid of them as fast as they could. One of the blood cult warriors agreed. The hooded follower agreed with the blood cult leader. Another blood cult warrior stated that he would take care of the leader. Elsewhere, Jang Munwang asked someone to lend him a sword. Jang Munwang readied his sword. Someone observed that he didn't seem to like something. The observer thought it must be because the sword felt different from his usual longsword. Jang Munwang raised his sword, energy crackling around him. It was said that a renowned swordsman does not blame the tools. Jang Munwang commanded the martial artists to follow him. Someone shouted to slay the enemy. The intensity of the moment was palpable. Someone responded, "All right." Baek Ryonha prepared herself. It was time to perform. The order was given to slay the enemy. The blood cult warriors surged forward, blades drawn. An older warrior with white hair moved to strike down an opponent. The clash of blades echoed through the battlefield. Each strike carried immense power. So Wenhui realized that the martial masters were landing over 10 attacks in a split second. One of the warriors cried out as he fell. So Wenhui wished he could sit back and watch, but the current situation prevented it. The masked leader of the blood cult assessed the situation. He knew they needed to eliminate the enemy quickly. So Wenhui prepared to strike. One of the masked warriors thought that chaotic battles like these were perfect for him to fully utilize his skills. Another warrior decided he would go for the weaker ones first. So Wenhui launched his attack. So Wenhui's blade cut through the air, a flash of deadly light. The strike continued, a testament to his speed and precision. The warriors acknowledged that the two fighters were above first rate. The energy of the fight intensified, the air crackling with power. The warrior's eyes glowed with an unnatural light as he continued his assault. The intensity of the battle was palpable. One of the warriors noted that the swordsman was only attacking those below second rate on purpose. The swords clashed, the sound echoing through the battlefield. The warrior's eyes burned with a fierce determination. The sound of impact reverberated. The warriors wondered how he could be so strong when he was injured. Someone reflected on Jang Munwang's skill, acknowledging that he was skilled even among peak-level martial artists, and that he was overpowering other peak-level martial artists without using any weapon. Another warrior ordered that the swordsman be killed first. The swordsman was knocked to the ground. Jang Munwang thought to himself that he didn't want to get noticed. With no other recourse, so Wenhui prepares to unleash another technique. The Star Sword technique, fourth technique, is about to be unleashed. The Rising Dragon Slash is initiated. The slash tears through the air. A masked blood cult warrior is caught off guard by the sudden attack. So Wonhui wonders if his opponent shouldn't be more aware of his surroundings. The warrior can only respond with a bewildered, "What?" The blood cult warrior's expression shifts to one of alarm. The blade descends. The warrior cries out. The blood cult warrior is struck, blood spraying from the wound. The blade continues its deadly path. A young woman looks on, seemingly unfazed by the violence. Another warrior shouts, declaring that they are there to help Master So. The attack continues with unrelenting force. So Wonhui, unfazed by the remaining foes, noted that there were still about 10 left. He stood alongside the injured swordsman 1. The injured swordsman 1 cautioned him not to let his guard down, reminding him that those remaining were all first-rate. Elsewhere, someone marveled at the power of Supreme, stating that they weren't called a Supreme for nothing. The battle continued, with the hooded follower 2 attempting to strike So. The enemy remained solely focused on trying to defend himself. The hooded follower 2 continued his assault. The clash of blades echoed through the area. Song Woohyun watched the fight intently. Song Woohyun exclaimed that they kept getting in his way. Song Woohyun questioned why they didn't watch their back instead. Song Jwabaek looked on with a grim expression. Song Woohyun and Song Jwabaek prepared to attack. Suddenly, a hand reached out. Song Jwabaek was shocked by the sudden appearance of the hand. The mysterious hand hovers over the scene. Nearby, the injured swordsman remains kneeling on the ground. Meanwhile, the hooded leader raises his sword, preparing to strike. He wonders if his opponent truly thinks he can win. The hooded leader prepares to strike. His sword clashes against an unseen force. The hooded follower watches the scene unfold. The mysterious hand clenches into a fist. Baek Ryonha declares that she won't die alone. She vows that she won't die alone. The vampire-like woman is told that she will. She prepares to strike. The injured swordsman is sent flying backwards. He crashes into the ground. So Wonhui wonders why the injured swordsman is suddenly attacking him. Even if he's someone who's at the peak level, the luminous star sword technique is unleashed. The sixth technique is activated, with the swordsman believing that no one can block it with their bare hand alone. The sword-culling chase begins. The hooded follower notes the rusted sword and realizes that So Wonhui tanked the blow on purpose. The hooded follower recognizes So as Hate Action's disciple. The hooded follower wonders if So is trying to interfere. The hooded follower declares that So will pay for interfering with them. The injured swordsman is struck by the attack, realizing he was So's goal from the start. The injured swordsman screams in pain. The injured swordsman is sent flying. The injured swordsman falls, impaled by a sword. Baek Ryonha is shocked. Young Master is in danger. Someone spits out blood. So Wonhui screams in pain. Wonhui and Young Master struggled against the current, desperately trying to pull themselves together and escape the torrent. The current proved too strong, however. The injured swordsman knew he couldn't hold on for much longer. At this rate, he realized he would be swept away and die. Suddenly, the injured swordsman was pulled to safety. He wondered what had just happened. Coughing, the injured swordsman wondered what kind of advanced martial artist had saved him from the strong water current. He managed to thank his savior for helping him. Elsewhere, a strange creature wondered what was happening. So Wonhui's companion thanked him for his help. So's sword spirit told him to look down, but not to be scared. The companion believed they needed to leave, stating that it was dangerous and that the bones were human. The sword spirit mocked that So was going to get eaten. A zombie appeared, thinking So looked tasty. So cursed, saying that she jinxed it. The sword spirit laughed. It was basically an ambush-type strike, but the zombie just grabbed it with his bare hand. The zombie declared that So was next. So realized that the zombie's attack was chi at the 9th mastery from the central energy core. A sword fell to the ground. The zombie's hand glowed with blue energy. So wondered what was happening. He noticed a strange string tied to his arm and wondered how long it had been there. He considered cutting it off, but found that he couldn't. Even without space to swing his blade, So knew he could still use chi. He wondered how a string so thin could be so strong. The zombie's hand reached for him. So gritted his teeth. The zombie cackled. So cried out. The zombie's face loomed closer. The zombie tightened its grip. So groaned in pain. He realized the zombie had twisted his wrist, and he believed it was broken. The zombie told him to stop resisting, calling him meat. So wondered if he was going to become human meat for this strange, monster-like human, as he called out Wonhui's name. Elsewhere, Hei Action recognized the voice. Hei Action, still outside the cave, wondered if someone was looking for him. Inside, the zombie stood over So. Meanwhile, a voice called out to So, urging him to wake up. So, still unconscious, wondered how long he'd been out. The sword spirit urged him to stay down and keep his eyes closed, explaining that the monster-like human had been acting strangely since he passed out. She continued, stating that the zombie had dragged him deeper into the cave and had been trembling in fear ever since. So, still prone on the ground surrounded by bones, wondered how long this had been going on. The sword spirit responded that he had been in that position for half a day. She reiterated that it had been half a day and that they needed to think about their current situation. She noted that the monstrous human only had his left arm, but was a martial master. The zombie stood silently. The sword spirit stated that it was hard to tell exactly, but if the zombie had a regular body, he might be as strong as Hey Action. She told So not to be disappointed, but for about 4 hours, they heard regular shouting. After that, the shouting stopped. So knew he needed to escape his current predicament. He reflected on his past, recalling that he had endured more miserable situations, even death itself, and was confident he could overcome this challenge as well. Considering the circumstances, he doubted the monster possessed a stable mind. The monster's speech was slurred, its fear palpable, stemming from shouting it had heard from outside. So realized that a master of his level should have known to block his pressure points as a precautionary measure. Yet he hadn't. The sword spirit noticed the monster was moving towards So. The monster, driven by hunger, crawled closer. The sword spirit surmised that the monster's lack of legs was the reason for its slow movement. The sound of the monster dragging itself echoed through the cavern. Despite his prone position, So could hear the monster dragging itself closer. The sight of the approaching monster sent chills down So's spine. So admitted that he had never experienced anything as creepy as this, not in his past life or this one. He resolved to channel his innate core energy to the maximum. So prepared to strike the monster's ribcage. Despite the monster's size, it blocked So's attack. But the block was exactly what So was hoping for. He thought to himself that if he struck the monster's celestial pressure point now. The monster screamed in pain. From above, young Master Asong called out to Wonhui. So struck the monster again. He continued his assault. The monster was struck again. So's sword glowed brightly as he attacked. So cursed. The monster questioned how So was able to control his innate. The monster wondered what that sword was. The monster realized that So recognized the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. So thought he could try and talk to the monster. So declared that he was the Southern Heaven Swordsman's successor. The monster declared that So was the Southern Heaven Swordsman's successor. Realizing the implication, the monster believed this meant the end for him. The monster wondered if this was truly the end. The monster began to cry. So found it strange, accepting it as fate. So admitted he wasn't sure what the monster meant. So asked the monster for his name. The monster revealed that he was Han Ji-song, a name that sounded familiar to So. So wondered how Han Ji-song was still alive, recognizing him as the Flying Blade Assassin King. So recalled that Han Ji-song was the Flying Blade Assassin King. So realized that Han Ji-song used to be a legendary assassin. So also remembered that Han Ji-song stole the text of his former owner's martial arts skill and was defeated by the man with golden eyes. A man with long blue hair looked off into the distance. Han Ji-song stood silently. It was revealed that the monster was the Flying Blade Assassin King, Han Ji-song, and the enemy of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. Han Ji-song lay defeated, as So Wonhui stood over him. The fallen assassin pleaded to be allowed to repay his debts. Meanwhile, the sword spirit warned Wonhui that Han Ji-song was someone who regularly stabbed others in the back. Despite this, the spirit guide urged him to trust Han Ji-song. Bound by the strange energy, So stated that he didn't have much time. Startled, the spirit guide exclaimed that he wasn't sure what So was talking about. Han Ji-song declared that he would repay his debts first. He vowed to repay his debts, even if the energy being rejected his offer. The energy being explained that the celestial pressure point was also called the 100 convergence point, and that it was the best pressure point to absorb innate core energy from. He commanded So to focus. So, confused, questioned what he should focus on. So's eyes widened in shock. A surge of blue energy enveloped So. A voice declared that it was innate core energy. The man before them was known as the Flying Blade Assassin King, Han Ji-song. He was a legendary assassin, said to have surpassed the capacities of an assassin. Ji-song was no ordinary assassin. His martial arts were said to be just as extraordinary. The incident that made Ji-song famous was coincidentally his one and only assassination failure. He was audacious enough to try and assassinate Jin Kyun, one of the Central Plains' 8 great martial artists. But during the assassination attempt, Ji-song managed to survive the fight with Jin Kyun. That story is what made him the king of assassins. But Ji-song was actually channeling innate core energy into So Wonhui. That energy felt very similar to the innate core energy So Wonhui possessed. So Wonhui was certain that Han Ji-song knew the innate energy cultivation technique. There was very little loss in energy because they had learned the same innate energy cultivation technique. The reason seemed complex, but that was truth and lie. If one was able to look into it properly, the falsehood becomes useless. The luminous star mystic art in So Wonhui's head was turning into a single form, feeling like something more than just an increase in innate core energy. He had reached the 5th mastery due to enlightenment. From the 4th mastery onwards, one could not go further without it. Thanks to what Ji-song had said, So Wonhui had an enlightenment. But the innate core energy in his central energy core had created an essence that was worth more than 60 years. The sword spirit exclaimed that all Wenhui needed now was enlightenment to get to the 6th mastery of the luminous star mystic art. The spirit guide congratulated Wenhui, calling it an opportunity. He recalled where the Southern Heaven swordsman had been in his past life. So felt like he had to bow down to Hien_Jisong or something in gratitude. He wondered if Jisong had been like that all this time. The sword spirit remarked that Jisong was probably dead now that he had given Wenhui all of his innate core energy. Earlier, Jisong must have been punished, and Wenhui wondered what had happened. 15 years ago, one day, the Flying Blade Assassin King began to target his previous owner's life. He didn't know who was behind it, but it was difficult to find a chance to kill his previous owner. His previous owner lost to the man with golden eyes. He was seriously injured, and his life was in danger. That was when the Flying Blade Assassin King appeared before his previous owner. His previous owner was in a bad enough state that he would have died with just a touch of a finger. That was when a suggestion was made to him. The Flying Blade Assassin King asked for his previous owner's martial arts since he wouldn't make it anyway. The Flying Blade Assassin King recalled that his previous owner was weak and easily swayed by suggestion, always desiring a successor. He had told the Flying Blade Assassin King that if he promised to teach someone worthy his martial arts, he would teach him. That was how he learned the innate energy cultivation technique, luminous star mystic art, and luminous star sword technique, but he immediately changed his behavior. He broke his previous owner's legs, ensuring he couldn't escape and survive. That was when the man with golden eyes appeared. He ignored Hisang and saw that his previous owner's 2 legs were broken. Han Jisong had nothing to fear, having learned the Southern Heaven swordsman's martial arts. He had once fought against Jin Qian, so he was confident he could make it out alive. Against Jin Qian, so I'm sure he was confident that he could make it out alive. Until his 2 legs were amputated by just a single attack. Then, the man with golden eyes destroyed Han Jisong's energy core and threw him over the cliff. That is why he never dreamed that he would still be alive. Life is strange. He was certain he was dead then, and he wished for it too. But, Wenhui, the sword spirit one floated beside So Wenhui, observing the scene. She admitted that she didn't know what should be done about the situation. The swordsman's words resonated with the sword spirit one, and she believed she understood his meaning. She explained that So Wenhui was someone she resented for killing her previous owner. However, she acknowledged that he had also just saved her, as So was her current owner. Nearby, Hei Action remained in a weakened state, wondering how long he had been like this and if So was awake. The sword spirit one told So that she didn't need his gratitude, as she was simply paying off her debt. She then asked So why he was there. So responded that she didn't need to know that, stating it was just a consequence of greed. So added that there was something he'd like to ask of her. The sword spirit one asked what it was. So Wenhui knelt amidst a field of bones. The sword spirit one assumed that So walked on the orthodox path since he was a successor of the Southern Heaven swordsman. So clarified that while he was in the blood cult, he was closer to the unorthodox faction at the moment. The sword spirit one stated that it was nothing difficult. Hei Action, still recovering, admitted that he didn't know how long he had been there for. But surviving in this cave without 2 legs was proving to be a great challenge. The lack of mobility only added to his suffering. He confessed that he could not overcome his hunger and resorted to eating his own arm. The swordsman reflected on the torturous pain of loneliness and hunger, stating that it eats away at a person's mind. He found it sickening. He held on in ways that he could in order to survive, but the longer he did, the more mentally unstable he got. At first, it was just for a moment, but that turned into an hour, 2. After a while, it became 2 days, 5 days. He admitted that he didn't even know if the current him was the real him or the him who has gone insane. He didn't know when he would completely lose grasp of his mind, so Han Jisong would like to. Meanwhile, the sword spirit one told So Wenhui that Han Jisong would teach him everything, the hero-annihilating flying blade technique, and asked if he could impart this martial art to his son. The sword spirit one asked So Wenhui if it didn't feel like Han Jisong was testing him. As the successor of the Southern Heaven swordsman, it might be to see whether So Wenhui would make the same choice as him or not. So Wenhui thought that even if it's a test, there was no need for him to overthink it since it's something that will help him. He didn't want to make Han Jisong feel justified by his actions, but he wanted to protect the dignity of his master, the Southern Heaven swordsman. So Wenhui stated that he's already received a lot from Han Jisong. His hand clenched, so Wenhui felt a surge of determination. A voice echoed, thanking him and promising to impart all knowledge. The waterfall roared, a constant torrent of water. Han Jisong questioned if Wenhui truly needed to do this, explaining that the silver thread was the essence of the hero-annihilating flying blade technique. Wenhui thought to himself that he was supposed to use a blade or a throwing knife, but the silver thread glowed, ready to be used. A sharp cry pierced the air as the technique was activated. The silver thread struck, embedding itself into the cliff face. Indeed, it had embedded itself into the cliff. So Wonhui considered using his innate core energy. He knew the silver thread would shrink, pulling his body to the cliff. Han Jisong stated that there was one more thing he had to tell him. Han Jisong revealed that he had no child, clarifying that he just wanted to check one thing before his death. Han Jisong continued, saying that Wonhui could have it all now, that there was no owner, adding that if Wonhui rejected it, that was simply what he deserved. The water current was too strong, making it impossible to hear. Han Jisong announced that he had to leave, citing prior engagements. The sound of his departure echoed through the cavern. Meanwhile, the flying blade assassin king remained kneeling on the ground. Han Jisong reflected on So Wonhui's martial arts prowess and his consideration for his dignity. Elsewhere, the Southern Heaven swordsman observed that So had become a worthy successor, noting the similarity in their eyes. Back in the cavern, Han Jisong's monstrous form began to convulse. He was clearly suffering. With his last breath, Han Jisong managed to thank So Wonhui. His final words were a simple expression of gratitude. Han Jisong thought that his last moments were as a human. Meanwhile, So Wonhui was feeling dizzy. So Wonhui realized that if Han Jisong had his limbs, he could have escaped that cliff any time. The sword spirit wondered what made Han Jisong shiver just from hearing voices outside. The sword spirit agreed with So Wonhui that there must have been something that made Han Jisong that afraid, but now that they were out, they would be able to make it back up the regular way. So Wonhui agreed, but he didn't think there was a need for that. So Wonhui looks around, confused. Meanwhile, the sword spirit cries out in alarm. Below, So is using blue energy threads to descend the cliff. He grits his teeth, telling Sodom to hold on just a bit longer. The sword spirit urges him to hurry. So continues his descent. He thinks to himself that he needs to get to the place he needs to be. Elsewhere, a group of martial artists stood on a rocky shore. One of them questioned what he had just heard. Nearby, a bald man with a thick beard expressed his anger, calling someone an insane bastard. The man with the beard accused someone of being part of the unorthodox faction. The man with the beard questioned what it mattered to the other person what he did. The man with the beard continued, stating that it wasn't as if they had a grudge against each other, and asked why he was being persecuted. He then questioned why it wouldn't matter. The man with the beard stated that just getting into contact with the blood cult made someone a common enemy of Murim. Someone asked who decided that, referring to the Murim Alliance. It was asserted that the Murim Alliance was just a gathering of the Orthodox faction's martial artists. The man with the beard scoffed, wondering if they had as much authority as the nation, answering his own question with a nope. The man with the beard questioned if the other person was a newbie and if they were trying to play games. The other person responded that they were a newbie, but not so bad that they could be underestimated. The man with the beard raised his hand, seemingly in warning. The hooded follower, his eyes narrowed, commanded his subordinate to capture their target. The subordinate gripped his weapon tightly, preparing to obey. Meanwhile, the man with the orange head wrap remarked that his opponent should have acted that way from the start. High above, a figure moved with incredible speed through the rocky terrain. The man with the orange head wrap watched as the bald man with the beard approached. Someone exclaimed that he was flying, wondering if it was an aerial void jump or a void trampling step. The man with the orange head wrap realized that the person was capable of a high level of Qigong technique in the vicinity. So Wonhui moved with incredible speed. So Wonhui thought that he wanted to run away and just live a peaceful, quiet life, realizing he was the disciple of the eccentric Hei Action. He considered that, given recent events, his existence was widely known within the blood cult. To escape danger, So Wonhui knew he just had to get stronger than them. Someone shouted at the flying mister, not liking how things were. The man in purple robes shouted for help. The sword spirit thought that the man was calling for So Wonhui. The sword spirit asked if So Wonhui thought the man knew who he was, adding that Hei Action had been looking for him for hours down there. One would end up here if they followed the current, so perhaps Hei Action sent him. That made sense. Damn it, now everyone was looking at him. So Wonhui realized he couldn't just ignore the situation. The warriors closed in on So. The bald warrior ordered everyone to back off. The sword spirit questioned if So was one of the four supremes, surprised that they would ask such a thing. So thought it strange. With his central core center closed, his chi should feel like nothing more than a first rate's. The sword spirit realized that he wasn't using aerial void jump, but was just hanging on to some thread. She called him a stupid owner. So realized they mistook his silver thread for aerial void jump or some kind of legendary Qigong technique. In other words, they thought he was one of the four supremes. These individuals were considered the strongest in the blood cult. So realized he could utilize this situation to his advantage, as So Wonhui, blood cult supreme, impersonating. The bald warrior looked on. One of the warriors didn't think he was the expert martial artist of the blood cult that they were wishing for. So Wonhui could tell that the sword spirit was talking like an old man, but he understood that the spirit was not from the blood cult. Meanwhile, the masked warrior thought to himself that he didn't know why his leader wanted an expert martial artist from the blood cult, but he would take care of those people first, attacking them when he sent a signal. Young Master Asong responded that it was all right, and that no one had ever called him sir, even before his regression, which he found nice. The sword spirit remarked that Asong was quite weak to ass kissing. So asked what Asong was saying, stating that he was just saying it was nice, and that he knew who So was, yet he still wielded his weapons. The masked warrior stood his ground. The tension was palpable. The sword spirit laughed, asking who So was copying. So responded that he was just copying Do Django, and wondered if it was that bad. The masked warrior thought that there were countless martial artists in the alliance on standby, and even if So was a supreme, it wouldn't be easy for him. The warrior gripped his sword tightly. The sword spirit realized that the warrior fell for it, while So was glad it worked, but the warrior wasn't backing off despite being scared. The spirit knew that So was lying. Asong thought that there was no one other than them there, but there was one more group about a kilometer away, though he destroyed their horn, so they couldn't call for help. Asong thanked So. The sword spirit thought that Asong really seemed to want to leave a good impression in front of So. So Wonhui declared that he was being lied to. So retorted that he was not lying and called the other man foolish. So Wonhui questioned if they really thought he wouldn't plant a spy among them. The masked warrior seemed shaken by So's words. So Wonhui noted how shaken up they were by his yelling, concluding that they were indeed lying. The masked warrior asked if So Wonhui thought he was lying, even if he tried to lie. So Wonhui stated that he knew one of them recognized him. One of the warriors exclaimed in shock, questioning what he was doing. Another warrior cursed as the others began fighting each other. The masked warrior realized that they were spies. So Wonhui thought to himself that he was only trying to get one person, but didn't expect 3 to fall for it. So Wonhui realized that it was accidental, but his illusionary eye could work on multiple people at once. One of the warriors wondered why he was attacking his comrades. The warriors questioned why they were fighting. So Wonhui noted that the fight started really quickly, and their sword formation had fallen apart, declaring that it was now time. Below, the masked warrior declared that he had been waiting. The warrior prepared his sword. His eyes glowed with a purple hue. From above, young Master Asong shouted at the warriors, questioning why they were fighting each other. One of the warriors yelled for the others to get rid of the little kid. The warrior prepared his luminous star sword technique. He prepared his first technique. He unleashed his fourth sword. One of the warriors was struck, wondering how his opponent was so fast, but he thought he could create some distance. The warrior looked up in shock. He was on the ground, defeated. The fourth sword technique continued to strike. So Wonhui watched as the warrior fell. The warrior on the ground yelled at So Wonhui, calling it a dirty trick. So Wonhui continued to watch the battle. The clash of steel echoed through the mountain pass. Nearby, So Wonhui heard one of the masked warriors accuse him of using a dirty trick, stating that they were having a fight, not a proper duel. He considered using his sword, deciding it would be better to use his left hand for the silver thread. The sword spirit observed the scene, noting that Wonhui was the most troublesome, and the others wouldn't be needed. From a distance, young Master Asong watched the fight, realizing that the kid had already killed them all. Asong stood with his sword at his side. The defeated warrior lay on the ground. The sword spirit remarked that his sword technique was savage and evil. Asong continued his advance. Asong thought to himself that the person who made that sword technique must be a talented assassin. The injured swordsman thanked Asong for helping. Asong held his sword. So Wonhui asked who he was. Asong's sword was drawn. Asong explained that if he asked for help despite knowing he was from the blood cult, he couldn't be from the Murim Alliance, confirming that he really was from the blood cult. Asong declared that he had always admired the blood cult. Asong declares his desire to join the blood cult. The man had said he was looking for a martial master from the blood cult, but he hadn't thought it was because the man wanted to join the cult. He had heard that traces of the blood cult might be in the area, so he had come to dedicate his life and body. On the other hand, young Master Asong couldn't even leave if he wanted to because people would recognize him. The tone of the newcomer's voice was concerning, and his build was petite. He sounded like he was forcing himself. He needed to keep his voice down. He assumed it was either a boy trying to fake his age or a woman dressed as a man. Asong couldn't bring in someone whose identity was unclear. Plus, he didn't even have the right to recommend someone's entrance to the cult. He had stopped the martial artist from calling for backup. He was also constantly trying to leave a good impression on him, so he was certain the newcomer liked the blood cult. The young master asked who he was then, and if that was really important. The newcomer responded that he had heard the blood cult valued talented individuals. That was only for those they could trust. Asong didn't even know who he was, so how could he? So Wonhui announced his presence, stating that he had heard it too. From the shadows, it was clear that a considerable number of individuals were approaching. Based on the sounds of swords alone, it seemed to be at least a dozen, leading to the assumption that it was the Murim Alliance. Nearby, it was confirmed that there were indeed people approaching. Dismissing the idea, the swordsman stated that he hadn't seen anyone while looking around. Even if the numbers were less than initially thought, he estimated there were still between 20 and 30, suggesting they should leave immediately. Someone mentioned that he was a supreme and should be able to take them on. So scoffed at the suggestion, declaring he wouldn't use the silver thread in front of people again. He thought it was too easy for others to mistake him for someone better than he was. He wondered if the other person was keeping up. The swordsman observed that the other person was fast, and while he expected them to be talented, their qigong was truly impressive. The swordsman mused that the other person must be way above first rate, wondering who they were. It seemed like there was a very strong person among the enemies. The swordsman wondered if the other person could tell how strong the enemy was. So Wenhui held his sword at the ready, his eyes narrowed behind his mask. One of the pursuers was closing in fast, so fast that they would soon catch up. It was too late to run, but the other person with So Wenhui acknowledged the dire situation. The other person told So Wenhui to attack on their signal, counting down to 3. The countdown continued. 2, 1. The pair launched their attack. The swordsman marveled at the sword chi. So Wenhui thought that they had only just begun fighting, but his palm already felt like it was going to rip into pieces. Suddenly, a voice commanded them to stop. Ho Jungwon looked surprised. So Wenhui held his sword, ready to fight. Elder Hei Action looked shocked. Hei Action was surprised. Hei Action exclaimed that he was alive. The man before him was told that he was not a supreme. So Wenhui questioned when he had ever claimed to be one. The man with the orange headband wondered what kind of excuse he was hearing, noting that the other man had the face of a man but the voice of a woman. Meanwhile, the man with white hair listened intently. It seemed like the man with white hair was listening to the conversation. The man with white hair explained that So was someone who helped him remain unnoticed by the enemy, adding that So said he came because he wanted to enter the cult, but he did not know his identity. The man with the orange headband repeated that So came because he wanted to enter the cult. The man with white hair told So that he better answer his questions honestly. Someone observed that So was a real supreme. Absolute sword sense. So stated that his last name was Sama, and his first name was Young, adding that he was seen through once again. So stated that he was from the Autumn Valley. The man with the orange headband thought about the Autumn Valley, realizing that So's last name was Sama, and she was from Sichuan's Autumn Valley. The man with white hair asked if So was from the Sama clan, questioning why he would wish to join their cult when he was from a renowned martial clan. So stated that he had no relation to the Sama clan. He declared that the Sama clan was his mother's enemy, explaining that he couldn't act against them alone because they were protected by the Murim Alliance. Because of this, he wanted to join the blood cult. The man with white hair asked if Wenhui was reminded of his past. So admitted that he was, but there was something else too. Sword Spirit 1 was shocked. It was said that while many people in the Central Plains share the last name Sama, only one person used that name and hailed from the Sichuan Autumn Valley. The first of the 4 evils was the evil moon sword. The 4 evils were martial artists called transcendentalists, along with the Central Plains' 8 great martial artists. The evil moon sword, Sama Chuk, was no exception. Sama Chuk kneeled. There was an incident where a sect in the southeast region of Sichuan were all killed overnight, numbering more than 200. The other sects related to this sect were enraged and joined forces to ambush the Autumn Valley where Sama Chuk lived. The ambush was swift and brutal. Out of the 400 martial artists that were part of that raid, no one returned alive. Sword Spirit 1 was shocked, realizing that Sama Chuk had killed all those people on their own. So Wenhui and Li Gu observe a potential recruit. Li Gu wonders aloud if someone like that would want to join the blood cult. Wenhui thinks to himself that something isn't adding up. The narrative shifts to a flashback, detailing how So Wenhui was dispatched as a spy into the Murim Alliance before his regression. At that time, Sama Chuk went up against the unrivaled faction, which was at its most prosperous. The alliance was broken at that point, and the Murim Alliance hoped the unrivaled faction would take a hit from the fight. But Sama Chuk defied everyone's expectations and became a member of the unrivaled faction instead. It was later said that the reason for this was because his successor was a member of the unrivaled faction. Back in the present, So Wenhui wonders if things are getting mixed up because of him again. He realizes that it is currently a time before the faction massacre incident, and he is the only one who knows that the recruit is Sama Chuk's disciple. Since he knows the future and Sama Chuk's future actions, Wenhui believes he can help Baek Ryonha reach the same level as Baek Haihyang, wondering where else he can find a trump card as good as him. An unseen figure asks why they are hiding their face. Li Gu tells the recruit that if they want to enter their cult, they shouldn't be hiding anything. The recruit remains silent. The recruit removes their hood. The recruit is revealed to be a woman with long, dark hair and striking eyes. She states that she wanted to be acknowledged purely for her skills, not her gender or face. Li Gu asks how pretty she is compared to Baek Ryonha. So Wenhui considered the new recruit's request. He stroked his chin, contemplating her words. Li Gu watched the exchange, prompting So, asking what he thought of the girl. So considered Li Gu's question, wondering if the new recruit was trustworthy. He knew that if he revealed her true lineage, as the daughter of one of the 4 evils, she would never be accepted. He wondered if that would be the normal reaction. The new recruit looked up at So, pleading with him to help her enter the blood cult. She waited for his answer, her expression unreadable. Eagerly, she pressed him, wanted to know if he had said yes and if she was in. So turned to her, asking what she could do for him if he helped her enter the cult. The new recruit was taken aback by his question. Meanwhile, below the 6 Blood Valley, at the blood cult's secret building, time was running out. Hey Action stood guard. One of the subordinates wondered if they could leave once the time was up. Hey Action, annoyed, snapped that he was aware. Nearby, Jang Munwang told Baek Ryonha that he thought she should leave it to him. Baek Ryonha, still searching despite the existence of danger, was told to trust Jang Munwang and wait. Jang Munwang reassured her that everything was okay. Hey Action tells the young lady that it is time for them to leave. Hey Action wonders what he can do about the fact that So Wonhui's life was fated to end here. Elsewhere, a man declares that the place won't be safe if they stall any longer. Suddenly, a voice booms out, announcing that So is back. The announcement is met with mixed reactions. Hey Action's face is filled with rage. The camera pans up to the sky. Hey Action is seen leaping down from a building, shouting at someone that they are a bastard. So Wonhui was surprised by the display. The sword spirit noted how hard Hey Action was smiling. Hey Action thought to himself how happy he was to see So Wonhui. Hey Action stood before So Wonhui. The Hunan twins' swift blades watched the exchange. Hey Action called So Wonhui a stupid bastard. Hey Action told so that he ended up like that because he let his guard down, though he looked really happy still. So Wonhui decided he should just play along. So apologized, explaining that he fell for the enemy's schemes because he let his guard down and was sorry for making Hey Action worry. Hey Action called So an idiot. Hey Action told so that he had a long way to go and that if the young lady hadn't ordered for his search, he wouldn't be there. So thanked the young lady. Baek Ryon had told so that he didn't need to bow down to her or anything. The Supreme Leader acknowledged that nothing compared to what had been done for them, especially the finding of 2 spies. He continued, stating that So Wonhui had even stalled for time by risking his life, making him the one who was truly thankful. The Supreme Leader insisted that So didn't need to be so humble, as he would like to actually reward him for what he'd done. Baek Ryon has stated that this wasn't really the time to be discussing it, but she thought she'd only feel better if she did. The Supreme Leader acknowledged So Wonhui's achievements over the recent period and intended to give him a promotion. The Supreme Leader waited for So's response. He asked So to please do his best to fulfill his duties as the newly appointed Vice Squad Commander. So questioned if that was a good thing. The Supreme Leader responded, of course. So thought to himself that before his regression, he was just a spy, but now he was a Vice Squad Commander. Hey Action laughed loudly, but one of his subordinates told him that his voice was too loud, as there were still enemies in the... So considered that as a Vice Squad Commander, he could be the second person in line who's responsible for a squad. So further considered that he would have 3 separate smaller squads under his affiliation. So Wonhui realized that unless Hey Action placed him under someone else's command, he could have 3 squad captains under him. He noted that 2 were already accounted for. He admitted he didn't know, as Hey Action abhorred the idea of being his subordinate. Furthermore, Song Woohyun didn't seem to have any thoughts on the matter at all. It was said that Jo Sungwon was qualified enough to be a squad captain right now and had the potential to reach beyond first rate. So was then asked who the second person he had brought with him was. Jo Sungwon explained that the second person So had thought of was the 4 Evil's daughter, who wished to enter their cult. Sama Young was introduced. Sama Young wondered how long she would have to stay like this. It was expressed that Sama Young was needed nearby so that someone could try and manipulate what happens to the future. It was said that she had helped with So's escape and wanted to get revenge on the Murim Alliance. Someone exclaimed that Sama Young was a woman. It was noted that the mask was so well made. Sama Young was asked if she was Miss Sama and if she could take off her mask. She agreed. Someone was shocked by the reveal. The men watching Sama Young were surprised by her reveal. Sama Young smiled, revealing her teeth. She then reached for a bag at her waist. Meanwhile, Sama Young thanked the hooded leader for permitting her entry into the cult. Elsewhere, So Wonhui wondered what was going on with her. The Sword Spirit thought that Sama Young had the same vibe as when they were dueling last time. The Sword Spirit continued to stare at Sama Young. So Wonhui stated that it was called jealousy, but the Sword Spirit questioned if that was the case. The Sword Spirit stated that Sama Young was like his former owner. The Spirit Guide asked why Sama Young would have that kind of emotion towards So Wonhui, as she was a blood cult leader candidate. So Wonhui chuckled, stating that he was wondering why she was so hard to look for, and he asked when he had the chance to build a relationship with a girl. Hi Action Grinet. Hey Action thought that So Wonhui misunderstood something, and he didn't want to ruin the mood, but he guessed he should be truthful. Hey Action's subordinate asked if they could take Sama Young under their affiliation, and Hey Action responded that he must like her, then let him try, and Hey Action stated that there was something he had to tell, but the other person had to be the only one to know this. He then asked what it was. The scene shifts to a shadowy figure standing behind Sama Young. Hey Action was shocked by this revelation. He wondered what Samachuk had done. The narrator states that this is the absolute sword sense. It was said that there had been about 100 corpses found between Guizhou and Honam. The scene shows a figure standing atop a pile of corpses. Their request was to find the culprit, and the traces of the culprit led them to the Autumn Valley. The person found there was the evil moon sword, Samachuk, and they died. Hey Action stated that the 4 evils weren't called that for no reason. He continued, saying that yes, they all died well, but one person did survive from pure luck. Hei Action had assumed that Sama Young's father was ashamed of her, and that's why no one knew about the incident in the Autumn Valley. Sama Young scoffed, calling Hei Action a natural liar, and reminding him that she had disgraced her own father. Sama Young then asked what Hei Action was scheming. She considered Sama Young a ticking bomb for bringing someone like her into the cult, calling it insane. Hei Action explained that he was looking at it from a different perspective. He believed that if they got close to her, they might be able to bring the evil moon sword onto their side. The woman eating scoffed, saying that if it were that easy, someone would have already done it by now. Hei Action acknowledged that he had a bad temper, but that he was still smart. The woman eating responded that Hei Action had judged that the risk was higher, but that she had learned something over the last year while working with him. She then asked if they had no choice but to expose Sama Young's identity and have her leave. Hei Action stated that he couldn't do that. Hei Action explained that he was sure he didn't want to make an enemy out of one of the four evils, and that this was rather difficult then. The woman eating asked if there was a reason for them to take on a risk, suggesting they hand her over to the Second Supreme. Hei Action questioned why they would hand her over to him. The woman eating stated that Hei Action hated to lose. She then asked if Hei Action could take responsibility for this. He knew that Sama Young had fallen for his deception, but he was willing to take the risk anyway. After all, since he had been taken in as a disciple, he couldn't be the only one to bear the responsibility. With the situation growing more complex, Hei Action suggested that they should choose who would take in Sama Young and then take their leave. Another voice chimed in, declaring that since he had brought her in, he would take responsibility for her until the end. The scene shifted, showing the back of a man in light robes standing next to Sama Young. A woman with dark hair stated that if it was okay with Sama Young, she would like to take her in as well. Hei Action hoped that her judgment was correct. Another man declared that he was also willing to take her in. Those observing the situation wondered what kind of situation this was, noting that something like this hadn't even happened at the selection ceremony. It was noted that the Bloodstar and the Supremes had all stepped up. The perspective shifted to show Sama Young standing with several figures, including the woman with dark hair. The crowd was eager to take in one individual. Sama Young stated that she would leave the choice to Miss Sama. Miss Sama then asked if she was allowed. Miss Sama asked if she could choose whose subordinate she would be. Sama Young asked if she had chosen who she would like to be under. Miss Sama exclaimed that she had. The choice was made. The new female recruit declared that she would like to be under Vice Squad Commander So Wonoi. With a bright smile, Sama Young asked if she had done well. So, caught off guard, could only stammer out an affirmative response. He cursed inwardly. The man before So Wonoi remarked that he must be happy, as a beautiful woman had chosen him. He continued, saying that he was envious. The woman in question stood tall, a cold aura emanating from her. The woman with the purple hair questioned if she should explain herself. A smaller figure dismissed the need, stating that it was too late and she should just accept her fate. The spirit guide told so that it was too late to fix things. So Wonoi thought to himself that he didn't even know what to say. So Wonoi considered the glares he sensed, thinking it was too late to explain himself. It was decided that she would go with the Vice Squad Commander. Then, the woman with the purple hair was being called Vice Squad Commander now. The crowd responded with a resounding, "Yes, ma'am." The woman with the purple hair realized that she was being called Vice Squad Commander now. The man with the orange hair asked the woman with the purple hair if he did good. He added that he better teach her from the basics. The man with the orange hair told Miss Sama that this was not the kind of situation to be in. The woman with the purple hair thought that she must be pretty considering how everybody here reacted, but he hadn't reacted at all, asking if he was really a eunuch. So Wonoi wondered what the hell they were talking about. The man with the orange hair stated that an ordinary man would. Song Jwabek greeted Miss Sama. Song Jwabek introduced himself as Song Jwabek, a fellow disciple of that bastard, meaning Vice Squad Commander So. The woman with the purple hair thought that the idiot was pretending to be real cool. Sama Young listened as the man she was with said not to make too much fun of him, as a man his age is bound to want to look good before women. She thought to herself that it was just that in her past life. She realized that beauty isn't everything, and that there are only a few women in Murim who are honest. The more beautiful or higher their status, the more picky they are. In choosing whom they interact with, they consider the advantages a connection would bring them. Sama Young came to realize that appearances aren't very meaningful. The man with Sama Young asked if that was his roundabout way of saying that he got dumped, and told him to move on. He asked why she said she wanted to be with the son of the Vice Squad Commander. She responded that he's the lowest rank she could have chosen to go under, but that the only person she knows here is the Vice Squad Commander, and that's why. The man asked if that was really it. Sama Young said she sees, but considering the goals he has, he could have chosen the Second Supreme. The man stated that he's kind of scary. Sama Young thought to herself that her father's scary enough for her, and she doesn't want any more. The man thought that his hearing is too good for his own good, and that it makes sense that she's the daughter of one of the four evils. Sama Young stated that their master is pretty scary too. The man asked what the hell she was doing, and told her that enough fooling around, and to get ready to leave. Hei Action looked on. A subordinate rushes towards Sama Young and her companion. Sama Young's companion remarks that the subordinate seems to be right. The companion adds that he was not the one who said that the person was scary. 2 weeks later, the scene shifts to Gi Peak, the Flower Moon Merchant Association base. A man is panting heavily, indicating he is exhausted. He reflects on carrying out the mission despite losing all of his subordinates, but it was too much. Another man tells him to only answer the questions he asks, noting that he seems to have enough energy to keep blabbering on. The exhausted man says that this is different from what he was promised. The other man retorts that he failed his mission and ran away on his own. The exhausted man is on his knees. He screams for them to stop and have mercy on him. A woman with red hair says that he didn't say that the Chaos Blade Emperor was going to be there. She continues, saying that his subordinate did kill that So Wonhui bastard. She concludes that it was as Jang Ryongnim ordered. A red beam of light emanated from Jang Munwang's eyes. The light pierced through the air, seemingly targeting someone unseen. The red-haired woman stated that the story was different. Jang Munwang, kneeling, insisted it was a misunderstanding. Baek Ryonha asked what he had said. Jang Munwang stated that he would make the fourth supreme, eccentric Hei Action. He ordered someone to bow down. Baek Ryonha's eyes narrowed. Jang Munwang's expression was stern. It was because of that bastard that the young lady realized the plan was ruined. Because of So Wonhui, she seemed more interested than mad. She now realized that a year ago, she was interested in someone who had managed to block her attack, and wondered if that was also So Wonhui. It made sense for her to want someone as talented as him on her side. Jang Munwang realized this was his mistake, as he was told to kill one of the disciples if needed to show that they could take something precious at any given moment. 2 men stood by, commenting on the situation. They observed that the disciple had somehow captured the young lady's attention. Baek Ryonha, unfazed, found the situation far from amusing. It was different back in the day, but she had already surpassed him half a year ago. The man before her offered his own head as payment. It was said that the blood demon's blood was the thickest in her. Baek Ryonha was growing impatient. An urgent message arrived, prompting Baek Ryonha to demand that the man cut the nonsense and put the sword down. The message revealed that the unrivaled faction had announced the end of their alliance with the Murim Alliance. The man seemed shocked by the news, prompting Baek Ryonha to question why he was so surprised, as it was inevitable. Baek Ryonha's expression remained unchanged. She declared that it was time. A month had passed since leaving the Six Blood Valley. In Guizhou's southeastern region, specifically Jiangkou County, a lone figure walked along a path. Originally, this was the place where Hei Action had prepared to grow his force, but because he decided to support Baek Ryonha, they were using it as their base for now. With the alliance nullification between the unrivaled faction and the Murim Alliance happening faster than expected, the fight for power within the blood cult was gaining speed. Baek Ryonha had spent over a decade wandering the Central Plains, avoiding Baek Haihyang. However, she had formed her own force with the 2 Supremes and the 6th Blood Star, using this advantage to send a letter to the 3rd Supreme and 2nd Blood Star. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jang Munwang had been training the martial artists under his care. The training seemed to be taking its toll. The martial artists explained that they ran up the peak and back down as ordered. Jang Munwang responded that they shouldn't be struggling so hard from just a hike. Jang Munwang recalled that he used to climb up and down cliffs to hunt for food every day. Suddenly, one of the martial artists was told that Vice Squad Commander Sama was wanted, and that it was urgent to go together. He wondered why these 2 were wanted as well. Jang Munwang couldn't predict what they'd want all 3 of them for. Sama acknowledged the order. Sama prepared to leave. She told her subordinates to do it properly, and they confirmed that they would. Sama told Jang Munwang that she would see him. She thought that Jang Munwang was trusting. Sama recalled Jang Munwang, saying that she rested enough, and that they should all go climb cliff walls one more time. The Vice Squad Commander thought that Jang Munwang was trusting her. The woman with red hair stated that if they couldn't complete the mission, they would be killed. Elsewhere, replies had been received from the 3rd Supreme and 2nd Blood Star. The contents of the replies differed, but they coincidentally put down similar conditions. The 2nd Blood Star stated that he couldn't serve under someone unqualified, while the 3rd Supreme said that he would recognize the person who inherited the cult leader role through proper means. The group realized that they had all been summoned. The implications of the blood cult tradition, combined with the Orthodox faction, were considered. They were ordered to go to the Murim Alliance's base to steal the Blood Demon Sword. The individual tasked with the mission cursed. The Blood Demon Sword was more than just a weapon. It was a relic of the blood cult, a symbol of their leader's power. It was also known as the Long Sword of Rarity, a blade that always caused a bloodbath wherever it went. The last owner of the Blood Demon Sword, the 15th Blood Demon, lost it during the Orthodox and Unorthodox Great War. During that war, the Murim Alliance seized the sword. The sword was placed in the center of the Murim Alliance's base. Even before So Wonhui's regression, the blood cult had sent many to try and reclaim it, but none succeeded. The sword spirit questioned the importance of the sword, and so explained that it was a symbol of power and history. Other relics included the Shaolin's green jade Buddha staff and the beggar's sex bamboo staff. Wudong's Taiji enlightened sword was also a relic. All the sex relics were treasures that represented them and held great significance. Having lost such an item to the Murim Alliance, the blood cult was essentially lacking a symbol. The blood cult believed that if they retrieved the blood demon sword, they would regain their symbol. One of the men asked if they should invade the Murim Alliance. Zhuabek responded that if it were that easy, they would have taken it back long ago. Zhuabek added that if they did invade, they wouldn't be able to fully live out their lifetime. The blood cult members considered their next move. They would use a different method. Before that, they wondered why the Murim Alliance requested the sword in the first place. Song Zhuabek listened intently. A woman with dark blue hair wondered why everyone was looking at her, stating that she was not smart. Another member of the blood cult admitted that he had 3 guesses as to what the Murim Alliance was planning. The blood cult member held up a finger as he began to explain his reasoning. He began by stating that the Murim Alliance was rejecting them in a roundabout manner through an impossible request. The woman with dark blue hair listened intently to the blood cult member's explanation. The blood cult member stated that it was to leave a small possibility, and another member agreed. The blood cult member thought the likelihood of that was the lowest, actually. The blood cult member continued, stating that in the first place, the Third Supreme had clearly expressed his intentions to the Second Supreme, and just one message wouldn't change his mind. Another member stated that it made sense, then asked what the last guess was. The red-haired woman listened intently. The blood cult member stated that they could not rule out the possibility that the two were already on young Lady Baek Haiyang's side. The red-haired woman stated that if she were on her side, she would use this to plot a trap. Another member stated that it could be a plan to make them focus their forces somewhere unnecessary. The red-haired woman considered the possible outcomes, including the potential collapse of their forces if they failed to retrieve the sword. Meanwhile, So Wenhui stood before another member of the blood cult, who complimented his wisdom. The cult member admitted that they would have considered a third option if they hadn't possessed more information. He then revealed that there was one more message. The message was from the Third Supreme and was delivered to the Second Supreme. The message stated that the Third Supreme would remain neutral until mid-autumn, but if Baek Haiyang took the Blood Demon's sword, they could no longer remain neutral. The red-haired woman's expression hardened as she absorbed this new information. Elsewhere, Baek Ryonha was also the subject of discussion, with the question raised whether she, too, was after the Blood Demon's sword. Those present seemed certain of it. They claimed to have information from a spy they had planted. The spy reported that Baek Ryonha had apparently postponed the ceremony. So Wenhui wondered if she could simply decide to postpone it. He then realized that the ceremony of resurrection was officially held before his regression as well. He questioned why she postponed it 3 months later, realizing that the power balance of the blood cult had changed since his regression. Before his regression, Baek Ryonha was likely removed much earlier. So, Baek Haiyang had no trouble bringing people to her side, but now Baek Ryonha has her own force. Baek Ryonha was being backed by the Second and Fourth Supremes. Baek Ryonha was sure Baek Haiyang also wanted to avoid direct conflicts, as there was only one way to avoid the fall of unity between the Murim Alliance and the unrivaled faction, by engaging in internal conflict while bringing together the force of the cult. So Wenhui knew there was only one way to avoid that while bringing together the force of the cult. The blood cult's most powerful rule was about to be invoked. The one who possessed the blood demon sword would become the new blood demon. Zhang Munwang stated that So had fully comprehended the situation and told him to take a look at something. So wondered what it was. It was an announcement about the Murim Alliance's martial arts competition. The one who won the competition would inherit the position of the Blue Dragon Hall Master. Zhang Munwang explained that they were allowed to pick any weapon. Zhang Munwang stated that they would need So and the other two to participate in the competition. They had to win, no matter what. So realized that this was why he had been feeling a weird sense of anxiety. So understood why they picked the 3 of them now. 8 days later, the So clan manor stood nestled amidst the rugged terrain of Hunan Province, Yulong County. Within the confines of Hunan Province, Yulong County's northern region, lay Yiyang's So clan manor. The summer heat beat down on the So clan manor. One of the guards commented on the sweltering weather. Another guard agreed, stating that he couldn't leave the shade. The first guard wondered how much longer they would have to endure the heat. Suddenly, one of the guards noticed someone approaching. The approaching figures moved with purpose. The guards recognized that this was Yiyang's So clan manor. One of the guards demanded that the approaching figures reveal their identities if they had business there. One of the approaching figures questioned if he had to reveal his identity. Another figure scoffed, saying, "Of course, if you can't." The approaching figure announced himself as So Wenhui, the third son. So Wenhui's expression was serious as he approached the gate. The announcement of a young master's arrival caused a stir. That young master was none other than So Wenhui. The news of So's return spread quickly. Meanwhile, the upcoming competition was on the minds of many. Elsewhere, a man observed that it was fortunate that none of the Orthodox sect people knew of their plans. He reminded them that they were all members of their cult, even their families. He ordered them to return to their families. The requirement to attend the competition was to become the representative child of their families. So reflected on the weirdness of the situation, realizing he had always thought that. He thought that when he returned, it would be to end this family. The situation was becoming increasingly unclear. One man lamented how it was such a big deal that someone was born just a year earlier, questioning how it made sense for him to take the representative spot without even dueling. Someone assured him that he was just as good as the other person. They explained that it was just for the sake of keeping his ego intact since he was the oldest son and he shouldn't be so upset. The man was further angered that even some peasant got to attend the competition. Whispers spread about Yang's So clan's second son, So Jangyun. Meanwhile, the news continued to spread. One woman wondered if they weren't still of the same bloodline, even if their mothers were different. Johong Song clan's oldest daughter, Song Yanghua, thought she would just abandon him if he weren't her fiancé. Yanghua sighed, deciding to think of it optimistically, deciding that Jangyun was much better than her runaway brothers. Elsewhere, young master So Jangyun made his entrance. Someone wondered what all the ruckus was about. The word spread. Young master So Wunhui was back. Someone questioned if Yulong County's good-for-nothing was Wunhui, their younger brother. Another man thought Wunhui had been kicked out. One man said he had been feeling like shit anyway, so this was great. Nearby, Jang Yun prepared himself. Someone asked what he meant. Jang Yun said he would give them a good show today. Jang Yun told them to go to his house. So Jang Jian's face contorted in rage as he learned of the return of a certain individual. He couldn't believe that particular piece of trash had the audacity to show his face again. So Wunhui, standing nearby, turned to the man who delivered the news. He asked to clarify something. Wunhui inquired if Asong had come by. The man confirmed that young Master Asong had indeed caused a ruckus, demanding to see the patriarch. The man identified Asong as the servant from the kidnapping incident. Wunhui smiled, stating that Asong was one of the only reasons he was happy to be back. The man recalled that incident, stating that it happened quite a while ago. He then realized that Asong was alive. The man explained that Asong had caused a ruckus, insisting on seeing the patriarch. The man continued, explaining that Asong had claimed they needed to save someone. Because he smelled terrible, they beat him up and kicked him out. Wunhui, his expression darkening, demanded that the man repeat what he had just said. The man stammered, confirming that they beat Asong up and kicked him out because he was asking for help. Wunhui's anger flared. He questioned how that was something worth kicking someone out for. Wung Bu, formerly a master of Yang So clan, had been a senior escort warrior. The reason he had so easily accepted So Wunhui back into the main residence, despite the fact that he was kicked out, was he thought that he would somewhat treat him as a young master, since he thought that his position might change. But also because he felt that perhaps So Wunhui had learned martial arts, since he thought that his position might change. A subordinate approached Wung Bu, addressing him as young master. But that was before he knew about the relationship between So Wunhui and Asong. Wung Bu asked to see the patriarch, saying he needed to be saved, but he was beaten up and kicked out instead. He must have been covered. Wung Bu remarked that he guessed they used a club instead. The subordinate explained to Wung Bu that back then, the situation was... Wung Bu chuckled. Someone told Wung Bu to shut up. Wung Bu wondered what they were doing. So Wunhui threw him into the outhouse. As Wung Bu fell into the outhouse, So Jingyan called out, asking if he was all right. Nearby, Song Wuhyun declared that people like Wung Bu needed a good beating. The dog spirit asked Song Juabek if he should do the beating or if Song wanted to do it himself. Asong looked on, clearly annoyed. Elsewhere, Li Yu thought that the woman was impressive and was satisfied that she got revenge for Asong, but wondered if it was okay. Jang Munwang told Li to not stop her. Zhou Sungwan admitted that he liked her, stating that she was a daughter of one of the four evils. Di Dam Yewa thought that they had not even met the patriarch yet, and that she couldn't have her creating an incident like this. Samyang questioned what Di Dam Yewa was saying. The red-haired woman questioned if Di Dam Yewa was talking about the vice squad commander, but realized that she was not listening. Nearby, two men commented on the smell as they checked on Wung Bu. So Wunhui thought to himself that he was the one who had to resolve the situation. Baek Ryonha asked Han Ji-song if he understood. The red-haired woman asked Samyang why she was acting on her own when she hadn't given any orders. She continued, stating that Wung Bu needed to learn to behave. The sword spirit interjected, questioning why Samyang was being scolded instead of praised. One of the men stated that he was trying to be serious and still had to point things out to her. He added that while it might be fine usually, she couldn't just act on her own during missions. Samyang blushed, stating that she didn't kill him. She genuinely thanked them. One of the men explained that she would have been punished for her actions if it had been a more serious situation. He asked if she understood what he was trying to say. Samai Yung smiled. The man admitted that he did feel good when she did that. Baek Ryonha giggled. One of the men reminded the other that he said he was going to scold her. The man apologized, stating that he's not the type who can just ignore injustice. He then asked if they knew where Asong went. The other man stated that they didn't. The man stated that they wouldn't know. He then asked where the separate building went. The man in the purple robes explained that the inferior creatures who used to inhabit that place left, so they took it down naturally. Elsewhere, a man with reddish-brown hair noted that it had been a while since he saw him. He wondered who let garbage like him in. Another man in purple robes remarked that the Hunan province's Murim group bullied him non-stop ever since he was little. The man with reddish-brown hair asked if he wasn't forgetting something, noting that it had been a while. Hyung Nim. The man with reddish-brown hair questioned if he was a vice squad commander. He denied it. The man with reddish-brown hair thought that he told her not to beat them up, but he never said he was going to play Buddha. He realized that there was something he needed to find out first. So Jang-Yun wondered what happened to his mother's memorial tablet in the separate building. He asked why they would say hi to the little wooden plaque. The man with reddish-brown hair wondered if it was used as firewood, noting that it wasn't the vibe back then. The man in purple robes guessed that he wouldn't know. You little idiot, brother. The man in purple robes thought that he was like an arrogant man-child who's all talk. The man with reddish-brown hair thought that they were all the same. He was jealous that they had the time to be drinking midday. Someone asked what was going on. So Wonhui is confronted by one of the twins, who stands menacingly close. The twin suggests that So is acting harshly due to alcohol and that they should speak again when he is sober. The twin's face contorts with rage as he accuses So of daring to speak to them in such a manner. The force of the twin's anger sends a shockwave through the air. The twin is concerned about causing a scene before they meet the patriarch. So is addressed formally. So retorts, demanding that he not be called that name, and insulting the twin. The twin angrily declares that he doesn't consider So a brother. The twin wonders how So, with a shattered energy core, managed to block his fist. Two onlookers observe the exchange, one questioning if the other's going easy on So because they are family. The other onlooker questions why so much is being done for a weakling. One of the onlookers believes they're being pranked and is glad they are riling So up. The twin thinks he needs to provoke So a bit more, commenting on his peasant-like speech. So is shocked by what he just heard. The twin agrees that So doesn't have a brother, revealing that he was born 3 months earlier. So Wonhui listened to the twin's words, a mix of disbelief and anger washing over him. He considered the implications of not being seen as a true brother. The twin's face contorted in rage as he demanded that So call him Hyung Nim. He insisted that So was begging to be killed. Sword raised, Song Woohyun prepared to strike, his face a mask of fury. Suddenly, Song Yanghua intervened, shouting for Song Woohyun to stop. Woohyun paused, but his anger remained palpable. He reminded Yanghua that the patriarch was expected to arrive soon. Woohyun, ignoring Yanghua's plea, swung his sword, yelling at her to stay out of it. Yanghua cried out as the force of the blow sent her flying. Woohyun's blade continued its descent, a flash of deadly intent. Just then, a green energy surged around So Wonhui, seemingly protecting him. Woohyun, surprised by the sudden surge of power, expressed his apology for his harsh words and attempted murder. Yanghua, still reeling from the attack, watched as Woohyun offered his apology. Nearby, onlookers expressed relief that Woohyun seemed to have come to his senses, believing they were about to witness a sword fight. Woohyun apologized for displeasing Yanghua. Woohyun's sudden change in demeanor left Yanghua confused and wary, questioning his motives. Suddenly, Woohyun shoved Yanghua out of the way, declaring that she would die. Woohyun's hand grips the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. Elsewhere, young Master Asong wonders if now is the time. So Wonhui remains with his eyes closed. Asong recalls someone saying that no one would be upset to see someone like him die. He thinks to himself that he would actually be upset. Woohyun's sword is drawn. Woohyun screams. North of Yulong County, the group traveled near the outskirts of the village. The party made their way down the path. Jo Chongwon, Mount Hung Sek's best sword, stood tall. Jo Chongwon chuckled, stating that if they didn't treat their guest the best they could, he would get an earful from fellow martial artists. So Ikyon, the patriarch of the Yang So clan, told them not to feel uncomfortable. Jo Ilhye expressed his gratitude, noting that his senior brother was quite the Scrooge and not used to this kind of treatment. Jo Ilhye, Mount Hung Sek's female warrior, was told that she seemed like such a heroine whenever he saw her. So Ikyon stated that he believed she was a great role model for his daughter and that he was grateful. So Young, the eldest daughter of the Yang So clan, listened intently. It was thought that he sure was good at flattery. He acted like a generous father in front of others. But the reality was different. Back at Mount Hung Sect, So Young stood silently. She thought to herself that she needed to return to the main residence once this year was over, and that she would then need to get married to the family that the patriarch had chosen for her. So Young considered her duty as a daughter in a martial family. That was what her father always said to her. What this man called father has always said to me. If she weren't as talented, she was sure he would have married her off as soon as possible, which is why she needed to make sure she won this martial competition. The Murim Alliance's martial competition among disciples. She knew that if she won in the women's branch or got second place, she would earn the position of either the Hall Master or Vice Hall Master of the Phoenix Hall. Then she'd be able to stay at the Murim Alliance. If she was lucky, she might be able to defer or cancel the marriage. She needed to win. No matter what. She greeted the patriarch, Mount Hang's best sword, and Mount Hang's female warrior. They rode on horseback. The group continued to travel. Jo Chongwon looked on with a stern expression. Jo Chongwon explained that there was a small problem at the main residence and asked if he could send his children away first. Of course it was agreed. So Young wondered what happened that even she was being sent away. The voice warned that So Jangyun might cause trouble if they didn't hurry. The speaker was So Young-hyun, the eldest son of Yang So clan. Young-hyun's companion asked what he meant. A sudden impact shook the area. The force of the blow was immense. Young-hyun's eyes narrowed. Elsewhere, someone noted that the good-for-nothing was back. The woman thought that the idiot intended to make things hard for her again. Another man expressed his frustration, saying he didn't want to see his only blood brother getting beaten up by those damned bastards again. Someone was lying on the ground, thinking that they needed to hurry. The woman looked confused. Someone observed that it wasn't So Wonhui who had passed out, but Jang Yoon. The person on the ground thought that they needed to hurry and wondered who that skinny young man was. Young-hyun looked shocked. So Young-hyun wondered if they had returned from their outing with the patriarch already. He then noticed that his sister was also present, having returned after entering the Mount Hung sect as a disciple. It seemed they had been out with the Mount Hung sect's guests. The man with the orange headband was told to get his pressure points. The man with the orange headband asked if he should separate his bones from his flesh. The man with the purple hair told him that he should know that he was lucky. The man with the purple hair asked what he was doing. The man with the purple hair asked who he was to be doing such a thing in someone else's territory, before stating that he would introduce himself. The man with the orange headband introduced himself as senior brother, So Wonhui's fellow disciple, Meong. So Wonhui remarked that it had been a while, Hyungnim. The man with the purple hair called him the garbage bastard and wondered how he dared call him that, before telling him to explain the situation. The sword spirit noted that he was a bit different from this Jangyun guy. It was observed that So Young-hyun was a bit more clever. So Jangyun was aware of what others thought of him and knew how to maintain his image, unlike their second brother. Young master, So Jangyun questioned what being drunk had to do with their fellow disciple being so rude. The man with long reddish-brown hair asked if he should have simply watched as his senior brother got stabbed. A voice warned him to choose his following words wisely. Young master Asong called for a hand, seemingly to stop the escalating tension. So Jangyun asked if this was done because their fellow disciple was strong. The man with long reddish-brown hair questioned why So Jangyun was talking to him through the frequency whispering technique. So Jangyun exclaimed that others shouldn't hear. He gasped. The man with long reddish-brown hair thought to himself that the atmosphere wasn't great and that he shouldn't get mad. Someone commented that Jang Jian's fellow disciple was a bit too harsh, and that even if Jang Yoon crossed the line because he was drunk, he didn't have to break his arm. The man with long reddish-brown hair realized that was the problem. Someone thought that he was a bit harsh because he was in a rush. So Jang Yoon exclaimed that they fell for it. So Jang Jian's words hung in the air, his accusation echoing. It wasn't just harsh, but an outright insult to the So family to break a member's arm within their own territory. Confident, he believed the people should now be on his side. He expected everyone to agree with him. But the crowd's reaction was not what he anticipated. They thought it was too bad. So Jang Yoon realized the people had witnessed his actions. He paused, wondering why he had ever been afraid of people like So Wonhui before. He waited. Nearby, two women discussed the situation, one explaining that second brother had been drunk and made a mistake, attempting to kill third brother. So Wonhui gritted his teeth. He wondered who would dare call someone who was kicked out of the family their own brother. His grip tightened. So Jang Yoon accused So Wonhui of having impure blood. Song Yonghwa, enraged, accused him of daring to insult their mother. So Wonhui demanded that she let go of his hand. He repeated his demand, telling her to let her go. So Wonhui looked at Song Yonghwa, a question forming in his mind as she held onto his hand. Suddenly, Song Yonghwa shouted at someone not to interfere. The scene reminded So Wonhui of a familiar sight, and he recalled thinking that Song Yonghwa used to hate him. He realized that he had been wrong about her feelings. He understood that she had been cold to him so that he wouldn't get hurt more than he should have. It was because she cared about him. So Wonhui wondered what this feeling could be, noting that it felt slightly different from anger. He remained silent. So Wonhui's expression hardened. Song Yonghwa yelled at the person again, telling them not to get involved in her business. So Wonhui realized that these people were interfering. He began to gather internal energy. The energy swirled around him. The others were shocked by the display of internal energy. They wondered what had just happened. Lying on the ground, the injured swordsman is told to listen closely. Meanwhile, So Wonhui declares that he is no longer the Yiyang County's good-for-nothing. He warns that no one should even think about laying a hand on his sister. The clash between So Wonhui and his opponent continued, the sounds of their battle echoing through the training grounds. So Wonhui, his face grim, knew he had to push harder. So Jang Yoon watched the fight, believing that Wonhui should be able to withstand more. Jang Yoon didn't intend for this to end easily. He intended to make Wonhui pay for almost making So Young cry. The sword spirit observed the sparring match, noting that Jang Yun was definitely more skilled than So Jang Yun. So Wenhui focused, feeling that he was somewhere in between first and second rate. He prepared to strike. The sword spirit giggled, noting that it was as if Wenhui had decided that he was stronger. So Yang called out for Wenhui to be careful. So Jang Yun thought that Wenhui was not an easy opponent just because his energy core had been healed. It seemed like So Yang also thought that Wenhui was not as skilled because of that, but Jang Yun didn't feel that bad to have his only family member worry about him. So Jang Yun reassured Yang that it was okay and to trust him. The swords clash, the force of the blow evident. The clash sends energy rippling outwards. The force of the impact is strong. The technique is known as absolute sword sense. So Jang Yun is shocked by the power of the attack. He wonders how So Wenhui channeled his internal energy. The attack lands, leaving So Jang Yun injured. The sound of the impact echoes. So Wenhui declares that this is for trying to slap his sister. So Wenhui prepares for another attack. So Jang Yun recognizes the technique as one of the 3 prize techniques of the Yi Yang's So clan. He thinks it has been a while since he last saw it, but it was foolish of So Wenhui to try and use it on him. So Jang Yun thinks it would have been better had So Wenhui used a technique he didn't know. Having known this technique, it was easy for So Jang Yun to find an opening. So Jang Yun states that this is for insulting his junior brother who saved his life. So Jang Yun is on the ground. Nearby, a subordinate refers to someone as the vice squad commander. 2 men observe the fight. One wonders how the Yulong counts good for nothing is winning against Yang Yun. Elsewhere, someone thinks that it should be about time. Elsewhere, a presence of about 100 people is detected. It is believed that the patriarch must be back. 3 powerful chi auras are sensed. It must be the patriarch and the Mount Hung sex people. Someone declares it is harvest time, calling someone a good for nothing. So Wenhui asks if his opponent wants to die today. The injured swordsman says he wanted to go easy on So Wenhui since they still share the same blood. It is noted that he has changed his posture. He is placing a lot more weight on the sword, and he's being more destructive with it. It is observed that this must be the sword technique that only the patriarch and the young leader of the family are allowed to learn. So Jang Yun declares that they will see how strong it is. So Jang Yun prepares to attack. Someone recognizes that technique as the Yi Yang's So clan's high-level swordsmanship, and that Young Hyun will now. The crowd watches with bated breath. So Jang Yun thinks that his sword technique might work against a swordsman of the same level. However, he believes it will not do anything to him. So Wenhui is shocked by the power of the attack. So Jang Yun strikes. The attack is fast and powerful. The attack is fueled by his anger for insulting his mother. So Jang Yun curses at So Wenhui. The attack lands with a devastating impact. The hooded leader states that he knows who has arrived. The hooded leader can tell who has arrived. So Wenhui is defeated. Someone asks the patriarch what is happening. The patriarch stands tall. Someone notes that the mustached man must be the patriarch and asks if the other person knows the 2 others next to him. The other person states that they saw them when they were a spy in the Murim Alliance. Zhou Chongwon, Mount Heng's best sword, stood alongside Zhou Ilhie, the sect's female warrior. It was said that they were peak-level martial artists of the Mount Hung sect, and that Chongwon was much stronger. Chongwon did not possess an intimidating aura like Hei Action, but he was certainly past the point of peak level. Elsewhere, the swordsman held his blade, his expression unreadable. The man on the ground, defeated, cried out that his father was cheating and had used an evil technique. The swordsman thought that he should have broken his jaw so that he could not speak, and wondered if he had learned such a thing. Chongwon turned to face the swordsman. It was said that he had come all the way there in the blink of an eye, and that the Mount Hung sect was skilled in Qinggong, but not to this extent. The swordsman thought that to be falsely accused like that in front of the Mount Heng sect was going to be bad. The swordsman wondered why, as there were many in the Orthodox faction who abhorred evil techniques. Chongwon thought that the Mount Heng's best sword was one of those people. He hated it enough that his personality flipped 180 degrees when it concerned the topic. Chongwon stated that it wasn't an evil technique, then asked why. The swordsman exclaimed that he was his brother. Chongwon asked if So Wenhui was his brother, and if it was true that his energy core was injured. Chongwon demanded to know the meaning of the swordsman's actions. The swordsman remained silent. The swordsman pleaded for a chance to explain, as Chongwon questioned how he could be at such a high level when his energy core had been injured a year prior. Chongwon retorted that words would not resolve the situation if the swordsman refused to let him check his internal energy. Chongwon thought that if they fought, he would be able to see the truth. The swordsman prepared to fight. The swordsman prepared to use his best sword technique, regardless of whether it was considered evil. Chongwon readied his sword. The swordsman drew his sword. The sword spirit told Wenhui not to worry, as this might work out easier than he thought, and to use the best sword technique he had to resolve the situation. Wenhui prepared to use his best technique. The swordsman unleashed the Void Flow Slash. The Void Flow Slash surged forward. Chongwon realized that the swordsman was different, and his palm felt like it would rip every time their swords clashed. The swordsman thought that even if he opened his central energy core, he might not win against Changwon. So Wenhui widened the distance between himself and Zhou Changwon, a calculated move. Nearby, one of the spectators recognized the technique. Another noted that it was a bit different, but definitely the void flow slash. The man with the mustache questioned what Wenhui's relationship was with Grandmaster Ho Zhongde. The red-haired woman knew they would recognize it. The spectators wondered if they knew each other. The red-haired woman thought to herself that she was one of her former owner's old acquaintances, and that it was good things went smoothly. The swordsman responded that was so. Zhou Changwon was shocked, wondering if the Southern Heaven swordsman's sword technique was Wenhui's master's technique. The spectators wondered what that meant, and if it could be. Wenhui declared that he was the Southern Heaven swordsman, Ho Zhongde's disciple. The swordsman smirked. He stated that it was nice to meet him. Approximately 20 years prior, the land was soaked in blood. Zhou Changwon received the Southern Heaven Iron Sword's help. He is now known as an expert martial artist. But back then, he was nothing more than a trainee martial artist. Therefore, Zhou Changwon was asked if that was true. The story of how they got acquainted 20 years ago was sometimes brought up. He used to praise So Wenhui, saying that he would someday brighten the future. Zhou Changwon could not hide his joy about the fact that a martial artist he admired had praised him. He chuckled, asking if he really said that about him. Zhou Changwon apologized, explaining that his personality was rather heated, so he saw red when he heard that So Wenhui was using evil arts, and that was wrong of him. So Wenhui told him it was okay to call him Sun Bei. So Wenhui asked him not to call him Sun Bei. Zhou Changwon told him that if he was a disciple of the Southern Heaven Iron Sword, he was on par with them and should be comfortable. The sword spirit recalled that her former owner was acquainted with Zhou Changwon's master, and that the Mount Hung sect's young martial artists called him Elder Master. Zhou Changwon stated that the Orthodox faction's martial artists are very sensitive regarding this sort of stuff. So Wenhui said it was okay, and that should be enough for playing humble. Zhou Changwon laughed heartily, the sound echoing through the courtyard. His jovial mood shifted abruptly. He questioned who would dare try to frame the successor of the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. Someone stammered, trying to deny his intentions, but Zhou Changwon cut him off. Zhou Changwon's voice boomed, demanding silence. The patriarch stood tall, his gaze sweeping over the assembled figures. Meanwhile, So Wenhui was filled with rage at the sight of Zhou Changwon, the man who had treated him so poorly and cast him out of the family. So Wenhui reflected that if Zhou Changwon had any sense of responsibility, his mother would have been treated differently. He admitted that he didn't know what Zhou Changwon's impression was in Murim, but as the head of family, he had failed. So Wenhui knew that getting mad at him wouldn't accomplish anything. He needed to act friendly in front of him in order to get what he wanted. So Wenhui greeted the patriarch. Zhou Changwon remarked that it had been a long time and that he was glad to see So Wenhui was doing well, though he thought he had been rather harsh. Zhou Changwon asked what So Wenhui would do, stating that he had a pretty good reason and there were witnesses. So Wenhui apologized, explaining that the two brothers got heated and tried to threaten his life, so he had no choice but to get a bit aggressive in order to protect himself. So Wenhui wondered what other reason there would be to do something like that when so many people were watching. So Wenhui realized that it was all so that no one would take his side. The elder, Zhou Changwon, wondered how So Wenhui would react. Meanwhile, Zhou Changwon told So Wenhui that they had guests to entertain and would talk later. So Wenhui noted that his father hadn't asked why he had returned, thinking that he was just trying to cover things up by saying that. From behind, Zhou Changwon walked away with So Wenhui. But So Wenhui couldn't let this chance go. He thought of his father. So Wenhui clasped his hands together. He asked to attend the martial competition as the representative of the family. Zhou Changwon looked down. Absolute sword sense. About an hour later, at the Yang So clan main residence's guest house, someone was eating loudly. Zhou Changwon told young Master Asong that he didn't expect him to be the most well-behaved, but at the very least, he should stop chewing so loudly and getting crumbs everywhere. Young Master Asong told him not to scold him so much, as he was just enjoying his meal. The man declared his intention to beat someone up. The other man remarked that he was rather well-behaved for a beggar. Elsewhere, young Master Asong was encouraged to eat lots, as he must be hungry. The encouragement turned into a painful ear-pulling. Meanwhile, So Wenhui was asked how he thought things would go. He admitted that he didn't know either, noting that the patriarch avoided answering on the spot. So knew that the patriarch would have to hand him that position. Since the two people were injured, they wouldn't be able to attend the competition as soon as they were healed. The sword spirit agreed that was true. The sword spirit remarked that the patriarch really didn't treat So like a son. It was also noted that the servants by the guest hall weren't regular servants. They weren't at a high level, but they'd all learned martial arts. So knew there was no way they wouldn't notice, since they'd also learned martial arts. But to just have them there meant that the patriarch didn't care whether they knew they were being watched or not. This was a warning from the patriarch. The patriarch wanted So to know that this was still the Yang's So clan's territory, regardless of whether he was the Southern Heaven Iron Sword's disciple or not. So knew that he shouldn't do something rash like earlier, since the patriarch was watching. The sword spirit thought that was so petty. A messenger informed a young master that the madam had invited him to see her. The young master admitted he didn't expect that. So Wenhui told those at the table that he would be back soon and that they should enjoy their meals. One of the men eating thought that if it weren't for the competition, he would have had to take care of things there anyway. The scene shifted to Peony Hall, the residence of the Yangs, So clan's patriarch, and Madame Yang. The narrator described the location as a place where the red-petaled peonies form a garden. It was said that the flowers only bloom in this season, but coincidentally, he was there at a time when they were fully bloomed. Seeing them made So Wenhui feel disgusted because they reminded him of Madame Yang. He wanted to burn them all. A woman told him to go this way. He was told that he was here. Madame Yang told the servants that they could leave. The scene was at So Ikion's residence, Madame Yang. She confirmed that she was here. So Wenhui realized that she was having the servants leave too, and wondered what she wanted. Madame Yang congratulated So Wenhui, saying that she heard that he was a successor of the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. So Wenhui thought that there was no way she called him here to congratulate him, and that he thought he knew what she wanted. Madame Yang admitted that she knew they were not on good terms, and that she wouldn't stall this any longer. So Wenhui offered to kneel and apologize countless times if that was what Madame Yang desired. She simply asked him to do as she pleased. Meanwhile, So Jiangyun thought to himself that Madame Yang was acting exactly as he expected, even if she was a mother. Madame Yang remarked that So Wenhui was willing to apologize to her. So Jiangyun remembered her insulting and slapping him. Madame Yang offered him money to live comfortably for the rest of his life and even support to start his own family, begging him not to try, and só Jiangyun percebeu que a atitude dela havia mudado completamente, e ele ponderou que a espada de ferro do céu do sul era realmente renomada. So Wenhui apologized, pretending he hadn't heard any of this. Madame Yang told him not to be like this. She told So Jiangyun to tell her what he wanted, and she would do whatever he desired. So Jiangyun asked if it was true that she would do whatever he wanted. He then asked if she could retrieve his mother's gravestone and have her become the official wife. He continued, asking if she would bow down before her gravestone apologetically for 3 hours a day for 10 years. Madame Yang was shocked. Madame Yang stated that she would, of course, not do that. So Jiangyun thought that to acknowledge his mother as the official wife after years of insulting her as someone inferior, and to apologize to her by bowing for 10 years, her ego would surely be shredded. So Jiangyun questioned if Madame Yang would truly refrain from targeting her son's position if he were to comply with her demands. Madame Yang responded that she was touched by his genuineness. The narrator mused that a mother's love is truly strong. Madame Yang remarked that she bet that was what So Jiangyun wanted to hear. So Jiangyun thought to himself that if she had acted on this love and affection just a little when his mother was still alive. Madame Yang, enraged, yelled at So Jiangyun, questioning how he dared to speak to her in such a manner. Madame Yang recalled that when she was afflicted with qi blockage, So Jiangyun's servant brought her medicine. She wondered if So Jiangyun thought she wouldn't notice that the servant was from the Peony Hall. So Jiangyun stated that everyone just turned a blind eye because they all knew who was behind it. Madame Yang questioned if So Jiangyun thought it was funny that she wouldn't go after her son's position. So Jiangyun told her to wait, stating that he definitely warned her and that she should never find him again for a bullshit reason like this. As So Jiangyun spoke, he knew someone was hiding, but they faltered upon their stealth. So Jiangyun told the person hiding that he was not going to harm their owner, so they should stay there. A figure remained hidden. A masked figure greeted the successor of the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. The woman in purple stated she had nothing to discuss. Elsewhere, a hand gripped a door's handle, as a voice declared that the person who sent the servant that day was not Madame Yang. The scene shifted to a prone figure, as a voice declared that the person who poisoned their medicine that day was them. The camera focused on So Wenhui, his expression unreadable. 12 years prior, So Wenhui's memories of that day remained crystal clear. At only 8 years old, Wenhui couldn't take the miracle medicine raw. That was why he had to drink it as tea, even though that reduced its efficiency, and taking that medicine caused him to have qi blockage. He lost his energy core, and it was obvious what would happen to a son of a martial arts family who loses his energy core. Wenhui was treated like an abandoned child in the family, and his life went downhill from that day onwards. The person behind that wasn't Madame Yang, but someone else. The masked man asked if it was him. The masked man stated that he had served Madame ever since before she was married. The masked man continued, saying that Madame was all he had as someone who had given up on leading a normal life and lived as an escort warrior. So Wenhui realized that was why the masked man did that, because he couldn't bear to see her all anxious because of him when he treated her like his sister. So Wenhui was told that it was all the masked man's own doing, and that Madame was not related to this at all. The masked man kneeled before So Wenhui. The masked man apologized, saying that if So Wenhui would like to punish him, he was willing to accept it. Another woman shouted that it was she who did it. The woman stated that the masked man was lying because of his loyalty to her, and that So Wonhui did not need to listen to him. She then demanded that everything was her own doing, so leave both her children and the masked man alone. The woman eating declared that Madame Yang was lying to protect him, and that what happened was solely his doing. Nearby, the masked man felt like he was the villain in this situation. The masked man expressed feeling ashamed to see how close So Wonhui and the woman were. So Wonhui responded that he would be a terrible person if he were to do anything to the two of them. So Wonhui paused then. The woman eating looked on with anticipation. So Wonhui's expression hardened. So Wonhui asked if they thought he would say that, remarking that it was nice to see their friendship. The masked man called out to Madame Yang. So Wonhui's hair blew in the wind. So Wonhui realized that in the end, they both knew about it. The woman eating looked on in shock. She questioned if he still thought he could enter the competition as the representative after doing something like this. So Wonhui stated that whether they told the patriarch or not. So Wonhui declared that in turn, he would. So Wonhui's declaration hung in the air as the woman eating considered his words. She knew that publicizing the fact that the wife of the Yang's So clan poisoned an 8-year-old child would have consequences. She surmised that the first to hear this news would be the two guests from the Mount Hung sect. Meanwhile, the masked man demanded to know what So Wonhui had just done, as he revealed that he had destroyed her energy core. The woman eating stated that So Wonhui would have to pay for his actions, ordering the masked man to eat something. The masked man questioned what it was that he was being told to eat. He saw that it was a small, dark sphere. The woman eating confirmed that she herself had said that she poisoned someone, asking if he was really telling her to eat poison right now, to which she responded that he would have to. Without hesitation, she forced the sphere into his mouth. So Wonhui declared that he was going to take the woman eating to the patriarch to tell him that he'd found the culprit. She warned him that doing so could lead to a conflict between his birth family and the Yang So clan. She asked if he meant to destroy his own family. So Wonhui responded that it would make him so happy. The woman's face contorted in a mask of fear and desperation. Meanwhile, the sword spirit remarked that So Wonhui ended up getting what he wanted. She added that he even got Madame Yang and the guard to confess. The spirit continued, noting that So Wonhui even got her seal, and that humans sure are dramatic. So Wonhui knew he needed to get evidence like this to ensure she doesn't try anything in the future. He had said that if either one of them tries anything, he won't give her the antidote, leaving them no choice. The spirit noted that it's never enough, while So Wonhui hoped they were suffering. He had been going to, but he changed his mind, and the spirit asked what he was going to do. Since they acted first, there's no need for him to wait peacefully. So Wonhui assumed that the pavilion masters of the family have already gathered. It was the Yang's So clan's inner hall conference room, and that garbage became the Southern Heaven Iron Swordsman's disciple. And he's asking to represent the family in the conference. Even if he is the Southern Heaven Iron Swordsman's disciple, it has not been verified. It was said that the Mount Hang's female warrior and Mount Hang's best sword verified it. The conference continued, the pavilion master seated. Meanwhile, So Wonhui greeted them, remarking that it had been a while. So recognized them all, but noted that none of them were returning his greeting. One of the pavilion masters thought that their backs must be really heavy, since they were supposed to get up to greet someone important like him. The fourth pavilion master greeted the third young master. The fifth pavilion master also greeted the third young master. 5 of the pavilion masters immediately tucked their tails. But the upper 3 pavilion masters wouldn't even say anything to So. So stated that he was sure the guards were blocking the door because of the conference they were having, and questioned why he had barged in. One of the pavilion masters responded that So spoke as if this was a place he was not allowed in, and that the only ones allowed in these conferences were the patriarch, the young leader, and the pavilion masters, which he surely already knew. Ha Zhengyan, the great pavilion master of the Yang's So clan, looked on. The great pavilion master agreed that even if So was the young master, this was rude. The tension in the room was palpable. The pavilion master stated that if So Wonhui had something to say, he could have asked at another time. So Wonhui responded that he couldn't get out. So Wonhui asked if that was the only way to get out. Another pavilion master reminded So Wonhui of what he had said to him the last time. So Wonhui was on the ground. The pavilion master questioned how So Wonhui dared to step foot in there, calling him a waste of space. The pavilion master stood over So Wonhui. Another pavilion master told So Wonhui to never step foot there again, calling him garbage. The pavilion master asked if that was what he had said. The pavilion master asked if he had said that. The pavilion master stated that after getting so old, he forgot things quite often. The pavilion master apologized if. The pavilion master asked if So Wonhui was okay, and then asked what he meant. So Wonhui recalled the same thing happening when he was getting kicked out of the Yang's So clan, and that they even had martial artists with them. So Wonhui recalled that he was told to never step foot near the residence ever again, and that he couldn't recall something from just a year ago, and that perhaps he was no longer fit to be working such a hard job. The man being spoken of was considered a bastard by some. Another wondered what he was trying to do, questioning if he was trying to dig up the past for petty revenge, reminding him that he was supposed to be the Southern Heaven Iron Swordsman's disciple. The man questioned how it was petty revenge to point out someone's past impertinence. Meanwhile, Another observed that the Yang So clan's hierarchy was all messed up. One of the pavilion masters exclaimed, "How dare an outsider talk about the matters of the clan like that?" Another master questioned why they had brought someone as rude as him to important conferences. The young master seemed surprised. The young master asked the vice squad commander if he may kill that thing, begging him to say yes. Another man told his junior brother to calm down. The man realized that he was also the Southern Heaven Iron Swordsman's disciple. One of the pavilion masters stated that, of course, they could bring guests, and that he acted rather rudely without knowing that he was such a precious guest, asking for forgiveness with a warm heart. The pavilion master smiled. It was thought that he was concerned because of the Southern Heaven Iron Swordsman's fame, and that the conference would have to continue once the patriarch was here. The pavilion master walked away. It was announced that all pavilion masters were excused. The atmosphere grew tense. So Wenhui ordered the doors to be closed. The sudden command prompted an immediate reaction, with one of the men demanding to know what was happening. The others turned to see what was happening. Another man questioned So Wenhui's actions. So stood firm, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He stated that he simply wanted to have a proper conversation with them all. One of the men expressed his suspicion that the young master had other intentions. So stated that he had a good offer. He let out a small eye. So clarified that he didn't need to be there if the conversation was about the competition. He stated that he only needed to. The man responded that he would give So a chance to switch sides, as he only needed to convince the patriarch. So asked why they didn't support him instead. The man questioned if So was. The rule of Yiyang's So clan was absolute. It was said that if a majority of the pavilion masters formally complained, the patriarch's decision regarding the young leader would be reconsidered. Meanwhile, Song Juabake remained composed. He questioned if they were talking about the young leader position. The question hung in the air, unanswered. Elder Hei Action stated that he was sure it was hard to understand. Just a year ago, he had been terrified of these people. He had lived his life as a drunkard, but the real Hei Action had more than 8 years of experience as a spy. Facing these people was nothing. The elder continued, stating that the fact that So Wenhui had grown so much as the Southern Heaven Iron Sword's disciple was something he should be happy about. But he asked what So was doing right now, noting that he kept glancing elsewhere. So Wenhui chuckled, saying that was rather rude of him. Hei Action stated that he had expressed his feelings and accomplished his goal, so he would excuse himself. He added that he was sure So knew where he stayed, and that his doors were always open, so he could come visit him whenever. With that, Hei Action told him to go. So Wenhui and the others began to leave. Hei Action wondered what nonsense that was just now. Hei Action's words left the others wondering what he meant by So Wenhui accomplishing his goal. The room was filled with tension as everyone considered the implications of the elder's statement. One of the hall masters addressed Hei Action, his voice filled with concern. Hei Action expressed his disappointment in the hall masters, mentioning his conversation with So Wenhui. One of the hall masters claimed to have seen So communicating with someone else through the frequency whispering technique. The hall master questioned how anyone could fall for So Wenhui's words, especially with the first young master as their leader. Hei Action declared that no one could leave the room until the person So Wenhui was communicating with was found. One of the hall masters wondered who in their right mind would do such a thing. Another hall master questioned if the first was suggesting he was hallucinating. The hall master suggested that the first hall master could have been the one communicating with So. The first hall master found it suspicious that the other was trying to corner everyone except himself, and questioned what he meant by that. The scene shifted to a view of the Southern Heaven Iron Sword sect. Disciples were seen walking up the steps. One of the disciples remarked that being a disciple of the Southern Heaven Iron Sword was influential. The disciple expressed surprise that someone would change their mind and express their support so readily. The woman with red hair, standing beside a man with blue hair, apologizes, stating she just. The man explains that he made it look like he was. He confirms that was the goal, to toss them a bone to fight over. The red-haired woman states that it's a method she used quite often when she was a spy. Suspicion that blooms within a group does not easily vanish. Meanwhile, a senior brother asks when they will eat dinner, only to be reminded that they just ate lunch. He is told that he sure is a beggar. The senior brother then calls out to another senior brother, pointing out a woman and asking if that isn't his sister. Elsewhere, Jo Sangnam is approached by the red-haired woman, Sima Young. Jo Sangnam tells Sima Young that he has nothing else to say to her. Sima Young replies that she will never become his wife. Jo Sangnam says that the patriarch himself has already said that the marriage talk is over. Sima Young retorts that it's just a nice way of saying it's over, like saying, we should meet up sometime. Jo Sangnam states that he doesn't want to talk to Sima Young any longer. Jo Sangnam, of the Righteous Wind Jo clan, says that he is not done talking. Sima Young asks what he means. Jo Sangnam says that it's even more charming when she plays hard to get like this. Sima Young is disgusted. The question of Sima Young's impending marriage was raised, with a question posed to So Wenhui about his thoughts on the matter. The sword spirit wondered if she had married him in a past life as well. So admitted he didn't know, but if he were a woman, he believed he would hate the situation. Meanwhile, Jo Seongnam was questioned about why he continued to grovel at Sima Young's feet when she had already expressed her dislike for him. Jo Seongnam declared that he was Jo Seongnam of the Righteous Wind Jo clan and demanded to know who dared to intervene in their relationship. Jo Seongnam's arrival was noted, with the observation that he must have seen Sima Young at a festival some time ago, which apparently led to marriage discussions. Jo Seongnam confirmed that they had been discussing marriage and pleaded with the unseen person not to interfere. Sima Young stated that the current situation was their relationship. Sima Young emphasized her point, her expression a mix of frustration and determination. Jo Seongnam questioned if she was rejecting him because of someone like So Won-hui. Jo Seongnam, his face contorted with rage, declared that he had been willing to be nice and take her as his wife despite her inferior roots. He blamed everything on the man who didn't even look like a man. Jo Seongnam was shocked that Sima Young had slapped him. Jo Seongnam questioned why it was upsetting to be slapped in the face by someone who's feminine-looking. Jo Seongnam, now enraged, threatened Sima Young, asking if she wanted to die. Jo Seongnam's I twitched with suppressed rage. Meanwhile, a subordinate announced the arrival of Patriarch So. Young Master Jo was advised to rest until the banquet later that evening. The news seemed to frustrate Jo Chongwon. Others also acknowledged the Patriarch's arrival. Jo Il-hye grinned, seemingly pleased by the news. So Won-hui was questioned about how much more he intended to shame the family name. The questioner glared at Won-hui. So Jang-in decided there was no need to wait until the banquet. He believed the time for resolution was already at hand. The scene shifted to Yang's So clan's training hall for the Patriarch. Two figures walked through the training hall. One of them wondered why he had been brought to the training hall, which was only meant for the Patriarch. So Jang Jin's expression was grim. So Jang-in told Won-hui that he had caused quite a mess despite his warnings. The grip tightens on the sword, a symbol of the weight of responsibility and the expectations placed upon its wielder. So Jang-in questioned if Won-hui truly believed he wouldn't see through his intentions. The tension in the room was palpable, underscored by the scrape of steel against stone. So Jang-in warned that if Won-hui wasn't truthful from that moment forward, he would slaughter him, finding their sword fighting over a conversation disappointing. So Ikyeon questioned how he was supposed to trust Won-hui, who had been away from the family for a year and a half before returning and stirring up trouble. So Ikyeon stated that even if he hadn't done anything for Won-hui as a father, he had watched him ever since he was young. So Ikyeon reminded Won-hui that he was living like a loser after his mother died, and now he's the Southern Heaven Iron Sword's disciple. So Ikyeon pointed out that Won-hui's energy core was destroyed, but not only did he recover, he also surpassed the first-rate realm, questioning if that made any sense. Won-hui responded that he was standing there right now because it did. So Ikyeon's expression hardened as he stated that people do not change that easily. So Ikyeon questioned if Won-hui had become a puppet of the blood cult. The accusation hung heavy in the air, a silent question mark punctuating the tense exchange. Won-hui considered that, considering the fact that he has drawn his sword, so Ikyeon might be certain of himself that he's a member of the blood cult. Won-hui realized he needed to find out more first. So Ikyeon asked if Won-hui just asked him if he's a member of the blood cult, finding that rather shocking. He told him not to play dumb, stating that someone who was kidnapped by the blood cult is suddenly back and shaking up the entire family, questioning how he was supposed to trust him. The words kidnapped by the blood cult echoed in Won-hui's mind. The man listening wondered how the others knew that information. He then questioned if the idiot twins had already been caught. The man in the background stated that it hadn't even been a day, and that was too short a time for information to have been exchanged. Meanwhile, Baek Ryonho wondered about Baek Haihyang. She thought it was likely that Haihyang didn't even know that she was alive yet. So Won-hui stated that he didn't understand what they were talking about at all, and asked who said that he was kidnapped by the blood cult. Elsewhere, Ah-song was mentioned. Someone recalled being told that Ah-song was kicked out and realized that he was alive. The man smiled. Ah-song's face was filled with confusion as he wondered what was happening. Meanwhile, elsewhere, young Master Ah-song was being called for. The young master was greeted with smiles. Elsewhere, the question lingered. Was Ah-song So Ikyeon's subordinate? There was no way that could be true, he thought. Ah-song cared for both his mother and him with genuine affection. He even chased after him when he was getting kicked out. But then he wondered if that was all because the patriarch told him to. He quickly dismissed the thought, deciding that it was nonsense and that he was just testing him. Elsewhere, So Won-hui wondered where he was. The man with the long blue hair demanded that So answer his question first. He insisted that there was clear evidence that So was a member of the blood cult. He pointed out that So had appeared right before the Murim competitions. The man with the long blue hair continued, stating that So then demanded the representative position. He asked if So thought it was just because the alliance with the unrivaled faction was broken. He then yelled at So to answer him. The blood cult's resurgence was now confirmed. It was no secret how they were growing their forces. They were kidnapping young boys and raising them. This competition was the best opportunity, too. Someone mused that So Won-hui was smarter than just a patriarch of some random martial family. It was all true, too. It wasn't pure luck that the Orthodox faction won the Orthodox-unorthodox Great War. Could it be? They knew that someone was trying to steal the Blood Demon's sword back. It would be great for them to kidnap and brainwash someone like So Wonhui, who's from an Orthodox family, to use as a spy. So when we guess not, it was because of Asong. Every time something changed, the future changed. Asong was supposed to die, but he stayed alive while also being aware that So Wonhui was kidnapped by the blood cult. Before his regression, he was just kicked out once again when he returned, but to think keeping Asong alive would have such consequences. So Wonhui thought that he was trying to become the representative of the competition. The man in the purple robes extended his hand, his expression unreadable. So Wonhui questioned if he was being accused of acting as a spy in the Murim competition for the blood cult, realizing that was what they were making him out to be. The man in the purple robes stated that his master would be very disappointed in the Yang So clan. The man continued, stating that if So Wonhui wanted to prove his innocence, he should turn everything back to normal and give up the representative spot. So Wonhui thought to himself that he had brought up the Southern Heaven Iron Sword on purpose, but the man was being difficult. He mused that it was funny that giving up the sword would prove his innocence. So Wonhui wondered what would happen if he couldn't, and if that meant he wouldn't be allowed to be the representative. He believed he could do better than both of his brothers. The man in the purple robes declared that enough was enough, and that even if So Wonhui didn't give up, he would. The man stated that he would not let So Wonhui be the representative, and that he didn't think of him as his son. So Wonhui's father drew his sword, telling him not to be mistaken, as he was not qualified. He questioned what point there would be. So realized that was what his father was going to use as an excuse to reject him. The man gave a last warning. The man held his sword at the ready. The man declared that if So Wonhui was truly of the Orthodox faction and possessed the blood of the Yang So clan, then he should stop there and surrender. So Wonhui scoffed at the mention of the Orthodox faction and possessing the blood of the Yang So clan. So Wonhui asked what if he didn't. So Ikkion declared that he would check Wonhui's energy core to see if he had been brainwashed. So Ikkion continued, stating that if Wonhui was truly innocent, then Wonhui realized that even if he proved his innocence, his father would not make him the representative. As So Ikkion drew his sword, Wonhui questioned what he was doing. Wonhui stood firm, his expression unreadable. So Ikkion stated that Wonhui was also saying that he would look into his energy core, which crossed the line. So Ikkion explained that looking into the energy core of someone who had learned another martial art was banned. Wonhui declared that he had no choice but to defend himself for the honor of his master. The force of their blows shattered the ground beneath them. So Ikkion accused Wonhui of using dark arts. So Ikkion questioned if Wonhui really thought he could win against him after just a year of training. So Ikkion's inner energy surged. So Ikkion's inner energy was at peak level. So Ikkion prepares to use the 10th mastery of Qi, focusing on the lower energy core. The technique he is using relies on his body weight. Energy explodes as the technique is executed. So Wonhui prepares to defend against the incoming attack. Because So Ikkion is so skilled, the attack also has speed. The force of the blow sends So Wonhui flying backwards. There's too much difference in Qi. So Ikkion prepares another attack. So Ikkion declares that there's a large difference in their power. The energy surges again. So Ikkion continues his assault. So Wonhui is sent crashing to the ground. Energy swirls around the area. The force of the impact is immense. So Wonhui struggles to maintain his footing. So Ikkion declares that there is no use. The force of the 10th mastery of Qi continues to bear down on So Wonhui. The pressure intensifies, leaving Wonhui questioning what is happening. The force continues to push Wonhui downward. The weight of the attack causes him to sink further into the ground. The ground cracks and crumbles under the immense pressure. Wonhui wonders if this is the true effect of So Ikkion's sword technique. He feels as though a ton of weight is pushing his body into the ground. The force continues to press down. The ground around Wonhui is pulverized. Dust and debris explode outward. Ikkion observes that Wonhui's sword is better than it looks, and that without it, he would already be dead. Ikkion states that there's a big difference in their levels, and tells Wonhui to admit defeat and surrender, adding that he sees why Wonhui is called the Yang's wise sword. Ikkion asks if Wonhui will surrender. Ikkion looks down at Wonhui with a stern expression. So Ikkion declared that So Wonhui was too strong for him to hold back. The intensity of the fight was evident in So Ikkion's eyes. The air crackled with energy. Wonhui was surrounded by a vortex of power. Wonhui wondered where the sudden surge of Qi was coming from. So Ikkion stood firm, radiating power. So Ikkion thought that Wonhui would be shocked to learn that there was a significant difference between the Qi he had been using and the Qi from the central energy core. He added that it was his master's sword technique that everyone knew of. The force of the energy was palpable. Wonhui realized that it was before it was evolved to make up for its flaws. Orange energy crackled around So Ikkion. So Wonhui was enveloped in a blue aura. So Ikkion declared that this was the true luminous star sword technique, prompting Wenhui to wonder what he was talking about. So Ikkyon's expression was grim. Wenhui unleashed a powerful attack. The clash of energies filled the air. So Ikkyon declared the true luminous star sword technique, the sixth technique. The blade glowed with intense power. So Ikkyon focused, calling it the true sword culling chase. The energy swirled violently. The force of the technique intensified. The energy continued to build. The air crackled with power. The energy surged around So Ikkyon. The technique reached its peak. The force of the attack struck So Wenhui. He coughed up blood from the impact. Elsewhere, Li Gu exhaled in relief, surprised by the strength of the attack. Li Gu realized that if the attack had landed directly, So Ikkyon would have died instantly. Li Gu admitted that he never would have dreamed of winning against the patriarch in his past life. The sword spirit noted that Wenhui had improved quite a bit, estimating that he was about half as strong as her previous owner at his peak. Wenhui guessed that the difference between the fifth and sixth mastery was large. The sword spirit questioned why Wenhui didn't seem happy about defeating someone he resented. Wenhui admitted that he hadn't expected much, but the fact that So Ikkyon didn't even consider him family didn't feel good. So Ikkyon, standing with his back turned, wondered why Wenhui would hate him so much. Ikkyon then wondered what he should do now, while the sword spirit questioned why Ikkyon had treated Wenhui so harshly if he hated him so much. Wenhui sighed, realizing that so many things had gone wrong. The sword spirit remarked that Ikkyon's resentment for Wenhui was more than she had thought, and Wenhui wondered if he was hearing the sword's voice. The sword stated that if Ikkyon had been kinder and more open, Wenhui wouldn't be so hurt, and all this mess wouldn't have happened. The sword spirit asked Ikkyon if he didn't think it would have been better for Wenhui to know the truth. The sword pressed Ikkyon, stating that the resentment that child has for him is more. The sword spirit asked if Ikkyon was going to tell him that he wasn't his biological father. Ikkyon, clenching his fist, demanded that the sword spirit say that again. Ikkyon, gripping the sword tightly, questioned if Wenhui wasn't his son. A voice echoed, questioning if someone was there. The question was posed. Was he talking to him? The figure confirmed that he was indeed speaking to him, stating that he held no hatred, but he needed to know what he wanted to know. He warned that if he didn't get the information, he didn't know what he might do to him. So Wenhui stood, his sword drawn, facing an unseen opponent. So knew it would be difficult to make him feel better with just a few words. He knew that the man might think what he was about to say was made up. So wished he could show him everything he had seen. The blade of So's sword glowed with a blue light. So focused on uniting the sword and his mind, unlocking the fekta. The blue energy intensified around the sword. So's eyes glowed with the same blue energy as he realized that the third star, fekta, had. Elsewhere, a woman was asked to remain at the main house, and that she wouldn't be asked to like him. She pleaded but So urged her to think for her child, at least. The sudden surge of power left So Wenhui reeling, his mind struggling to comprehend the changes occurring within him. Wenhui's sword spirit, sensing his distress, questioned what was wrong. He dismissed her concern, stating that the woman he had just seen was definitely his mother, but he didn't know what was going on. The sword spirit asked if he saw it too. The sword pulsed with a strange energy. The sword spirit confirmed that this was exactly like her memories from back then. So admitted he didn't know how things turn out like this, but it seemed he could show her his memories. He realized that this was the ability of the third star on the back of his hand, fekta. So recalled that when he gained Merak, the second star, he gained the ability to hear the sound of swords even from a far distance. Now, he could even see the memories of a sword. He realized he needed to check one thing in her memory. So gripped the sword tightly. He saw the face of the patriarch when he was born. The patriarch declared that he would consider this child his own. The patriarch spoke, telling his wife to take care of herself and focus on recovering. His wife responded, addressing him as my lord. Meanwhile, Wenhui stood silently, his back turned. The sword spirit observed that rather than Ikkyon being her savior, it seemed she relied on him emotionally. The scene shifted back to the patriarch and his wife, where it was said that Ikkyon's devotion won her over. A baby was born, and the patriarch asked how else his younger sister, Young, would be born. Someone commented that he was smiling from ear to ear and asked if he liked him that much. The patriarch stated that their child was born, and of course, he was happy. Back in the present, Wenhui stated that he understood. He realized that he was the only one who didn't share this family's blood. Wenhui affirmed this realization. The sword spirit told Wenhui that when he was just born, Ikkyon worked hard to treat him well. The sword spirit continued, stating that it wasn't so easy, and it was not easy to deal with Madame Yang's irritation. The sword spirit explained that whenever Ikkyon tried to be good to Wenhui, she would get very angry. In the end, Ikkyon treated none of his children kindly. The sword spirit finished by saying that Ikkyon still tried to be responsible for Wenhui until the end, and that he didn't attend to the young master properly. Amidst the chaos, a desperate plea echoed, "Save the young master." The question lingered in the air. Did Wenhui truly mention the blood cult? The man who spoke awaited a response. The patriarch confirmed that he had indeed heard it without a doubt. He then inquired if the man had the battlefield tablet he had previously given him, explaining that he gave it to him in case some unavoidable deed happened to young Master Asong. It seemed that So Ikkeon had secretly given Asong emergency money in the form of the Harmonious Rod battlefield tablet. Elsewhere, a man ordered someone to go to Mangarecap immediately and find a brothel called Dark Intimacy. He instructed them that on the second floor, they would find an old man who uses black keys. They were to find him, and when he says booze, reply with liquor, then hand him the silver tablet and tell him what he told them. The woman with red hair realized that this was the commission code for the Lower District Sect, one of the 3 major intelligence organizations. She never thought So Ikkeon would know about it, and to think he'd commission those of the unorthodox faction. It was revealed that Ikkeon had tried to secretly track Asong's whereabouts, but the moment Asong's whereabouts got further away, he started moving himself. A man stated that he didn't care about the cost, and that if this commission was related to the blood cult, they would not accept it. The man asked if they would really do this. It was said that nothing good would arise from the revelation of the fact that Yi Yang's wise sword is commissioning information from them, people of the unorthodox faction. The man held a scroll in his hands. The man with the scroll had heard that he was a child they abandoned, but it seems he's still a finger that hurts for being bitten. The man held the scroll in his hands. He stated that if it's as they say and what's happening there is related to the blood cult, stop digging into it. But since he received a prepayment, he'll give some advice. The blood cult, it was said, secretly kidnapped boys and girls to increase their number of believers. Because of this, it would be easier to simply consider So Wonhui's son gone from this world. That must be why Ikkeon thought So became a hound of the blood cult. Ikkeon, it was said, wasn't affectionate by nature, and because of the secret regarding So's birth, he couldn't properly act as a parent. But he never tried to turn his back on that responsibility. So Young questioned if chasing So out of the family and basically trying to sell her off through marriage was Ikkeon being responsible. That was all to protect her. So spent his days crippled as a drunkard after his mother's death, and the rumors about him spread so negatively, to the point where even if someone quietly killed him, no one would be to blame. Ikkeon thought that So might get killed by Madame Yang or the other children, so he chased him out. His sister was the same. The reason he sent her to Mount Hung at an early age was because, regardless of her talent, he didn't want Madame Yang to bully her. The reason he hurried the engagement was also because once she returned from Mount Hung, she might face the same things as So. So, stop. Even So Young could understand why So hated Ikkeon. However, she would like him to understand Ikkeon's feelings just a little. Ikkeon's responsibility towards her? Not all. It must be the responsibility and duty he had for Mother, who passed away. If he'd really been responsible, he would have had Young and So at his side and protected them. He should have become the support for them, so they wouldn't be bullied by Madame Yang. In the end, So Ikkeon is just a man who does whatever he wants to make himself feel more at ease. He thought to himself that if So Ikkeon hadn't made that promise to his mother, saying he'd treat him like his own son, things would be different. The perspective of the situation, he realized, simply represented Ikkeon. He considered that if he could do something for Ikkeon, that'd be good, but he paused, waiting. It seemed to her that he needed the main family's representative position. The situation was quiet. She wondered if giving Ikkeon the thing that he wanted most would change the situation. The thing that So Ikkeon wanted the most. Right now, Ikkeon had only learned half of Frenzy Destruction Sword. The Patriarch's sword techniques were taught verbally. But because Ikkeon's father and his previous owner, So Ikkeon, died during the Orthodox and Orthodox Great War, he couldn't properly learn the other half. What if he taught him that? Shortly after, So Wonhui asked why he went easy on him, and if he wanted him to kill him. Jang Munwang told him to just start circulating his energy. Jang Munwang let him know that if he let him live for his goals, it was useless. Until he proved that he didn't belong to the blood cult, Jang Munwang would never. He declared that he didn't want So to misunderstand why he had gone easy on him. He claimed that the reason he showed any leniency towards someone who wasn't even his blood-related father was because of some twisted affection for raising him as his own child. So questioned how he knew that. Jang Munwang explained that the way he looked at his 2 brothers, his own children, was so different that it was obvious. Munwang then asked if So had heard from his mother. So told him not to speak of his mother with that mouth, finding it disgusting. So paused. Munwang asked if So wanted to say that he did as much as he could. So hoped he wasn't about to spout some nonsense about how he did that to protect him from Madame Yang and his children. So stated that it was to protect him and treat him like a real child for his mother. So asked if, in the end, that wasn't just to justify his own selfishness. Munwang countered that if he truly wanted to protect him and Yang, he should have firmly protected them, even if it meant standing against Madame Yang. Munwang asked if So was going to spout some nonsense about how he wanted to treat them fairly as he did with his other children. Munwang stated that if So thought that was his responsibility and duty, he was very much mistaken, adding that he just wanted to protect him. So stated that sending him outside was protection, and that was just evading his responsibility. Munwung declared that So wasn't even his child, and from now on, it didn't matter what happened to him. He asked if that wasn't how So truly felt, adding that if he hadn't packaged his true thoughts like that and sent him away, he wouldn't. Jang Munwung asked if So was finally admitting that he was a hound of the blood cult. Jang Munwung stood firm, his expression unreadable as So Wonhui approached. The tension between them was palpable, a silent battle of wills fought in the space between their gazes. So, ignoring the palpable tension, held out a wooden tablet. The sight of it caused Jang Munwung's eyes to widen in surprise. It was the all-healing divine physician's tablet. Jang Munwung considered the implications. He had likely wanted to believe that the restoration of his energy core was due to evil arts or techniques of the blood cult. So declared that the tablet was the truth of the matter. Finally, Jang Munwung spoke, reminding So that he had no right to have the representative position. The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken accusations and lingering doubts. Suddenly, Jang Munwung unleashed a powerful sword technique, questioning how So knew it. It should have been a martial art that So only saw for the first time today, the Frenzy Destruction Sword. The 10th technique of the Frenzy Destruction Sword was now in play. The heavy pressure sword strike descended. The scene shifts to a memory taking place a while ago. So Wonhui was currently watching Blue Ghost Sword's memories. The memory showed the traces of his sword. It seemed to be the basic moves of the Frenzy Destruction Sword. Every time So Wonhui saw the sword's movements, it felt like he had become the sword, as though the paths had been engraved into his memory. The Blue Ghost Sword asked if he understood. So Wonhui's brow furrowed as he focused. He didn't just get it. It was stuck in his mind as if these were now his memories. The Blue Ghost Sword asked if he saw all of the basic moves in that short period of time. The sword spirit confirmed that he did. The Blue Ghost Sword explained that the heavy sword was different from the rapid sword, so even the training process wasn't quick, estimating that it must have taken at least 4 minutes. So Wonhui asked the Blue Ghost Sword if he could show him the training process once more if he flicked the silver coin again. The Blue Ghost Sword agreed, saying he just needed to recall it. The memory replayed. The memory continued to play. So Wonhui was surprised. So Wonhui thought that watching it didn't even take a blink, it was an instant. So Wonhui's sword spirit observes that this is a truly innovative ability. His previous master had said that once a certain point in martial arts was reached, image training helped more than repetitive training. The spirit guide explained that even if it was just image training, simply envisioning it would engrave it into his head. The spirit guide wondered what would happen if he kept repeating that. It was said that he would naturally begin to absorb the basics, as if through repeated training. Now, that So had done it more than 20 times, his hand was convulsing as if he had actually trained for a long time. So wondered if this was what it meant for his body to be influenced by his thoughts. Through the sword's memories, he believed he would be able to image train and learn new sword techniques in no time. So Ikion's spirit guide thought that this might be Fecta's true ability, as So Ikion was now awake. The spirit guide watched as So Wonhui stood before him. Presently, after using the Frenzy Destruction Sword's heavy pressure sword strike, the spirit guide realized this was the power of the Frenzy Destruction Sword's secret technique. So Wonhui didn't know if it was because he used innate core energy, but he was able to retain some of its power. So Wonhui asked if the spirit guide still thought he was unworthy, and the spirit guide was shocked and asked how he did that. It was said that a divine physician receives a price whenever treating someone. So Wonhui looked on, his expression unreadable. So Jang Yun considered the object in his hand, speculating that it was either a tablet or contained precious secret documents. Meanwhile, Li Gu wondered if it had something to do with his father. Li Gu thought that he hadn't said it explicitly, but Li Gu was jumping to his own conclusions. So Jang Yun recalled that the elder divine physician had also said that the current leader of the Yi Yangs So. So Jang Yun wondered who was in the position to ask things of whom. Elsewhere, in Yi Yang's So clan's banquet hall, a feast was laid out. The hall was filled with quiet chatter. Li Gu thanked someone for coming. Meanwhile, Wung Bu considered that his internal wounds haven't been treated yet, so he probably wants a rest. Wung Bu thought that in some ways, he truly is incredible. Zhou Sangnam noticed that Wung Bu was there and greeted him as senior brother. Wung Bu asked if it was okay for them to sit together. So Ikion said he was fine with it, but the patriarch, the man with gray hair, explained that at banquets, seats were assigned by the host. He suggested that they follow the instructions for now and move seats later. The woman with red hair agreed, stating that the senior sister was correct. The woman with red hair thought that there would be many opportunities for them to sit together, and that once one drinks with others, they're bound to make mistakes. She knew she definitely wouldn't go to the upper seats. The woman with red hair thought that if she'd been prepared beforehand, it would have been the right move to avoid this seating arrangement, but she had something she needed to do right now. She was watching the patriarch. The patriarch prepared to make his announcement. The crowd waited in anticipation. The patriarch of the So family thanked all of Murim's honored guests who had come that day. Before officially beginning the banquet, the patriarch announced that he had something to say. The patriarch clenched his fist. One of the men at the table commented that Lord So was quite liberal. He asked if the patriarch wanted to talk, or if he wanted to make an announcement there. The woman with red hair thought that she hated him. The patriarch announced that he would like to make an apology to the patriarch of the righteous Winjo clan. One of the men at the table thought that his lacking daughter was. The woman with red hair thought about the marriage talks, but hoped that they would find a better. The patriarch looked on. Madame Yang's expression hardened as she was addressed. The man speaking to her accused her of planning Young Young's marriage talks to eliminate an eyesore and strengthen ties with the righteous Winjo clan. He warned that he didn't want to hear of her screwing around again, or he might resort to vulgar language. So Wenhui's eyes narrowed. Madame Yang was told that she would need to prepare herself for that day. The patriarch announced to everyone that the representative position for the upcoming martial competition would go to his third son, Wenhui. The announcement was regarding the representative position for the upcoming martial competition. The patriarch declared that the position would go to Wenhui. Below, the announcement was met with shock as someone exclaimed, "Junior brother?" The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Another woman looked on in surprise. Another man questioned if he had heard correctly. A cup sat on a table. Elsewhere, someone declared that it was done. They stated that their business there was over. Under the cloak of night, a figure walks through the town. The figure continues their journey, their destination unknown. The figure stops, and it is revealed to be So Wenhui. He wonders aloud if he has something to do. Another figure kicks So Wenhui, telling him not to talk back to his senior brother. The figure calls out to So Wenhui, addressing him as brother. The figure continues to follow So Wenhui. The figure, revealed to be young Master Asong, asks Wenhui if he is really leaving. Wenhui explains that his master asked him to do something, and he already told the patriarch in advance. Asong says that is also one of the reasons why he is leaving immediately, as Mount Heng's best sword is appearing way more kindly than expected. Asong asks if they can go together. Wenhui says he will tell him. Wenhui says that his master said that they can leave early tomorrow. Asong looks up at Wenhui. The sword spirit one thinks that Asong has absolutely fallen for Wenhui. Wenhui tells Young Young that she's a girl. As So Wenhui prepared to depart, Young Young told him not to be too sad. She assured him that he could see his senior brother again once he arrived at the martial competition site. Young Young asked if he was right about that. Wenhui confirmed that he was, and told Young Young that he would see her then. He thought to himself that he would follow her to the palace gate. Young Young wondered if it was okay for her to at least see him out. She asked if he was going out, right? She suggested that they could talk and catch up while they went. No? Wenhui responded, of course, reflecting on how he had shared a long conversation with his younger sister, Young Young, for the first time since they were young. Thanks to that conversation, it seemed to Wenhui that the distance between them after their mother passed away had narrowed slightly. Young Young had asked Wenhui what happened, but he couldn't tell her the truth. He realized that if he told her the truth, he might accidentally tie her into the blood cult, though it seemed that Young Young also noticed that he was lying to an extent. Wenhui told her to take something, as his father told him to give it to her. Young Young wondered if the patriarch had given it to him, and questioned what it was. Wenhui responded that he didn't know, but that his father probably just provided some travel expenses, and then told her that he would see her soon at the martial competition. He thought that she would be fine, more of an adult than himself anyway, and bid her farewell. The spirit guide questioned the contradiction of an adult-like child. He told her to stop nitpicking if she understood, and that if he didn't want Young Young to get mixed into the blood cult, there was something he needed to do. The spirit guide urged him to become so strong and powerful that nobody could aim for her. She reminded Wenhui not to lose his balance, and that strength and power were just incentives. She warned that if he got swept away in it, he wouldn't be able to control himself and sink. The spirit guide told him that he was the center of gravity for himself. Elsewhere, a martial brother questioned the vice squad commander about what was going on that he was rushing like this. The vice squad commander explained that according to plan, they were to meet Song Juabek and Song Wuhyun at Sherman County and go to Wuhan in Hubei province, which was hosting the martial competition, but they finished things half a month earlier than they planned. One of the men knew that they were going to dark intimacy before they went to Sherman County. The other man asked if he was talking about that brothel in Mangarecap. It was only a quarter of a day away from their original destination, but the north part of Hunan was overflowing with the unorthodox. They were. Li Yu thought that he needed to find someone. So when we thought about the whereabouts of someone as precious. Inside the cave, the group continued their discussion around the fire. One of the women asked how the other was able to keep her skin so clear despite wearing a face mask for so long. The conversation continued, though the details were obscured. The woman expressed that she would love to ask her father for one. Nearby, Sword Spirit 1 stated that she would love to see him ask for one. So when we knew that he would freeze up and wouldn't be able to say one thing, as he is one of the four evils. Sword Spirit 1 asked Wenhui what he was holding. So Wenhui wanted to see what the patriarch sent him through Young Young, stating that this was something his mother had ever since he met her for the first time. He thought that he may need it more than he did. So Wenhui stated that this was something his mother had when she met him. So Wenhui held the item in his hand. So stated that he had never seen this symbol before, even during his 8 years of being a spy. The symbol on the item was shown alongside the image of a wolf howling at the moon. Martial families often chose fierce beasts like tigers or wolves to symbolize their bravery. A crane, representing long life and elegance, is seldom used as a symbol for a martial family. It was said that sometimes a dignified martial family of long history would use it. The thought crossed So Wonhui's mind whether this had something to do with his mother's past, or perhaps his father. Nearby, Sama Underswayung asked what he was looking at. So Jang Yun told her not to come so close without permission. Sama Young responded that he was looking really melancholic, and she couldn't help it. So Jang Yun asked if she realized what privacy meant. Sama Young retorted that he didn't say to give him privacy, asking if he was mad, and told him not to put his chin on her shoulder. The two stared at each other. Their faces drew closer. Sama Young thought that So Jang Yun was beautiful, and that the shadow created by the bonfire made him look magical. Their lips nearly touched. So Wonhui cleared his throat. So Wonhui had been hoping they'd sleep in the bed tonight, but they were in a cave again. Sama Young, visibly annoyed, told So Wonhui that they had a long way to travel the next day and that he should sleep. So Jang Yun, lying on the ground, suggested that they should go to an inn or something. So Wonhui asked what it was. So Jang Yun asked why he was being hit, stating that it was an expression of friendship. So Jang Yun begged for Sama Young to spare him, apologizing. It was observed that he always provoked her, fully knowing he was going to get beaten up. Sama Young thought that having someone so pretty close to her during the night was nice. So Jang Yun thought that she almost made him fall for her. Sama Young smiled briefly. So Jang Yun thought about that bright smile and the way she was looking at him. He also thought about her cruelty when she wields the sword. So Wonhui said that it was nothing. So Jang Yun thought that he didn't know which one her true self was. Wonhui's former owner said that a real martial artist should know when a beautiful woman is trying to seduce one. He then thought that he got why his former owner was forever alone, wondering what that was supposed to mean. The title card displays the name of the series, Absolute Sword Sense. The scene shifts to a tall pagoda, illuminated by the moonlight. The words dark intimacy appear above. The pagoda is revealed to be a brothel, but it is actually one of the house sect's 3 main bases. Nearby, Sword Spirit 1 questions if there are 3 main bases, not branches. Sword Spirit 1 continues, stating that the house sect doesn't have a sect leader, as far as she knows. The perspective shifts to a group of people walking through the brothel. It was said that there are quite a few martial masters. An unknown character asks why they are scared. The man with long reddish-brown hair denies that he is scared and insists that he is fine. The group continues to walk through the brothel. They continue walking through the brothel. They continue walking through the brothel. The man with long reddish-brown hair says that he would. He recalls that he heard that the liquor made by the owner here is good. The man with long reddish-brown hair and the woman with white hair are seen on the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor of the brothel, several figures stand in the hallway. Nearby, a woman with long blonde hair stands next to a man. A woman with her hair in bun smiles. Elsewhere, one of the men suggests that the others can have noodles or something. He insists that they have a lot more than just noodles. The other man calls him annoying. Meanwhile, Sword Spirit 1 observes an old man sitting at a table. She realizes it must be that old man. Below, someone walks up the stairs, the one she saw in Blue Ghost Sword's memories. The old man thinks that he is different. The old man's face is shown in detail. He looks different from the old man Sword Spirit 1 saw in its memories. It looks like he's fishing. So Wonhui is offered tea, described as a broom that sweeps away worries. The man tells So Wonhui to take a seat. The passcode to indicate a request for the house sect is about to be initiated. The teacup that So Wonhui chooses to pour the tea into indicates the rank of his mission, since his request is of low rank. The teacups are shown in detail. The old man stated that the task should not be difficult. The man continued, recalling that about a year and 3 months prior, they had received a request to find the 3rd son of the Yang So clan. He revealed certain information. It seemed that So Wonhui knew who was being discussed. He asked if he could know the reason. The old man stated that Asong was his servant. The old man stated that Asong was his servant. The old man chuckled. So Wonhui thought it was quite a coincidence that both the servant and the father were looking for the young master. He realized that the young master, who was supposed to have vanished, was right there, looking for said servant. He realized that the old man recognized him right away. He thought to himself that it was all as he intended, because So Ikkion had visited Dark Intimacy and told them he was kidnapped by the blood cult. He considered that they might know that he became a member of the blood cult. The old man thought to himself that he needed to create a rumor through them before he attended the martial arts competition in order to decrease the chances of any possible bad scenarios. As far as he knew, he was lucky. So Wonhui knew that without his master's help, he wouldn't even be there. The old man proposed a trade, information about the servant in exchange for information about the other party's master. Elsewhere, So Wonhui realized that an informant was asking him for information. The old man accused Wonhui of wasting money on something he would find out soon enough anyway. Wenhui asked if the old man was saying he would just tell him. The old man stated that he had 2 requests anyway. The old man agreed to take Wenhui's request. The old man considered the situation. He then asked Wenhui to tell him his master's name. Wenhui revealed the name, Hojongde. Elsewhere, the swordsman found himself under attack. The swordsman was caught off guard. He cried out as the attack landed. The swordsman was struck. The swordsman wondered who was attacking him out of nowhere and if Southern Heaven knew him. He realized that, even after a long time with his former owner, he had never seen him before, concluding that it must be a mask he was wearing. The man in the blue robes questioned if it was acceptable for an informant to threaten a client in such a manner. Elsewhere, the old man stated that the Southern Heaven swordsman had been missing for 16 years. The man continued, asking if he was claiming to be the vanished Southern Heaven swordsman's disciple. The man considered it strange, noting that the house sect was technically unorthodox but more neutral than anything. He added that he had never seen someone from the sect act so hostile. The conversation continued. The man agreed, stating he had never seen a house sect member act so obviously hostile and wondered what he should do. The swordsman remained on guard. He thought that even though he had gotten much better, it would not be easy to escape a crowd of martial masters. The swordsman was shocked. He realized that this wasn't the old man's energy and that there was someone beyond the room. A figure stood in the distance. Back in the other location, the old man told the other man not to let it be known that he was talking to him discreetly. The man asked if he had heard the nickname, Tiger Taming Strong Hand. The man clarified, asking if he meant the Tiger Taming Strong Hand, Guak Kyung, from a martial family in the Yunnan province's Fuhu County. The conversation continued. The old man continued, acknowledging the swordsman's courage as a disciple of the Southern Heaven swordsman, but advised him to play along for now. The old man warned against underestimating the power of information, threatening consequences if the truth were revealed. He stated that he would go easy on him for now, revealing that Na Yu Kyung of the Pang clan was in the other room. The old man's expression remained stern as he spoke. The swordsman's eyes widened as he processed the name, Na Yu Kyung of the Pang clan. The scene shifted to a gruesome display of blood and carnage. It was said that it wasn't just martial arts that made him dangerous, but also his cruel and violent personality, and only a few had survived his resentment. Elsewhere, a figure in a wide-brimmed hat stood over a fallen foe, their sword dripping with blood. The man with the mechanical eye narrowed his gaze. He recalled losing an eye to his former owner. The swordsman, with a troubled expression, realized this was just trouble after trouble. In this situation, So Wenhui thought he should act like someone who got caught in their disguise. So Wenhui's expression remained calm. Meanwhile, a group of figures stood observing the situation. So Wenhui considered that since they were supposed to be in this together, he shouldn't prioritize his ego. But just because they were in this together, so Wenhui thought that if anyone put even a finger on his sword, he would take it that they had other intentions. He realized he couldn't give anyone the upper hand until he could really trust them. From a nearby balcony, someone called out to their senior brother. Nearby, a man ate his meal. Another man thought to himself to calm down, that they were just playing along because of unforeseen circumstances. He told himself not to resist, just come along. So Wenhui remembered coming to this place about 3 times in his past life. A group of people walked down the stairs. So Wenhui realized he'd never come down here before. The smell of blood hung heavy in the air as Wenhui descended further. He knew the organization was an informant group for the unorthodox faction, masquerading as a brothel. But their use of the basement was too thinly veiled. Elsewhere, one of the men wondered what was happening. He was told to stay alert. The group continued to move forward. An older man thanked them for their consideration. He was told it was nothing. The man speaking believed that whatever was happening was more than a band-aid for the issue, and that the person they were dealing with wouldn't be easily fooled. The older man explained that if they went out this path, they would come out of an exit about 150 meters away from the dark intimacy, adding that it made sense that an organization that deals with information would be cautious. The group continued to walk. So Wenhui realized that this was not what he had expected. One of the men questioned why they were brought here and what the older man was trying to do. The older man stated that he brought them here in a hurry, given the situation, but he needed to check, repeating what he had said earlier. The older man stood, his gloved hands clasped in front of him. He doubted the man before him was truly the disciple of the Southern Heaven swordsman. The man considered the possibility that the figure before him was the Southern Heaven swordsman. Meanwhile, Wenhui considered the man's identity. He believed him to be the tiger-taming strong hand, Guak. The other man seemed surprised by this revelation. The narrator explained that the gloves on his hands were Guak Kyung's, called the Silver Dark Hands, made from dark steel and silver, capable of blocking any sharp weapon. The older man recalled that Guak Kyung was of the Orthodox faction. The tiger-taming strong hand knew his former owner. 20 years prior, Guak disappeared after his entire family was massacred, an event that saddened his former owner. It was then speculated that he switched over to the unorthodox faction. The reason the Southern Heaven Iron Sword wasn't able to recognize him right away was because he was wearing a mask and possibly faking his voice. After the Southern Heaven swordsman disappeared, The older man met about 6 people who claimed to know him personally while he worked at the brothel. Each one was an idiot looking for his inheritance or sword technique. The older man asked if the other man thought he was like them. The older man wondered why the other man was wearing the silver dark hand. The older man stated that the other man was increasing his expectations of him. The older man stated that if the other man was really the Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple, then he must know the luminous star sword. The older man, surrounded by a swirling green aura, descends upon his opponent. The force of the blow sends a shock wave through the air. The attack continues to intensify. The clash of power creates a blinding light. The older man's hands glow as he prepares to strike. So Wonhui watches the unfolding events with a wary expression. The older man continues his assault, his movements swift and precise. The force of the technique is overwhelming. The narrator describes the footwork as though one was walking on clouds. The technique is called Luminous Star Cloud Steps. It is said that his technique is like a tiger launching at its prey, and that there's something similar in the Luminous Star Sword technique. The power of the Luminous Star Sword technique is evident. The technique is powerful. The Luminous Star Sword technique is the first technique. The older man executes the tiger stance as part of the Luminous Star Sword technique. The force of the sword technique was palpable. The man wielding the sword technique was focused. The swordsman wondered how long it had been since he last fought against the Luminous Star Sword technique. The sword cut through the air. The swordsman continued his assault. The question remained, what was this technique? Hei Action was struck by the technique. The strike caused Hei Action to exclaim in pain. He realized it was certainly the Luminous Star Sword technique, but the sword path was something he had never seen before. Someone observed that he had changed it. Hei Action realized that his opponent was not going easy at all. So Wonhui thought that it was a fight to prove his identity, after all. So formally greeted him as the Dark Intimacy's owner no, as the tiger-taming strong hand, Guak Hyung. Guak Hyung asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. So also apologized for his own rudeness. Guak Hyung was surprised. The force of the blow sent debris flying. The figure was sent crashing to the ground. Nearby, someone chuckled, remarking on the skilled colleagues present. The man in purple robes stated that the individual was his junior brother and friend. The Grandmaster questioned if the man in purple robes was also a junior brother. The second disciple of Guak greeted the Grandmaster. The disciple stated that he had been worried because the Grandmaster had been hiding his presence for a while. The Grandmaster expressed his gladness at seeing that the man had been raising such great successors, but lamented that if it weren't for Na Yukyung, he would have loved to talk more. Elsewhere, a figure urged others to hurry, stating that there was no time to waste. Asong assured someone that he would make sure they would be able to retrieve information from anywhere if they found anything about their servant. Someone asked if they had 2 requests and if they perhaps recognized something. The Grandmaster looked on. The object in question was a flying crane. Someone noted that if you looked at it closely, it kind of looked like a full moon. It was described as a crane taking off for flight and a moon. If his assumptions were correct, then this pattern might have something to do with the Flying Moon Shadow sect. They were a martial sect on par with the 4 martial sects that dominated the unrivaled faction, but now they're almost fully forgotten. So Wonhui is surprised. Then, he wondered what the crane was doing here. He wasn't certain. This all happened very long ago, so he'd have to look into it. This was more of an advanced request. He thought maybe he'd be nice since he knows the Southern Heaven Swordsman. All right, there's no time now, so he'll make the information available for pickup somewhere else. Now go. He'd run for a while, but he couldn't see the end of this path. Light. The Vice Squad Commander was told to go this way, that it's a well. Vice Squad Commander, this way. It's a well. They made it out safely. Now, they need to head to Sherman County and join the twins. An enemy? A Vice Squad Commander believed there were people on standby ahead. It was reported that about 20 people were blocking the forest path. None of them possessed swords, so one had to get close to notice. If it took this long to notice, they were all very skilled in stealth. The question was posed, should they kill them all? The order was given to fall back, as there was no point in wasting time fighting them. Seeing as the house sect snuck him out, it was undeniable that he was the successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. The man's eyes narrowed. His gaze intensified. He questioned where Ho Jongdae was. The man on the platform considered his options. He decided to attempt negotiation first. If the Southern Heaven Swordsman held a grudge, then he would deal with it. From the platform, he looked down at So Wonhui. The man greeted So Wonhui, acknowledging him as the patriarch of the Pang clan. So Wonhui stated that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. So suddenly attacked. The force of the attack ripped into So's palm. The man stated that he didn't have a junior like So. He recognized that So was Ho Jongdae's disciple, though he couldn't sense his chi path. The Vice Squad Commanders called out. So's sword cut through the air. One of the men stated that whether they won or not would depend on how fast they could get rid of those people. So Wonhui declared that he would deal with him. So looked determined. The man laughed, stating that even if the 3 of them were to fight him, they would probably barely be able to block a few attacks, but So wanted to fight him on his own. The man stated that So was out of his mind. The fourth blood star's expression is one of disdain. A flurry of blue energy blades descends upon So Wonhui. The energy blades continue their descent. The attack intensifies. The energy blades strike the platform. So is caught in the blast. The fourth blood star taunted So, asking if he thought he could win with petty tricks, even if his master would come. The fourth blood star's eyes narrow. So grits his teeth, enduring the onslaught. The energy blades continue to strike. Elsewhere, a subordinate urged someone to hurry. One of the men agreed with the vice squad commander, stating that it was foolish for all three of them to fight one man. He continued, saying that even if they somehow defeated Na Yukyung, they might not have the energy left to fight the remaining enemy. The man declared that they needed to eliminate the men here first and join the vice squad commander to get rid of Na Yukyung. The fourth blood star dismisses his opponent as a fool. The swordsman demands to know if his opponent knows who he is. The fourth blood star's blade glows. The fourth blood star questions if he needs to reveal his identity. So Wonhui grits his teeth, bracing for the attack. So Wonhui cries out. The fourth blood star raises his sword. The fourth blood star prepares to strike. Meanwhile, the subordinates express their shock that Na Yukyung's disciple died so easily. The first subordinate wonders how the disciple of the Pang clan, Na Yukyung, died so easily. The mysterious subordinate reflects on Baek Ryonha's techniques, realizing they were designed to kill. Another subordinate asks what the mysterious subordinate is doing. The blood cult warrior cries out. The mysterious subordinate realizes that the vice squad commander will be in danger if they don't hurry. The mysterious subordinate rushes forward, thinking that at this rate, he'll end up dead before he grows old. A blinding flash of golden energy erupts. The energy intensifies, crackling with power. The combination of the 5-star luminous star mystic art and the golden blood body astronomically increased his power. The golden energy surges around So Wonhui. So Wonhui admitted he was worried because of the difference between their chi. But now, So Wonhui realized he could at least fight him fairly. Hei Action's face contorted in rage. Hei Action thought to himself, he knew. Hei Action prepared to strike. So Wonhui braced himself. The air crackled with anticipation. The clash of power created a shockwave. So Wonhui's hand glowed with golden energy. The force of the impact sent dust and debris flying. Jo Sengnam watched the battle unfold. The words Luminous Star Sword Technique appear, emblazoned in fiery colors. Next, the words Second Technique are displayed. Then, the words Hidden Toad Slash appear. Hei Action wonders when So Wonhui's whip wrapped around his arm. So Wonhui thinks he needs to get rid of something. So Wonhui leaps into the air. Hei Action prepares to strike. Hei Action declares that he has So Wonhui. Hei Action's hand glows with power. So Wonhui prepares his 8 lightning short sword technique. Hei Action's hand continues to glow. Hei Action tells So Wonhui that he is just a kid. So Wonhui prepares to strike. So Wonhui continues his attack. So Wonhui strikes Hei Action. The force of the blow sent Hei Action reeling, prompting him to question what manner of opponent he faced. Despite the attack, Hei Action noted that he had seen the silver threat even though So Wonhui was aiming for his blind spot, utilizing both the left-handed dagger technique and secret blade techniques. So Wonhui continued his star sword technique. The technique, however, loosened the whip on Hei Action's right arm. The energy of the attack intensified. The sword-culling chase continued. Hei Action's face contorted in pain. He coughed up blood. Hei Action's hand trembled. Hei Action realized that So Wonhui was much stronger than any enemy he had faced before. The battle continued to rage. Hei Action swung his whip as So Wonhui prepared his sword-culling chase. Hei Action thought that he wasn't too badly hurt because of his golden blood body. Hei Action realized that So Wonhui's attack missed because of his whip. He then noted that So Wonhui was at his limit and questioned if he was really the Southern. Hei Action observed the symptoms of his opponent's body, recognizing them as indicative of a strange kind of golden blood body. He wondered how So Wonhui possessed the techniques of several top expert martial artists whom no one had seen for many years. So Wonhui retorted that he had no obligation to answer Hei Action's questions, adding that he would consider answering if the elder could make him kneel. The young man adjusted his grip on his sword, dismissing the elder's words as inconsequential. Hei Action declared that he could get the answers he wanted whenever he wanted, even if it meant cutting off all of So Wonhui's limbs. The elder prepared to strike. So Wonhui was surprised by the elder's declaration. The force of the attack sent So Wonhui flying. Hei Action expressed his outrage that So Wonhui dared to attack his disciples, realizing that was what the young man had been planning all along. Hei Action scoffed at the thought that he would resort to using his secret technique on a kid like So Wonhui. So Wonhui braced himself. The attack was imminent. The force of the attack intensified. The attack engulfed So Wonhui. The area was filled with dust and debris. With no openings available, So Wonhui knew that if he were swept up in the attack, he would be torn to shreds. He realized that he might end up dead if things went wrong. Hei Action declared that it was over for the disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. The attack continued to intensify. So Wonhui resolved to use everything he had to deflect the incoming attack. Gathering his strength, he prepared to meet the attack head-on. So Wonhui vowed to make it out of this alive, no matter what. His power surged, ready to meet the challenge. The sword spirit, Fekta, watches the battle unfold. Fekta questions if what she saw was only a blink of an eye. The swordsman's eyes glow with an intense blue light. The swordsman unleashes a powerful strike, the force of which sends cracks through the very air around him. The attack continues to devastate the surrounding area. The ground splinters and shatters under the immense pressure. The swordsman stands amidst the destruction, his sword still raised. The hooded follower is shocked by the display of power, wondering what just happened. The swordsman's focus intensifies, his eyes burning with determination. The swordsman coughs up blood, the strain of the technique taking its toll. His energy flares around him. The Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple declares that he will kill the swordsman. Fekta urges Wonhui to focus until the end. So Wonhui stands firm, ready to continue the fight. Fekta's effects were fleeting, lasting only a blink of an eye. Continuing his strategy, the Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple sought a way to dismantle the secret technique before Na Yuqiang's attack landed. Hei Action launched an attack. The disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman was shocked, finding it impossible to believe what was happening. Within the stormy flow, Wonhui prepared himself. The disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman realized that Wonhui was destroying his secret technique, but he vowed to find an opening. The technique was being dismantled in the same way that bastard had done before. Hei Action grinned, confident that he had already compensated for any flaws in his technique. Hei Action swung his weapon. The weapon crackled with energy as it moved. The energy intensified around Hei Action. Wonhui was sent flying back from the force of the attack. The energy continued to surge around the weapon. Wonhui knew he needed to approach Hei Action as quickly as possible, using the Southern Heaven Swordsman's luminous star cloud steps. He knew the technique was great for avoiding attacks, but not ideal for his current situation. Hei Action employed his exclusive light body technique. It was a technique that allowed him to move with incredible speed and agility. He knew that while traversing through different terrains was good, it simply wasn't fast enough to catch his target. To get to him quickly, Hei Action needed to use a different method. Meanwhile, the disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman continued his assault. The Sword Spirit One relented, deciding to teach So Wonhui. She warned him that he needed to use this Qin Gong method only when he was prepared to kill someone. So Wonhui thanked her, vowing to kill the man no matter what. The disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman cried out in pain. He realized that he meant to pierce through his head, but it was rather shallow. The disciple prepared for another attack. The disciple's sword continued to glow. The disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman declared that So Wonhui was coming with him. The disciple prepared to strike. The disciple's sword came down. The sword continued its descent. The disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman's attack lands, causing a visible reaction. The force of the blow sends pieces flying. The swordsman is sent reeling from the impact. Despite the force of the blow, injured swordsman One manages to ask how the disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman liked that. Asong admits that he wasn't. Injured swordsman One's shoulder is dislocated. Injured swordsman One reaches for his sword. Asong watches him. Asong reflects on how injured swordsman One easily relocated his shoulder, stating that this is to be expected of an inheritor of the 18 subduing dragon palms. He then thinks about how winning against the Pang clan's Na Yuqiang will be big news once it spreads across Murim. Injured swordsman One claims he was just lucky. Asong thinks to himself that injured swordsman One is not someone you can win against by luck. Injured swordsman One reflects on how he was lucky in many ways and that Asong was on a different level from him in terms of the amount of chi. Injured swordsman One thinks that Fekta's help was great too and wonders why Asong is looking at his hand like that. The injured swordsman One is asked if his hand hurts as well. The young master Asong replies that it does not, stating that she saved his life. So Wonhui thanks Asong for the help. Asong, with a wide grin, boasts that he could kill 100 more. The sword spirit One thinks to herself that Asong is a scary puppy, while So Wonhui clears his throat. The sword spirit One comments that they both did great and that it makes sense considering they fought 20 martial masters. The scene shows the aftermath of the battle, with many corpses littering the ground. The sword spirit One notes that they sure are great. The group sits among the fallen. So Wonhui suggests they take care of the corpses and internalize their chi, while the injured swordsman One feels the side effects of the golden elixir. The injured swordsman One stumbles. The injured swordsman One says that he didn't mean to, as Asong tells him to rest up, Vice Squad Commander. So Wonhui tells Asong that he'll leave that to him then, and that he doesn't even need to say that given their relationship. The injured swordsman One states that his leg is injured and that he thinks he needs to rest. Asong asks the injured swordsman One if he wants him to bury him with the corpses so he can rest forever. Sama Young asks what relationship Asong is talking about, while the sword spirit one explains that he's talking about the trust between a higher-up and a subordinate, telling Sami Young to shut up. The swordsman sat in a meditative pose, surrounded by a blue aura. He knew they needed to circulate their chi and quickly leave. Suddenly, he paused, a look of confusion on his face. He realized that his central energy core had grown stronger. He recalled learning that the more life-or-death battles one faced, the more innate core energy they would obtain. He thought to himself that it was a strange ability. His eyes narrowed as he focused. Meanwhile, one of the men with the top knot ordered the others to leave the injured man and hurry over to him. One of the men apologized. Elsewhere, Jang Munwang heard the sound of a sword. A subordinate warned Jang Munwang that they couldn't guarantee it was just one person. So Wonhui's hair flowed as he prepared to strike. So swung his sword, a purple energy emanating from a blade. The sword cut through the air. Asong asked if So was all right, and So confirmed that he was, thanking the boy. One of the men with the top knot cursed, complaining that they just wouldn't give him a break. Jang Munwang raised his hand, signaling his men forward. The men were divided into two groups, each responsible for a different area. With this in mind, So Wonhui knew they had no choice but to fight. There was no rule stating that an enemy would only appear when one was in peak condition. One of Jang Munwang's men demanded to know how they dared to harm their master. Another vowed to tear them limb from limb to avenge their master. The man raised his whip, preparing to strike. The whip cracked against the ground. Hey Action yelled for them to stop, scoffing that they had caused quite the trouble. He prepared to attack. So Wonhui recognized the laughter, realizing who it was. Hey Action called them a Pang clan bastard, daring them to fight. Song Woohyun called them swine. He grinned, ready to attack. Song Woohyun lashed out with his whip. Jang Munwang chuckled. Hey Action prepared to attack, daring them to fight. Jang Munwang watched as Hey Action's power grew. Hey Action questioned if he should try and kill his own disciple. The elder's power continued to grow. An injured swordsman thought that Hey Action was eccentric. Hey Action unleashed a powerful blow. The force of the blow sent the swordsman flying. The injured swordsman and Jang Munwang both thought that Hey Action was eccentric. It was then stated that Hey Action was the blood cult's fourth supreme. Hey Action continued to speak. He stated that life outside of home was hard. Hey Action's power continued to grow. The scene shifts to the northeastern part of Sherman County, where the blood cult maintains a shelter. An aerial view shows the layout of the blood cult's shelter. Below, several figures walk along a path. One of the men smirks, confident that So Wonhui hasn't returned yet. Another man reflects on his recent accomplishment, believing he secured his position as the disciple representative of his family. He anticipates praise from his master. The man believes his value within the cult will increase. A subordinate gushes over him, eager to serve. The man laughs, reveling in the attention. Nearby, someone asks who is approaching. Another man confirms that someone is indeed coming. The man from before wonders aloud why squad commander So Wonhui isn't present yet, noting that he arrived earlier than expected. Someone whispers that he is here. The man realizes it's noisy. It is Vice Squad Commander So Wonhui and his subordinates. The head of the Pang clan's Na Yukyung was presented to the blood cult. The news clearly shocked one of the members. He voiced his disbelief. In the southeastern part of Guizhou province, within the western outskirts of Jiangkou County Manor, both the Yang So clan and Zhou Song clan had successfully secured spots as representatives. The leader of the blood cult seemed pleased, stating that it was good. One of the members agreed. There had been an issue on Vice Squad Commander So Wonhui's side. Apparently, the Yang So clan requested an investigation into the Mangak RT Dark Intimacy. From a balcony, the red-haired woman observed that this went against the plan. She considered that it might be a problem if the Dark Intimacy took a request, as that would be hard to look past. One of the members stated that, thankfully, they were able to learn that the Dark Intimacy rejected the request, but on the way back, they came across the Pang clan's Na Yukyung. The red-haired woman questioned if it was the Pang clan. The man with the white mustache confirmed it. The red-haired woman thought that as long as there wasn't a conflict, there shouldn't have been a fight. She wondered if it could be. It was revealed that Wonhui is currently pretending to be the Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple in order to participate in a Murim competition. Everyone knows that the Pang clan's Na Yukyung lost his eye to the Southern Heaven Swordsman. It was questioned what would happen if Wonhui came across Na Yukyung, who cannot be defeated without being a high-level martial artist was present, and the individual in question was surprised by this. The presence of this martial artist caused a stir. Someone muttered in contemplation. The red-haired woman asked what had happened and if the Fourth Supreme had intervened. The man with gray hair stated that when the Fourth Supreme arrived, the Pang clan's Na Yukyung and his disciples were already nearly dead. The red-haired woman questioned how Na Yukyung was killed. It was said that the Vice Squad Commander deceived Na Yukyung, and when he let his guard down, he used his life as bait and barely managed to kill him. The red-haired woman mused that So Wonhui used his life as bait. The gray-haired man continued, saying that if the Fourth Supreme had not arrived when he did, they would have been in danger, but they are fine now. The fourth Supreme ordered the gray-haired man to relay that they will recuperate for the rest of the given days before leaving. The gray-haired man stated that it was good, but it would be bad for the plan if they were to leave for the competition without fully recovering. They are fully recovering. So Wunhui scoffed, acknowledging that he had no choice but to acknowledge something. The gray-haired man looked on with a stern expression. The gray-haired man stated that they are skilled. The woman with dark blue hair tells someone that if they're finished with their report, they should take the head away. The figure responds that it's not done yet, relaying a message from the fourth Supreme. Someone asks what the message is. Elsewhere, a large man is seen with another person. The large man orders someone to promote Vice Squad Commander So Wunhui to Squad Commander. The man appears to be deep in thought. The woman with dark blue hair is seen again. An older man with white hair and a goatee stands nearby. Someone remarks that the order is very like the large man to say. The scene shifts to Anhui Province, Wuha County. Someone is running. Bodies lie on the steps. Someone observes that the moon is bright tonight. A person with red hair is seen in profile. A voice declared a good day to die. The red-haired woman questioned if he wouldn't. Nearby, the captive, Ho Jumwon, was held in place. The woman eating realized that Ho Jumwon couldn't talk. She wondered if she should have left that ability alone. The red-haired woman asked Ho Jumwon to let her ask him one more time. The woman eating thought that Ho Jumwon was skilled enough to cover up even her eyes. Ho Jumwon made a noise of acknowledgement. The red-haired woman asked if he could do it. A surge of power emanated from the woman eating. The red-haired woman told Ho Jumwon that she would give him 3 days. Ho Jumwon remained tied up. The woman eating stated that all 5 had successfully infiltrated. She wondered how many Ryonha there were. The red-haired woman assures her companion that the infiltrators, though successful in number, could never win against their forces. The woman's words are juxtaposed against the scene of carnage, bodies strewn across the floor. More bodies are shown, blood splattered across the walls. The scene continues to show the aftermath of the battle. Meanwhile, a masked figure vows to retrieve the sword. Elsewhere, it has been 35 days. It has been a while since So Wunhui has been to this place. So reflects that this was a place he used to frequent before his regression. He spent 8 years here, always anxious about being exposed as a spy. The province of Hubei, in Wuhan. Sword Spirit 1 wonders why Wuhan is the Orthodox faction sanctuary. So explains that 2 of the Central Plains' 8 martial masters guard this place, so there isn't any unorthodox faction here. The Wudong sect leader, Taiji Sword Emperor Jin, and the Murim Alliance's leader, Infinite Supreme, Sword Baek Hyangmuk, are shown. Sword Spirit 1 looks surprised. She comments that this is why it's so peaceful here, but so notes that this peace won't last long. Sword Spirit 1 expressed her surprise, questioning why the 8 martial masters would change within half a year. The spirit explained that the first to fall would be the Wudong sect leader. He would die on Wudong Mountain of all places. The spirit continued, stating that the death would be at the hands of the cruel killer, Jeol Sim, one of the 4 evils. This would nullify the alliance between the unrivaled faction and Murim Alliance, as well as bring about the death of the Taiji Sword Emperor. The death sent Murim back into chaos. Nearby, a man with a top knot remarked on the heat, urging his companion to move on, noting that they had arrived. They approached the Leisure Inn. It was here that they decided to meet the spy who had infiltrated the Murim Alliance. The man with the top knot suggested that the inn was crowded because the Murim competition was happening soon. He observed that they would likely have to stand until a table opened up. Another man stated that the reason they hadn't found a spot was because they were too slow. The group entered the inn. The man with the top knot told his companion that they would stay there, and he should go see if there were any spots inside. He then complained about the heat, worrying that he might die if he had to keep standing. The companion told him to circulate his inner energy, suggesting he would feel better. One of the men asks if they have any room left, questioning why anyone would circulate their inner energy to stay cool. The other man responds that they are right next to them. The man's companion stares ahead. The man thinks the other is an idiot. Meanwhile, a woman calls out to some young men. An older man tells the group that there won't be any empty tables inside. He asks if they would like to join them. The group considers the offer. One of the young men looks surprised. The man's eyes narrow. He realizes who the person is. Sword Spirit 1 asks So Wunhui if he knows the man. So Wunhui realizes that it is the Blazing King of Supreme Blade. The Blazing King of Supreme Blade is surrounded by flames. A close-up of the Blazing King of Supreme Blade. The Blazing King of Supreme Blade is one of the Central Plains' 8 martial masters, Jin Kyun. The title, Blazing King of Supreme Blade, Jin Kyun, hung in the air. The man in question stood amidst flames. It was said that he belonged to neither the orthodox nor unorthodox faction, but was known for his upright personality, a man with no tolerance for injustice. Meanwhile, So Wunhui stood before the dragon. From what he knew, this man had never had an interest in Murim festivities. The man wondered why Jin Kyun was here. Jin Kyun's eyes narrowed. Jin Kyun asked how he was recognized. The other man questioned what it was. The man with purple eyes stated that he was the Blazing King of Supreme Blade, Jin Kyun. Jin Kyun stated that he had seen the man from afar before, and asked if he had seen him. The man wondered why he didn't recall ever seeing Jin Kyun. Jin Kyun didn't expect him to react like that. The other man wondered if Jin Kyun was suspicious of them. He considered the possibility that someone of Jin Kyun's level could easily survey everyone's chi as if reading the palm of their hand, but he couldn't exclude that possibility. If a conflict were to erupt, the mission would be a failure, but something worse might occur. It just had to be now. So Won-Hui thought to himself that Hei Action would be on the move soon, even if he made such an excuse. Nothing. So couldn't help but worry, knowing what would happen in the future. If a conflict were to occur between them here, it's given that the mission would be a failure, but something worse might occur. It's to be expected that you wouldn't know, so thought to himself. So Won-Hui stated that he saw him at Dongting Lake, questioning how he could possibly remember him amidst that crowd of people. Jin Kyun asked if it was at Dongting Lake. So Won-Hui confirmed that 5 years ago, the blazing king of Supreme Blade, Jin Kyun, visited Dongting Lake with his family. So stated that Jin Kyun massacred all of the unorthodox faction bastards who tried to kill his family. So Won-Hui stated that he remembered seeing him and that he was... Jin Kyun asked if So was with his father and questioned if he was with him. So asked if he might know Jin Kyun's father's name. So Won-Hui stated So Ikkyon's name, thinking to himself that it worked. So Won-Hui's statement caused the old man to pause, his expression shifting slightly. He remarked that So was from a renowned clan. Seeming to reconsider, Jin Kyun admitted he was mistaken, having initially believed So to be the disciple of a different, well-built man. It was clear that Jin Kyun's senses were sharp. He must have noticed that Hei Action and he had recognized each other earlier. Jin Kyun then revealed that he knew someone who was long acquainted with So Ikkyon, referring to him as the Golden Pig, and inquired if So knew of him. The Golden Pig, it was revealed, was a real person who met an untimely death, and Hei Action was merely using his identity. Given that So had come all this way, Jin Kyun assumed he must be participating in the Rising Star Martial competition. The man standing behind Jin Kyun confirmed that was correct. Jin Kyun added that So would be able to compete against this buddy's grandson. He then questioned if it was Jin Kyun's grandson who was participating in the martial competition. The question hung in the air. Was Jin Kyun's grandson participating in the martial competition? The man behind Jin Kyun remained standing. A young man with reddish-brown hair then spoke, stating that he had paid for the meal. The young man's hands were clasped in front of him. He then walked forward. It was quite tough to find a restaurant owner considering the crowd, revealed the text, identifying the young man as Jin Yong, the blazing king of Supreme Blade's grandson. So Won-Hui moved with a subtle grace. The blazing Supreme Blade was created to defeat Jin Kyun's martial arts. If someone like him was going to compete, it wouldn't be easy. It would be hard to fight him unless he opened his central energy core, as expected of someone who inherited the blood of the Central Plains' 8 martial masters. Nearby, Jin Yong and another man watched the scene unfold. Jin Yong wondered who they were. So Won-Hui introduced himself as the third son of the Yang So clan. An older man seemed surprised. He thought So would be the oldest son. The man smiled. He stated that he would like to know So's name. The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Another man with a purple mask watched with a smirk. The man with the purple mask stood nearby. The words, "Absolute Sword Sense," appeared. The man with the purple mask stood with the others. The man with the purple mask was quite witty, or so the man thought. So Won-Hui wouldn't look at the man with the purple mask in the eyes at all. The man wondered what was wrong with him, and thought his personality must be twisted. He wondered how he dared look down on him, a little insect. If So Won-Hui had any sense of adaptability, he would have used the atmosphere to apologize. The air crackled with tension. The man's face contorted in anger. He wondered if he had really seen what he thought he had seen. The man thought he had raised So Won-Hui too softly, as he was his only grandson. The man's eyes narrowed. Meanwhile, So Won-Hui apologized, asking for forgiveness. The other man questioned why he was apologizing now. So Won-Hui wondered what he should do, acknowledging that while he did apologize, it wasn't really genuine. The man thought it was just to appease his grandfather, deciding he would mess with him a little then. So Won-Hui was concerned that he may have painted a bad picture of his clan. The man smiled. The man told So Won-Hui to come with him, saying he was going to get a good beating before he stepped onto that competition stage. The man thought that was fun, guessing that he could use that personality of his in this manner too. So Won-Hui sighed, finding himself in a familiar predicament. The man with the red hair told him that they would see each other again since they were competing and that he hoped that So would achieve good results. The spirit guide asked if he was not going as well, and he responded by saying to please take care. The spirit guide commented that Jin Kyun looked like he wanted to kill So. Jin Kyun responded by saying that he hoped that So would. Someone shouted for them to hurry over there, and another person responded affirmatively. So Won-Hui wondered who it was, realizing it was the blazing king of Supreme Blade. Someone asked how that was nothing. Another man apologized, saying it was all too sudden. The man with the top knot said that it was fine and that it was obvious what the other man was thinking. He was sure that it was because he was worried that they would get into a fight. someone reminded them not to forget the reason they came here. The group stood together. It had been 9 years since his infiltration. The spirit guide stated that if Du Young-hyun was the one they were talking to, it would be of great help. The spirit guide asked if he knew him, and the man responded that the table was empty and to sit down. He added that Du Young-hyun gave him the most advice before his regression. Jin Young stated that that was all for the lesson, but he wanted to say one more thing. Jin Young stated that a spy's last moments are all the same, and one shouldn't have high expectations. He continued, recalling something that was said to him, while another remarked that it was hot. Someone explained that if they said the signal words, one of them would tell them the mission through the frequency whispering technique. Doubts were raised about whether that would work, as all he was doing was glancing over. It was said that it was enough, and if he would just stop glancing over and pretend not to hear the frequency whispering technique, it had to be him. Someone mused that if there were anyone out to catch spies, they would have immediately been caught. Under the light of the moon, a figure stood over another. The figure demanded to know who said it was okay for the other to fall down. The figure continued to stand over the other. The figure stood over the other, who was on the ground. Someone said not to be so harsh, and that they were sure he didn't mean it. It was said that he was just curious since the boy standing behind the third son of the Yangs, So clan, was stronger. And he must be scolded even more. The man with the dark blue hair is asked what he means. The perspective shifts to Jin Kyun, who asks if the other man doesn't understand either. It is said that the Yangs, So clan's third son, possesses a lot more than what the eye can see. A vision of So Wonhui and Jin Kyun appears. It is stated that there's no guarantee who would win. The story unfolds in the county's outskirts. This location was chosen by Du Young-hyun for their plan. Under the bed in the far-right room, a message detailed information regarding the Murim alliance. A voice mused that only a few expert martial artists could recognize his chi aura. But the speaker continued, stating that the Central Plains 8 martial masters would see through his disguise. So, until the last day of the competition, he would stay out of sight. Elsewhere, a figure in the outskirts of town was told that they knew what they had to do. The group confirmed that they were the only ones who could go in for now, having memorized all the information. It was decided that So, Wonhui, and Song Jwabaek's groups would move separately, each trying to win the competition. If the two were to both reach the finals, it was agreed that Song Jwabaek would give up the win. The specially made sheath had the space to hide another sword. The sword spirit felt like she was very loosely dressed. He had duties to fulfill within the 10 days before the competition began. The outskirts of the Murim Alliance's castle were full of things any martial artist would love. Among the many streets, there was one full of blacksmiths. It was important to make sure the Southern Heaven Iron Sword was recognizable to anyone who saw it, even those familiar with the Southern Heaven Swordsman. The sword could not be recognized right away. This was because of the rust on the blade. The rust covered up the unique light of the cold steel. There were over 40 blacksmiths down this alley alone. It was wondered if a less popular area could handle cold steel. There was a place in mind, but it wasn't known if they were still operating. A great blacksmith was born in this very alley before So Wonhui's regression. He became famous after the repair of Baek Hyangmook's sword. The sword spirit wondered where the blacksmith was. The area was shabby, and one couldn't even hear any metal clanging because he's still not famous. The sword spirit's former owner said that the more skilled you are, the less recognizable it is to others. There were plenty of restaurants that looked run down but offered the best flavors. That's how the sword spirit's former owner found many great restaurants back in the day. The sword spirit was asked if their former owner knew everything. So Wonhui was sure they'll see once they go in and meet him. So Wonhui was surprised by what he saw. The man on the table was clearly a drunkard. The sword spirit clarified that she was referring to the metal fragments surrounding the drunkard, noting that they resembled pieces of a sword. The sword fragments seemed to echo a desperate plea, begging to be killed, unable to continue living in their current state. The sword spirit remarked that the sword seemed to have gone through quite a lot, and that she had heard these words before. The sword spirit recalled that the sword Baek Hyang had also said these words, constantly repeating that it wanted to die, and that she could hear more of such screams from deeper inside. The sword spirit wondered why. So Wonhui looked around, questioning what he was seeing. The sword spirit was shocked by what she saw. The room was filled with swords. The swords were scattered on the floor. So Wonhui questioned what the swords were. The sword spirit realized that they were copies of the Infinite Supreme Sword, and wondered if the Murim Alliance leader's sword had broken. So Wonhui decided that they would find out. So Wonhui approached one of the swords. The blacksmith prepared to check the sword out. Jin Kyun held the sword aloft, examining its balance and craftsmanship. Elsewhere, the blacksmith recalled a face he could never forget. It was the face of Baek Hyangmook, the Murim Alliance leader, wielder of the Infinite Supreme Sword. A chill ran down his spine as he remembered the swordsman. The blacksmith's mind raced back to the past. He remembered watching Baek Hyangmook practice the Southern Heaven Swordsman's martial arts every day, noting that the way he swung his sword seemed to transcend dimensions. The blacksmith knew that even the Southern Heaven Swordsman improved every single day, but even he could not reach the realm of Baek Hyangmook. Baek Hyangmook's swordsmanship was perfection itself. The blacksmith shuddered at the memory. Back in the present, Jin Kyun deemed the sword good. Another man asked if it was satisfactory, but Jin Kyun replied that it was not yet. He gripped the sword's hilt tightly. A red energy began to emanate from his hand. He roared in exertion. The sword glowed with red energy as he screamed. The sword pulsed with an ominous energy, leaving Jin Kyun stunned by the surge of power. The blacksmith, Jin Yong, recalled the swords he had worked on, now ruined. He demanded that they be remade. The blacksmith realized he understood why the swords were in pain, remembering Baek Hyangmook's aura, which was full of bloodthirst. He knew that the swords were now in an irrecoverable state. They had been crippled as soon as they were born, which explained why they were suffering so much. The blacksmith told himself not to blame himself, that he had done nothing wrong. Meanwhile, So Wenhui watched as the sword turned to powder. The sword crumbled in his hand. He wondered why it had turned to powder on its own. Jin Yong looked on in shock. The blacksmith was speechless. So Wenhui apologized, saying he didn't mean to. He offered to pay for the damage. Jin Yong asked if he could do that to all the other swords there too. Time seemed to slow as the events of the day replayed in Jin Yong's mind. The blacksmith, reflecting on his craft, admitted that he poured his very soul into each of his creations. He confessed that he could never bring himself to destroy the swords he had made. That was why he had placed them in an incense burner. He did this to honor the abandoned blades he had made with so much effort. He then asked if so Wenhui could fix his sword as payment. The blacksmith extended his hand, offering the broken sword to So Wenhui. The blacksmith noted that the sword was mixed with cold steel, making it difficult to handle and requiring at least 5 days to repair. He wondered how a renowned sword could be in such a state, neglected in a moist place for decades, but reasoned that there must be reasons. Elsewhere, someone expressed relief that things went well. They admitted that they hadn't expected him to recognize right away that the sheath was bigger. So Wenhui considered this a good opportunity, knowing he would be able to see Baek Hyangmook's martial arts. He knew he couldn't miss this opportunity to learn one of the 4 great sword techniques of Murim. Jin Kyun observed that there were enough swords remaining and a lot of time. The blade began turning red from Baek Hyangmook's aura. The aura intensified, engulfing the blade in a fiery glow. The blacksmith's words echoed in the air, a stark contrast to the unsettling aura emanating from the blade. It was very unfitting for the infinite supreme sword of the Orthodox faction, bearing a closer resemblance to the aura of the unorthodox faction. The men wondered what it could have been. Meanwhile, So Wenhui pondered the blacksmith's actions. He wondered why the blacksmith was making a copy of his sword. The blacksmith's hand moved with practiced ease, his fingers tracing the lines of the blade. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted, the force of it throwing So off balance. So braced himself against the unexpected force. The blacksmith, sensing the shift in power, realized that their chi was much more powerful than he had imagined. As the energy intensified, a voice echoed out, questioning who was present. The voice continued, revealing that he had heard that So had fallen into the river and somehow survived. The voice was familiar. The voice boomed, calling out the name, Baek Hyang. The source of the voice was revealed to be Baek Hyang. The red-haired woman questioned if So Wenhui intended to hold on her forever. So Wenhui countered that if she wasn't going to kill him, then she should let him go. The woman noted that he had become more confident since they last met, wondering if it was because he had grown stronger. So Wenhui retorted that she probably didn't want her identity revealed. The woman stated that her confidence came from the situation, adding that it would have been a different story had they been in a less populated area, but the blacksmith alley was only a few steps away. She continued, stating that not even someone as bold as her could try to kill him out in the open like this. So Wenhui found the situation interesting, remarking that someone like her wasn't fitting for that child, and offered her a chance to work for him. The red-haired woman wondered if So Wenhui thought she was trying to bring him to her side. She added that had it not been for the incident back at the Six Blood Valley, she would have considered his offer. She continued, stating that it wasn't a bad thing to be on the advantageous side, and that she would help him become even stronger, but his future would be grim with that child. So Wenhui thought that there was no guarantee that someone who tried to take his life once wouldn't try again. He assumed she was actually after the Fourth Supreme, not him. So Wenhui thanked her. The woman's expression turned fierce. So Wenhui realized that the attack would have gone right through his face if he were even a second slower, and the woman told him a look that he had dodged. So Wenhui had been sensing something strange about her for a while. The red-haired woman was surprised that a guy who's barely surpassed peak level saw her ultimate attack coming and dodged. She wondered why she felt like So was much stronger than he let on. She remarked that he had reached this level only a year after learning martial arts. The red-haired woman admitted that she had never seen anyone grow this strong so fast other than herself. She felt like if she were to take his seed, the strongest child in the cult's history would be born, leaving So Wenhui in shock. She warned that she's going to eat him up, leaving So Wenhui to wonder what the hell. The red-haired woman thought he'd be a good warrior or guardian, but someone like him would make a good husband. She asked what he thought and if it wasn't bad. The red-haired woman told So Wonhui that he could be the second in command if he were her husband, but there was one thing that she forgot. She was in disguise at the moment, and because of that, So didn't feel seduced at all. The red-haired woman reached out to So. So Wonhui pretended he didn't hear that. So asked why she liked Baek Ryona more. The red-haired woman was sure he'd like the knights better with her than Baek Ryona. The red-haired woman continued her advances, stating it was a rare opportunity for So Wonhui to have someone like her as his wife. So, however, questioned her motives, asking why she was there. She responded that she was there for the same reason as him, then questioned how he had the time to approach her like this. So stated that the sword was going to be in his hands anyway, so she didn't need to worry about that. The red-haired woman scoffed, saying that he wouldn't reveal the internal conflict of their cult in front of all these orthodox bastards. So stated that once he decides he wants something, he gets it. He added that he'd have to take her, even if it's by force, because he likes her. The red-haired woman was struck. The attack was swift and brutal. The force of the blow reverberated. The red-haired woman was sent flying. So smirked. The red-haired woman was sent crashing into the ground. She admitted that he was right, and that was why she no longer needed to hide her power. Otherwise, it seemed like he was going to drag her away. Power surged. So thought that much would. He wondered what was with the broken sword, questioning if that was what she used. So Wonhui stared down his opponent, his expression grim. The red-haired woman's hair flowed wildly as she blocked So's attack. The clash of their weapons echoed loudly. So realized that she had released her sword for a moment to block his attack, acknowledging that she was definitely not an easy opponent. The force of the impact pushed the red-haired woman back a few steps, which was exactly what So had intended. Thanks to that, So was finally out of her reach, but he knew he would have to use more force. So's eyes narrowed, a fierce determination burning within them. He could feel her bloodthirst, so intense that he wondered if she even cared about the many people around them. So lamented that this had to happen when he didn't have his Southern Heaven Iron Sword. His expression hardened, preparing himself for the challenge ahead. He wondered if he could fend her off with just his short sword and his combat skills alone. A surge of energy crackled around him. The short sword was at his side. So's eyes widened slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He steeled himself, his gaze fixed on his opponent. The red-haired woman stood ready, her sword gleaming. Her opponent's robes lay discarded on the ground. The red-haired woman prepared to move. She wondered if she had ever met someone as strong as the blood cult spy, noting the prominence of his bloodthirst. So Wonhui, despite the odds, remained confident. The red-haired woman challenged him to try if he could, finding his arrogance amusing. The clash between the two warriors erupted in a burst of energy. A foot stomped down with immense force. The impact sent the red-haired woman flying. She was sent spiraling through the air. A blue blade flashed. Below, a man noticed someone flying through the air. Another man wondered if those were the void steps. The man who had been sent flying thought the escape was ridiculous. So Wonhui didn't expect them to escape like that. Even if they escaped now, the hooded figure was confident they would soon be under his control. Nearby, the friendly young man urged the vice squad commander to lower their voice. The commander admitted that he hadn't expected Baek Haihyang to infiltrate their location herself. The situation was the worst-case scenario. They decided they needed to inform their master about this development. Thankfully, their master was still at the inn, allowing them to relay the news. The master paused for a long moment before speaking, telling them that if she went after them again, they shouldn't hesitate to scream with internal energy and that he would be there. Hei Action had judged that he wouldn't win against her given his current level of martial arts, and he couldn't disagree. Even when his central energy core was open, he felt threatened by her bloodthirst. Secondly, he always went out with his group, or so he said, but someone thought he was being a little dramatic. Dramatic? Nothing's happened for the last 4 days. The Hubei-style duck roast yesterday. Young Master Asong asked Mayong what he thought, and Mayong responded that he had been touched. Someone asked who he was talking to, and he responded 75th. It was now possible for him to actually use Baek Hyang mooks. So Wonhui continued onward. Having mastered the swordsmanship skill, a congratulatory message appeared. However, the swordsmanship skill was not completely his. It was nothing more than just pretense, and he did not know how the user handled his internal energy when using the skill. Despite this, he had meditated several times as he watched the swordsman test the sword. That meditation was a step toward a higher level of enlightenment. Nearby, Sama Young asked if he could move a bit, and he agreed. He thought he could do it now. The puppy had been a bit strange recently, but it was probably the heat. He began to slowly activate his luminous star mystic art. Activating the art, he was surrounded by a blue aura. He continued to activate the art. His eyes glowed blue as he activated the art. He continued to activate the art. He wondered if it did not work. He thought something would happen. He guessed he was mistaken. The vase shattered, its contents spilling onto the surface below. The sudden destruction of the vase caused a stir. Nearby, the vice squad commander demanded to know what had just happened. Elsewhere, someone had reached the 6th mastery in luminous star mystic art. The Dangfeng restaurant was known for one dish in particular, Dangfeng braised pork belly. The poor belly was served in a white bowl. The dish was so enticing that one patron exclaimed he might pass out from joy eating it. Another man assured him that the vice squad commander would carry him back if he did. Someone else said that they would just pass out if need be, and that the Southern Heaven Iron Sword would be fully repaired by tomorrow. The speaker considered that they would be entering the castle once they had their sword back, so they thought they should visit this place beforehand. Then, so when we decided to try the pork belly. Meanwhile, martial artists had just entered the restaurant. It was noted that they were much stronger than the martial artists already in the restaurant. Two of them seemed to have very renowned swords, and their sword voices were very distinct. Someone realized that ever since they opened their fekta, their merak had gotten stronger too. Someone else stated that they could now tell whether a sword was renowned or not from its voice. So Wonhui realized that they were the ones he saw in the Murim Alliance before his regression. It was observed that they were all okay guys, very orthodox, if you will, considering the fact that he could hear the sword voices from there. So Wonhui realized Xuanjin and Qingsheng must have given them renowned swords. He also noted that for these Taoist sect guys to be hanging around was unusual. Meanwhile, one of the men recognized someone. The man exclaimed that they were guys like him. Kong Haimi remarked that it was Yulong County's good-for-nothing. Zhoik and Du Jianwook were part of the Hunan Province Murim Association. One of the men asked if the other remembered the story he told him about the guy who was kicked out of the Yang So clan. He added that so Zhang Yun was what one would expect from someone who hangs around. Another man asked if he was Qingqing's Qingmiyang. The man confirmed that he was, and asked if they knew him. He thought to himself that it would be strange if they didn't know him, a rising star from Qingqing. Unlike his past life, he wouldn't be bullied around. The man replied that he was too kind to call him a rising star. He thought to himself that praise could be a powerful tool, and since these guys were inherently good, their emotions were very easy to read. He also greeted Hyunjin of the Chuanjin sect and Tang Haiwa of the Sichuan Tang clan. So Wonhui introduced himself as the third son of the Yang So clan, stating it was an honor to meet such renowned people like them. Hyunjin and Tang Haiwa greeted him. Tang Haiwa asked how he knew them. One of the men laughed, saying it had been a while. He called them friends. A woman with reddish-brown hair comments that it is nice to meet someone from your hometown when you are far from home. Nearby, a man with short blonde hair asks if the other man's name is Ik. The man with reddish-brown hair retorts that otherwise, he will be participating in the competition with a broken neck. The title card reads, Absolute Sword Sense. Meanwhile, a man with green hair asks if they are really going to. Another man tells him to act all friendly with a good-for-nothing like. Someone warns them that it is none of their business and to not even think about starting anything with them. The man with reddish-brown hair asks if they are really going to be a participant. Someone comments that the martial competition allows them to meet renowned people like them, and what an honor it is. Asong guesses that they wouldn't have known. The man with reddish-brown hair asks if it is true that they are severely unwell, and the man with green hair responds that if he is so concerned, he can go visit them, Sister Hai. The man with reddish-brown hair questions, Sister Hai. He states that it is a shame. The man with green hair says that his brother would have done really well in the competition, but for him to be the participant. The man with green hair asks if he just laughed, and the man with reddish-brown hair responds that it is funny to see him. Qing Myung believed Kong Haimi was too young to judge his senior brother without knowing his skill level. The other martial artist thought Haimi was acting childish, her emotions clouding her judgment. The Hunan Murim Association was mentioned. The martial artist suggested teaching someone a lesson to reduce their arrogance. Haimi was told to calm down, as the person they were discussing was not someone to be trifled with. Someone questioned if the other cared if their fiancé's image was ruined, but the other claimed they didn't even know where to begin with the person in question. Someone thought it was a pain to deal with these kids. The individual decided they would teach them a lesson. Elsewhere, Co Ilju was greeted, with the other man saying he didn't expect to see him there. Ilju was recognized as wearing a Mount Hung sect uniform, and it was deduced that he must be the disciple of Mount Hang's best sword. It was realized that the Mount Hung sect people must be present, including Young Yang. Ilju said it had been a while, and he planned to utilize the situation to his advantage to take care of things more easily. Someone asked if So Wonhui was there as a disciple of their sect. Someone remarked that they guessed the other didn't know, before stating that So Wonhui was the successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. The others were sure that the person was well aware of the relationship between Grandmaster Ho Zhongde and the Mount Hung sect. The man asked if the other had just heard that So Wonhui was the Southern Heaven Swordsman and a successor of Grandmaster Ho Zhongde. Following the revelation of his identity, the men apologized for their rudeness. The apology put So Wonhui in an awkward position. He recalled that he had said earlier that he was going to teach them a lesson, and wondered who would teach it. A man in a purple robe said he had people waiting for him, excusing himself. He suggested they get some for the master and the twins. So Wonhui was told to take care and to say hi to Young Young for him. The man said he was full and satisfied. He noted that the Mount Hung sect Taoists also took the braised pork belly for takeaway, and wondered if they should order some too. But So Wonhui had other plans. The men said they would be back. One of the men commented that the food was as good as people say, and they must have really liked it. So when we thought he had never gotten to experience this kind of thing in his past life, he smiled. Asong asked who sent him a message. Asong wondered if there was a change in the mission. So when we thought to himself that there was not. The tension was palpable. A message was left behind. If he did not want to lose his sword, he was to return to the smithy alone. Following the instructions, he approached the smithy. The blast furnace was cooling. Inside, the fire still burned. Tools were scattered all over the floor, suggesting there had been a fight. A figure stood over a sword. The figure wondered if it was the famous Southern Heaven Iron Sword. Elsewhere, so Wonhui was informed that someone had come to relay a message from the young lady. The messenger told him to give up the martial profession. He was also told to inform young lady Baek Ryonha that if she wanted her life spared, she needed to surrender. So Wonhui told the messenger to calm down, stating that he understood. The messenger assumed that he didn't want to lose his precious sword. The messenger questioned what he meant. So Wonhui assumed that the message was not from Baek Hye-hyang. Tendrils of energy emanated from his outstretched hand. The energy crackled around him. So Wonhui prepared to fight. His opponent asked if they should continue the conversation. So considered what to do. Meanwhile, the masked figure stated that he had heard that So Wonhui possessed a secret technique. So Wonhui, dodging the attack, wondered what the masked figure had just done. So Wonhui realized that the masked figure hadn't seen it. The masked figure told So Wonhui that he should have just given up on the martial competition. The masked figure vowed to make So Wonhui pay for ignoring the war. The masked figure's sword came down on So Wonhui. The attack was blocked. So Wonhui's energy surged. The masked figure thought that So Wonhui was so weak that he didn't need to open his central energy core to defeat him. The hooded follower demanded that someone release his pressure points and asked why they were doing this. The hooded follower asked if they thought he had demanded that they come alone and reminded them of his subordinates in the area. So Wonhui stood over the defeated men. The vice squad commander stated that those were the only guys in the area. The vice squad commander stated that these guys were. Yo Eub lay defeated, his face contorted in pain. The air crackled with the energy of the absolute sword sense. Yo Eub cried out in agony. Yo Eub, the second disciple of the fifth blood star, identified himself. Despite his pain, Yo Eub declared that he would answer any questions. The man holding Yo Eub demanded that he tell the one torturing him to stop removing his nails. The torturer continued his gruesome work. The man holding Yo Eub questioned if he was the disciple of Hong Kong. The man holding Yo Eub stated that Yo Eub was a close subordinate of Baek Hye-hyang, but he didn't believe she was behind this. Yo Eub had been promised to Baek Hye-hyang as her husband, but she suddenly changed her mind and told him to give up the martial competition. Yo Eub realized that someone else was behind this, someone who would benefit from him giving up the martial competition. The man holding Yo Eub asked if Baek Hye-hyang was the one who sent him. Yo Eub confirmed that his senior brother had told him to do this. He ordered it. The man holding Yo Eub questioned why he went after the vice squad commander for such a petty reason, when a young lady told him not to kill or would do anything to him. Yo Eub, writhing in pain, screamed, demanding to know why he was being tortured after answering their questions. Meanwhile, So Wonhui was told that Yo Eub's actions went directly against his master's orders. He claimed he didn't even know the name of the fifth blood star's first disciple. Yo Eub, battered and bruised, revealed that his senior brother was after him. As the torture continued, Yo Eub relented, promising to answer. Yo Eub explained that his senior brother ordered him to do this after hearing that he would become the young lady's husband. Yo Eub clarified that his senior brother did this because he didn't want him to become Baek Hye-hyang's husband. So Wonhui stated he wasn't interested in Yo Eub's taste in women, wondering what he liked about that insane woman. The torture continued. Yo Eub, in pain, exclaimed that he wasn't told anything about the vice squad commander. He was told it was ridiculous nonsense. So Wonhui realized that was why that woman wanted Yo Eub, but wondered why he had to be wary of Sama Young's feelings. The man in purple robes declared that she needed to die since she went after what belonged to him. The man in purple robes wondered what the hell she was on about. The man in purple robes asked why they went after So Wonhui. The man in purple robes stated that they didn't need to kill him. The man in purple robes reasoned that if they killed these guys, they'd be giving their senior brother a valid excuse, assuming that it was what he was after too. If his predictions were right, those four were all going to die. Nearby, one of the men asked how he knew that. He believed he understood the personalities of these guys a little. If something like this happened, the most likely thing to happen after was very obvious. Elsewhere, a group of people kneeled. The man thought that he was a stupid bastard, as he was supposed to have been killed by the Fourth Supreme's disciple. His plan had been ruined, and he would have only had a valid excuse if this bastard died. He had been going to tell Baek Hye-hyang that they needed to kill the bastard right away since he killed one of her subordinates. The red-haired woman read a report from her subordinates. She thought they were idiots. She had told them to only keep an eye on him. The subordinates responded, "Yes, ma'am." The man with long black hair stated that she promised to help them. The man with blonde hair told him to stay quiet, as if she did anything right now, it'll just anger her more. The red-haired woman asked what one should do with a dog that disobeys its owner. The masked man prepared to strike. She stated that they should then die. The subordinate was clearly in distress, as indicated by the question marks surrounding him. Begging for his life, the subordinate pleaded with the red-haired woman to spare him, insisting that his actions were not intentional. The red-haired woman retorted that he was only. She called him an idiot. The red-haired woman stated that he would have lived if he had just kept his mouth shut. She reminded him that she had told him to kill So Wonhui. She continued, stating that not only did he go against her orders, but he was also trying to make excuses. The subordinate thought that it was fitting to punish him. The red-haired woman struck the subordinate. She stated that it wouldn't have ended there if it weren't for the martial competition. The subordinate stated that he would keep it in mind. The subordinate thought that he should be the young lady's husband. The next day, the scene shifted to in front of the Murim Alliance. There were a lot of people. All of the martial families, sects, and clans were there to participate in the martial competition. It was the martial competition after all. One person thought that there would be a total of thousands, even tens of thousands of people. He just wanted to get inside already. A low murmur spread through the crowd. The man with the orange headband overheard someone say that they had no choice but to wait, as they were not one of the most renowned families. The speaker noted that the Johong Song clan and the Yang So clan were both pretty renowned, but they were lacking. The man with the orange headband assured his companion that they would only need to wait about an hour, promising to keep them entertained in the meantime. The companion with the orange headband guessed that those people must be from more renowned families. Someone questioned if this was discrimination. The man with the orange headband and his companion continued to walk through the crowd. The man with the orange headband glanced to his right. The companion with the orange headband found the situation annoying and wondered if he should kill someone. A man with a green collar asked them to get out of the way. The man with the green collar asked if they were perhaps the Yang's So clan's young master, So Wonhui, and Mr. Mam. Mo of the Murim Alliance greeted the Southern Heaven Swordsman's successor. Mo led the group through the crowd. Mo stated that he was ordered to let them in immediately and would guide the way. Mo looked forward. The companion with the orange headband smirked. A man with light blue hair grins widely, seemingly amused by the situation. The friendly young man admits that he dislikes the sudden attention, recalling that he was ordered to let them in immediately. Someone speculates that there must be a higher-up behind the order. Another voice declares that they are with him, though a question mark suggests uncertainty. Johong Song clan's Song Jwabek asks who they might be, his expression unreadable. Another voice mentions Song Woohyun, questioning if they are from the Johong Song clan. Song Jwabek apologizes, stating he was not told to bring them in. The group continued their journey. Hey Action agreed. The agreement was made. So Wonhui admitted to feeling bad after seeing everyone disappointed. He stated that the man was with him, and if he couldn't come, so would get in line as well. It seemed that no matter how many times they visited, this place always seemed. The group arrived at the Murim Alliance Azure Heaven Pavilion. One of the members exclaimed at how huge it was. The group continued to walk. Peng Wujin introduced himself as Peng Wujin of the Habukpeng clan. It was Habukpeng clan Peng Wujin. So Wonhui introduced himself as So Wonhui of the Yang So clan. He had heard that Peng Wujin was Grandmaster Ho Zhongdi's. Peng Wujin looked forward to a great match. He was like Jwabek, but worse. It seemed that it was to draw attention from others. It was kind of impressive that he would try and improve his image through such a method. Peng Wujin's companions seemed really embarrassed. Well, secondhand embarrassment. Peng Wujin's arrival prompted the man with the blue hair to express his honor at meeting someone from the Habukpeng clan, and he inquired as to the identity of the man before him. The man with the spiky hair introduced himself as Song Jwabek of the Johong Song clan. Song Jwabek's companion made a noise of acknowledgement. The man with the blue hair seemed taken aback by Song Jwabek's introduction. Song Jwabek was offended that he was being ignored. He thought that Peng Wujin was being rude. The man with the blue hair thought that Song Jwabek shouldn't have intervened in the first place, and that it was best not to interact with people who only have egos. Elsewhere, Ah Song exclaimed that they even had a garden. Ah Song was excited that they were getting special treatment for being the successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. So Wonhui told Ah Song not to. Ah Song thought that the regular room that Jwabek and his brother got was big too, but it was incomparable to this place, and that Jwabek would complain if he saw this place. So Wonhui wondered who wouldn't enjoy special treatment like this, but when it's too much, one's bound to be concerned. Ah Song wondered who was doing this for them, and asked if So Wonhui had unpacked. So Wonhui replied that he had, and that the timing was great, before asking if the two could give him some of their time. So Wonhui was surprised to hear that the first general strategist wished to meet him. He questioned why the first general strategist would want to meet with him. The first general strategist was one of the 3 general strategists of the Murim Alliance. The second in command after him would be the Murim Alliance leader. The residence of Jaegal Wonmyung, the Murim Alliance supreme general strategist, came into view. So wondered why Jaegal Wonmyung was looking for him. The sword spirit sensed a strong weapon nearby. It seemed to be a blade type. If the Southern Heaven Iron Sword was pointing it out, it must not be any ordinary weapon. Jae-gao Wonmyeong was known for being an expert martial artist in palm techniques. That meant there was someone else in here who's not Jae-gao Wonmyeong. A voice welcomed them. So Wonhui, the third son of the So clan of Yang, greeted the first general strategist of the Murim Alliance. Myeong greeted the first general strategist. The Murim Alliance first general strategist was Jae-gao Wonmyeong. Jae-gao Wonmyeong asked if it wasn't too impolite to ask. He was curious about the sword So had on his back. Myeong revealed that it was the Northern Heaven Blade. Jae-gao Wonmyeong ordered for the sword to be brought to him. Jae-gao Wonmyeong, the first general strategist of the Murim Alliance, sat patiently at his table. He was known as the unyielding blade of the North Star's successor, Jang Myeong. Gwaek Hyunjik was renowned as one of the 8 great martial artists. It was said that the unyielding blade of the North Star dominated the northeastern region. Meanwhile, the Southern Heaven Swordsman dominated the southwestern region. However, unlike the Southern Heaven Swordsman, Gwaek Hyunjik lost an arm in a duel and basically retired from Murim. Meanwhile, So Wonhui wondered why he was here. As far as he knew, the unyielding blade of the North Star wasn't related to the Murim Alliance. Jae-gao Wonmyeong observed the sword, realizing it was indeed the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. He apologized for his late greeting. The strategist stated it was an honor to meet Grandmaster Gwaek Hyunjik. Silence filled the room. Jae-gao Wonmyeong instructed So Wonhui to take the sword. It seemed like that proved that this was the Southern Heaven Iron Sword, and Jae-gao Wonmyeong asked if that was it. Jang Myeong waited. So Wonhui guessed not. Jae-gao Wonmyeong asked them not to take this the wrong way, explaining that there had been more than tens of people in the last decade who claimed to be the successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. Jae-gao Wonmyeong had heard similar claims before. He recalled that the tiger-taming strong hand had said the same thing, that he'd seen many fake successors of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. The strategist continued, explaining that the unyielding blade of the North Star had fought Grandmaster Ho Jongdae many times. He believed that the blade could judge whether someone was truly his successor or not. He asked if So Wonhui would cooperate and partake in the test to make sure. Jae-gao Wonmyeong then instructed Jang Myeong to show So an example. Jang Myeong stepped forward. Jang Myeong was told to slice just the white pieces. The pieces flew through the air. Jang Myeong held his sword at the ready. The pieces continued to fall. Jang Myeong prepared to strike. The pieces were sliced. The white pieces were sliced with precision. A purple aura emanated from a blade. Jang Munwong stood ready, his sword held loosely in his hand. The sound of his foot shifting on the floor echoed in the room. Jae-gao Wonmyeong asked if So Wonhui had seen the technique and if he could replicate it with the luminous star sword technique. The elder watched with a critical eye. Jae-gao Wonmyeong suggested that if it was too difficult, So could simply demonstrate a basic technique. So Wonhui thought to himself that he would be shaming the honor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman if he didn't perform as well as Jang Myeong. He reminded himself of the honor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. So Wonhui resolved to show off a bit. He declared that he would perform the technique without stepping outside of the circle. So Wonhui took a stance. Jae-gao Wonmyeong told him that he could do it and to slice just the black pieces. So Wonhui unleashed a flurry of precise strikes. His movements were swift and deadly. The black pieces scattered. So Wonhui completed the demonstration. A decorative painting hangs on the wall. The display of swordsmanship left one observer in disbelief. With a flourish, So Wonhui sheathed his sword. Another swordsman asked his master to let him try as well, but the master questioned if he understood what had just happened. The pebbles that So Wonhui had sliced fell to the ground. He had caught all of the white pebbles and sliced all the black ones.